grandfather tragically became ensnared in a millennium-old feng shui predicament upon his demise. The dragon lifted the coffin while the spirits wept at the grave. Yet I was born adorned in serpent scales. They all proclaimed me a prodigy, while the five celestial beings willingly assumed the role of my guardians. They surreptitiously ushered me into the dragon pool, where I took 8 venerable elders as my mentors. I matured. I vanquished demons and monsters with my fists, and dispatched malevolent spirits with my feet, mastering both Buddhist and Taoist practices, traversing the realms of yin and yang with ease. Even the king of Hades, upon encountering me, musters the respect to address me as brother. Chapter 1. The Drowned Ghost. I was merely 7 years old when my father passed away. If someone were to tell you that they could resurrect a deceased individual, would you believe them? My name is Long Chungfeng. I was never meant to inhabit this world, yet here I am, born of a father who is a ghost. The villagers often whisper, the lad from the Long family was dead at the age of 7. It is a mystery what dark sorcery his father, Long Changming, employed to bring him back to life, and even more astonishing, to secure for him a wife of celestial beauty. This tale must begin with the severe drought that transpired 50 years ago. That summer, the sun blazed fiercely, and the entire southwestern region suffered from a dire water shortage. Cracks the size of a palm emerged in the farmlands. It became a challenge not only to cultivate crops, but also to secure daily drinking water for the villagers. In their desperation, superstitions flourished, and rainmakers were summoned from far and wide. Some villages even resorted to the madness of exhuming ancestral graves, dragging the desiccated corpses from their resting places and whipping them with willow branches. They claimed this was a means to chastise the drought spirit. Strangely enough, in the very same southwestern region, our village not only escaped the drought, but was instead afflicted by floods. 12 dragon pools of varying sizes in our village gushed forth water, and astonishingly, fish began to surface as well. At that time, my grandfather was away, attending to matters of feng shui, while my grandmother had passed away at a young age, leaving only my father at home. Observing the village children collecting fish by the long tan, my curious 7-year-old father decided to join them. What transpired next remains a mystery. Suddenly, my father, while gathering fish at the edge of the long tan, fell into the seemingly bottomless abyss and vanished in an instant. Something terrible has happened. The son of the Long family has fallen into the long tan. Upon learning of this distressing event, the villagers immediately organized a rescue operation, tirelessly attempting to retrieve him for 3 consecutive days, yet to no avail. During those days, my grandfather experienced a troubling sense of foreboding. After a calculated evaluation, he determined that a significant event was imminent at home. Without delay, he mounted his steed, the magnificent flying dragon horse, and hastened back under the cover of night. By that time, for days had elapsed since my father's disappearance. Upon his return to the village, my grandfather promptly gathered a measure of glutinous rice, 3 incense sticks, 27 sheets of paper money, a bowl of my father's favorite, a braised pork, and a bowl of rice. He hurriedly made his way to the banks of the Long Tan. In no time, the area was thronged with villagers, hundreds congregating to discuss the unfolding situation. Long Changming often carries himself with an air of arrogance, looking down on everyone. Now, we shall see what sorcery he employs to retrieve his son. It is rumored that beneath lies a labyrinth of caves, once referred to by monks as the 72 celestial caverns. It is true that Long Changming possesses supernatural abilities. There was a woman from the neighboring village who died after a miscarriage, and he resurrected her after 7 days. She is now a grandmother. Do you truly believe such tales? They are merely the fabrications of idle gossip. He who hears is often deceived, while he who sees knows the truth. If Long Changming fails to save his son this time, who will still seek his counsel on feng shui? What a so-called master of feng shui, merely a name without substance, unable to even notice his own son has fallen into the water. Shoo! Silence. Long Changming is beginning his ritual. The villagers awaited with bated breath. At that moment, the grandfather placed a container of glutinous rice by the dragon pool, reverently holding incense in both hands, and respectfully inserted the lit incense into the rice. He then took a pinch of leftover rice and some braised pork and scattered them into the dragon pool. "O Dragon King, the child is ignorant and did not intend to offend you, that I beseech you, grant him a chance at life." After uttering these words, he burned paper money and then retrieved a piece of yellow paper, biting his finger to draw a blood symbol, which he cast into the water. "I am Long Changming, binding myself with blood. If the Dragon King shows mercy and spares the child, I vow to serve you faithfully in this life and the next, carrying out your karma. NDS. Should anyone dare to offend the Dragon King, I shall not spare them." With that, he knelt heavily before the dragon pool, bowing 3 times with great fervor. What is Long Changming doing at such a time? Is he still lost in his superstitions? If he can't find his son, shouldn't he seek divers from the city instead of indulging in these beliefs? Exactly. The depths of this dragon pool are unfathomable. Who but a professional diver would dare to descend? Diver? How easy it is to say. Do you have any idea how deep this dragon pool is? Back in the days when the educated youth were sent to the countryside, a young man from Shanghai drove a tractor right into this airy spot and fell in. That was a tractor, mind you. Do you know how many tractors were in the country back then? Such precious treasures. If they were lost, who wouldn't be anxious? But what good would that do? The county officials came down and borrowed all the ropes from the villagers, weaving them into a 300-meter-long cord, which they tied to a stone and tossed into the pond. Later, can you guess what happened? The entire 300-meter rope sank without even reaching the bottom. I reckon for the young lad from the Long family, unless the body swells and floats up by itself. Just as the villagers were discussing this, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths of the Long Pond. Roar. The sound was akin to a bull, resonant like a bell. Then, mist began to rise from the water's surface, and a chilling breeze swept forth from the depths of the pond. Roar. Roar. 2 more eerie cries reverberated, causing the mud by the pond's edge to tumble down in disarray. At that moment, fear gripped everyone. There's a dragon below. It's going to collapse. Run. Someone shouted. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of villagers who had gathered fled without a trace, leaving only grandfather standing steadfast by the pond. At that moment, he calmly unfastened a Chilean whip from his waist and struck the water's surface twice with a sharp crack. Instantly, silver waves erupted upon the water. That night, what transpired by the Long Pond remained a mystery, as grandfather refused to speak of it, and the villagers were left in the dark. All they knew was that 3 days later, grandfather conducted a simple ritual by the pond. During the ceremony, he personally slaughtered a pig and 3 sheep. Both the pig and the sheep were sheared, thoroughly cleansed, and their 4 limbs bound with crimson cloth, WHI. Their heads were adorned with satin, intricately embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. Subsequently, they were tethered to a stone mill and submerged into the dragon pool. Strangely enough, by midday that very day, my father's corpse surfaced from the depths of the pool. The boy's complexion was ashen, his body swollen, and he had already developed necrotic patches. Indeed, there was a considerable amount of mud and sand in his nostrils. He felt cold and rigid to the touch. He was unmistakably a corpse. But how did he come back to life? What kind of sorcery did the dragon use? This is utterly uncanny. Sorcery? That is witchcraft. From that moment forth, our family was completely ostracized in Longton Village, especially my father, who, upon returning from the dragon pool, lay at home for a full 3 months. Although he regained his health, he appeared as if his soul had departed, lost in a stupor. Thus, some claimed that what returned was merely a body, while the soul remained absent. Others suggested this was a case of borrowing a corpse to return the soul. Kaishun is no longer the Kaishun we once knew. Surely something malevolent resides within him. Otherwise, how could this be explained? Indeed, this child appears quite peculiar. At this juncture, the villagers wore expressions of dread, hesitating to voice their thoughts. Father, what does it mean to borrow a corpse to return the soul? Why do the villagers claim that I am dead and that I am a water ghost? Moreover, they say you are an evil person, that you practice dark arts. Grandfather reached out to stroke father's head, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, regardless of what others may say, it suffices to live your own life well. By the way, your father has arranged a marriage for you, and the young lady is quite beautiful. Chapter 2. The token of affection, though still quite young, my father was nonetheless quite invested in the notion of marrying a wife. After all, children are drawn to the excitement of such events. Whenever there was a wedding in the village, the local children would revel in joy for days on end. One day, upon hearing my grandfather mention the prospect of a bride for him, my father joyfully dashed around the courtyard, panting and returning to inquire breathlessly about the identity of this girl, where she resided, and what she looked like. My grandfather chuckled, amused by my father's enthusiasm. However, his expression soon turned grave as he placed his hands firmly on my father's shoulders and gazed at him with a stern look, slowly stating, "Son, listen carefully. The bride I am arranging for you is not quite like others." Startled by my grandfather's serious demeanor, my father was filled with confusion but dared not question further. "This bride of yours comes from a family residing in Longtan. You must not disclose this to anyone." My father nodded earnestly. "Understood. The 8th day of this month is an auspicious occasion. I shall take the betrothal gifts to Longtan to formalize your engagement. When the time comes, do as I instruct you. Do not act recklessly, understood?" "Understood, grandfather." My father, ever obedient from a young age, reassured him. My grandfather, knowing he would not misbehave, affectionately ruffled his neck and embraced him. In the blink of an eye, the lunar 8th day arrived. A slender crescent moon hung above the village, while a few crickets serenaded the night, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. At midnight, my grandfather and father set out together, each bearing a burden. The baskets at either end were filled with the betrothal gifts. As for the dowry, the father was uncertain of its contents, only sensing that the object seemed to possess a life of its own. "Lai Shun, bring over the 2 small buckets and place them beside your father's large one. When your father begins to recite the marriage contract, you shall take the ball of yarn from the small bucket, tie one end to the wooden bucket, and hold the other end in your hand as you make your way home. Remember, under no circumstances should you look back along the way. Otherwise, you might encounter something truly terrifying. Do you understand?" Off you go. The grandfather secured the yarn to the bucket, and, as the father, clutching a ball of yarn the size of a basketball, commenced his journey home, the grandfather extracted a red piece of paper inscribed with the marriage contract and began to mutter softly. The contract was entirely written in classical Chinese, incomprehensible to the father, who could only focus on moving forward with the yarn ball clutched tightly. Throughout this journey, the father was plagued by a sensation that someone was blowing upon his neck. He could hear the sound of a woman's tinkling laughter, mingled with the cries of children. Yet, gritting his teeth and holding the yarn ball firmly, he resolutely refrained from turning back. Several times, he felt the presence behind him, almost as if a hand were poised upon his shoulder. But he did not dare to look. Thus, he reached home. Strangely enough, upon arriving, the yarn ball in his hands had vanished. "Father, father, when will you return?" I am so frightened." Upon entering the house, the first thing the father did was to secure the door tightly, quickly remove his shoes, and dart to his bed, burying his head beneath the covers. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, when suddenly a gust of wind swept through, causing the door to creak open. Following that, a series of faint rustling sounds ensued. It resembled the sound of footsteps, yet it was so soft that it bore no resemblance to the grandfather's tread. Moreover, the air was permeated with a peculiar fragrance. Realizing that the visitor was neither grandfather nor father, the latter was overcome with fear, trembling under the covers. It was not until he heard the sound of the door closing again that he cautiously emerged his head from the bedding. At that moment, the room was eerily vacant. A full moon streamed through the glass tiles, casting a bright light upon the space before his bed. In front of the bed stood a small round table, upon which rested a box of red wedding candies and an exquisite sandalwood box. His heart raced with trepidation, and he hesitated to open the box. Only upon grandfather's return, who revealed that the contents were a token of love from his wife, did he muster the courage to unveil it. The instant the box was opened, a greenish, ethereal glow emanated forth. Beneath the moonlight, a jade pendant materialized before his gaze. Grandfather gently took the pendant and adorned it around his neck. "My son, heed my command." "Father, I am here." He promptly knelt before grandfather. "Listen closely. From this day forth, you are to remain at home and venture nowhere. You shall not partake in meals, Only water is permitted. If hunger strikes, simply speak to the jade pendant. My dear wife, I crave fish, and in due course, someone will deliver fish to you. All fish must be consumed raw, never cooked or boiled. Understand this. Only by following my instructions can you preserve your life. Otherwise, you shall swiftly meet your demise. Your abdomen will burst, and your innards will spill forth. Terrified, he inquired of grandfather, Father, what if I obey? If you are obedient, by the time you reach the age of 20, that young lady will appear by your side, and you two shall formally exchange vows and become husband and wife. However, what does my future wife truly look like? Will she be frightening? My grandfather retrieved a painting from his study and unfurled it before my father. As my father leaned closer, he discovered the portrait depicted an exquisitely beautiful woman clad in ancient attire, her bright eyes sparkling and her long hair cascading down her waist. Around her neck, she wore a jade pendant. Do you see her? This is the visage of your future wife. Do you wish to marry her? My father nodded in agreement. Excellent. Then let us hang her portrait in our home, offering her daily incense and devotion. From that moment onward, my father never ventured beyond the confines of our courtyard. Each day was spent chopping firewood, tidying the house, preparing meals for my grandfather, or lighting incense before the portrait and arranging offerings. At other times, he would kneel reverently before the painting, gazing dreamily at the lady depicted within, often for an entire day. This routine persisted for 13 years. In the blink of an eye, my father had matured into adulthood. Chapter 3. The third spirit and the fourth ghost. During these 13 years, my grandfather's reputation grew immensely. His services as a feng shui master attracted a constant stream of visitors, including many wealthy families from the provincial capital. One particular family, the Shuns, renowned as the wealthiest in the Southwest, sought my grandfather's expertise. It remains unclear what troubles beset their household, but they compensated my grandfather handsomely, bestowing him with a fortune that transformed our family into one of the affluent in the village. That was the last occasion my grandfather offered his feng shui services. Come now, do you remember the day 13 years ago when your father took you to Longtan to arrange your betrothal? The 8th day of this month marks the date of your grand wedding. Listen closely. Your union with Miss Shun is both a blessing and a trial. The grandfather paused. If my calculations are correct, this year our family will face a calamity. The divination suggests that life begets death and death begets life. Joy often leads to sorrow, and from despair emerges hope. Regardless of what transpires, I hope you will not harbor resentment towards me. Father seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, kneeling before grandfather with a thud. I understand. Were it not for your guidance, I would have perished 13 years ago. I will heed your every word. Good. It is well that you comprehend. From this moment forth, remember this. Your wife bears the surname Shun, and her family is of considerable standing in the Southwest. As for the betrothal in Longtan, from now on, completely forget it. By the way, this evening, your wife's family will pay a visit. You should change into a clean set of clothes. After delivering his instructions, grandfather rose to remove the door deity and open the door. He then carried it into the center of the courtyard, instructing father to fetch fresh pears from the back of the house to place upon it. Next, he scattered a significant amount of paper money around the courtyard. Before long, midnight arrived. Lai Shun, go and light these 4 incense sticks. Father looked puzzled. Why 4 sticks? As he was accustomed to lighting 3. Grandfather poked his cane in his thigh. Why do you question so much? Just do as you're told. Very well. Just as father lit the incense, grandfather called out towards the door. The auspicious hour has arrived. We humbly welcome the matriarch. Ha ha ha. In a shroud of night outside the courtyard, a sudden cackle of laughter erupted from an old woman. Long Changming, after all these years, you remain as particular as ever. Grandfather stood respectfully to the side, bowing his head and responding, is only proper. Well said. As the woman's words faded, a chilling gust of wind flung the courtyard door wide open. Father looked up to behold an elderly woman clad in a long black robe, her visage obscured by a ghostly mask, swaying unsteadily as she entered, her form emanating an elusive black mist. Come here, Shun. Grandfather cast a glance at father, who promptly approached and knelt before the old woman, clasping his hands in reverence. I am a younger generation. Long Lai Shun. It is an honor to meet you. Oh, is this the son-in-law chosen by our family? The old woman extended her withered hand, lifting Father's chin with her elongated nails. In an instant, a wave of icy dread surged towards Father. Startled, he stood frozen, scarcely daring to meet the gaze of the old woman's skeletal face. Do not fear. Allow your grandmother a good look. With that, she scrutinized him intently. I say, Long Changming, you have devoted your life to the path, yet have produced such an aberrant offspring. It is indeed a twist of fate. If I am not mistaken, your daughter-in-law is no ordinary woman either, born with a celestial constitution, yet fated for a short existence. No wonder my family's son-in-law chose him. Grandfather, perspiring from anxiety, replied politely, Grandmother, is there anything that does not meet your satisfaction? The old woman waved her hand dismissively and strode purposefully towards our family's main hall, with grandfather and father closely trailing her into the room. This is the bride price demanded by the maternal family. If you, Long Changming, are able to provide it, my son-in-law shall personally deliver it to your doorstep at midnight on the 8th day. By the way, I have already sent my subordinates to the Shun family. You merely need to receive the bride at the Dragon Pool. Upon receiving the list of bride prices, grandfather was drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling uncontrollably. The old woman inquired, Is there a problem? Grandfather set down the list, his complexion pale, and suddenly burst into laughter directed at the heavens. He never anticipated that, after a lifetime of virtuous deeds, Long Changming would find himself on such a path. Is this truly fate? The bride price you seek, I shall personally arrange. But I implore you not to make things difficult for my son in the future. The old woman reclaimed the list, and in an instant, it turned to ashes in her grasp. It is not a matter of making things difficult. With a son-in-law present, our patriarch would not dare to harm your son. However, whether the son-in-law will accept your son ultimately lies beyond our patriarch's control. How could we? 13 years ago, when your son fell into the dragon pool, you should not have allowed him to survive. Having chosen this path, you ought to have considered the consequences that awaited you. At this juncture, the old woman reached out and removed the jade pendant from her father's neck, toying with it in her hands. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from the pendant. The old woman was struck as if by lightning, casting the pendant away. She covered her face with a mask, her entire form enveloped in a shroud of black mist. Grandfather quickly picked up the pendant and whispered a few incantations, causing the light to fade. The black mist surrounding the old woman dispersed, revealing her standing angrily to one side. Unexpectedly, the protection of the master has commenced. Very well. It seems this young lad's fate is not yet sealed. Should the son-in-law choose to spare this youth's life, my esteemed lord would have no objections. The elderly woman was evidently quite frightened earlier and showed no desire to linger in our abode. Now then, I have assessed the situation. Aside from being somewhat naive and dull-witted, this young man has qualities worthy of consideration. Long Changming, you shall prepare the betrothal gifts in advance. As for the villagers, I shall ensure they remain dutifully at home that day. Once the elderly woman departed, grandfather retrieved a handkerchief, continuously wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Father, puzzled, inquired, Father, who exactly was that old woman? Is she truly from my wife's maternal side? Ah, young one, do you comprehend what it means to invoke spirits and phantoms? Father replied, stepping outside to dismantle the offering table and throwing the 4 unburned incense sticks forcefully to the ground. 4 incense sticks? She is. Father's words faltered and were swallowed back. But isn't the family of my wife residing in Longtan? How could that elderly woman possibly be a specter? Might she be a water ghost? Come, Shun, it appears your grandfather must pay a visit to your grandmother's home. You stay at home for the next few days. I shall leave a few attendants to guard you. Regardless of what transpires outside, your sole task is to remain quietly at home. Only 7 days remain. Grandfather sighed, casually producing a piece of paper, tearing it into several small figures, and casting them upon ground. As the paper figures hit the floor, they suddenly sprang to life, bouncing and dashing towards the courtyard exit. This spectacle left father in a state of astonishment. Since childhood, he had known of grandfather's profound magical prowess. However, all of this information was gleaned by my father from the customers of my grandfather. Yet this time, he witnessed firsthand the manifestation of my grandfather's magical abilities. Chapter 4. The 5 Afflictions and 3 Deficiencies. The final limit as time slipped by, the 8th day of the new year arrived. My father rose early, preparing the last feast, and rolled up the portrait. Shortly thereafter, my grandfather rode in on horseback, casually handing some white couplets to my father, stating coldly, "Put these couplets up. Tonight, we shall fetch your bride." "Father, have you made a mistake?" my father inquired, opening the couplets only to discover they were all mourning couplets meant for funerals. Indeed, life is but death, and death is but life. Father's final hour has come. It is best to hold both joyous and mournful events together. Come, shun, destiny governs life and death, and wealth is in the hands of heaven. Do not grieve. My grandfather then began to relay certain matters, instructing my father to take notes. As my father held the pen, tears fell, dotting the paper. There were many things he did not comprehend, perhaps due to his inherent simplicity. Yet, he could vaguely sense that all of this was inextricably linked to him. "Father, speak. Listen well, after midnight tonight, once your wedding is complete, Father's final hour will also arrive. When I pass, you must not weep. There will be someone delivering the coffin, and there will be 8 coffins and 8 bearers. These 8 bearers will stay in our home until Father's body begins to stiffen, at which point they will commence with the burial. During this time, many strangers will come. Some will be friends of your father from his lifetime, while others may be foes. There are even those who could threaten the very lives of you and your spouse." At this point, grandfather's gaze dimmed, yet a faint glimmer of menace flickered within it. "However, fear not. Your father has established the 5 thunder celestial array within this residence. Aside from 8 pallbearers, no one can approach the coffin, let alone incinerate your father's remains. After my passing, you may return to a normal diet, no longer needing to consume raw fish. The safety and well-being of you and your spouse will be overseen by those from your maternal grandmother's side. This is a pact made by your father with them." Your father, perplexed, inquired, "Those from my grandmother's side? Why have I never encountered them?" "It is entirely natural that you have not met them, for the time was not yet ripe. Furthermore, due to the circumstances surrounding your mother, they once harbored resentment towards your father. However, the situation has changed. You are, after all, of their bloodline, and moreover, you are soon to marry and start a family." Grandfather, with a resigned smile, lifted a large bowl of wine and drank deeply. "It has already been 20 years since your mother departed. Your aunts and uncles should be making their appearances soon. Listen closely. One is surnamed Liu, named Luda, whom you shall address as uncle. Another bears the surname Bai. You may refer to her as grandmother. There are also 2 young women of your generation, one named Hu Chui Chui and the other Huang Dai Yi. You may call them sisters. Lastly, there is a gentleman with the surname Hui, a teacher, whom you should address as Mr. Hui. These 5 will take turns watching over you. With their presence, there is no need to fear any malevolent spirits. Simply call out, and they shall assist you in driving them away. Additionally, concerning your wife." At this juncture, grandfather furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "In truth, she is not just 1, but 2. "What?" Father suddenly sprang to his feet in astonishment. Grandfather slowly remarked, "Look at your demeanor. Is it not quite normal for a man to have multiple wives? However, if word would get out and someone reported it to the county, it could lead to imprisonment. Your father is aware of this. Thus, this matter must remain a secret known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. These 2 young ladies are quite extraordinary. One resides within a jade pendant, which you need only wear around your neck throughout the year, and her surname is long. The other, whose surname is Shun, is a sleeping beauty, said to have been in slumber for 3 years. Your task is to vigilantly protect her, assist her with changing and bathing, and you must engage in intimacy with her 7 times each month." As he spoke, grandfather retrieved a calendar from his bag and handed it to father. Upon opening it, father noticed that grandfather had marked the dates in red pen. "You foolish boy, your mother is so astute, yet I never imagined you could be so dim-witted. Alas, even in such matters, I must guide you. There is no son in the world more foolish than you. At this point, grandfather felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet his gaze softened, filled with affection as he looked at his son. Very well, follow the annotations on this calendar, and it will not take long for Miss Shun to conceive. But, father interjected, if Miss Shun truly remains in eternal slumber, how can I possibly take advantage of her? You rascal. The grandfather contemplated for a moment before elucidating. Miss Shun possesses a unique constitution that necessitates your vital energy. Only by conceiving a child can she awaken. Do you understand? Otherwise, within half a year, this girl will surely perish. Now, do you comprehend why the Shun family, despite their wealth, is willing to marry their daughter to you? An imbecile? The Shun family is left with no other choice. Having conveyed this, the grandfather proceeded to take a bath and donned his funeral attire early. As he prepared to recline upon the bed, his father suddenly burst into the room, kneeling before him, gripping the bed, and weeping uncontrollably. This marked the first time in many years that the grandfather witnessed his son weep with such profound sorrow. In the grandfather's eyes, his father had always been rather dim-witted and dull. At the age of 2, he could not even shoo away a fly that landed upon his face. As he grew, he adhered to his father's arrangements, often displaying a stoic demeanor. Yet now, it seemed as though a lifetime of emotions had been unleashed in that singular moment. Father? Why? Father, why is it that others await you to live to 70 or 80 years, yet you haven't even reached 50? Why? Father, is it my fault? Did I cause this? I am so sorry. The grandfather leaned forward, gently touching his father's forehead, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Son, do not grieve too deeply. This is the will of heaven. One cannot defy destiny. His father shook his head vehemently. No, I care not for destiny. I only want you. Father, foolish child, this bears little relation to you. Father is a practitioner of the Tao, and, as such, it is inevitable that he employs mystical arts to defy the heavens. His very existence has already disrupted the balance of the 3 realms, so it is only natural that he suffers the backlash of the heavenly principles. Seeing his father weep like a child, grandfather felt compelled to elucidate further. Shun, have you ever heard of the 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks? The 5 deficiencies and 3 lacks refer to the inescapable consequences we practitioners of the Tao must face, namely widowhood, orphanhood, solitude, disability, and the blessings of fortune, prosperity, and longevity. Among these, the word longevity pertains to life itself. Now, you finally understand why your father is reluctant to allow you to pursue the Tao, do you not? In all things, where there is benefit, there must also be harm. Is there truly such a thing as perfection? Upon hearing grandfather's words, the guilt within father lessened, and his sobs gradually subsided. Indeed, this makes sense. Tonight, he is to enter the bridal chamber. And how can he present himself to his bride's family in such a state, with a bruised and battered visage? It is truly disheartening. However, there is no alternative. Come, Shun, your father is departing. This evening, a man by the surname Bai will arrive. He is the son of Granny Bai, and you may refer to him as Uncle. He shall officiate your wedding. With that, he quietly laid down on the bed, covering his chest with a blanket, and closed his eyes. Chapter 5. The White Crane's Bow. Following grandfather's instructions, father placed grandmother's belongings beside him and lit 7-star lamps beneath the bed. From morning until afternoon, father replenished the lamp oil twice. As dusk approached, 2 white cranes suddenly descended into the courtyard. The cranes strolled leisurely in the yard, as if searching for food. The father, reluctant to disturb, remained seated within the room, his eyes wide open as he observed the 2 cranes entering sequentially. They circled the hall before making their way directly to the foot of grandfather's bed. What followed was an astonishing sight. The 2 white cranes knelt before the bed, bowing their heads 3 times in succession before turning to depart. At the very moment they soared out of the courtyard, a resounding crack echoed through the air, reminiscent of a beam splintering. The father turned to investigate, only to find that the flames of the 7 oil lamps had transformed into a ghostly green, flickering as though they were on the brink of extinguishment. He hurriedly grabbed the oil to replenish the lamps, but as he approached the bed, the canister slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground. Grandfather. The father trembled, slowly edging closer to the bed where his grandfather lay. At that moment, he noticed the elder's pallid complexion, with dew-like beads glistening on his beard. A touch revealed the frailness of his breath. Grandfather. The father knelt in despair. Just then, he suddenly became aware of another presence beside him, a dignified gentleman, appearing to be in his 30s, sporting a few wisps of mustache. Clad in a black zhongshan suit with a white cloak draped over his shoulders, he seemed to have journeyed from afar, yet his polished shoes were immaculate. "Do not weep. Your father is not dead," the man stated with a stoic expression. The father rubbed his eyes in disbelief and inquired, "Who might you be, sir?" "Sir?" The man scoffed. "Did your father not inform you that my surname is Bai? So you are my uncle." The father quickly rose and bowed in respect. The one surnamed Bai maintained an expression of icy indifference as he turned and strode toward the door. "Do not call me uncle. I have no nephew like you. From now on, address me as young Master Bai." "Why young Master Bai?" His father hurriedly followed him into the courtyard, carrying a teapot, and placed the freshly washed teacups upon the grinding stone, pouring tea for young Master Bai. "Young Master Bai, is my father really not dead?" The father timidly inquired. "Two of his 3 souls have departed. Only when your child is born and his lingering attachment is resolved will your father truly depart." "My child?" "Indeed, my boy. You must exert yourself tonight on your wedding night. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me." At this juncture, young Master Bai lifted his teacup and took a sip, chuckling to himself. "You are fortunate, lad. Originally a corpse, yet unexpectedly revived. To be alive in such an era. One can even take 2 wives. My boy, do you know why this is so?" Young Master Bai turned to scrutinize his father. The father pondered for a moment and replied, "Because my father possesses magical abilities." Young Master Bai wore a look of exasperation. "Incorrect. While it is true your father wields magic, he alone could not have influenced your revival. You must express gratitude toward your mother." "Your mother?" Young Master Bai glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before continuing. "Your mother hails from one of the 5 great families." "The 5 great families?" "Indeed. Have you heard of the Fox, Yellow, Bailu, and Gray families? Speaking of your mother, she is the cherished jewel of our 5 great families. Though she hails from the Fox clan, she is cherished by our 4 great families, regarded as a daughter by all. Alas, such a splendid woman has been deceived by your father, that human who possesses a modicum of sorcery. How lamentable! It is all a matter of fate." My father scrutinized young Master Bai, and the more he looked, the more familiar he appeared, especially with those few whiskers of his. "Fox Wong Bai Lu. And Hui. Could this not be the 5 Great Immortals? You say my mother is a fox spirit? Silly boy." Young Master Bai cast another glance at my father and could not help but shake his head in disappointment. Not only young Master Bai, but even my father himself found it hard to believe. How could he, so foolish and devoid of any magical prowess, be the son of a fox spirit? It seemed impossible. "Stop dawdling. While there is still time, go fetch a clay pot so we may prepare some sustenance." With that, young Master Bai produced a shimmering pouch, giving it a shake. From the small bag, a myriad of items tumbled forth, as if conjured by magic. Among them was a millennium-old racier mushroom. "Silly boy, do you not find its aroma delightful? And this ginseng at least 5 centuries old, if not a full millennium. You are quite fortunate, for on my last birthday, Grandmother Bai would not allow me to partake of it. Now she bestows it upon you, a foolish lad. What a waste! This deer antler is splendid, and this deer tail, so grand, can only be possessed by the king of deer. Grandmother, oh how biased you are! And this, such a sumptuous bear paw. Ah. As he observed the ever-increasing number of treasures, young Master Bai, in a fit of fury, paced the courtyard thrice. "Boy, hurry and prepare the stew. You shall feast on the meat, while I shall savor the broth. I shall not allow you to benefit at my expense." His father appeared utterly bewildered. "This, young Master Bai, why must you insist that I consume so many tonics?" Young Master Bai retorted with indignation, "Because tonight you are to enter the bridal chamber, and I have already gathered information regarding your bride. It is said that she possesses extraordinary prowess. If you do not fortify yourself, I fear you may be utterly drained by her. Moreover, the stance of the 5 great families is now abundantly clear. since you have been rendered incapable. We can no longer place our hopes upon you. Thus we must invest our expectations in the next generation. The next generation? Replied his father. Indeed. Do you recall that when you were born, the 5 great families convened, and the Gray family, skilled in divination, cast your fortune? The outcome was decidedly dire. Alas! At that moment, even Mr. Gray was left dumbfounded, fearing his own spiritual powers had waned. How amusing it is that the son of a revered fox spirit turned out to be a failure, a naturally endowed Tao body, yet devoid of spiritual roots. Not only were you unable to cultivate, but you were akin to a living corpse. This revelation incensed the Fox family to no end, vowing to sever all ties with your father. However, just 7 days ago, your father unexpectedly approached the 5 great families, beseeching the Gray family to cast your fortune anew. And what was the result? His father inquired. The outcome left all 5 great families utterly astounded. The divination reveals that, despite your foolishness, you possess a son who not only embodies a natural affinity for the Tao, but also boasts a pair of celestial eyes capable of perceiving the cosmos and discerning spirits. Thus, the 5 esteemed families have united to safeguard you, pooling together a wealth of precious medicinal herbs, hoping you nurture your health to bring forth your son promptly, allowing us to witness his magnificence. Your child is a true dragon among men. Even I, your uncle, am filled with anticipation. Foolish boy, hasten to prepare the broth. Chapter 6. Marrying a corpse father, having consumed raw fish for years, had long grown weary of its taste. Suddenly, with a pot of bear paw simmering and an abundance of gourmet ingredients added, the aroma wafting from the pot was irresistible, drawing him in even before the meat was fully cooked. Upon serving, he devoured 3 large bowls in quick succession. After consuming the bear paw, enhanced by the essence of a millennium-old Ganoderma and a 500-year-old ginseng, Father's complexion flushed with vigor, transforming his previously frail appearance into one of vitality and excitement. Well done, my boy. Tonight, your performance will be scrutinized. Young Master Bai patted his father's shoulder and poured him a generous bowl of wine. Uncle Bai, I truly cannot drink anymore. What do you mean you can't drink? Is this but a trifling amount? You must imbibe more. Otherwise, I fear you may be rendered weak in the presence of that woman. To be frank, she may not even be of this world. Uncle, what are you implying? Nothing of consequence. Just drink up. The young Master Bai was evidently a seasoned veteran. Under his persuasive words, Father inadvertently drank too much. As midnight approached, Father, in a state of deep slumber, was roused by the young Master Bai. Groggily stepping outside, he was met with a sight that startled him. A group of women clad in white mourning attire stood solemnly in the courtyard, their faces obscured by white veils, rendering them unrecognizable. Please summon the groom to the sedan chair. Young Master Bai, brandishing an object resembling a whisk, akin to a palace eunuch, elongated his voice and called out. No sooner had his words echoed than a woman lifted the sedan curtain, urging Father to ascend. Upon closer inspection, Father found the sedan peculiar. It didn't conform to the customary red hue associated with weddings. Instead, it was black and appeared almost ethereal, as if fashioned from paper. Uncle, is this suitable for someone to sit in? Father, unsteadily approaching the sedan, reached out to touch the curtain, confirming it was indeed made of paper. You fool. If I tell you to get on, just do it. Why all this nonsense? Faced with the young master's irate expression, Father reluctantly climbed aboard. Strangely, once inside, he felt an unexpected stability. Even more astonishingly, the contraption began to float, gliding effortlessly through the air. Peering outside, Father was horrified to discover that the sedan was being carried by 4 women in white, soaring forward. Terrified, he withdrew his head, too fearful to look out again. Time seemed to stretch as they flew, until at last, the sedan came to a gentle halt by the dragon pool. However, when Father stepped out of the sedan chair, he realized that the dragon pool was not located within the village. Raising his gaze, he found himself surrounded by towering mountains, desolate and devoid of human presence. Not a single light flickering in sight. Uncle, where are we? Father inquired. Young Master Bai approached, casting a disdainful glance, and suddenly smacked the back of Father's head. How many times must I tell you not to call me uncle? Am I that old? Be by young master. That is more like it. Young master by produced a mirror, surveying himself with an air of narcissism. By young master, have we taken a wrong turn? Father asked anxiously. Young master by replied nonchalantly. No, the waters here connect with your village's dragon pool. To avoid disturbing the villagers, your father asked me to meet here for the marriage. It's all the same. Is it truly the same? Father felt an unsettling strangeness about these people, yet he possessed no means to assert himself. Thus, under young Master Bai's arrangements, they waited by the dragon pool for over half an hour until, in the distance, they spotted 2 rows of white figures gliding towards them. Just as the crowd was nearing the dragon pool, a series of lanterns suddenly soared through the air. The lanterns burned with green flames, prominently inscribed with the character for offering. Following closely was a procession of carriages, similarly surrounded by dozens of women clad in white. And the distant sounds of a man and woman weeping could be heard. Madam, take care. Today is the young lady's joyous occasion. Do not be too sorrowful. Sir, we are approaching the dragon pool. Whoa, stop the carriage. The horse-drawn carriage swiftly came to a halt by the dragon pool. A middle-aged couple, supported by 2 young maidens, descended from the vehicle. Beneath the veil of night, the emerald waters of the dragon pool shimmered invitingly. The father stood foolishly by the edge of the pool. At that moment, young Master Bai approached, holding a scroll in his hand. Is this the son of the Long family? The middle-aged man circled around the father, who looked up to see a man adorned in splendid attire, slightly portly, exuding an air of affluence. Lao Shun, this is your father-in-law, and that is your mother-in-law. Young Master Bai introduced. The father hastily knelt before the couple. I, Long Lao Shun, pay my respects to my esteemed father-in-law and mother-in-law. Please accept my bow. The couple regarded the father for a long moment before the middle-aged man sighed. This lad seems to be a good one, albeit a bit dull, unlike your clever father. May I inquire, what magical arts do you possess? Show me a glimpse of your abilities. The father lowered his head in embarrassment. Esteemed father-in-law, I'm not versed in the art of feng shui. Oh, a valorous family should not have a worthless son. Your father is the feng shui king of the Southwest. Are you certain you possess no skills? Young Master Bai quickly intervened, chuckling, this lad is naturally simple-minded. He has not even ventured beyond the village. His father fears he might lose his way. But can he truly bring my precious daughter back to life? Young Master Bai laughed. What? Does Boss Shin not trust even our 5 great sages? If you wish, I can demonstrate a couple tricks for you. With that, he unfurled the scroll, and several maidens clad in white emerged from within. The young girl descended, only to transform into a hedgehog in an instant. A cluster of fluffy little hedgehogs scurried around Mr. Shun and his wife, chattering incessantly. Oh dear, please stop. Halt. Indeed, it was the esteemed White Immortal. With the 5 Great Immortals personally acting as matchmakers, the Shun family had little cause for concern. We entrust our daughter to your care. Given the distance and the rugged terrain, whenever she awakens, we would appreciate it if the White Immortal could notify us. I shall serve you dutifully. With that, the group parted, creating a path as a procession of individuals approached, bearing a coffin. Upon seeing the large red coffin atop the cart, Mr. Shin's father nearly fainted. This is supposed to be a wedding. What is the meaning of this? Stand firm, you fool. Is this all you amount to? Mr. Shun, unless there are further matters to discuss, you may return. And what are the betrothal gifts? The gifts are here. Young Master Bai unfurled a scroll and began to recite the characters inscribed upon it. Suddenly, the tranquil waters of the dragon pool erupted with a cacophony of splashing sounds. Someone shone a flashlight onto the undulating surface, and to their astonishment, a multitude of round objects began to bubble up from the depths. Before long, a gruesome sight presented itself to the onlookers. Severed heads. Severed heads. Mrs. Shun fainted on the spot. Chapter 7. 36 Severed Heads. What? What is this? Mr. Shun stumbled backward in terror. Young Master Bai swiftly blocked his retreat with the scroll. At that moment, figures emerged from the shadows of the night. An elderly woman with flowing white hair and a diminutive, somewhat lecherous old man clad in a gray long robe. 2 exquisite young maidens, frolicking and laughing, followed each other closely. Good morning, Uncle Bai. Upon approaching, the two young ladies linked their arms around young Master Bai. "It has been quite a while, Uncle Bai, and you still look so handsome, you mischievous little sprites." A man clad in a gray long gown coughed gently, reminding the girls to settle down. Boss Shun, observing the scene, felt a twinge of fear and inquired of young Master Bai, "Who are these individuals?" Young Master Bai introduced them. "This is Grandmother Bai, and that is Mr. Gray alongside the younger generations from the Hu and Huang families. With all 5 of our esteemed immortals gathered, you can rest assured now, Boss Shun, can't you?" "Hee hee. Young Bai, why do you have so many heads in the pool? Is the Dragon King developing a taste for this?" Young Master Bai replied, "This is what the gentleman from the mountains requires. His daughter's soul is sealed within this cold pool, and only 36 heads can break the seal. Fear not, Boss Shun. Long Changming has already lent the lives of these 36 young ladies to your daughter. As long as she conceives this young man's child, she shall be revived. So, it is as such." Boss Shun's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his brow, and he dared not gaze any longer at the heads within the dragon pool. "If that is the case, then, I must express my gratitude to you all. I entrust my daughter to the 5 esteemed immortals. I feel at ease now. I shall take my leave. Thank you all. Very well. Young ones, see Boss Shun off." With a wave of his hand, young Master Bai summoned several maidens from the crowd, who assisted Boss Shun and Madame Shun into the carriage. As the carriage departed, the 5 sages gathered by the dragon pool, gazing at the shimmering surface of the water. At this moment, the 36 heads had already sunk, vanishing without a trace. Alas, the dragon's long cry, committed such an egregious sin merely to sustain its own lineage, is truly hard to believe. The young lady from the Shun family possesses an admirable appearance, and her fate aligns well with this young man. It remains to be seen whether the old ghost's son-in-law is content. Grandma Bai remarked, calculating with her fingers. The hour was nearly upon them, yet there was still no sign of movement from the dragon pool. Should we not send someone down to investigate? The youngsters are not adept swimmers. Oh, that Luda, always sluggish during meetings, has yet to arrive. Who knows when he will show up? This is unacceptable. Grandma Bai fumed, stomping her cane in frustration. At that moment, the water's surface suddenly shook violently, and a column of water surged into the sky. Amidst the tumultuous waves, a large emerald serpent descended from above, landing gracefully before the assembly. Upon touching the ground, the serpent immediately spoke human words, jesting. "The younger generation has been awaiting you for quite some time. Ah, Luda, what antics are you up to this time? Pray tell, what did the esteemed one in the dragon pool say? When shall we retrieve the individual? The young lady from the Shin family ought not to wait too long." The serpent turned, transforming into a robust man, hands clasped behind his back, approaching the coffin. Indeed, the young lady from the Shun family is truly beautiful. The esteemed one inside mentioned that with the endorsement of our 5 families, they would feel secure in trusting their daughter to us. Moreover, regarding those 36 heads, the esteemed one is not particularly fond of them. What shall we do about that? Luda stroked his chin and remarked, "In any case, the bride price is requested by that gentleman from the mountains. We shall simply return it. A splendid idea. That lad from the Long family. What is he dawdling for? Prepare for the wedding. You youngsters, let the gongs and drums resound. Let the Swana instruments play." In an instant, the vicinity of Longtan became a lively spectacle. Countless lanterns floated in the air, while an array of hedgehogs, mice, weasels, and foxes emerged from the mountains and the earth, encircling Longtan in a jubilant dance. Luda's father, still somewhat intoxicated, gazed at the scene before him, feeling as though he were in a dream. Moments later, the waters of Longtan parted of their own accord, and 2 mermaid-like women emerged from the depths, cradling a shimmering water orb in their hands. Within the orb lay a serene little azure dragon. Thus, this was the visage of the Dragon Clan, the appearance of the Dragon Clan. The 5 Great Immortals were momentarily rendered speechless. Though they held the esteemed title of the 5 Great Immortals, opportunities to interact with the Dragon Clan were rare. It was said that those who had once engaged directly with the Dragon Clan had long since retreated from the world, no longer involving themselves in the affairs of the 3 realms. Even Granny Bai had merely heard the echoes of the dragon's roar. Truly, They were the ancestors, the appearance, the cultivation. How many years must the 5 great immortals toil to attain such heights? Everyone quickly kneel. The 5 great immortals simultaneously knelt before the 2 mermaid maidens. We have beheld our ancestors. We humbly welcome our ancestors. At that moment, a man's voice resonated from within the long tan. You 5 may rise. Regarding the marriage of my daughter, I thank you all for your efforts. It is with great regret that I am unable to attend my daughter's wedding. I must trouble the 5 great immortals with this matter. When my daughter comes of age, on the day the 5 of you escort her back to our residence, I shall bestow upon you generous rewards. Thank you, great Dragon King. Thank you. Now, you may depart. As soon as the words left his lips, the 2 mermaids presented the water orb containing the little azure dragon to Grandma Bai. With trembling hands, she cradled the orb, brimming with excitement, and inquired cautiously, "Where is the jade pendant?" "Where is it?" "The jade pendant is here." "Excellent. Quickly, use this piece of Shantian jade to encapsulate the dragon maiden's essence." Young Master Bai removed the jade pendant from his father's neck. As Grandma Bai approached with the water orb, the moment the orb made contact with the pendant, a radiant golden light erupted. A small azure dragon soared into the air, joyfully spiraling and dancing before diving into the pendant. Lift the palanquin. The 2 mermaids flew into the dragon pool, which once again fell into tranquility. The bridal procession floated along, trailed by countless small creatures. The father relinquished his seat in the palanquin to the jade pendant, opting instead to ride his horse beside it. Looking down, he noticed an array of small animals transforming into human forms, lifting the palanquin and racing alongside the steeds. As they galloped, the father sensed that the dragon steed bestowed upon him by his grandfather had also taken flight. After several hours of arduous travel, this unique bridal procession finally returned to Dragonpool Village. Children, you may all return now. Your efforts during this time have been greatly appreciated. Should any sign of disturbance arise, report immediately to the 5 of us, until the birth of the little grandson of the Long family. Yes, at once. A multitude of small creatures dispersed. Young Master Bai instructed his men to carry the coffin into the house, placing it directly in his father's bedroom. Additionally, he requested the jade pendant to be brought forth and placed before the ancestral tablet. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the esteemed elders. The couple bows to each other. The rites are complete. After paying homage to the heavens, young Master Bai returned the jade pendant to his father, assisting him in fastening it around his neck, then wearing a sly smile. Foolish boy, your wife has already been brought to you. Whether you can bear a chubby little one depends on you. Chapter 8. Absorbing yang energy. Fetal movement. Everyone exited the room. His father held the calendar left by his grandfather, furrowing his brow as he flipped through its pages. Wedding night once. The time, before 5 in the morning. As he turned further, his father was rendered speechless. His grandfather, concerned that he might not comprehend matters of love, had meticulously illustrated a detailed guide within the calendar. Upon reviewing the guide, his father felt an unusual restlessness, unable to restrain himself from glancing at the coffin nearby. Before the grand red coffin, 2 white candles flickered. On one side lay his grandfather, motionless on the bed, while on the other rested the beautiful woman in the coffin. His father felt profoundly conflicted. At that moment, he pondered, is this truly my wedding night? Others celebrate with such gaiety, whilst mine feels akin to a funeral. Just as his father wrestled with his indecision, his grandfather's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Lai Shun, are you not going to consummate your marriage? What are you waiting for? For Miss Shun to turn into a puddle of blood? Lai Shun, there are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, and having no descendants is the gravest. Have you forgotten what I told you? Quickly, let grandfather hold the grandchild. Hold the grandchild. A chorus of voices echoed in the father's mind. He hurriedly rushed to his grandfather's bedside, yet the ailing elder remained cold and unresponsive, showing no signs of awakening. Could it be that I misheard? Grandfather! Grandfather! Was it you who spoke to me just now? Grandfather! The father grasped his grandfather's hand, tears welling up, but as he recalled his grandfather's words of encouragement, he stifled them back. I shall not weep. I will not cry. Grandfather, I will surely make you proud. Today is my momentous day. My joyous day. The father, akin to a man intoxicated, staggered towards the grand red coffin. At that moment, the lid lay open, revealing a stunning maiden clad in exquisite silks and satins before him. Her lips were a vibrant red, her teeth pearly white, and her complexion was as flawless and delicate as jade, devoid of any blemish. Her long hair cascaded down her waist, and her slender waist was accentuated by a ribbon tied in a bow. Her neck was graceful, adorned with exquisite jade leaf earrings that danced with elegance. She appeared to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Unable to restrain himself, the father extended his hand, gently reaching towards her face. The moment his fingers made contact with her skin, he was startled. Indeed, the beauty in the coffin was cold to the touch, yet her skin felt alive, possessing a remarkable elasticity. What is happening? Is she alive or deceased? Standing beside the coffin, the father's heart raced, pounding in his chest as if it were about to leap into his throat. If this is a living person, why is their body so cold? If this is a deceased individual, why does their body exude such a fragrant aroma? And why are the muscles still so supple? Indeed, it seems my father has had a revelation, hastily making his way into the house. Shortly after, he emerged with a bottle of medicinal wine, a legacy from my grandfather, reputed to nourish the een and bolster the kidneys. My grandfather had anticipated that my father might be hesitant to consummate his marriage. Thus he bequeathed this bottle to him. It is true that alcohol can embolden the timid. After my father consumed a significant portion of the medicinal wine, he transformed entirely. His face flushed crimson, the scent of alcohol enveloping him. He staggered to the coffin and tumbled headlong into it. Then, he began to loosen the clothing of the enchanting woman within the coffin. Bang! A thunderclap reverberated through the heavens. The once serene starry sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Bolts of lightning descended, encircling our courtyard in a cacophony, startling the 5 celestial beings into a motionless tableau outside my father's window. Yet, the commotion inside the house was far from subdued. This foolish lad. I had thought he would falter. To my astonishment, he was quite audacious. Youth is indeed a virtue. It appears that the lineage of the Long family will endure. The thunder gods were surely enticed. Had it not been for the 5 thunder formation, who knows how many malevolent spirits would have breached our sanctuary. This is, without a doubt, a momentous event in our southwestern region, a rarity in centuries. The 5 celestial beings stood shoulder to shoulder beneath the eaves, conversing. Outside, the tempest raged, swiftly enveloping the entire Long family estate in a veil of mist and rain. All the villagers were utterly terrified by the sudden downpour and lightning, shivering beneath their blankets. The heavy rain continued until dawn. When the sun finally emerged, the children of the village rushed to the dragon pool to catch fish. What a bounty! Come quickly. Is this a gift from the Dragon King? So many fish. The old man has never seen such a sight in his lifetime. I've caught one. I've caught one. A young man, clad only in shorts, ran several laps around Dragon Pool Village, cradling a 50-pound fish. On that day, with the exception of the father who could not venture out, nearly every villager made their way to the Dragon Pool, returning home with an abundance of fish, some weighing as little as 3 pounds, while others reached as heavy as 80. It was enough to sustain the village for half a year. Do you know what transpired at the Long family last night? What happened? It is said that Long Changming suddenly fell gravely ill, breathing only shallowly, his body cold and lifeless, resembling a corpse. You should have seen the atmosphere in that courtyard. It was eerily strange. How strange? There was a large red coffin placed in a room, with white mourning banners adorning the doorframe. Furthermore, it is rumored that a young woman lies within the coffin. She is the daughter-in-law brought from the Shun family in the southwest before Long Changming fell ill. Yet, this daughter-in-law, in perfect health, lies not in bed but in a coffin. Are you suggesting that Long Changming desired a ghost marriage, seeking a companion for his burial? However, La Shun insists she is his wife. His wife? Indeed, he stated that his wife was ill, confined to her coffin, unable to emerge. Alas, it seems that the Long family's manor is no longer a place I can visit. The Long family, with their peculiar beliefs, may well bring misfortune upon themselves. I suspect this is some form of sorcery, akin to the time he resurrected his son. The matter of my father marrying a deceased woman has become the talk of the entire Longtan village, rendering the Long Manor a taboo for the villagers. Anyone needing to pass by must take a detour. Since the night of their wedding, my father, having tasted the sweetness of marital bliss, has diligently adhered to the yellow calendar left by my grandfather. These days have swiftly passed, now 9 months in total. My father has grown increasingly haggard, as if the tonics he consumes can no longer satisfy his needs. Interestingly, within the coffin, Miss Shun's abdomen has noticeably swollen, suggesting she is with child. I maintain that Miss Shun is indeed alive. If she were truly dead, how could she bear child? My father, blissfully reclining in the coffin, rests his head against Miss Shun's belly. Suddenly, a kick lands upon his face. This kick, astonishingly, is delivered by the child within her womb. Chapter 9. The demonic fetus murders. My father is overjoyed, experiencing so vividly the birth of a new life, a happiness that eludes description. I am about to become a father. I am about to become a father. My dear wife, when you awaken, what would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you immediately. My dear wife, my culinary skills are quite remarkable, though I, Long Lai Shun, may be lacking in many areas. I excel particularly in the art of cooking. In the tranquility of home, it is I who prepares the meals for my father, who often praises my culinary skills, suggesting I could work as a chef in a grand hotel. My beloved, with tears glistening in his eyes, my father gently caresses Miss Shun's prominent abdomen while whispering tenderly in her ear. Suddenly, a voice wafts into his consciousness. Darling, I am hungry. Wife, is that truly you? His heart swells with a mix of joy and disbelief. Yet, Miss Shun lies still within the coffin, her silence juxtaposed against the vividness of the voice that seems to echo in his ears. Darling, the child requires nourishment. You must find a way to bring a few people here. Wife, what people? The child needs sustenance. Why must you summon others? You do not understand. If you do not wish for our son to perish within me, you must heed my words. It matters not who they are, but it is preferable that they be of the most nefarious kind, for our son has a particular affinity for them. The most nefarious kind? Indeed, recently, there have been several strangers lurking around our home, one of whom is Lu Er. Lu Er, what does he intend to do? In a fit of rage, my father leaps to his feet. Lu Er is notorious in our village, a ruffian emboldened by his large family, ruling with an iron fist. Even as a child of 7 or 8, he would dig a hole in any neighbor's garden where a large pumpkin grew, leaving behind his excrement. As he matured, his lawlessness only intensified. 13 summers ago, when a film was being screened in the neighboring village, villagers for miles around flocked to watch. Lu Er, in cahoots with Zhang Xiaohu and the others from the village, concealed themselves amidst the cornfields. One of the young girls fell behind and was captured by them. When the forensic expert arrived, it was then revealed. This section is condensed to 300 words. In any case, it was utterly brutal. As a result of this incident, Zhang Xiaohu was sentenced to death, while Lu Er endured 13 years in prison. Recently released, this fellow has set his sights on his mother. Our Dragon Pool village is quite small, housing merely around 100 families. Whenever something occurs in anyone's household, it doesn't take long for the entire village to be in the know. Even though the Five Immortals maintained a commendably discreet operation, half a year later, the village learned that my father had married a beautiful wife. Consequently, the entire village buzzed with excitement. What? That simpleton Long Lai Shun married a breathtakingly beautiful wife? Lu Er's eyes instantly sparkled. Beside him, Qian Daniyu remarked, I hear she is indeed stunning, but she sleeps all day long. So what are we waiting for? Let us head over there. Lu Er exclaimed. Brother, do you think we're as foolish as you? It was said that the woman slept in a grand red coffin, resembling a corpse. Just the thought of it sends chills down one's spine. What are you afraid of, you coward? Lu Er chuckled, stroking his chin. Thus, Lu Er began to scout around her courtyard. Darling, tomorrow the Five Immortals will return to the mountains for a meeting, leaving a few youngsters to protect you. When Lu Er and his gang arrive, you can light 4 incense sticks in the courtyard while calling my name. At that moment, I will devise a way to distract those young ones and lure Lu Er inside. My love, what exactly are you planning? You need not ask. Once again, I reiterate, if you wish to prevent your son from perishing in the womb, heed my counsel. Very well. The father, feeling an unsettling premonition, was so consumed by his love for his son that he could not afford to dwell on his apprehensions any longer. Thus, that very evening, during the fleeting moments of sunset, he lit incense in the courtyard, and as the ashes fell, a woman's name emerged from the remnants. Xin Yuan? Is this the name of my wife? Xin Yuan, Xin Yuan, Xin Yuan. The father repeated the name thrice. Suddenly, a ghostly light flickered, and an eerie wind swept through the house, causing the father's head to ring, plunging him into oblivion. Malevolent. A group of hedgehogs and weasels circled the courtyard wall, as if ensnared in a phantom maze. Even when a few individuals approached along the path, they remained oblivious to their presence. Ah, is that not Lai Shun? Lu Er, nonchalantly, with his hands stuffed into his pockets and a cigar dangling from his lips, was accompanied by two ruffians, Qian Dainiu and Zhao Si, both notorious for their lecherous tendencies. Lai Shun, what brings you here? I am Lu Er. Have you forgotten your second brother? Fear not, I shall not harm you. I heard you have taken a wife. Is that true? The father appeared visibly anxious, nodding in response. Why not summon your bride, so we may have the pleasure of meeting her? The father vigorously shook his head. You rascal, have you lost your voice? Oh, now I recall. Your wife is in a vegetative state, is she not? Very well, let us proceed inside to take a look. Owo, 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 the father called out thrice. Gesturing with his hand, Lu Er immediately understood the situation. Money? Very well. Dainiu, hand him 5 yuan. Once the money was given, matters could proceed smoothly. Lu Er, having recently faced setbacks, was reluctant to incite trouble, so he allowed Dainiu to take out 5 yuan and pass it to his father. Upon receiving the money, his father feigned great joy, running a few laps around the field in front of the yard, acting like a fool. Let us go, brothers. Let us see what that girl looks like. Subsequently, a few of them stealthily entered our home, swiftly arriving before the grand red coffin. Inside the coffin, his mother remained as beautiful as a celestial being, radiant and enchanting, though her noticeably protruding abdomen was quite apparent. Oh dear, second brother, we're too late. She's already pregnant. What shall we do? Dainiu inquired. Lu Er slapped him. You know nothing. You two stand guard outside. No one is allowed in without my summons. Understood. Second brother, hurry. After speaking, Lu Er shut the bedroom door and hastily leaped into the coffin. What followed was a muffled thud. Lu Er's eyes widened in horror, for the woman before him was giggling at him. I can't move. What is happening? Lu Er was engulfed in terror, feeling his strength rapidly dissipating. His skin was visibly withering at an alarming rate. Minutes later, his body flew out of the coffin. Second brother, Dainiu and Zhao Si rushed over to examine him, only to find Lu Er completely blackened, his lips a deep shade of purple, and his face sunken. He had already transformed into a desiccated corpse. As I glanced back at the grand red coffin, a swirling mist of blood emerged. A ghost. There's a ghost. The two of them bolted in fear. Lecherous scoundrels. What do you think you're running? The two individuals looked up to find their father standing in the yard, wielding a wood-splitting axe. Chapter 10. Consuming one's own offspring. Even more bizarrely, his eyes glowed an eerie green, and a woman's voice emanated from his mouth. Lustful wretch, your life shall be forfeit. He cackled, dragging the over a meter-long axe along the ground, producing a cacophony of jarring metallic clangs. Qian Dainiu and Zhao Si had never encountered such a spectacle and recoiled in fear. At that moment, several tendrils of crimson mist erupted from the coffin, dispersing in the air like serpents, coiling around the two men. They instantaneously lost the strength to resist, helplessly watching as their father approached. Such a robust young man. A bountiful feast. The blood mist suddenly retracted, lifting Qian Dainiu and Zhao Si off the ground and pulling them back into the coffin. Before long, two desiccated corpses emerged, landing before their father. Simultaneously, a ghostly figure detached from him and settled within the coffin. Their father abruptly lost consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, it was already the latter half of the night. The full moon hung overhead, and a gentle breeze stirred. However, the 5 celestial beings had yet to return, and 3 corpses lay on the ground. Lu Er, Zhao Si, and Qiandaniu, now blackened and resembling withered stumps. Husband, incinerate them. Quickly burn them. The voice of Miss Shun echoed from within the coffin, tinged with anguish. Without a moment's hesitation, their father discarded the axe and rushed toward the coffin, which was drenched in blood. Miss Shun's body was drenched in blood, her abdomen completely sunken as she cradled a small infant in her hands. Moreover, the infant's head had been partially bitten off, its brain matter hollowed out. Darling, such a delectable little baby, tender and fair, would you care for a bite? She beckoned. Come on, dear. The father felt a wave of darkness engulf him, fainting once more. In his hazy state, he could hear the sound of swallowing. When he regained consciousness, trembling uncontrollably, he could not bear to look at Miss Shun in the coffin any longer. Young Master Bai, where are you? Grandmother Bai, Uncle Lu, hurry, my wife. My wife has consumed our child. His legs weakened. The father attempted to rise several times, only to succumb to the ground again. It was not mere cowardice. The horrors unfolding before him surpassed his comprehension. Strangely, at that moment, a baby's cries echoed from his grandfather's sickbed. Wah, wah. The cries grew increasingly frantic. In an instant, the father cast aside his fear, hastily rising and rushing to his grandfather's bedside. There, a bloodied little boy lay atop his grandfather, playing with his umbilical cord. Upon seeing his father, the boy immediately ceased his wailing, gazing up with large, sparkling eyes, bursting into a fit of giggles. The father noticed the child appeared slightly older than an ordinary infant, seemingly 1 or 2 years of age. Ego, ego, hee hee. The little boy laughed with growing delight. However, such laughter, distinct from the peculiar chuckle emitted by Miss Shun, was imbued with innocence, instantly melting the heart of the father and dissipating the fears that resided within him. You foolish boy, why aren't you cradling your son? Suddenly, grandfather opened his eyes. The father was taken aback. Ah, father, is it truly you? Indeed, it is I. My child, you have not disappointed my expectations. This chubby little one, I take great delight in him. Ha! To hell with all the trifles. I long Changming at last. At long last have an heir. As he spoke, a broad smile spread across grandfather's face. Let me bestow a name upon him. He is the child of the dragon. Let him be called Long Chungfeng. I hope he can ride the winds like a dragon. Long Chungfeng. Long Chingfeng. What a majestic name. Far more imposing than his grandfather's. At this moment, however, grandfather's smile suddenly froze. His hand slowly descended from my being. Father, father, crack. Another resounding noise echoed, as though a beam had shattered. 9 months prior, grandfather had proclaimed that his time was nigh, and at that moment, the father had also heard a similar cracking sound. Yet this time, the noise was louder and far more terrifying. Wah, wah. I began to cry once more. The father lifted me from grandfather's embrace and gently closed his eyes with his other hand. Husband, let me see the child. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind, mother's voice. As father turned, he beheld mother standing before him, her long hair concealing her face, drenched in blood. No, I will not give the child to you. Why? Because you will devour him. Huh, silly husband. Those I consumed were merely phantom fetuses. If I do not devour them, they will consume our son. My dear husband, let me behold our child. The father held me tightly and turned to flee outside. As he dashed out of the courtyard, he collided headlong with young Master Bai. Uncle, my wife has given birth. Young Master Bai gazed at me in my father's arms with astonishment, struggling to comprehend. What? A birth? Really? Quickly, let me see. Young Master Bai reached out and took me from my father's grasp. At that very moment, I began to gain awareness and memories. In my recollection, young Master Bai appeared quite comical. He possessed a human form, enveloped in a radiant white glow. Yet his head resembled that of a hedgehog, with whiskers swaying about, particularly ludicrous. To describe it, the impression he gave me was akin to the large green frogs selling children in the streets today. Unable to contain my laughter, young Master Bai examined me closely, then suddenly lifted me high into the air. Indeed, a boy, this little body must weigh more than 10 pounds. Oh dear, so small, yet akin to Lin Zexu's massive cannon. Quite a talent. Young Master gazed at my tiny, teapot-like form as though he had discovered a new continent, grinning broadly. Suddenly, I unleashed a stream of urine upon him, drenching him from head to toe. What a rascal! How dare you urinate upon your uncle's head? Young Master spat twice, then handed me over to my father. Startled, my father hurriedly apologized to young Master. However, he merely chuckled and remarked, "Very well. After all, I am his uncle. This child pleases me. As a token for our first encounter, let this be a gift." Young Master then produced a glistening, translucent fish from his person and hung it around my neck. In that instant, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. It was only later that I learned this exquisite item was none other than the renowned ambergris. This rare aroma was said to possess the power to ward off evil spirits and dispel misfortune. Chapter 11. Cleansing with young Master Bai's playful demeanor. My father's trepidation eased considerably. Yet, this festive scene was abruptly interrupted by my mother's icy voice. "Return the child to me." Upon turning, young Master Bai beheld my mother, drenched in blood. Unperturbed, he took me into his arms and instructed my father to prepare warm water for her cleansing rituals. "Lao Shun, dispose of those corpses in the boiler. Use them as firewood," he commanded. While safeguarding me, young Master Bai assessed my mother. She repeated her chilling demand. "Give me the child." My father, who had been on the verge of departing, turned back, evidently unable to shake off his concern for me. "Uncle, you cannot give the child to her. Just now, I saw her lying in a coffin, cradling a child whose head she had bitten off." Upon uttering this, my father quickly hid behind young Master Bai, fearful of my mother's wrath. She, however, merely scoffed. "Ha! Men! What men? Before you stands not merely a man, but a father, a protector of his child. Is there any fault in a father striving to safeguard his offspring?" Young Master Bai defended his father. The mother smiled sweetly. "Is it wrong for a mother to look after a child? Regardless of your celestial nature, I, Shun Yuan, shall reiterate, return the child to me. Or else, shall we engage in a duel? Let it be so. Who fears whom?" With that, the mother gracefully rose, her hands beckoning, and a branch from the ground soared into her grasp. At that moment, she was enveloped in a faint mist of blood. "Behold my blade." The mother leaped forward, wielding the branch as if it were a sword, thrusting towards young Master Bai. With a gentle push of his hand, he summoned a gust of air that propelled me onto the grinding stone, where I lay securely within the trough. Seeing me unharmed, the mother trembled slightly and unleashed several more thrusts. As the branch approached perilously close, young Master Bai suddenly recoiled, leaping gracefully to the edge of the courtyard wall. Frustrated by her repeated failures to land a blow, the mother, filled with fury, issued a sharp command and extended her other hand forcefully towards young Master Bai. 2 tendrils of blood mist erupted from her hand, swirling towards him like twin tornadoes. This time, young Master Bai could not evade. He was drawn towards the mother with great force. She discarded the branch and lunged to grasp his neck. Strangely, as her fingers encircled young Master Bai's throat, he vanished in an instant. The next sound was a blood-curdling scream from the mother. Alas! As the mother regained her senses, she found herself grasping a hedgehog, its spines deeply embedded in her palm. The excruciating pain jolted her from her fury. The 2 trails of blood that had lingered upon her hand suddenly vanished. "You deceitful wretch, Bai!" she exclaimed, forcefully flinging the hedgehog away, collapsing into tears as she clutched her injured hand. Young Master Bai sat leisurely atop the courtyard wall, observing her with an air of nonchalance. "My apologies, Miss Shun," he remarked, producing a vial of potion from his pocket and tossing it to her. "It is not that I refuse to let you see your child, but rather, your current state does not permit it. If I were to hand the child over to you, could you truly restrain yourself? And if you were to lose control and harm the child, what then?" The mother, gritting her teeth in pain, hastily applied the potion to her hand while pleading, "I understand. Thank you for the warning. But I truly long to hold my child. Just a brief embrace, may I?" "Certainly not." Young Master Bai leapt down from the wall, gesturing for me to soar into his grasp. "If you wish to hold the child, you must await the arrival of Lady Bai, who will utilize our family's special potion to cleanse both you and the child. Furthermore, the 5 great families will assist in dispelling the malevolent aura surrounding you. Only then will I feel secure in entrusting the child to you. Very well, I shall wait. The mother gritted her teeth, pulling each spine from her palm and discarding them onto the ground. My dear, I am so sorry. When both parties had settled their affairs, the father lowered his head, resembling a wayward child, and apologized to the mother. She shot him a disdainful glance. Get out. All right. I'll go heat some water for you. The father scratched his head and hurried towards the boiler. Before long, a wisp of smoke began to rise from the chimney atop the roof. Lai Shun, drag those corpses over here. If the villagers discover them, we'll be in deep trouble. Young Master Bai issued his command once more. Reluctantly, the father steeled himself and dragged the bodies of Lu Er and Qin and Yo to the side of the boiler, tossing them into the furnace. In an instant, several vibrant men were reduced to mere firewood, leaving the father in a state of shock and horror. As he locked himself in the wood shed, he pondered the true nature of his wife. While Lu Er and his companions undoubtedly deserved their fate, they were still lives, after all. And what of those infants that had been consumed? What was this ghost fetus? The father suddenly felt a piercing headache. Grappling with thoughts he could not comprehend no matter how hard he tried. How foolish am I? Why am I so naive? Why? Thud, thud, he cried out, repeatedly banging his head against the wall. At that moment, a hand rested on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find Bai Grandma standing behind him. Child, your head is pounding, isn't it? It's supposed to be painful. Bai Grandma produced a small vial of medicine and handed it to the father. Take these little pills, 3 times a day, 3 pills each time, for 7 consecutive days, and you shall be well. Remember, within these 7 days, you must absolutely refrain from sharing a chamber with a woman. Otherwise, not even the celestial beings can save you. Understood? Thank you, grandmother. By the way, are you curious to know whether Miss Shun is a good person or a bad one? The father eagerly nodded. Grandmother sighed, saying, Child, can the affairs of the world truly be measured by mere labels of good and bad? However, with your limited understanding, you are incapable of grasping this. Thus, I can only tell you that your wife is a good person. Is that true? Grandmother, is my wife truly a good person? But why? Why does she consume humans, right? Because she is born of the ghost mother. In other words, your mother-in-law is the ghost mother. The ghost mother? You mean Ba Shin's wife? But she appears quite ordinary. No, the mother-in-law I speak of is not Madame Shun. If it is not Madame Shun, then who is it? The Ghost Gate. Have you heard of it? Grandmother's expression darkened. The father shook his head. Grandmother continued. The Ghost Gate is an exceedingly mysterious place. Since ancient times, countless cultivators have sought its secrets, employing an array of bizarre methods. Where there are those who pursue the righteous path, there will inevitably be those who tread the wicked path. This Ghost Gate is the foremost portal of the wicked. If I am not mistaken, your wife is indeed one from the Ghost Gate. Chapter 12. Borrowing a corpse to return to life, the concepts of righteous and wicked paths were beyond the father's comprehension. After listening for quite some time, he finally asked, Is my wife a human or a ghost? Grandma Bai paused for a moment. Silly child. Of course, it is a human. Have you ever seen a ghost giving birth? Moreover, the rooster has crowed, it's broad daylight, and you dare to challenge the 5 Great Immortals? What immense powers must one possess? Let me put it this way. Your father is a feng shui master and must have told you about the concept of borrowing a corpse to return a soul. Father nodded in acknowledgement. Exactly. Ba Shun's daughter was cursed and has long lost her soul. By chance, she encountered your father, who saved her life. However, to resurrect her, a corpse must be borrowed to return her soul, and coincidentally, there is a female ghost sealed beneath Long Tan. Father appeared to grasp some understanding. Grandma implied that my wife, Xin Yuan, awakened because the female ghost affected her body. So, will that ghost harm me and the child? And everyone else? Grandma shook her head. Oh, you foolish boy. It's no wonder the Hu family abandoned you. Borrowing a corpse to return a soul is entirely different from being possessed by a ghost. Well, it matters not. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't comprehend. In any case, your wife Xin Yuan is now a living being. However, the female ghost beneath Long Tan is too powerful. Xin Yuan's body cannot yet contain her. For the next 7 days, you must continue to share a room with her, providing her with more yang energy. Perhaps in 3 to 5 years, she may become a normal human. Otherwise, Grandma shook her head and turned to leave. Otherwise what, Grandma? Father hurriedly inquired. Nothing too dire, just some peculiar behaviors, like digging up corpses at midnight to consume them. Occasionally, she might lose control and harm the living. But rest assured, once she is cleansed, all will be well. Grandmother, where does one cleanse oneself? Do not concern yourself with that. Once the Linglong Tower of the Hu family arrives, our 5 families will naturally assist her in dispelling the ghostly energy surrounding her. At that time, she shall be a true human being. All right, thank you, Grandmother. Now, let us hasten to see your wife. Grandmother swayed as she walked, and Father quickly positioned himself beside her to support her arm. Together, they made their way directly to Mother's room. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood. Mother was seated at the bedside, combing her hair. Observing her mother's troubled expression, she could not help but inquire, "My dear, how are you adjusting to returning to the mortal realm?" Upon seeing Grandmother Mother immediately rose, bowing respectfully as she replied, "I feel a bit unwell." "That is quite all right. There is always a process of adaptation. By the way, Lai Shun, quickly boil some water for the young lady to take a bath. Once the water is heated, you may add these medicinal herbs." With a casual wave, Grandmother conjured several packets of medicine onto the table. Father took the herbs and departed for the firewood room. The room was now left with only Grandmother and Mother. "Do not be afraid, my dear. Although our 5 families belong to the realm of the celestial, we have always maintained a respectful distance from your world. Moreover, you now possess a human body and are no longer a spirit. Thus, we have no reason to trouble you." "Thank you, Grandmother Indeed, that child Lai Shun, though somewhat simple-minded, has lost his father. I hope you will treat him well in the future." The mother sighed, expressing her lament. "How I wish it were possible. Alas, the tree desires tranquility, yet the wind refuses to relent. This time, Mr. Long, in a bid to rescue me, has callously taken 36 lives. As expected, the Cheemin 24 halls are likely already on the trail. I'm aware. Just days ago, the Gray family divined for you too, and the omen revealed was that of a bird burning its nest. It has been quite some time since they have encountered such a dire portent. It is not just you. I fear that even our 5 families may become embroiled in this calamity." Suddenly, the mother knelt before Granny tears streaming down her face. "Granny, please, let us leave. Take our child with us. I believe Grandfather longs for me as well. It has been so many years. Young lady, do you wish to venture into the Ghost Gate?" Indeed, to evade the pursuit of the Cheemin 24 halls, the Ghost Gate is the only viable option. No matter how formidable the Cheemin 24 halls may be, they would not dare to tread recklessly into the Ghost Gate, for there lies my grandfather, who possesses millennia of cultivation. Granny nodded in agreement. "What you say is absolutely right. Those old fellows from the Cheemin 24 halls would scarcely dare to impose upon the old ghost, let alone the younger practitioners within the hall. However, dear girl, should you choose to enter the Ghost Gate, you must resign yourself to never returning." At this juncture, Granny expression grew grave as she cast her gaze out the window. In the courtyard, young Master was joyfully playing with me, his laughter ringing out like melodious chimes. The Ghost Gate is the boundary between the realms of the living and the dead. Once a living being steps through, there is no return. You may not care for your own fate, but you must not endanger the child. This child is innately gifted, possessing spiritual roots, an extraordinary rarity that occurs once in a millennium. Even if the young lady wishes to take him away, it is unlikely that the 5 families would acquiesce. Moreover, this child possesses boundless potential. Why should the young lady ruin his future? The mother felt an immediate pang of anguish. "Elder, if I do not take him with me, who will protect him from others? The malevolence present in this world surpasses that of the underworld. Elder, what am I to do?" Grandma extended her hand slowly toward the mother. The mother, her face awash with terror, was reassured by the words, "Child, do not be afraid. You are already a living being. A living being has no reason to fear the celestial." "Very well. I am not afraid. Indeed, that is the spirit." At last, Grandma hand rested upon the mother's head. However, in an instant, a brilliant light flashed, accompanied by a sharp crack. It was as if Grandma hand had been struck by an electric current, causing it to recoil violently. The tremendous force propelled her several steps back, and she steadied herself with her cane before coming to a halt. You, young lady, what is the meaning of this? The mother, her complexion darkened, gazed at Grandma Bai, and an involuntary mist of blood began to emanate from her. Grandma Bai stomped her foot fiercely and scolded, "Preposterous!" A beam of white light surged forth, instantly dispersing the blood mist before them. Just then, a cackle of an old woman echoed from outside. "Ha! Ha! Ha! You 5 celestial beings are but a few enlightened creatures. After years of seclusion, how dare you consider yourselves true deities, attempting to seize souls from us of the underworld?" With a deft maneuver of her cane, Grandma Bai appeared in the courtyard. "Xiao Bai, make sure to hold the child securely." Young Master Bai chuckled. "Rest assured, Grandma, little Bai is quite fond of this child. How could anyone snatch him away?" Suddenly, a swirling black mist appeared atop the sycamore tree in the courtyard. In an instant, the mist danced like a specter, and before long, it settled right in front of Grandma Bai. At that moment, she was enveloped in a luminous white glow. It is said that such an aura is a hallmark of those who have attained immortality. Chapter 13. The 5 celestial guardians, however, compared to genuine immortals. This white light appeared somewhat faint, for Grandma Bai was merely an earthly immortal and could not be compared to the true deities. "Old Witch, it has been years. I trust you are well?" Grandma Bai inquired of the dark mass. "By your grace, still the same." The mist parted, revealing an old woman adorned with a skull mask. Upon witnessing her, I was overcome with terror and began to wail, for beneath the mask lay a face marred and grotesque, as if savaged by some wild beast. Even more horrifying was the sight of several small, snarling spirits perched upon her shoulders. These little fiends clearly noticed me, each sticking out their long, crimson tongues, eager to pounce and devour me whole. "Fear not, little one. With your uncle here, no one can harm you." Young Master Bai gently patted my bottom and planted a couple of kisses upon my face. The old woman turned to me, cackling a natural Taoist body, blessed with heavenly eyes that perceive the dualities of life and death, discerning spirits and deities. Such a child is indeed a rare treasure, a blessing for my realm of the dead. Grandma Bai taunted ghostly matron, born with the Tao body and entering the gates of the underworld. "Do not think that our 5 esteemed families would consent, nor would the righteous practitioners likely acquiesce. Why must you sow discord? One must look after oneself, for otherwise doom shall befall them. There are myriad paths to cultivation, yet why must one adhere solely to the teachings of a few venerable masters to find success? Take our esteemed patriarch, for instance, born with the Een fate. He has not only attained immortality through the cultivation of ghostly arts, but also has the ability to rescue souls from the netherworld." At this juncture, the ghostly matron cast a glance at my father, pointing at him with her withered finger. "Consider this young man. Had it not been for our patriarch's personal descent into the underworld, he would have perished in the dragon's pool over a decade ago. Without him, where would that other boy come from? In both a public and private sense, this child belongs to the gates of the underworld." Grandma Bai replied with a smile, "Ah, ghostly matron, your argument is rather feeble. Without Long Changming, how could there be Long Lai Shun? Do you know who Long Changming is? Just a somewhat renowned geomancer, you say? Huh, are you unaware that he is the son-in-law of our 5 esteemed families? Furthermore, the young lady was sealed within the dragon's pool. Had Long Changming not slain 36 maidens to break the seal with their heads, perhaps your ghostly realm would have been of no consequence. Huh, and yet you speak of rescuing souls from the underworld, while your own niece remains trapped in the dragon's pool. You. Grandma Bai's words struck a nerve with the ghostly matron. "What now, ghostly matron? Speechless are we? Then kindly relinquish the child, allowing us 5 celestial beings to take him away." You shall not." The 36 heads, they were taken by our ghost gate's Long Changming. Otherwise, how would he know how to unravel the seal? Granny Bai raised her eyebrows slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Oh, why don't you go yourself?" The old witch fell silent once more. At that moment, a deep voice echoed from afar. "Old Bai, do not take advantage of the situation. This matter concerns the Ghost Gate and the Dragon Clan. It is not for your 5 families to meddle." Granny Bai lifted her gaze towards the distance, bursting into laughter. Old ghost, how delightful to hear your voice. I thought you had perished. As long as you live, that is all that matters. Huh. Even if all 5 families were to perish, I would still endure. What? Old ghost, are you also here to snatch a child? After all, we are all of one family. Why must we fight over trivialities? If you wish to ride the winds alongside you, then show us your true skills. The 24 halls of the mysterious gate are nearly upon us. It is time for your 5 families to prepare. Granny Bai nodded. It is rare for the old ghost to be so magnanimous. The Ghost Gate and the 5 great clans joining forces against a common enemy is a sight not witnessed in a millennium. Hee. Was it not a trap set by Long Changming? That young man possesses quite the talent. Long Changming's trap? Indeed not. This child's grandmother is a fox spirit. His grandmother is my daughter, and he is now wed to a maiden of the Dragon Clan. Moreover, with the affluent Shun family from the southwest backing him, who would dare provoke him in the future? Ha ha ha. Old ghost, with your gentle prodding, I find myself somewhat admiring that young man, Long Changming. Indeed, he is worthy of the title king of southwestern feng shui. With such an arrangement, will not his grandson traverse the world like a crab, scuttling sideways? Therefore, let us cease our disputes. Since fate has brought us together, let us collectively safeguard him. At this moment, Mr. Gray entered from the courtyard and addressed the heavens. Master of the Ghost Gate, I have just divined for this young man, and the omens reveal that he must endure 36 tribulations to attain enlightenment. The first of these tribulations shall occur within 3 days. Truly, the Gray family possesses remarkable foresight. Even the old ghost has foreseen this. Mr. Gray then clasped his hands and said, Since Master of the Ghost Gate trusts me, I propose this. Regardless of whether this child remains within our 5 families, the Ghost Gate, or the Dragon Clan, it seems rather inappropriate. Given that he is destined for cultivation, let's allow him to journey outside. Before he comes of age, every 6 years, we shall dispatch representatives from our 3 factions to protect him. What say you? A splendid proposal. Let's decide the order by drawing lots. A dark cloud in the sky suddenly coalesced into the shape of a large hand. Who will step forth? Mr. Gray raised his hand towards the heavens, brimming with excitement. Of course, I shall take on this task. Rock, paper, scissors. Alas, it seems the Gray family, well versed in divination, has anticipated my every move. I concede, esteemed one, ghost matron, before Long Changming's burial, with the winds of the southwest rising tumultuously, ensure the protection of this child. We cannot yet foresee whether the enforcement from the Chiman Xingtong will impact him. If this child is affected, even if it means openly opposing the 24 halls, we must rescue him. My lord, I understand. Excellent. I entrust this to you. The colossal hand in the sky gradually faded away. The ghostly old woman then approached me, her gaze filled with longing, her hands trembling with excitement. Indeed, what a splendid child. The old woman had not encountered such perfection in ages. Truly, a delightful little treasure. Oh, even the old lady feels the urge to embrace him. As the ghostly woman extended her skeletal hand towards me, I was terrified and burst into tears. Courage, little one, do not cry. Did my appearance frighten you? Remember, child, in this world, the more beautiful someone is, the more perilous they can be. In contrast, those like me are the safest. Seeing me in distress, the white-haired lady blocked the ghostly woman's hand with her cane. Enough. Do not terrify the child. Curse it. It's all your ugly face's fault. The ghostly woman slapped her own face twice in frustration and sulkily retreated to a corner. Moments later, a group of enchanting women draped in purple long dresses and veiled in black slowly approached the courtyard. Madam White, the Linglong Tower you requested has arrived. A sweet, delicate voice announced. Chapter 14, Cloaked in Serpent Scales. The speaker was a captivating and beautiful woman, with an oval face, willow-like brows, and eyes that seemed to converse. Her figure was already splendid, yet she wore attire so revealing that it showcased her flawless white midriff. Her ensemble bore a striking resemblance to the celestial beings of Dunhuang. Hutsuetsue, oh dear, after a prolonged absence, you have become even more enchanting. Young Master Bai hurriedly approached her. Behind Hutsuetsue stood 4 young women carrying a palanquin, each adorned with colorful ribbons, exuding an equally captivating allure. I have encountered Uncle Bai, who greeted respectfully before turning to unveil the curtain of the palanquin. A flash of golden light emerged. Inside the palanquin lay a 9-tiered pagoda, shining with a crystalline clarity, undoubtedly a magnificent treasure. The Hu family's heirloom, the 9-turned Linglong pagoda, was indeed extraordinary. The old witch, filled with excitement, leapt forward, while the young women of the Hu family formed a 7-star formation, each holding a copper bell. Upon witnessing this, the old witch executed an aerial somersault, retreating a few steps. Children, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to test the potency of this artifact. Grandma Bai approached. Sensei, the old witch means no harm. Let her conduct her test. Very well, Grandma. Under Hu Tsuetsue's guidance, the group of young women stepped aside. The old witch, brimming with enthusiasm, extended a hand, and soon a swirling mass of black mist materialized above it. The mist spun rapidly, forming a sphere that darted toward the Linglong pagoda. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The seemingly fragile, glass-like Linglong pagoda appeared vulnerable, yet the menacing black mass surged forward, instilling concern that it might shatter the precious artifact. However, to their delight, as the mass reached the Linglong pagoda, it suddenly dispersed. The old witch felt the force of her attack dissipate instantly, as if a clay ox had vanished into the sea, leaving no trace. Indeed, the Linglong pagoda was the nemesis of malevolent spirits. Can this young lad withstand the refinement of such a thing? Young lady from the Hu family, do enlighten us. Will this object claim the life of our dear Chung Feng? The enchanting Chui smiled and said, Senior, you worry too much. The Linglong Tower is a sacred artifact. Sacred artifacts do not take lives. As long as it does not take lives, that is well. Thus, my father poured the prepared water into 2 wooden tubs, one large and one small, before inviting my mother and me to partake in a bath together. It was my inaugural experience with water. My little feet splashed joyously in the warm water, accompanied by peals of laughter. Beside me, my mother soaked in a medicinal bath, leaning over the tub, gazing at me with an expression of blissful contentment. Exhausted from my play, I turned my attention to my mother. She, undoubtedly the daughter of a wealthy family, exuded grace and elegance. Her beauty was complemented by a fragrant aura of literary refinement, a striking contrast to my father, who appeared somewhat foolish beside her. Longer, do you like your mother? She asked gently upon noticing my gaze. I nodded enthusiastically and extended my chubby little hand, intending to caress her face. Yet, as my hand reached midway, I was suddenly struck by the sight of my mother's face, which appeared as if ablaze, with crimson flesh exuding wisps of dark smoke. Terrified, I withdrew my hand and burst into tears. My precious Long, what has happened to you? As my mother stood from the tub, ready to embrace me, my father intervened. It seemed that my mother recalled something, and with a resigned sigh, she returned to the water. Do not be afraid, Long. In a few days, once I am cleansed, you will see that there is nothing dirty upon me. Is that so? The voice of the old witch echoed from outside. In the next moment, a wisp of black smoke seeped through the window. In the blink of an eye, the old witch stood before my mother. Miss, the master commands your return to the realm of spirits. Therefore, you shall not partake in the purification rite of the 5 Great Immortals. Once you are cleansed, the ghostly essence within you will be banished, and you may never return to the realm of spirits again. My mother gazed at me with a dazed expression. Old witch, is there truly no other way? Can I not take this child with me? The witch shook her head. Otherwise, why would Long Changming choose to perish? He bore all the responsibilities solely for this child. This child possesses an innate Tao body. To speak frankly, the path of ghostly cultivation may not suit him. Even if he were to succeed, he would endure immense suffering. It would be far better to allow him to roam freely in this world. Old witch, is it possible for me to avoid the realm of spirits? My mother wiped her tears. No, if you do not go to the realm of spirits, I shall have no choice but to resort to force to take you there. This is the master's command. Very well, then grant me a few more days. I wish to spend time with my child. 7 days. Once Long Changming is laid to rest, You must return with me. I too wish to see if anyone will harm this child. The 24 halls of the mysterious gate are not to be trifled with. As for the past, sigh. It is best not to dwell on such matters. The old witch sighed and floated away. After my father cleansed the impurities from my body, he dressed me in the small garments sent by the 5 great families and then carried me before young Master Bai. At this moment, Hutsuetsue approached and reached out to unveil my garment. Oh, this child! Hutsuetsue stood frozen, her expression one of sheer terror, as if she had encountered a monster. Meanwhile, Lu De, brimming with enthusiasm, came over, placing his hand on my shoulder, his face alight with mirth. Could this child truly be fated to our Lu family? Clearly, these are serpent scales. Serpent scales? Isn't his grandmother from the Hu family? Logically, he ought to possess fox-like eyes. Hutsuetsue wore a look of perplexity. Just then, young Master Bai, Granny Bai, and Huang Die gathered around. Upon seeing the serpent scales adorning my body, their expressions soured. This child possesses a natural Tao body. How could he have developed serpent scales? Where did the process go awry? Could it be related to the jade pendant around the child's neck? It is said to be a token of affection from the dragon clan. The serpent transforms into a flood dragon, and the flood dragon into a true dragon. That must be the case. No wonder this child must endure 36 tribulations to achieve fruition. And the final tribulation is... What could it be? Mr. Hui, please tell us. Mr. Hui slowly uttered 2 words. Thunder tribulation. Thunder. Thunder tribulation? Everyone's countenance turned ashen, especially the 5 great immortals, who understood all too well the implications of the thunder tribulation. Throughout the ages, countless small creatures have faced tribulations each year. However, the number that truly succeeded is exceedingly few. Particularly for serpents, only through the thunder tribulation can they ascend to become dragons. Hence, it is not uncommon for people to witness great serpents struck dead by lightning, highlighting just how minuscule the chances of success truly are. The child, originally believed by this old one to possess an innate Tao physique and an inherent celestial eye, seemed destined for a smooth path of cultivation. However, unexpectedly, he too must face such calamities. Young Master Bai remarked. Fortunately, he shares some affinity with the ghostly realm. Should he fail to transcend the tribulation, he may seek refuge in the ghost gate to preserve his life. At the very least, he will not meet the gruesome fate of those great serpents, who end up as nothing but scattered remains. Chapter 15. The Bewitching Array. Grandma Bai surveyed the assembly. Everyone, while the 24 halls of the strange gate have yet to arrive, let us find a hidden spot to dispel the ghostly energy surrounding this child. La Shun, does your village have any caves or similar places? We need to place the Linglong Pagoda there. The father hurriedly ushered Grandma Bai and the others into our home. Soon, he reached down to rotate a stone pedestal on the floor, and a series of cracking sounds echoed from beneath the surface. As the noises ceased, the floor abruptly opened, revealing a deep underground passage before everyone's eyes. Goodness, who would have thought that Long Changming had constructed such a secret chamber beneath the house? Come, young ones, bring forth the pagoda. Yes, for maidens carried the Linglong Pagoda to the mouth of the tunnel. Grandma Bai, this pagoda is quite large, and the entrance to the passage is too small for it to fit. Mother interjected. Grandma Bai chuckled softly. Miss Shun, you are unaware that the 9-change Linglong Pagoda can alter its size. As long as our 5 families gather together and cast a spell, we can control the transformation of the pagoda with our will. Fox, yellow, white, willow, gray, the 5 immortals take their places. Young Master Bai called out. In an instant, Master Bai, Lu De, Mr. Hui, Hutsuetsue, and Huang Die suddenly dispersed, surrounding the Linglong Tower, each assuming a position at one of the 5 cardinal points. On the ground, a white pentagram abruptly materialized, with the Linglong Tower positioned at its center. A Luobo Zhenong. Open. 5 wisps of white smoke ascended towards the Linglong Tower. In that moment, the tower radiated brilliance, gradually diminishing in size. The 5 individuals withdrew their energy, and Master Bai extended his hand to cradle the now miniature tower. It's done. Let's descend. Thus, Grandma Bai embraced me and followed closely behind Master Bai and the others. The passage was deep, leading us down several dozen meters until a vast, natural cavern unveiled itself before us. Within the cave, mist swirled, with pavilions and towers appearing ethereal and elusive. The winding corridors, Grandma. This place has been ensnared in an illusionary maze, Master Bai remarked as he halted his steps. Grandma Bai approached for a closer inspection and turned to Mr. Hui, inquiring, "Little Hui, tunneling and breaking formations is your family's forte. Do you think you can dismantle this illusion set by Long Changming?" Mr. Hui advanced a few steps, immersing himself in the fog. "Please wait a moment. I shall attempt it first." The group waited for over half an hour before Mr. Hui emerged from the mist. As he stepped out of the corridor, the fog behind him abruptly dissipated, revealing an artificial lake before the astonished onlookers. The maze-like corridors adorning the surface of the lake were truly breathtaking. This is an array established by Long Changming using Chimenduanjia, infused with the enchanting arts of the Hu family. Except for the 5 prominent families, no other practitioners, regardless of their mastery in Chimenduanjia, can penetrate this formation, unless it is set ablaze. Granny Bai nodded and remarked, "It seems that Long Changming is profoundly devoted to his wife, even employing her unique skills in arranging this formation. Little ones, let us perform the cleansing for the young grandson of the Long family, right here on this lake." Embracing me, Granny Bai led the way to the octagonal pavilion in the center of the lake. Following her, young Master Bai placed the Linglong Tower upon the stone table within the pavilion. At that moment, Hu Tsuitsue approached, pressing a mechanism atop the Linglong Tower, revealing a small door that swung open. "Array, a luo bo zhenao." Open. The precious tower gradually expanded, unveiling a spacious interior. Granny Bai personally placed me inside the Linglong Tower and then closed the small door. The moment I lay within the tower, I suddenly perceived the space enlarging. Looking up, I was astonished to find the pinnacle of the tower adorned with a starry sky. Stars twinkled brilliantly against the deep blue night, with a full moon suspended high above, and a gentle night breeze wafted within the tower. A galaxy spiraled before my eyes, almost hypnotic, lulling me swiftly into slumber. Subsequently, I entered a lengthy dream. In this dream, an unfamiliar world unfolded, peculiar and reminiscent of those tales of immortal cultivation, where the sky was filled with soaring wyverns and sword-wielding practitioners flying through the air. The ground was adorned with a myriad of exotic flowers and plants, and the air was suffused with an intoxicating fragrance. However, such beauty did not endure for long. Soon, I felt my body begin to float, akin to a celestial body drifting through the vastness of the cosmos. Surrounding me were an array of planets, varying in size. As I drifted, I inexplicably realized that the entire universe was collapsing, and I, like a falling meteor, plummeted swiftly towards the ground. The space around me grew increasingly constricted, yet beneath my feet lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness. At last, just as I sensed my body making contact with the ground, I beheld an orange-red sky, enveloped in a mist of crimson haze. Here, even the moon shone a blood-red hue. The ground was littered with pools of blood, while ominous, shadowy mountains loomed like monstrous sentinels. Within those blood pools swarmed countless grotesque beings, relentlessly climbing the vines that clung to the mountains. As I descended into the blood pool, the viscous liquid began to bubble ominously. Before long, a shadow the size of a soccer ball approached me. Initially, I presumed it to be a fish, but as the shadow emerged from the depths, I was horrified to discover it was a human head. 36 of them. They encircled me like a school of fish, baring their teeth in ferocious snarls, revealing gleaming fangs and crimson tongues. Their hair floated atop the water's surface, resembling thick strands of aquatic vegetation. And I remained, helpless as an innocent babe. Dragons roar, "Take my life! Take my life!" The heads ensnared me, rendering escape impossible. Long strands of hair draped over my eyes, tightening around my throat. The tendrils multiplied, binding me in a manner akin to a tightly wrapped zongzi. Pop! Pop! I waved my small hands vigorously, attempting to tug at the disheveled hair around my neck. Yet, the more I pulled, the more tangled it became, tightening its grip. I felt a constriction in my breathing, on the verge of fainting. At that moment, a beam of golden light erupted from my being. Subsequently, I observed the jade pendant at my neck radiating this golden brilliance, gently levitating and hovering before me. The spectral heads, upon witnessing this luminous aura, scattered in haste. With a thunderous roar, a formidable force surged forth from within me. The strands of hair ensnaring me were instantly incinerated. Coughing violently, I gasped for air. It was then that I noticed the surrounding scenery had vanished. The starry sky, the blood pool, and the ominous peaks under the crimson moon had all dissipated like a mirage. I knew this lad would surely prevail. The gentle voice of Grandma echoed in my ears. As I opened my eyes, I found the 5 great families, each drenched in sweat, encircling me with smiles. Yet, I remained reclined within the exquisite tower. Look, the serpent scales. The serpent scales on Changfeng have vanished. Remarkable. The innate Tao body is indeed formidable. An ordinary person entering this exquisite tower would either perish or shed their skin. Yet behold this lad unscathed. Truly, a fine specimen. Chapter 16. The Dragon Cultivation Scriptures. The following days were dedicated to my grandfather's funeral. Regrettably, I lay within the exquisite tower, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. Moreover, the demeanor of the 5 celestial beings suggested a lack of interest in my grandfather. Perhaps it is the concern that matters concerning grandfather may implicate them. Uncle Bai, who were those individuals that arrived today? Hu Tsui inquired of young Master Bai outside the Linglong Tower. Young Master Bai replied, I have heard that they are the brothers of Long Changming, once known as the 4 talents of Long Men alongside him, all skilled sorcerers within our circle. The eldest, Long Wan, is rumored to summon winds and rains, a Taoist priest. The second, Long Tong, is adept in the Miao region's Gu techniques. The third, Long Kuei, currently presides over the Dali sect, reputedly capable of striking down a bull with a single punch and possessing the ability to observe celestial phenomena, discerning yin and yang. Are they here to conduct his burial? Indeed, although the 4 brothers harbor mutual disdain, with the demise of Long Changming, it is natural for the 3 remaining brothers to oversee the funeral arrangements. I see. Beside them, Huang Die queried, but can they contend with the 24 halls of Qimen? Certainly not. Uncle Bai, could you enlighten us about the 24 halls of Qimen? The members of the 24 halls of Qimen hail from the 36 sects, typically maintaining a distance from one another, only emerging to uphold justice during significant events within the community. The execution hall comprises 24 members, each representing a specific sect. These 24 individuals are all exceptionally skilled and notoriously ruthless. Once marked by the execution hall, anyone is as good as sentenced to death. This is why Long Changming met his end so swiftly, Hu Tsui remarked. Yet, Long Changming is already dead. The instigator of 36 murders has been brought to justice. What purpose does the execution hall serve in coming here? Are they perhaps intending to take Long Changming's corpse and display it at the city gate for public humiliation? While the notion of desecrating a corpse is extreme, the aspiration of Long Changming to find eternal rest seems increasingly elusive. It is said that he possesses a tome titled The Dragon Rearing Manual, and it is likely that the tribunal has come in pursuit of this very manuscript. What connection does the Dragon Rearing Manual have with those 36 lives? Huang Die inquired. Young Master Bai sighed and replied, Do you know the relationship between the Ghost Gate and the Dragon Clan? All present shook their heads. Young Master Bai continued, Those of the Ghost Gate refer to the Dragon Clan's prince as son-in-law. Moreover, many years ago, through the efforts of one individual, the daughter of the Ghost Gate's leader wed the prince of the Dragon Clan, and they even bore a child. Oh, the Ghost Gate and the Dragon Clan united? And they had a child? Both Huang Die and Hu Tsui were taken aback. At that moment, Mr. Hui approached, stroking his beard, and remarked, You young ones surely know nothing. As far as I know, the one who facilitated this union was Long Changming. Thus, he has maintained connections with the Dragon Clan. Long Changming, a geomancer, has ties with the Dragon Clan? Indeed, it is through the Dragon Rearing Manual that Long Changming established his rapport with the Dragon Clan and earned the trust of their prince. However, after the birth of the child, the daughter of the Ghost Gate's leader tragically took her own life. Upon learning of this, the Dragon King would never allow any association between the Dragon Clan and the Ghost Gate. And what of the child? The prince of the Dragon Clan, fearing repercussions, could not keep the child and thus sealed him within the dragon pool of our village. This location is exceedingly remote and deep inland. So much so that even the Dragon King of the Sea remains unaware. So, it turns out he was a love child. No, she is an illegitimate daughter. That child is a girl. At this moment, Tsui and Huang Die simultaneously turned to gaze at me within the Linglong Tower. I, in turn, was merrily tapping my little fingers while smiling at them. The illegitimate daughter of the Dragon Clan and the Ghost Gate must indeed be extraordinary, right? Young Masterby nodded affirmatively, saying indeed, that girl was born with 2 lives, one as a ghost and the other as a dragon. A single individual possessing 2 lives, half immortal and half ghost, has become the source of concern for the Dragon Prince. Mr. Hui continued, fortunately, the Dragon Prince encountered Long Changming. Through the ancestral dragon raising classic and the techniques of geomancy and secret arts, successfully separated the 2 souls. One of the souls was revived by borrowing the daughter of Boss Shan. The other soul, still not having matured, remains trapped within this jade pendant. All eyes simultaneously fell upon my neck. Wow, Uncle Hui, are you saying that a dragon maiden resides within this jade pendant? Precisely. Unfortunately, she has yet to reach maturity. Zhou exclaimed with admiration, speaking of which, Long Changming is quite a remarkable figure. Though the Dragon Clan is a terrestrial immortal, they can traverse both heaven and earth, especially the Dragon King, whose status is hardly inferior to those celestial beings above. Therefore, they have always been haughty, and we, the 5 great families, are not even worthy to carry their shoes. Who would have thought that Long Changming, an ordinary human, could interact with them? If Long Changming lacked any ability, how could he have become the son-in-law of our 5 great families? Particularly your Hu family, which has always captivated men, yet unexpectedly found itself enchanted by Long Changming. At this funeral, should our 5 families contribute in some way? After all, Long Changming was indeed a notable figure, and moreover, he is our family's son-in-law. However, the 5 celestial sages, though formidable, must not underestimate the Cheeman 24 halls. To offend them would be tantamount to challenging sorcerers across the nation. Should that occur, practitioners from Mao Shan, Long Hushan, and Shushan would inevitably come forth, and we would suffer irreparable losses. Indeed, the enforcement hall has emerged, undoubtedly having gathered incriminating evidence against Long Changming. Chui interjected, but we cannot simply stand by and watch them seize our son-in-law's corpse, can we? Dear child, you may not fully comprehend the might of the enforcement hall. Allow Mr. Hui to enlighten you. Mr. Hui stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Cheeman 24 halls were established during the Qin dynasty. After Qin, Shi Huang unified the realm. He sought to exert better control over the nation by recruiting sorcerers to form the 24 halls. To this day, 2 millennia have elapsed, and the enforcement hall has only intervened a little over 100 times. Mr. Hui paused, looking at me intently. Let me recount to you a few of the more notable instances. One such occasion was the witchcraft rebellion during the Han Dynasty. Had the enforcement hall not interceded, the Han Dynasty would have faced annihilation. Another instance was during the Yellow Turban Rebellion, and even during the later Taiping Rebellion, the enforcement hall took action. These events are rather ancient, so I shall share with you more recent occurrences. During the turmoil of foreign invasion, a clandestine group of sorcerers from the island nation, known as the 9 Chrysanthemum Sect, secretly infiltrated our land with the intent of severing our dragon vein. They never anticipated that this group of individuals would ultimately vanish mysteriously. Could it be that they encountered the enforcers of the law? Indeed, the 24 halls of Qi men adhere to a principle. They do not contravene the heavenly way. While confrontations are inevitable, all parties are expected to engage directly. Should one resort to the use of sorcerers, then regrettably, the enforcers will not acquiesce. Consequently, the entire advance team was nearly obliterated. Chapter 17. The child who suckles fox's milk. At this moment, the expressions of all present were far from pleasant. Eventually, Granny Bai stepped forward, her hand gently resting on the Linglong Tower, and spoke slowly. If this time the 24 halls of Chi Min dare to harm this child, I, even at the cost of my own life, shall ensure that they pay for it dearly. At her advanced age, such courage from the elder was remarkable. How could I, Luda, allow anyone to bully the members of our 5 great families? Elder, let us young ones handle the fighting. Indeed, I, Huang Jie, have never feared anyone. And I, Hu Tsue, the members of the 5 great families, stood united, each brimming with determination. Excellent. From this moment forth, I shall remain here to safeguard this child. You shall take turns venturing out to ascertain who has arrived and how Long Changming's funeral is arranged. If anything unusual occurs, report back to me at once. Then we shall trouble you, Granny. With that, the group dispersed. Granny Bai looked at me, pulling out various trinkets to amuse me. At one moment, she held a sewing kit, rolling in her hands, and, at another, she removed her ring, suspending it from her hair and waving it before my eyes. The elder was in high spirits, her laughter so infectious that she could hardly contain it. It is evident that Grandma Bai holds a deep affection for me. What a fine lad I am. In our Bai family, there are countless disciples, yet none have achieved greatness. Henceforth, you shall be my beloved grandson. If anyone dares to bully you, simply inform your grandmother, and I shall be the first to exact retribution. Oh, why are you still crying? You must be hungry, having been born for only a few hours without anyone to nourish you. Alas, your mother is a being of the underworld, shrouded in an aura of ghostly energy. Otherwise, I would summon her in an instant. Sigh, it appears that fate has intertwined your lives, yet destiny keeps you apart. With your exceptional innate constitution, you must be nurtured by an immortal family. When it comes to nourishment, our esteemed Hu family is unparalleled. Allow me to summon Hu Tsue for you. With that, she closed her eyes and muttered a few incantations. Before long, Hu Tsue entered. Grandma, what is the matter? This child is hungry, and her mother is engulfed in ghostly energy. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for her nourishment. Hu Tsue's face flushed a bright crimson, and she pouted. Grandma, are you jesting with me? I do not even have a boyfriend, so how could I possibly? Grandma Bai smacked her forehead and laughed heartily. Look at me, this old fool. Then, inform the sisters of the Hu family to bring offerings for my grandson. Understood. Shortly after Hu Tsue departed, a procession of enchanting women entered, all strutting in with poise and exuding a delightful fragrance. Upon seeing them, I could not help but smile, extending my little hands and babbling joyfully. Oh, look at my grandson. Quick, let Grandma hold you. Grandmother Bai extended her hand to lift me from the exquisite tower. Yet I opened my arms and embraced a woman beside me, nuzzling my little head against her. This scene elicited hearty laughter from the onlookers. Is this little fellow truly this famished? Oh dear, if I offer you food, don't pull. Laughter rang out. Thus, I savor my first morsel of life, devouring it with an insatiable appetite, emptying 3 wet nurses from the Hu family in one go. Afterward, I wiped my chubby hand across my mouth and drifted back into a deep slumber. From now on, you shall take turns feeding him. I shall step outside to see what transpires. Upon Grandmother Bai's exit from the secret chamber, she beheld the 3 brothers of the Long family constructing a spirit pavilion for grandfather. Moreover, a group of unfamiliar faces occupied the courtyard, sipping tea. Who are these people? Grandmother Bai inquired of the approaching young Master Bai. Grandmother, these are friends of Long Changming from his lifetime. Are there any brothers from the Long family whom you do not recognize? Not at the moment. Very well. Continue to keep an eye on them. Returning to the secret chamber that evening, the 5 prominent families performed a cleansing ritual on me once more. This cleansing was remarkably successful. I felt as though I were lying amidst a sea of blossoms. Above me was a cerulean sky, and not far away lay a sun-kissed beach. Seagulls soared above, while golden-haired men and women clad in bikinis basked in the sunlight. It was unmistakably a world brimming with warmth and love. Look at how soundly this child sleeps. The serpent scales on his body have nearly vanished. Does this imply that the malevolent energy surrounding the child has been dispelled? Indeed, the child has finally returned to a state of normalcy. As a few were conversing, young Master Bai entered from outside, clasping his hands and addressing, Grandmother, a substantial group has arrived, comprising no less than 64 individuals. Among them, 8 lead the procession, and they are bearing 8 coffins. 8 coffins? Could they possibly be from the Chemin 24 halls? No. Little Bai inquired with Lai Shan, who mentioned that his father had imparted a warning before his demise, stating that 8 individuals would come to carry 8 coffins. These individuals are responsible for the preparation and burial. Grandmother Bai furrowed her brow. I recall now. There indeed exists a group of 8 in the martial world. It is said that they hail from a family renowned for coffin carrying, and only the nobility can afford their services. I never imagined that Long Changming could summon them. With their presence, the funeral is assured. Young Master Bai, perplexed, asked Grandmother, are these 8 individuals truly formidable? Without a doubt. These 8 are akin to the ancient escort agencies, each a master of their craft, referring to coffin carrying as escorting goods. Should anyone intend to intercept them, they would have to eliminate all 8. And how do their skills compare to those of the Chemin's punishment hall? Without direct confrontation, one cannot gauge. The Chemin 24 halls seldom makes an appearance, rendering their strength difficult to estimate. However, these 8 are sought even for the coffins of emperors and nobles. Undoubtedly the CR de la CR. Young Master Bai smiled faintly. If that is the case, then all is well. With their presence, coupled with our 5 great sages and the Ghost Gate, even the Chemin 24 halls, no matter how formidable, would think twice before acting recklessly. After Master Bai finished speaking, he approached me and gazed intently at the jade pendant resting upon my chest. Moreover, the young lady from the Long family is also with us. Grandma Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed. However, it is said that the people from the execution hall are akin to phantoms. There may very well be a few dim-witted individuals among them. If they were to enforce the law by force, we would inevitably find ourselves embroiled in a fierce battle with them. Indeed, it is not the multitude that we fear, but rather the unforeseen eventualities. But why would the family of coffin bearers arrive with 8 coffins? And why 64 individuals? Master Bai remarked. Little Bai inquired as well. They stated that this is their customary practice when transporting valuables. As for the specifics, they did not elaborate, and it would be unwise for us to pry further. In any case, this matter has been entrusted by Long Changming, so let us allow them to proceed. Excellent. We shall witness a splendid spectacle. Chapter 18. Grandfather's funeral that night. I consumed Fox's milk 3 times, practically requiring nourishment every 2 to 3 hours, and my appetite was astonishing. Initially, 3 wet nurses sufficed, but by the end, I required 10 wet nurses to satisfy my needs. Remarkably, my intellect developed in direct correlation to my consumption. Not only did I eat voraciously, but I also grew at an impressive rate. By the 3rd night, when Grandma Bai cradled me out of the Linglong Tower, I had grown to the size of a typical 3-year-old child. Everyone present was utterly astonished by this sight. Goodness, this child, born weighing over 10 pounds, has grown so much in just 3 days. Grandma, please set him down and see if he can walk. Very well, I shall set him down at once. Grandmother Bai had just placed me on the ground when I opened my arms and stumbled towards Hoots, startling her greatly. Nursing grandmother. I want nursing grandmother, I exclaimed as I embraced Hoots, burying my head into her armpit. Let go of me. Let go of me. You little rascal. She laughed. Everyone followed closely behind me as Hootsue wriggled free from my tiny grasp and turned to flee. I pursued her relentlessly, chasing her thrice around the room before finally stopping, fuming with indignation. This child is utterly unruly. Hootsue gasped for breath, her face glistening with perspiration. The 5 elders beamed with delight, thoroughly pleased with my rapid growth. By the 4th day, I had lost all desire to remain in the chamber. Observing this, Grandmother Bai summoned a nurse named Han Xiang to carry me out for my mother to see. The moment my mother laid eyes on me, she was taken aback. Is this truly my child? How could he have grown so much in just a few days? As Han Xiang prepared to hand me over to her, I erupted into tears, babbling a garbled word. Ghost. Ghost. Hush. My child, do not fear. My mother, aware of her position, could only gaze at me from a distance, tears streaming down her face. My child, as long as you are happy, that is enough for me. Grandmother Bai, I entrust him to your care from now on. Seeing how well you have nurtured my son, I, as his mother, can finally rest easy. Tonight, I shall return home. I am grateful for all your efforts. Young lady, your capacity for kindness is truly admirable. This whistle is for you. Should the gates of the underworld present difficulties in the future, simply blow it, and if I am still around, I shall lead the 5 families to your aid. Thank you, grandmother. My grandmother approached and embraced my mother, gently patting her back. Do not worry. The child has us, the 5 families. No one dares to harm him. All right. Shen Yuan bids farewell. My mother cast one last tearful glance at me before she departed. That evening, the once lively courtyard took on an eerie stillness. Make way. Make way. From this moment forth, apart from the members of the Long family and the 5 families, all villagers and friends of Mr. Long are requested to step outside the courtyard. Those wishing to burn fragrant paper, please do so outside. A robust man bellowed to the guests within the yard. The guests murmured among themselves. Some expressed their dissatisfaction, lamenting that they had traveled a great distance to pay respects to their friend, only to be turned away without even a meal. Others showed understanding, acknowledging that someone of Long Changming's stature might inevitably offend certain individuals, and it was reasonable to prioritize safety. I apologize for the inconvenience, everyone. Though you are not within the courtyard, our distant guests may still enjoy a serving of lamb before departing. The Long family may lack in many things, but we certainly do not lack in provisions. Beef and lamb will be abundantly provided. Thus, the following morning, Uncle Air and the others set up a ceremonial table at the entrance, distributing packets of cigarettes to those who brought gifts. Additionally, upon hearing of grandfather's funeral, villagers flocked over to witness the proceedings. Those who had benefited from grandfather's kindness in the past willingly stepped forward to assist in slaughtering cattle and sheep. At noon that day, 2 cows and 5 sheep were slaughtered, and dozens of tables were set up in the vacant space outside the yard. The initially quiet scene suddenly erupted into a lively gathering. The village children rushed over to partake in the feast, and in no time, the area outside the yard was teeming with people, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Observing this spectacle, Grandma Bai nodded in approval, remarking, "Indeed, the 4 heroes of Longmen. The Long brothers are remarkably methodical in their endeavors. They are fully aware that the enforcers of the Chimen Xingtong are coming to carry out their duties. Yet they do not retreat. Instead, they amplify the funeral proceedings. By acting contrary to expectation, they render the enforcers powerless. Surely, they cannot commit acts of violence in front of so many villagers and children. Brilliant. This strategy is truly ingenious." Even Mr. Hui, known for his divination skills, could not help but express his admiration. Thus, friends of the grandfather, as well as villagers from the surrounding areas who had benefited from his kindness, flocked to pay their respects. Some women knelt outside the courtyard, weeping uncontrollably at the sight of the grandfather's spirit altar. "Mr. Long, when my son was gravely ill, had it not been for your timely intervention, he would have perished long ago. The absence of good people brings calamity for 1,000 years." They lamented. The title Mr. is a local honorific for practitioners of the mystical arts, which is why the villagers referred to him as Mr. Long during their mourning. This does not imply a higher cultural literacy among the villagers. "Mr. Long, do you recall the time you visited our home to assess our feng shui a few years back? The Wu family has been in decline for many years. But ever since you adjusted our feng shui, my seemingly hopeless son has miraculously been accepted into university." "Thank you, Mr. Long." A villager accompanied by an individual resembling a university student unexpectedly donned a white cloth atop his head to mourn for his grandfather. Amidst the crowd, there is only one person, wearing a bamboo hat, who remained silent, his expression as cold as ice. This individual sat alone at a table, with only a bowl of white rice and a cup of bitter buckwheat tea before him, when a helper approached, carrying a teapot of lamb soup and inquiring if he wished to have a bowl. He merely shook his head in refusal. After approximately half an hour, he rose and departed. Elder 2 approached Elder 3 and inquired if the departing individual had offered a gift. Elder 3 shook his head, indicating he had not observed any such gesture. Elder 2, stroking his chin, mused that the individual was likely sent by the punishment hall to gather intelligence. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone steeled themselves, believing that if they could endure the night, fourth brother would be laid to rest peacefully. Thus, the courtyard quickly filled with dozens of disciples from Long Men, standing guard for their grandfather's spirit. After a day of commotion, not only did the Long Men disciples fail to detect any suspicious individuals, but even the concealed disciple from the celestial sect surrounding the village reported no anomalies. It appeared that the punishment hall had no intentions of making a move within the village. As night fell, the oblivious villagers continued to play cards and drink outside the courtyard. Countless children engaged in games, some playing Eagle Catches the Chick, while others indulged in hide and seek. However, Luer's family remained absent until just before the grandfather's funeral, when they arrived in distress, claiming their son was missing and that some whispered it was related to the grandfather. Chapter 19. Punishment Hall. Their commotion attracted individuals from neighboring villages, with dozens arriving, brandishing torches and wielding hatchets, marching resolutely towards the village. The disciples of the Five Immortals promptly reported to Grandma Bai. Upon learning of the matter, Grandmother Bai summoned 3 of the 4 heroes of Long Men, along with several coffin bearers. You must be aware that Long Changming has committed a heinous crime, claiming the lives of 36 individuals, she inquired. Elder Long, puffing on a cigarette, replied, "The actions of our fourth brother are none of our concern. However, as the leader of Long Men, it is my duty to safeguard the remains of our brother. Should anyone dare to disrupt our family's mourning, I shall be the first to ensure they face the consequences." Elder Long Air added, "I, Long Tongue, have always heeded my elder brother's commands. Whatever he decides, I shall follow suit." "What the third brother?" Grandmother Bai queried, directing her attention to the burly man. Elder Long San retorted, "What the fourth brother did in life is not our business. Whether it be murder or arson, any soul seeking vengeance can come from me directly. My ghostly blade has not tasted blood in years." Grandmother Bai nodded in approval. It was said that the 4 brothers of the Long family were often at odds with one another, yet in the face of such grave matters, they appear to be quite united. "And what of you?" she continued, addressing the coffin bearers. "I have heard that you were summoned by Long Changming. What are your thoughts on this?" The 8 coffin bearers sat together, their expressions stoic. After a moment, one finally stood and declared, "Our family of coffin bearers is solely responsible for our services in exchange for payment. We do not meddle in the affairs of the world. However, should anyone attempt to rob a convoy, they must first step over our lifeless bodies. Indeed, we brothers recognize only the task at hand, not the individuals involved. Anyone who dares to defile our coffins is akin to robbing our convoy, be they from the underworld or high-ranking officials. Even if the police or military come, we shall respond with 3 simple words: no mercy. Indeed, with valiant souls like yours present, it is no wonder that the 24 halls have yet to take action." "Ah, but I have arrived." A youthful voice resonated from outside. As soon as the words fell, pebbles came hurtling in, striking the roof of our modest abode with a resonant clatter. The first to spring forth was Third Master, brandishing his ghostly blade. "Who dares to court death? Who threw those stones? Step forth. Have you no eyes? Do you not see that our Long family is in mourning? There is a saying, the deceased hold the highest regard. Do you understand? A bunch of country bumpkins." Third Master, already imposing in stature with a fierce countenance, paced menacingly with his ghostly blade. The throng of weeping villagers was immediately silenced, heads bowed in trepidation. "Alas, I see you all are but cowards. Your kin have met a tragic end, their heads severed, yet you do not dare rise and avenge them. How disheartening it is to witness such weakness in humankind." It became evident to Third Master that the speaker was a young man mounted upon a horse. He too donned a conical hat and wielded a sword, its blade adorned with 7 precious gems. Spurred by his provocation, the villagers surged forward, encircling Third Master. "Who are you in relation to Long Changming? Return the life of my daughter, and my little girl, my sister. 36 lives. Long Changming has taken their heads. Listen." Dozens of people rushed toward Third Master in a frenzy. Master Sin brandished his large blade, yet these individuals pressed toward him as if oblivious to danger, leaving him in a state of furious agitation, as he dared not resort to violence in public. Fortunately, the disciples of Long Men were numerous and quickly surged forward, pushing the crowd back. In an instant, the two factions became embroiled in a chaotic melee. Everyone, cease at once. Lady Bai's furious roar echoed, and she forcefully struck the ground with her cane. A flash of white light surged forth, sending all combatants flying. Amidst the throng, only a young man mounted on horseback remained composed, exuding an air of superiority in the tumult. "You, young man, are you from the 24 halls of Cheeman? State your name." The young man, masked and with an arched brow, replied with a smile, "I am a member of the Cheeman Execution Hall, code-named Lichuan. Here is my law enforcement token for your examination, esteemed elder." With this, he casually tossed a badge into Lady Bai's hands. She examined it closely and indeed found the emblem of the Cheeman Execution Hall, a colossal python slain amidst a storm. Beneath the heavens, sinners are punished. Alas, with Long Changming deceased, it seems my young brother has made a fruitless journey. Oh, it is true that Long Changming has perished, yet as a sorcerer, we of the 24 halls seek to reclaim his remains. This is not only to provide closure for the numerous families behind us, but also to ensure his complete annihilation. Complete annihilation? What do you mean by that? Long Changming possesses the art of resurrection. Surely, Lady Bai's aware of this? Lady Bai chuckled softly. "Young man, you jest. In this world, who possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life? It is merely a trickery of the martial world. Long Changming is indeed deceased. This fact is indisputable. We, the 5 prominent families, guarantee it with our lives. It would be best for you to take your leave." The winds and rains usher in the departure of spring, while the flying snow heralds its arrival. Even amidst the sheer cliffs of ice, there are still elegant blossoms. These flowers do not compete for spring. They merely await its return. I have arrived at the beginning of spring, and the news has been conveyed. Given the multitude of skilled individuals present, I lack the ability to forcibly remove Long Changming's body. Thus, let this matter be left to the authorities. The young man departed on horseback, leaving behind a throng of villagers bustling around the Long family estate. At that moment, Elder Long emerged. "Ladies and gentlemen, my 4th brother has committed murder, and our family does not deny it. You are all relatives of the victims, correct? Please come forward to register. The murderer has taken his own life out of fear of retribution. How do you wish to proceed? Dead? We demand to see him. We want to witness the body of the murderer. How can you expect us to believe he is dead based solely on your word? Indeed, we must see Long Changming's body. He deserves to die 1,000 deaths. The murderer." "Silence," shouted Third Master, his voice booming. "Enough of this cacophony." With that, he struck a jujube tree outside the courtyard with his blade, causing it to crash to the ground with a thunderous sound, leaving everyone in shock. At that moment, a coffin bearer clad in an orange tunic approached. "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize, but Mr. Long's remains have already been interred, and it is impossible for you to pay your respects." "What? You won't allow us to see him? Fellow villagers, debts must be repaid, and a life must be accounted for. Let's charge in together and retrieve Long Changming's body." "Charge in." Dozens of individuals once again surged into the courtyard. Observing that the disciples of Long Men were on the verge of collapse, a figure clad in an orange gown, a coffin bearer, approached. "Everyone halt. Are you certain you wish to gaze upon the remains of Long Changming? Very well. I shall now open the gate and allow you to witness." With a creak, the gates swung open, and the villagers at the forefront were instantly struck with fear, retreating in haste. Chapter 20. The coffin-bearing clan before the crowd lay 8 blood-red coffins, each adorned with talismans. The 8 coffins were aligned in a row. Wah! What is happening? The villagers were left dumbfounded. Apart from Long Changming, had anyone else from the Long family perished? How could there possibly be 8 coffins? You, do not engage in theatrics. We demand to see Long Changming. We wish to see Long Changming. My father emerged from the house with remarkable composure, standing before the 8 coffins. A voice called out, "This person is Long Changming's son. Young man, I ask you, which coffin does your father lie in? Speak quickly. Otherwise, do not blame us for being unfriendly." Suddenly, my father's eyes transformed into a shade of green, his expression contorting bizarrely as he twisted his neck, then fell to the ground like an animal. opening his mouth wide and howling. "Who among you is unafraid of death? Step forward." My father's appearance thoroughly terrified the villagers outside, causing them to retreat several more steps. A gust of wind swept through the courtyard. What had been a clear, starry sky quickly became overcast with ominous clouds. The night darkened. Esteemed guests, do you not see the truth unfolding before you? The dragon's long cry is about to transform into a drought spirit. We, the coffin bearers, require 8 coffins to suppress him. Otherwise, why would there be so many corpse-restraining talismans affixed to the coffins? Do you wish to witness it further? The words of the coffin bearers left the unruly villagers feeling uncertain. Observing this, Lord Long, seizing the moment, approached the villagers with a ledger in hand. Esteemed villagers, although my 4th brother has committed heinous crimes, he has chosen to take his own life out of guilt. I implore you all to refrain from further hostility. As for the harm inflicted upon you, my brothers, and I shall do our utmost to make amends. Please, kindly register your names and addresses, and we shall verify them before distributing compensation of 3,000 yuan per household. What say you? Upon hearing the promise of 3,000 yuan, the villagers were stirred. One among them shouted, "That's insufficient. A life is at stake. At least 10,000. 10,000? With over 30 households. Even if we were to be killed, it would not amount to such a sum. I propose 5,000. Those who agree may come forward to leave their thumbprint and sign. Otherwise, feel free to create as much chaos as you wish." Third master interjected, "If it comes to it, we shall drag forth the body of the 4th brother and let you divide it among yourselves." He then turned to glance at the 8 grand red coffins. At that moment, a chill emanated from within, instilling a sense that the drought spirit could leap forth at any moment to devour the living. Well then, since Dragon Changming is already deceased, let's not make things too difficult for the Long family. 5,000 it shall be. Very well. Those in agreement may come forth to collect their compensation. At this moment, a handful of family members remained, lamenting loudly. It was unclear whether their grief stemmed from profound affection for their loved ones or a desire for monetary compensation. One among them cried out, "Do you possess no dignity? Is a life worth merely a few thousand yuan?" They expressed their discontent, insisting they would not relent. Having heard that the police were soon to arrive, did no one wish to wait? Indeed, they anticipated the arrival of the authorities to open the coffin and inspect the body. At that point, they could demand compensation. Yes, let us open the coffin and examine the remains. Encouraged by their fervor, 7 or 8 individuals resolved to forego compensation, yearning to behold their grandfather's corpse and observe how the police would intervene. To speak candidly, the police will not come. My father proclaimed coldly from the yard. Why will the police not come? Have you, the Long family, bribed the station? My father replied icily, no. It is because a storm is imminent. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking our rooftop. Tiles cascaded down with a cacophony. The onlookers gazed upward, witnessing an ominous sky, thick with dark clouds, hanging so low that it seemed poised to envelop the entire village. A fierce wind howled, sweeping across the fields beyond our yard, stirring up dust and debris. The utensils prepared for the funeral spun chaotically on the ground, producing a clattering symphony. More terrifying still, lightning continued to strike. The second bolt struck the sycamore tree in the courtyard, causing it to crash to the ground. The third bolt was even more dramatic, directly hitting grandfather's coffin. The talisman on the grand red coffin ignited instantaneously. This spectacle terrified the villagers, sending them into a frenzy. Second master shouted, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you not wish to live? My 4th brother is on the verge of transformation. I suggest you return home for now. Once my brother is laid to rest, you may come back to claim your compensation." Boom! Another lightning bolt struck, directly hitting the courtyard wall and creating a gaping hole. Almost immediately, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by howling winds, rendering it impossible to stand outside. Second master bellowed, "Everyone, if you do not leave now, it will be too late. Soon, the mountain flood will surge, leaving you with no escape. Depart. Those who wish to survive, flee." In the blink of an eye, not a single villager remained. Some took refuge in the cave at the village entrance, where they kindled a fire. Today is truly uncanny. Long Changming is indeed a sorcerer. This rain seems utterly inexplicable, and those thunderclaps sound as if they aim to strike us all dead. What shall we do? What shall we do? Once the rain subsides and the sky clears, we will return to the Long family estate to protest. They have already promised compensation, after all. In this weather, the police will not come either. So, it is settled. At dawn, we will go together. Very well. Thus it was decided. Consequently, a group of people settled in the cave. After the villagers departed, Grandmother Bai emerged from her hidden chamber, gazing at the courtyard where the 64 coffin bearers stood motionless amidst the rain and mist. Lightning illuminated their orange garments, each face devoid of expression, exuding an aura of fearless resolve. No one faltered, nor did anyone exhibit trepidation. They stood there in serene silence, as if awaiting something significant. The renowned coffin bearers truly possessed remarkable courage. Undaunted by authority, they remained steadfast in their duty. Grandmother Bai offered them a deep bow. Immediately, 8 individuals stepped forward from the ranks, kneeling in unison before her. Noble heroes, what brings you here? One among them clasped his hands together, addressing her, Grandmother Bai. Our esteemed lineage of coffin bearers has always maintained harmonious relations with the 5 families, never committing any transgression against them. Therefore, in this matter of safeguarding the coffin, we, the 8 brothers, have a humble request. Please rise. Although our 5 families harbor little affection for Long Changming, he remains our son-in-law, an immutable truth. Thus, I should express my gratitude to you. Very well, let me be candid. We require the grandson of Long Changming to bear the coffin. What? Grandmother Bai thought she had misheard. Chapter 21. The auspicious hour has arrived. Lift the coffin. Not only Grandmother Bai, but also Lu De and Mr. Hui found this utterly astounding. Mr. Hui swung open the door and advanced with purpose. I must inquire if you coffin bearers are unfamiliar with protocol for such a task. One ought to summon a large rooster, not summon Ching Feng to stand by the coffin. He is but a child. Even if he were to stand by the coffin, we would have no objections should the weather be fair. But look at the state of the sky now. Young Master Bai tugged at Mr. Hui's sleeve. Brother Gray, do not be hasty in your anger. These gentlemen, being from a family renowned for their expertise in carrying coffins, undoubtedly have their reasons. The bearer of the coffin respectfully expressed, "Thank you, young sir, for your assistance." To speak candidly, this time, the young gentleman is the key figure. Mr. Long had previously instructed that in order for him to find peace in the earth, it is imperative for his grandson to stand by the coffin. Is this truly the intent of Long Changming? Has he lost his senses? Both Mr. Gray and Lady White were so incensed that they stamped their feet, while Hu Tse and the others pouted in indignation. Among the 5 great families, only young Master White remained unperturbed. Just as the dispute escalated, 3 gentlemen from the Dragon Gate quartet stepped forward. Master Long Air declared, "Destiny has decreed this trial for Ching Feng. Let him accompany the 4th master on his final journey." The individuals from the Chimen Xingtong are eyeing the 4th masteress remains with malicious intent. Only this child possesses the ability to subdue them. Lady White contemplated for a moment and replied coldly, "I comprehend now. What a cunning scheme by Long Changming. Disregarding his grandson's safety, he has brought him forth to safeguard his own interests." Lu Dedeo added, "With this child present, should the Chimen Xingtong dare to act, the consequences may be dire. Since everyone has reached a decision, let this child stand by his grandfather's coffin. The 5 great families shall obey. At all costs, protect Ching Feng. Rest assured, grandmother, we shall exert every effort." Lady White, leaning on her cane, gazed sternly at the 64 bearers of the coffin. "Are you intending to split into 8 teams to carry the 8 coffins in different directions?" The bearers nodded in affirmation. "Good. Spread the word. The 5 families will divide into 8 paths." It seems this matter still requires the assistance of our ghost gate. A voice drifted in from outside the courtyard. Upon hearing this, Grandma Bai recognized the speaker as the ghost granny. "Ghost granny, I thought your ghost gate was timid as a mouse. Have you fled upon encountering trouble?" Mr. Gray's face darkened at this remark. The ghost granny responded, "You may divide into 5 paths first. The remaining 3 will be entrusted to our ghost gate." Grandma Bai said, "Then let us, ghost granny and I, together safeguard the journey." No problem. This old lady is quite fond of the young lad. Thus, Grandma Bai and the ghost granny stood on either side of the last coffin. As midnight approached, the pallbearers glanced at the time and shouted, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Raise the coffin. We are lifting the coffin." The disciples of Longmen held paper money, lit incense, and donned mourning attire. At that moment, the rain intensified, and countless pieces of paper money fluttered down to the ground. 64 pallbearers, each with 8 groups, stood before the 8 identical coffins, indistinguishable from one another, making it impossible to discern which contained the grandfather. I quietly sat atop the last coffin. To prevent me from falling, the Longmen members had prepared a small sedan chair for me. The chair was secured atop the coffin, and my body was strapped in with something akin to a safety belt. Lift the coffin. We are lifting the coffin. Truly, as descendants of a pallbearer lineage, the 8 sturdy men lifted the massive coffin and began to run. It seemed as if these solid wooden coffins were as light as feathers in their eyes. 8 coffins steadily exited the gates, each heading in a different direction. Soon, they vanished into the misty rain. At that moment, thunder rumbled and lightning streaked through the sky, illuminating the coffins as they darted about. The 8 pallbearers showed no fear, gritting their teeth as the tempest lashed against their faces. Grandmother Bai and the ghostly matron flanked me, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Do not be afraid. Once we reach grandfather's resting place, all will be well. You are such a good child. The 2 elders amused me throughout the journey. At that moment, I felt akin to a 3-year-old devoid of fear, reveling in the thrill of being carried atop the coffin, akin to riding a rocking horse. The pallbearers moved swiftly, soon leaving the village and heading towards a canyon in the back mountains. Grandmother Bai, eyes closed, tapped her cane and inquired, "Xiao Bai, where are you now?" "Grandmother, we have arrived at a meadow called April Days, and it seems someone is waiting there." The voice of young Master Bai emanated from the cane. "Oh, is it someone from the Court of Justice?" "It appears to be. How many are there?" "There are 3. 3? Indeed." No sooner had young Master Bai spoken than 3 unfamiliar voices emerged from the cane. 2 men and a woman. "We are the Court of Justice. Please lower the coffins." "I am Rainwater. I am Awakening of Insects. I am Spring Equinox." Young Master Bai scoffed. "Rainwater, Awakening of Insects, Spring Equinox, along with last night's arrival of the beginning of spring. How intriguing. Have all the 24 solar terms come to life? The 24 halls of Chimen indeed live up to their reputation. Without further ado, hand over the coffin, and we shall spare you your lives." "Huh, such audacity." 8 bearers simultaneously lowered the coffin, revealing 8 gleaming golden blades that reflected the faces of the 3 ahead. Young Master Bai leaped onto the coffin, casually sitting atop it. 1, 2, 3. 8 coffins, 3 individuals per group, precisely 24 in total. "By mere numbers, you have already lost," he remarked leisurely. A blade of grass clenched between his lips. "Not necessarily." The figure clad in black, known as Jingjia, dragged forth a series of iron chains. To his astonishment, the chains were tethered to 2 peculiar puppets. "Ah, so they're adept in the art of puppetry." "Puppetry?" Lady Bai stamped her cane and scoffed. "Such trifles are hardly worthy of mention." The ghostly matron chuckled. "Aside from puppetry, what other talents might there be?" Lady Bai replied, "I suspect they are all from the 36 doors, though I cannot specify which. For instance, the formidable Power Sect, where the 3rd son of the Long family resides, is among the 36 doors. However, there are no members of the Power Sect within the 24 halls. The 36 doors include the likes of the Luban Sect, the Moon Sect, the Goose Sect, and the 3 Corpses Sect, among others. It remains to be seen if they have joined the 24 halls. How lively indeed! In the opinion of the Elder Sisters, which sect among the 36 possesses the most formidable prowess?" Lady Bai stated, "The 3 Corpses Sect and the Green Robe Sect are particularly formidable." "The Green Robe Sect?" "Indeed, their disciples are predominantly practitioners of the Tao. Some hail from Mount Shu, while others come from Mount Mao, all of them exceptional experts. May we be fortunate enough to avoid an encounter with them." No sooner had the words left his lips than a man's laughter echoed through the mountains. "Ah, dear lady, it is rather unfortunate that the ones tasked with thwarting your progress are none other than the disciples of our Chingy sect. Cold dew, frost descent. In the beginning of winter, I beseech you, revered white lady and the ghost matron, to enlighten us. As the crowd looked up, they beheld three figures leaping from the opposite peak. Despite the hundreds of meters of sheer cliff, these individuals descended as if traversing level ground. Chapter 22. The Interceptors. Merciless in their intent, the trio swiftly approached the coffin. At that moment, a torrential downpour ensued, yet the three remained completely dry. Upon closer inspection, White Lady noticed that they were enveloped in a layer of energy, rendering the rainwater unable to penetrate. Indeed, it is no surprise that they are disciples of Mao Mountain, capable of refining their essence to such an extent far beyond the reach of ordinary Tao practitioners. I wonder, Taoist Ching Song, what is your relation to them? Asked White Lady. The one named Cold Dew replied, Your eyesight is commendable, dear lady. Taoist Ching Song is my esteemed master's uncle. Uncle? Then your master must be Taoist Ching Feng? Precisely. Ah, truly. A distinguished master begets exceptional disciples. And what are the other two? What is your connection to them? I am Frost Descent, hailing from Mount Amay. Oh, a young lady. Indeed, it is rare to find someone from Mount Amay still traversing the Jianghu. How delightful. Frostfall replied courteously, Do not take offense, esteemed elder. My master and her companions have never ceased their cultivation, and their skills are quite commendable. However, in this era of peace, they prefer not to engage in conflict. This sentiment was indeed commendable. Another figure interjected, If I'm not mistaken, you must be a Taoist from Dragon and Tiger Mountain? Indeed, I am but a disciple of Dragon and Tiger Mountain, known by the moniker of Early Winter. Beside them, the old witch grew somewhat impatient, sneering, Old friend, do we fear these youngsters? Regardless of their origins, let them first taste the sting of my palm. Before her words faded, she flicked her long sleeves, and a skeletal hand surged forth from her garment, striking towards the trio before her. As the blow was delivered, a torrent of skulls, enshrouded in ominous mist, roared forth. Lunging at the three, What sorcery is this? The trio gasped in astonishment, hastily retreating. The skulls and dark fog swiftly engulfed them, plunging them into a realm of darkness and chaos. Even more unsettling was an inexplicable pressure that constricted their throats, as if invisible hands were squeezing them tight. Roar, roar, roar. Countless skulls surged from the mist, baring their teeth as they lunged at the three. Suddenly, a flash of golden light erupted. At that moment, the hand of Cold Dew brandished a bronze sword, its blade adorned with 5 copper coins. The earlier golden flash had emanated from the coins embedded in the sword. Old witch, unleash whatever sorcery you possess. If I, a Taoist priest from Aoshan, were to fear your malevolent spirit, then what purpose would my cultivation serve? I might as well return home and dig for sweet potatoes. As Han Lu spoke, she brandished her bronze sword. The 5 copper coins embedded in the blade flew forth like concealed weapons, striking the 5 approaching skulls. At the moment of impact, the skulls dissipated into wisps of black smoke. What a magnificent use of the 5 emperor coins. Only you Maoshan practitioners could so seamlessly incorporate such elements into your swordsmanship. The old witch had not engaged in combat for quite some time, and upon encountering it again, she became invigorated. Her palms danced as countless skulls surged toward the three. Xiao Shuang Adong, you two go seize the coffin while I hold off this old hag. Han Lu countered, unleashing a barrage of thunder talismans into the mist. The talismans detonated in midair, transforming into arcs of azure lightning. Wherever the lightning struck, dust and stones were sent flying. The thick aura of malevolence was abruptly dispelled, revealing 2 pathways. Through these openings, the grand red coffin and the 8 bearers could be faintly glimpsed. In a swift motion, Shuangjiang unfurled her yin-yang umbrella. As the umbrella spun, she ascended into the air. Li Dong, wielding a peachwood sword and stepping with the 7 stars technique, closely followed her. Together, they swiftly escaped through the openings, alighting before Grandma Bai. She remained unmoved, and the two did not dare to act. After all, the 5 celestial immortals rarely engaged with those of the Taoist lineage, and as righteous individuals, mutual respect was paramount. Pay them no mind. Raise the coffin, Grandma Bai commanded, lightly tapping her cane. Yes, The 8 bearers once more bent down, lifting the coffin and hastening away. The 2 assassins floated to block the path of the bearers once more. In the realm of the Golden Blade sect, the bearers of the coffin swiftly drew forth their gleaming golden blades. Upon witnessing this, the elderly matriarch chuckled, exclaiming, "Ah, the Golden Blade sect. I knew it. Who would dare escort such a coffin? Now that I recognize the Golden Blade sect, I am no longer surprised." At that moment, a flicker of astonishment crossed Han Lu's visage. The Golden Blade sect, with its 8 golden blades. One blade cleaves the disloyal and unfilial. The second severs the wicked and corrupt. The third blade vanquishes treacherous scoundrels, while the fourth slays villainous traitors. Well spoken, knowing the prowess of our brotherhood. Step aside swiftly, lest you meet your demise. Then let be a lesson, Li Dong proclaimed, as he brandished his peachwood sword and charged forth. Ignorant child, prepare to perish. The leading brute met the peachwood sword with a downward strike of his blade. Clang! The golden blade clashed against the peachwood sword, sending a jolt through Li Dong's hands, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that the pure yang energy he infused into his sword could almost be severed by such an ordinary large knife. Simultaneously, the leader of the Golden Blade sect was taken aback. He had presumed that the peachwood sword would be utterly defenseless against his strike, only to discover that his foe was a practitioner of the Tao, having cultivated for over a decade. Brothers, form the formation. All of you advance. The 8 bearers of the coffin, realizing the formidable skills of their adversary, disregarded any semblance of martial ethics, wielding their great blades and charging forth in unison. At that very moment, a petite nun wielding a yin-yang umbrella suddenly soared into the air, gracefully rotating her iron umbrella. The canopy spun, and several talismanic blades shot forth from within. Clang, clang, clang. As the night fell, a chilling light flickered, and the talisman knife struck against the golden blade, sending several knife wielders staggering backward in surprise. Who would have thought that such a seemingly insignificant talisman knife could possess such formidable power? Step aside, I shall handle them myself. Seeing that the 8 coffin bearers were evenly matched with the 2 masters from the execution hall, Granny Bai decided to take matters into her own hands. With a deep inhalation, a mystical white mist enveloped her cane. The countless raindrops in the air seemed to be drawn in by a powerful vortex, converging upon Granny Bai. Once the rainwater reached the cane, it was ejected forcefully by an overwhelming gust. Suddenly, Frostfall dove forward, using the yin-yang umbrella to shield the back of Winter's stand. The incessant patter of raindrops striking the umbrella produced a cacophony of sharp sounds. Ack! Winter's stand abruptly felt a sharp pain in his calf and crouched down. Frostfall lowered her head, discovering that Winter's stand's leg was covered with a myriad of white, menacing barbs. Granny Bai, what impressive elder you are, capable of transforming raindrops into the spines of a hedgehog. How did you manage such a feat? Frostfall reverently inquired, lowering the yin-yang umbrella. Meanwhile, Winter's stand knelt on the ground, clutching his bloodied foot. Fortunately, the barbs formed from the transformed raindrops were not poisoned. Otherwise, Winter's stand would have already succumbed to death. In his heart, he held an immense respect for Granny Bai. Thank you, Granny, for showing mercy. Chapter 23. The Nine Nether Inferno. Granny Bai lightly tapped her cane on the ground. At such a tender age, you have already attained this level of cultivation. No wonder the execution hall seeks to recruit you. Regrettably, today you find yourselves confronted by both myself and the ancient crone, each of us possessing millennia of cultivation. Do not delude yourselves. Even if your master were to arrive, he would only meet with defeat. Heed this warning and depart swiftly, lest we become angered. For then none of you shall escape. As the frost descends and winter approaches, Shuangjiang diligently stows away the yin-yang umbrella and the peachwood sword. Encountering adversaries of such caliber is a mismatch of realms. Continuing this battle not only squanders our treasured artifacts, but also endangers our very lives. Hango, we must retreat. We are no match for them. Cease this conflict. Both of them called out to Han Lu. Yet, in that moment, Han Lu was consumed by a crimson fury, utterly oblivious to the notion of retreat. No, as disciples of Mao Shan, how can we ever speak of surrender? Even in death, we shall find honor. Old witch, come forth. Han Lu bellowed, wielding a bronze sword with an impenetrable grace. The 5 emperor coins atop the blade swirling through the air, forming a grand bell that enveloped him completely. With the protection of this bell, Han Lu unleashed his thunder talismans, relentlessly attacking the crone. A spirited lad, he bears a semblance to the venerable ancestors of Mao Shan. The old crone, seeing her opponent resolute in defiance, began to release an unending stream of ghostly energy. Countless skulls emerged from the spectral miasma, surging towards Han Lu. Although the Taoist thunder talismans are immensely powerful, capable of obliterating solitary souls and wandering spirits with ease, their efficacy wanes against a 1,000-year-old specter. After several rounds, the seemingly indomitable bronze sword in Han Lu's grasp had developed numerous fissures. This was precisely the effect that the old witch desired. She had comprehended Han Lu's capabilities and unleashed countless skulls to relentlessly assault the bronze sword. Once the blade shattered, the 5 emperor coins would lose their anchor, and this young man would be defeated. Yet, brimming with youthful vigor, Han Lu would never concede defeat. He swiftly drew a soul-calming ruler and charged at the old witch with reckless abandon. The ruler was imbued with an unknown, formidable spirit that voraciously consumed the ghostly energy released by the old witch. "Child, you possess such abilities?" The old witch mused, wary of underestimating him. She retracted her ghostly energy and opened her mouth, spewing forth a large ball of green ghost fire. The malevolent entity within the soul-calming ruler was eagerly devouring the ghostly energy. Little did it anticipate that the old witch would suddenly transform her ghostly energy into hellfire. The entity, caught off guard, could not restrain itself and swallowed several mouthfuls in succession. Screech! Screech! The creature shrieked in agony, compelled to escape the confines of the soul-calming ruler. It was then that everyone beheld the truth. The creature that had been hiding within the ruler was none other than a flayed monkey. It turned out to be a water ghost, and the old witch's 9-nether hellfire was its natural nemesis. Where do you think you can flee? The old witch spat out several bursts of hellfire, which swiftly engulfed the water ghost. "Child, do you possess any further tricks? Reveal them all, lest it be said that the old witch bullied you." Han Lu discarded the soul-calming ruler and was about to leap forward when a man's voice suddenly resonated from the mountaintop. "Ignorant child, retreat." Han Lu paused, for he recognized that voice. He had seen the Hall Master before. The onlookers, Frostfall and Winter's Arrival, simultaneously knelt on one leg. The Master of the Hall? Both Granny Bai and Old Witch turned their gazes towards the mountain peak, astonished that the Master of the Execution Hall had personally intervened this time. "Granny Bai, Old Witch, why do your families obstruct us?" At that moment, the voice shifted, moving from the left peak to the right. Granny Bai replied, "Long Changming is the son-in-law of my 5 esteemed families. Although we are not particularly fond of him, we cannot allow the people of the martial world to insult his corpse, especially under my very nose. There is no talk of insult. You merely need to surrender his body, and the execution hall shall naturally uphold justice." "Justice? Where in this world is there justice?" Old Witch chuckled. "Then do not blame me for my rudeness." No sooner had the man finished speaking than a dozen shadowy figures emerged from the misty rain. All were clad in black, wearing wide-brimmed hats. It seemed that half of the assassins from the Cheeman Execution Hall were present. 8 coffins. Do you not think that each coffin holds 3 assassins? No, my dear sister, you overestimate these individuals. In my view, those who come to seize the coffins far exceed 24. This implies that, aside from the Execution Hall, other factions have also joined in. The Execution Hall enforces the law. I may not kill, but if others seek to bully us, it shall not be so easily tolerated. The figures in black advanced step by step towards Granny Bai and Old Witch. A towering silhouette appeared behind them, clad in a blue robe adorned with dragons and phoenixes. Such ambition! How dare he attempt to seize the coffins? "Dear sister, do exercise caution," the ghostly figure warned, unleashing a wave of spectral energy once more. Within this ethereal mist, skulls emerged, lunging towards the approaching shadows of a dozen figures. The silhouettes suddenly dispersed, with several individuals swiftly catching up to the coffin bearers. Leading the group was a remarkably slender man, who, despite his diminutive stature, bore 2 large gourds at his waist. From the Gu sect, Thousand Mountains. Code name Great Cold. I beseech your guidance, he declared, uncorking one of the gourds and shaking it over the ground. Countless insects poured forth from the gourd, swiftly enveloping the 8 coffin bearers in a writhing mass. Upon witnessing the swarm, the leader shouted in alarm, "Run!" The 4 men carrying the coffin fled in a frenzy, while the remaining 4 hastily produced explosives, hurling them in all directions. Boom! Boom! The detonations reverberated, clouds of smoke billowing forth, accompanied by a pungent scent of sulfur that made me cough uncontrollably. However, the sulfur proved effective against the Gu insects, causing the dense mass to scatter in response to the acrid odor. The 8 coffin bearers broke free from the encirclement, only to find their path obstructed by several paper figures. Beside them stood an elderly man clad in traditional attire. From the 7 gates, stone against the wind. Code, name Little Cold. I implore your counsel, he proclaimed, and with that, the paper figures sprang to life, brandishing swords aimed at the coffin. The closest coffin bearer swiftly countered with a strike of his own, aiming for the paper figure's sword. The paper figure's blade stood no chance against the might of the Golden Blade sect, and with a resounding crack, both the figure and its weapon were cleaved in twain. The figure known as Shurgandan let out a cold snort, chanting fervently, "The ancestral master grants me the spirit body." With a single stroke, I unveil the Azure Dragon's eye. With a second stroke, the 4 seas illuminate. With a third stroke, my body is free. I heed the urgent command of the Supreme Elder Lord. Upon the completion of the incantation, a multitude of paper figures and horses surged forth from all directions, launching a grand assault. Chapter 24. The Flying Head Descends. 8 bearers of the coffin brandished their large blades, charging towards the paper figures and horses. In an instant, cries of battle erupted, and chaos ensued. Granny Bai was not idle either. She gracefully wielded her cane, transforming countless raindrops into sharp, concealed weapons. Some unprepared assassins found themselves pierced like hedgehogs. The ghostly matron was consumed by a fervor for combat. Just as Granny Bai felled several foes, a horde of zombies appeared, bounding into the fray. These zombies, driven by instinct, lunged at any living being, effortlessly leaping 7 to 8 meters high, as they poised to pounce upon the coffin bearers. The ghostly matron stamped her foot. In the blink of an eye, innumerable lost souls and wandering spirits emerged from the earth, ensnaring the zombies that were advancing towards the coffin bearers. The zombies, devoid of souls, were entirely at the mercy of the corpse handlers. The ghostly matron, keenly aware of this fact, exhaled the fires of the underworld, incinerating the talismans affixed to the zombies, while commanding the emerging spirits to possess them. In an instant, the zombies turned against their pursuers, scattering in every direction, a scene that brought forth my delighted laughter. Seeing my amusement, the ghostly matron employed various tricks to further entertain me. I witnessed 2 assassins fall under her control, wielding their blades to strike one another. Meanwhile, on Granny Bai's side, another 7 or 8 individuals had collapsed to the ground, their bodies riddled with barbs, emitting anguished cries. A legion of dozens, the Chiman army, was utterly outmatched by Granny Bai and Granny Gue. Incompetent fools, each and every one of them. Stand down, the leader of the Chiman 24 Halls bellowed, causing all the sorcerers to retreat to the sidelines. At this moment, the 8 bearers of the coffin had already felled the paper figures and horses, bending down to carry the coffin as they sprinted wildly toward the cliff. As the bearers passed a precipice, the Chiman leader retaliated by casting 2 talismans towards the peaks on either side of the cliff. Upon striking the mountains, there were 2 earth-shattering booms, and 2 boulders, larger than a truck, roared towards the coffin, causing the very ground to tremble. The 8 bearers of the coffin were struck with terror, rendered powerless as they could only watch helplessly as the colossal stones descended upon the coffin. Outrageous! Whoever harms my grandson shall perish, Granny Bai shouted furiously, launching herself forward as a white aura coalesced around her. Simultaneously, Granny Gue leaped to the opposite side of the coffin. A black and a white aura swiftly formed into 2 celestial barriers. Boom! The boulders crashed down onto the airstream, simultaneously pinning Granny Bai and Granny Gue beneath. The 2 stones, each weighing several hundred tons, were halted just 3 to 4 meters from the coffin by the united strength of the two grandmothers. This astonishing scene left the 8 bearers of the coffin utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place as they gazed at the duo. Granny Bai, are you all right? One of the bearers inquired anxiously. Granny Bai coughed up blood. Young man, do I appear unharmed to you? Old ghost, how are you holding up? The malevolent aura surrounding the old witch intensified, and after a prolonged moment, she replied, I shall not perish yet. The master of the Qi Men is indeed ruthless. He intends to ensnare us, freeing himself to contend with those 8 young ones. Youngsters, why do you linger? Move swiftly. But grandmother, do not concern yourselves with us. Very well. Raise the coffin. The 8 bearers of the coffin continued their frantic flight, while I turned to glance at Grandmother Bai and the old witch, waving my small hand. Upon seeing this, smiles graced the faces of both Grandmother Bai and the witch. Longer, do not fret. Cough, cough. A torrent of blood erupted from the mouths of Grandmother Bai and the old witch. At this moment, despair and regret washed over them. Who would have imagined that after a millennium of cultivation, they would ultimately succumb to 2 enormous stones? Which, Grandmother Bai, I have arrived too late. Amidst the misty rain, dozens of figures rushed in with haste, all donned in blue garments, emblazoned with a prominent dragon character on their backs. From the Long Men, we come to rescue. Long Kuei? You fool, do not overestimate your capabilities. Do you not see the weight of these stones? Fear not, Grandmother. These are all disciples of the mighty sect, capable of facing 10 foes. With that, Long Sanyu produced 2 talismans, affixing one to each of the colossal stones. Subsequently, dozens of individuals bent down, inserting their spears beneath the stones. 1, 2, 3, lift. In unison, the multitude heaved the massive stones aside, liberating Grandmother Bai and the old witch. Do not concern yourselves with me. Go. Safeguard that child, for he is the future of the Long family. Indeed, Lord Long San cast aside 2 bottles of pills and hastened to catch up with the bearers of the coffin. At this moment, the bearers had arrived before an iron chain bridge. The master of the 24 houses of the mysterious gate seemed to have anticipated that this was the sole bridge leading to the opposite bank. Thus he had long awaited their arrival. Beside him stood a sorcerer and a company of about 10 individuals. Among these 10, 2 had detached their own heads, playfully toying with them, while the others stood guard in front of 3 coffins. A chilling aura emanated from within the coffins, undoubtedly containing the most malevolent of entities. The 4 heroes of Long Men, Long Kuei, had come to safeguard the coffin. Lord Long San, accompanied by dozens of followers, hurriedly arrived to stand alongside the 8 bearers. The master of the mysterious gate stood there with an air of arrogance, disregarding Lord San and his companions entirely. You insignificant few dare to oppose me? He scoffed. Xiao Shui and De Shui, it is time for you 2 brothers to take action. With that, the 2 headless figures casually tossed their disembodied heads into the air. The members of the Golden Blade sect, upon witnessing this, raised their great swords, aiming for the heads and striking down. Strangely, the blow did not cleave the heads in 2. They felt as solid as iron, causing the swords to chip upon impact. Even more bizarrely, after being severed, the head spun on the ground like tops. Suddenly, one of them leaped up and bit into the face of a bearer of the coffin. The bearer screamed in agony, grasping the head and hurling it away with all his might. His companions looked over to find that his nose had been bitten off, blood gushing forth. More horrifically, within mere seconds, the man collapsed, transforming into a pool of blood. Thus, everyone shouted, "Be careful! The head is poisonous!" Ha ha! 2 heads danced amidst the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, several disciples from the Strength sect fell to the ground with cries of agony. Damn it! Master Long San brandished a red tassel spear, aiming at one of the airborne heads, and hurled it with great force. The spear whistled through the air, embedding itself into the head with a resounding thud. The tremendous impact sent the head soaring, along with the spear, into a cliff hundreds of meters away. The spear penetrated the stone, anchoring the head firmly against the rock. The headless man, executing hand seals, chanted incantations, and performed a dance, but to no avail. Unfortunately, The distance was too great, and the head was too securely pinned to return. The headless man struggled for a moment, then fell to the ground, flailing like a blood-drained rooster. Observing this, the disciple from the Golden Blade sect, fearing it might rise again, rushed forward to deliver 2 additional strikes, dismembering it thoroughly. With the defeat of one headless man, the morale of the crowd soared. Soon, another head was jointly slain by the members of the Golden Blade sect and the Strength sect. As defeat loomed, the leader of the Punishment Hall turned to the few individuals behind him. Xiaoji Xiaoshu Dashu, it is your turn. Yes, Hall Master. Chapter 25, Blood Corpses. White-haired drought spirits, the 3 stepped forward, one of them striking the coffin with a palm. The coffin lid flew open, and a figure, drenched in mud and water, suddenly leaped out. This person's face had rotted, with 2 rows of menacing white fangs bared. His physique was extraordinarily imposing, towering at least 2 meters tall, clad entirely in armor. A general from the Yuan dynasty? Master Sen quickly deduced the origins of this being from his hairstyle. Master, what is this? The disciples were thoroughly terrified. Gripping his red tassel spear, Master Sen coldly declared, "This is a blood corpse. If I am not mistaken, these 3 must belong to the 3 corpse sect. It is said that they excel in corpse refining. The stronger the individual in life, the more formidable the corpse in death. Thus, this general from the Yuan dynasty." The disciples of the Great Strength sect were left with a lump in their throats. The fear rendered them incapable of uttering further words. Anyone with a modicum of historical knowledge would know that the Yuan army hailed from the grasslands, often consuming raw meat, resulting in their towering stature and ferocious nature. Wherever the Yuan army went, local villagers were struck with terror. The blood corpse refined from this Yuan general was utterly horrifying. What was even more alarming was that from the coffin behind the Yuan general, 2 more beings emerged. One was completely covered in white fur, lifeless yet unyielding. The other appeared almost indistinguishable from a living person, howling with a blank expression, reminiscent of the zombies depicted in films. The 3 corpse sect, blood corpses, zombies, living corpses. Master, what shall we do? Master Sen tightened his grip on the red tassel spear, soaring into the air, and thrust it toward the white-furred zombie. The spear pierced through the body of the white-furred zombie. With a forceful swing, he prepared to hurl it over the cliff. What took San Yi by surprise was that his opponent chose to engage in a contest of strength, not only refusing to evade, but also seizing the red tassel spear from his grasp and forcefully flinging him aside. A jolt coursed through San Yi as he was unexpectedly hurled 3 meters away. Had it not been for his immense strength, he would have nearly been cast over the precipice. Master of the Gate, San Yi, the disciples of Long Men rushed forward. As the leader of the Great Strength sect, San Yi had always been renowned for his formidable power. At the tender age of 3, he could wield a 20-pound stone lock. By 10, he single-handedly subdued a 400-pound boar, and at 15, he had struck down a bull with a single blow. Yet now, he found himself at the mercy of a white-haired zombie, igniting his temper. Everyone, step back. Deal with that blood corpse. This fiend is mine. With that, he grasped the red tassel spear and engaged in a fierce struggle with the white-haired zombie. The creature exerted its strength, dragging San Yi towards the coffin in an attempt to confine him within. Realizing the zombie's intent, San Yi leapt into action, delivering a swift kick to its shin. The impact dislocated its jaw, leaving it drooping grotesquely, saliva pooling beneath. With a guttural roar, it spewed forth a jet of flames towards San Yi, catching him off guard and singeing his beard and eyebrows. By the heavens, if Fourth Brother were here, he would have dispatched you, you wretched white-haired specter. Master, how can it breathe fire? The disciples gasped in terror. In response, San Yi hurled several red tassel spears, each piercing the white-haired zombie's body and pinning it to the ground. Everyone stand back. This is not a mere zombie. It is a drought demon, a white-haired drought demon. This creature has transformed from a zombie, and once a drought demon emerges from its grave, the surrounding hills will bear no vegetation. Master, can you withstand this? Even if I cannot, I must endure. Charge forward. At the command of the third master, the disciples of the mighty sect rushed towards the white-haired drought demon. Some wielded hammers, while others brandished clubs. However, whether it was a hammer or a club, striking the white-haired drought demon felt akin to pounding the earth. It exhibited no reaction whatsoever. This entity possessed no sensation of pain. After the initial wave of attacks from the mighty sect, the demon unleashed a burst of flames, consuming 2 disciples who were unable to evade it, instantly engulfing them in fire as they rolled on the ground, shrieking in agony. The remaining disciples, witnessing this, disregarded their fears and surged forward, discarding their weapons to grasp the white-haired drought demon in a desperate embrace. "What do you intend to do, Master? I'm sorry." A swarm of disciples from the mighty sect clung to the white-haired drought demon like ants on a colossal insect, refusing to let go. Due to their proximity, the flames of the drought demon could not take effect. In the next moment, they pushed the demon towards the cliff, all plummeting down together. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled thuds echoed from below the precipice. The remaining disciples, blinded by rage, charged towards the bloodied corpses and zombies. A howl erupted. One disciple fell victim to a zombie's grasp. The creature sank its teeth into his neck, severing the carotid artery. Blood gushed forth as it savored the crimson nectar before lunging at another disciple. "Beware, this thing is toxic." Soon, Master Sin discovered that a disciple who had been bitten to death by a zombie fell to the ground, only to rise again shortly thereafter. However, the resurrected disciple was no longer the same as before. His eyes were vacant, his face contorted, his pupils clouded, his lips a deep shade of purple and dark. Corpse-like marks had begun to appear on his skin. A ghastly sound emanated from his throat, and he would bite anyone in sight. Moreover, those who were bitten also transformed into zombies, firmly controlled by the members of the Sandcorpse sect. Master San, feeling helpless, kicked the injured disciple off the cliff. "Master, we cannot allow him to bite our brothers anymore. Everyone, step aside, let me handle this," shouted the second in command. With a leap, he seized the zombie, and together with the other disciples, they dragged him and jumped off the cliff. Below, a chilling chorus of screams echoed. Master Sin stared blankly at the cliff, trembling from overwhelming sorrow. Since its establishment, the mighty Strength sect had never suffered such catastrophic losses. Sandcorpse sect. Seeking death, Master Sin executed a swift turn, striking a large stone on the ground, then forcefully hurled it. Boom! The boulder shot forth like a cannonball, heading straight for the leader of the punishment hall. The leader chuckled coldly, slapping his palm towards the boulder. Astonishingly, the massive stone was knocked from the air. Master San was taken aback and swiftly propelled several large stones towards the enemy. This time, 3 boulders flew towards 3 disciples of the Sandcorpse sect, who were entirely focused on controlling General Yuan, engaged in a bloody battle with 8 coffin bearers, completely oblivious to the incoming stones. Bang, bang, bang. 2 of the colossal stones were struck down by a flying token, while the third one toppled one of the 3 individuals to the ground. The once controlled General Yuan instantly erupted in rage. Chapter 26. Listen to the dragon's roar. This fellow had initially targeted the coffin bearer, which was also the Master's intention. If the coffin bearer were to be slain or subdued, the coffin would naturally fall into the hands of the execution hall. However, the enraged General Yuan shifted his gaze towards me, leaped into the air, and landed directly in front of me, reaching out with his hand. At that moment, I bellowed loudly at General Yuan. Roar! His outstretched hand suddenly froze in midair, for my cry was unlike that of a mere human, bearing a resemblance to the wail of an infant. Startled, General Yuan turned and fled into the mountains. Just then, the master of the execution hall lunged towards me, intending to take me away. Stop! A woman's voice resonated in my ears. Looking up, I found my mother standing protectively in front of me. The master of the execution hall paused, asking, "Young lady, this does not concern you." "Step aside." My mother retorted fiercely, "This is my son. What do you intend to do?" "Your son?" The master scrutinized my mother in disbelief. "So, she's a disciple of the Ghost Gate. How intriguing. A disciple of the Ghost Gate has borne a child of the Dragon Clan? If this were to spread, the Dragon Clan would likely face much turmoil." My mother replied coldly, "Unfortunately, you know too much." As her words fell, An aura of ghostly energy enveloped her. The master of the execution hall was taken aback by the overwhelming aura of malevolence that enveloped the surroundings. Nevertheless, emboldened by his skill, he dismissed his mother's presence with a wave of his hand and struck directly at her chest. In response, she let out a fierce roar, summoning a colossal skull that soared to shield her. His palm met the skull with a resounding impact, causing the very earth to tremble. The skull shattered like a fragile porcelain doll, fragments scattering everywhere. The master felt a numbing shock reverberate through his hand from the force of the blow. Pure Yang transformation palm. Are you the leader of Longhu Mountain? Huh. I never imagined you would recognize an old man like me at such a young age. A decade ago, the execution hall appointed me as its master, and I must uphold justice. If you wish to avoid death, leave that coffin and the child behind. An intense aura of murderous intent radiated from her. The fate of the coffin rested solely on his capabilities. My son, anyone who seeks to harm him shall face only one fate, death. Do you truly wish to declare enmity against all of Longhu Mountain? And what of Longhu Mountain? Even if the leader of Maoshan were to come, they would not dare lay a finger on my son. Such audacity! The leader of Longhu Mountain retaliated by unleashing a command plate. The power of this plate was witnessed firsthand by both Granny Bai and Ghost Granny, who gasped in terror. Stop! Yet it was too late. The command plate swiftly approached her, and before she could react, it struck her, sending her flying several meters until she collided with a rock. Fortunately, she had already concentrated all her malevolent energy at her chest. Even so, the overwhelming force of the Longhu Mountain command plate caused her to spit blood. This child must be taken away by me. Those who wish to live, step aside. The master of Longhushan pulled out a token and advanced towards me step by step. My eyes widened in disbelief as a surge of energy rose from my Danton, swiftly permeating my entire being. Look, that child. At this moment, the 7 bearers of the coffin noticed that a white mist had begun to envelop me. This mist they had previously seen surrounding old Granny Bai. Oh, the bloodline of the 5 great families? This becomes even more intriguing. The master of Longhushan stood before me, while behind him, 8 coffin bearers approached with large blades in hand. Just as they were about to strike, old Granny suddenly shouted, "Stop! Granny, you are no match for him. Hurry and carry the coffin." But what about this child? Worry not. She has harmed my lord's granddaughter, and my lord will not let this go unpunished. Ha ha ha. Zhang, you are in for a great misfortune today. The voice of old Granny echoed continuously into the depths of the mountains. At this moment, the master of Longhushan seemed to recall something, and his complexion turned ashen. Granddaughter? Could it be that this young woman is the granddaughter of the Ghost Gate's master? Indeed. Are you afraid now? Afraid? Huh. It is said that the master of the Ghost Gate is merely a corpse that has not decayed for a millennium. I do not believe that a corpse can rise to kill. The Ghost Gate has long been notorious for its malevolence. What of it if I have harmed his granddaughter? How tiresome! A man's voice, thunderous and resonant, rolled forth, startling the birds in the valley, causing them to flee from the trees in droves. Such immense power and presence left Zhang, the sect leader, gasping for breath. Ignorant child, you are exceedingly arrogant. You have harmed my granddaughter, and I shall take your life. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, only to find the mountains teeming with apparitions. These phantoms emerged from the ground like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, converging wildly towards the heavens. The pitch-black night sky was soon illuminated by swirling green, ghostly flames. A colossal blood red eye materialized in the air, surrounded by tentacles extending over 100 meters, resembling tree roots as they descended from the sky, anchoring themselves in the earth. This extraordinary sight caused the bearers of the coffin from the 8th Rout Army to cease their bloody battle, instinctively lifting their gazes skyward. The old ancestor of the Ghost Gate, Zhang, the leader of Longhu Mountain, was taken aback and felt compelled to draw the Tian Gang sword from his back. This sword, known as the treasure of Longhu Mountain passed down by its founder, measured over 3 feet in length. Its blade was forged from the cold iron of Kunlun Mountain, refined in the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Lord for 49 days and tempered with the blood of a phoenix. Countless fierce ghosts, wicked spirits, and demonic entities had perished at the hands of this formidable sword. You, the young one of Longhu Mountain, are not guilty for your ignorance. I give you 3 minutes to take away the rubbish from the tribunal and leave. Otherwise, do not blame the old ghost for using you as nourishment for the coffin. As the words fell, a massive bronze coffin flickered into view within the blood-red eye overhead. Zhang pointed his sword towards the heavens, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he spat onto the blade. The sword's blade suddenly shimmered with runes, radiating a golden light. Forgive me, ancestor of the Ghost Gate. In the realm of martial arts, one is often bound by circumstances. The brothers of the 24 halls of the Strange Gate hold me in esteem. Thus, I must dedicate myself to the punishment hall. This time, Long Changming has defied the heavenly path. I must take this child and this coffin away. Then we shall see if you possess the capability. The blood-red eye grew ever larger. Master Zhang, soaring through the air, struck downward with his sword, targeting the blood-red eye, and the sword's light shot into the heavens. Suddenly, the blood-red eye closed. The sword light carved an arc in the air, resembling a crescent moon, and descended like lightning upon the iron chain bridge. Boom! The bridge, composed of 8 iron chains, collapsed with a thunderous roar. The coffin, the groom's coffin. Granny Bai struggled to rise, and with her, the 7 bearers of the coffin and grandfather's coffin plummeted into the abyss. It turned out that grandfather's coffin was the true target of Master Zhang's assault. Chapter 27. The dragon raises the coffin as the coffin fell. It seemed to resurrect the dream I had experienced in the Linglong Tower about falling. However, this time, the descent was not as prolonged. Just as my grandfather's coffin was about to hit the ground, 2 beams of blood-red light appeared in the valley. In the next moment, I felt my body being caught by something and lifted high into the air. Looking down, I was astonished to see grandfather's coffin entangled by 2 enormous serpents, being dragged upwards toward the cliff. Those beams of light emanated from the serpent's eyes. These creatures were thicker than barrels. A dragon. Look, it is a dragon. The dragon raises the coffin. The ghosts wail in the grave. It seems that 4th brother's prophecy was indeed true. The 4th brother once proclaimed that after his demise, a mighty dragon would bear his coffin, and upon his interment, malevolent spirits would weep at his grave. Lo and behold, it is indeed a dragon. The 3rd master, brimming with excitement, brandished a red-tasseled spear, dashing around the precipice. To his astonishment, it was 2 dragons that had transported grandfather's coffin from the valley. No wonder their eyes shone as brightly as headlights. Dragons. The dragon clan has arrived. The roar of the dragon. What immense power does it possess? Master Zhang of Longhu Mountain stood agape as he witnessed the 2 dragons soaring across the chasm with grandfather's coffin. Just as he prepared to pursue, a resplendent array of colorful clouds descended from the heavens. These clouds settled upon the earth, gradually revealing a young man clad in ancient garb. He possessed refined features, appearing to be barely in his 20s, with his hands clasped behind his back as he approached Master Zhang with deliberate grace, gripping the Tiangang sword. Master Zhang intended to circumvent the young man in pursuit of his grandfather's coffin. Unexpectedly, the youth merely raised a hand, conjuring a wall of water from thin air. With a flick of his wrist, the water transformed into a swirling vortex, surging towards Master Zhang with overwhelming force. In a frenzy, Master Zhang swung the Tiangang sword, cleaving a passage through the torrent as he prepared to escape. Suddenly, a blood-red eye manifested in the sky. A colossal hand descended, aiming directly at Master Zhang's crown. The middle-aged man stepped aside, transforming into a cascade of celestial water, disappearing into the night sky with a few agile leaps. A distant voice echoed, "Do not worry, my esteemed elder. This child is greatly favored by my son-in-law and shall be lent for a few days of amusement. By the way, the dragon has long been interred. The burial site is in an exceedingly concealed location." What? Pinned to the ground by the blood-soaked hand, Master Zhang found himself engulfed in despair. Ever since his grandfather's passing, he had dispatched individuals to surveil his family's estate, with every movement within the courtyard falling under the scrutiny of his watchful eye. Moreover, after the 8 coffins had been carried away, he permitted the members of the execution hall to enter the secret chamber of his home. After a thorough search both inside and out, they could not uncover his grandfather's remains, leading him to conclude that his grandfather must be concealed within one of the 8 coffins, though the specific one remained a mystery. Consequently, he commanded the members of the execution hall to mobilize and intercept anyone on the road. Little did he anticipate that after such frantic efforts, with numerous disciples perishing in the fray, he would be met with this disheartening conclusion. Long Changming truly was not among the coffins? Master Zhang, wielding the heavenly gang sword, desperately endeavored to maintain his stance. Yet, despite possessing such a divine artifact, the disparity in power was insurmountable. He was still ruthlessly subdued by the leader of the Ghost Gate. You, Zhang, let be known, if one does not offend me, I shall not retaliate. But should one provoke me, I will unearth their ancestral grave. Since you have crossed us at the Ghost Gate, death may be evaded, yet your living days are forfeit. Thus, allow me to strip you of your cultivation and cast you into our domain to tend to the coffins. As the leader of the Ghost Gate spoke, the tendrils that extended from the sky to the earth sprang to life, swiftly darting towards Master Zhang, ensnaring him like a colossal rice dumpling in an instant. Master Zhang fumbled for 2 tokens, but before he could unleash them, he was abruptly lifted into the air, suspended by the tendrils. At that moment, the blood-red eyes glowed even more fiercely. A blue aura enveloped Master Zhang, while dozens of tendrils incessantly siphoned his cultivation. Look at me. It may lessen your suffering. Surrender the resistance. The blood I spun a few times, and Master Zhang fainted, dropping the token, and the heavenly gang soared to the ground. What a precious treasure. It would serve splendidly as a magical artifact for long, in the future. Granny Bai trembled as she picked up the heavenly gang sword. The blood eye in the air twirled a few times. 2 tentacles, one white and one black, flew towards the old ghost woman and Granny Bai, entwining around their waists. Disciples of the mighty sect, you may return to whence you came. Long Changming has been buried, and the empty coffin has already been taken away by those 2. Return to your origins. Granny Bai will visit my Ghost Gate, and in a few days, send word to assure the 5 great families. After the blood I spoke, it swiftly vanished into the air. On the ground lay the corpses of several disciples of the mighty sect, alongside 2 massive stones. Where has Long Changming truly gone? Why are all these coffins empty? Why? We have made such tremendous sacrifices, only to find ourselves outwitted by Long Changming. Where are the bodies? What does it matter to you about the bodies? The Master of the Punishment Hall has had his powers crippled by the Master of the Ghost Gate. This matter should come to an end. I have maintained that since this involves the Ghost Gate, the 5 great families, and the Dragon Clan, it has little to do with the Punishment Hall. Initially, the Master refused to listen and insisted on enforcing the law. Now look, so many brothers sacrificed. Yet we gain nothing. You understand nothing. I believe this matter is far from over. Do not forget who insisted we from the Punishment Hall come forth to seize the people. The whereabouts of Long Changming's corpse remain unknown, and his grandson, who possesses the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, has also vanished. It is evident that he was taken away by members of the Dragon Clan. But what exactly are the dragons, human or beast? Who can provide answers to such inquiries? A group of disciples from the Chiman sect exited amidst their fervent discussions. The capture of the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall signifies that the remaining members are no longer bound to obey anyone's commands. However, the enmity between Longhu Mountain and the Ghost Gate runs deep. But that is a tale for another time. On that day, I found myself transported by a young man clad in ancient attire to a mysterious dragon pond. This place felt entirely unfamiliar. Instinctively, I sensed it was located several hundred kilometers from our village. Throughout our journey, I was cradled in the man's arms, riding upon the back of a dragon, soaring through the clouds and plunging into the depths of rivers. We traversed mountains and valleys, arriving at this dragon pond just as dawn began to break. Compared to the dragon pond in our village, this one exuded a greater tranquility, yet the water was even clearer and appeared far less ominous. Do not fear, little dragon. It will soon be well. The young man gently swept his hand across the water's surface, causing it to part, revealing a deep staircase before me. Flanking the staircase were vibrant, darting fish, and a turtle opened its mouth as if attempting to communicate with me. From its expression, It was evident that it held a fondness for my presence. Chapter 28. The tomb of wailing ghosts. At the bottom of the dragon pond lies a grand palace. At that time, I was filled with curiosity, utterly unable to comprehend why the underwater palace was devoid of water, remaining as dry and radiant as the world outside. It was only later that I discovered a luminous pearl atop the palace, shining like a moon, quietly illuminating every corner of the abode. Within the palace resided 8 elderly men. One was a mute, yet possessed immense strength, tirelessly lifting stone pillars from the ground, executing each movement with remarkable skill, suggesting he was a master of martial arts. Another elder, though blind, was an expert in divination. I overheard a man in ancient attire refer to him as Little Zhuge. The remaining individuals were all adept in various disciplines. Some were skilled in medicine, others in the arcane arts, and still others were masters of music. They referred to themselves as the 8 Great Mountain Men. Aside from them, there was but a single young maid and 2 rotund cooks, responsible for the daily needs of the group. From that point onward, these 8 would become your mentors, and before you turned 6, you would learn diverse skills under their tutelage. These venerable men were reclusive sages who had dwelled here in seclusion for centuries, unknown to the outside world. Once you reach the age of 6, I shall arrange for you to meet your parents, and at that time, we will seek a place for your travels and cultivation. Wanner, do take good care of the young master. Yes. After the man departed, I became the lively companion for this group of elderly gentlemen. Long Chaming was indeed a remarkable figure. It is said that on the day of his burial, 2 dragons bore his coffin, and 100 ghosts lamented at his grave. Do you know that overnight, hundreds of new graves emerged around Longtin village? As night fell, the graveyard was aglow with lights, and many claimed to have seen numerous spirits kneeling before the graves, weeping in sorrow. Is there really such a thing? It seems that we, the 8 old souls, must take good care of his little grandson. Otherwise, what will happen then? We are already dead, so why concern ourselves with the trivialities of this world? Yet this is no trivial matter. It is a command from the young master. Indeed, who can forget that we owe the young master our lives? However, I must admit, I rather like this little rascal. Come here, what is your name? As I opened my round eyes, I suddenly stretched out my hands and playfully tugged at the old man's mustache. What a spirited little fellow you are. Come, give the old man a kiss. The old man grinned widely, revealing a row of yellowed teeth that emanated a faint, unpleasant odor. Surely, he hasn't brushed them in centuries. I quickly covered my nose with my hand, displaying a look of disgust, which elicited hearty laughter from the surrounding elders. Thus, under the care of Wanner and Uncle Pang, I grew day by day. Due to my unique constitution, I consumed an array of peculiar delicacies, such as turtle soup, sea cucumbers, and other rare treasures from the ocean, all immensely nourishing. Consequently, I was growing at an astonishing rate. By the age of 6, I had already reached a height comparable to that of 12 or 13-year-old children outside. Moreover, under the tutelage of the 8 great masters, I became proficient in various arts at such a tender age, including the medical arts, fortune-telling, and even some rudimentary martial skills, such as Tongbi Quan, Tai Chi, Shaolin Sini Ba, Ertzizan, Qin Na, and acupoint striking. Dragon Air, as you venture into the world, should you encounter any misfortune, never utter that we, the 8 old men, are your masters, especially the young master. His name must not be mentioned at all. Otherwise, it could lead to grave peril. Do you understand? Furthermore, you ought to change your name. The moniker Long Chung Feng cannot be used until you turn 18. We have found you an elder, a notorious drunkard from a temple near the provincial city, and you shall follow him henceforth to receive a new name. At the age of 6, I nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation. Although my intellect and physique were akin to that of a 12 or 13-year-old, my sense of wonder about the world remained that of a 6-year-old. Perhaps it was the prolonged confinement at the bottom of the dragon pool that fueled my desire to explore. Thus, on that very day, under the young master's arrangements, I met my parents. It was during this encounter that I discovered the astonishing truth. The depths of the 72 dragon pools in the southwest were interconnected. Naturally, only those of the dragon lineage could navigate the paths between them. In this manner, within one of the dragon pools in Longtin village, I reunited with my parents. It was a sorrowful sight. My mother had become a specter, entirely transformed into a denizen of the ghostly realm. My father had grown even more taciturn. After all, he was a living dead man, and had it not been for grandfather's sorcery prolonging his name, he would have perished long ago. Yet, the art of prolonging life is indeed a dark magic, and over time, my father could not escape the fate of backlash. When we met, my mother wept uncontrollably in my embrace, expressing her profound longing and helplessness, while my father sat silently beside us, smoking. I hurried to see my grandmother, who revealed that ever since my grandfather's burial, my father had begun to behave abnormally. The villagers whispered that he had gone mad, the reason being, during winter, he roamed about bare-chested, while in the sweltering summer, he sometimes donned a padded coat. Moreover, he would indiscriminately consume anything he could catch, even going so far as to devour earthworms found on the ground. Father, it has been 6 years. Do you still remember me? I am Chung Feng. I vividly recall the day of my birth when you held me tightly, fearing that my mother would consume me. Mother, by the way, there's always been one thing I could never comprehend. Why would you eat your own children? And what about those other children? My mother chuckled softly, grasping my hand tightly, expressing her reluctance. Have you ever heard the tale of the ghost mother? I shook my head. My mother, with a profound gaze, continued. In ancient times, the ghost mother, much like Nuwa, was a creator. However, a ghost remains a ghost. While Nuwa cultivated the path of immortality, the ghost mother treaded the path of the ghostly. The ghost mother could give birth to both soil and spirits, birthing 10 children at once, only to consume them by nightfall. If she did not, the number of spirits in this world would only increase. Thus, when Longer was born, my mother also brought forth 10 children. The remaining 9 were ghostly fetuses that she had to devour, ensuring they would not exist in this realm. Only you are not a ghostly fetus. Now, do you understand? Longa? I nodded, so that's how it is. Then, Mother, what is the connection between your ghostly realm and the ghost mother? My mother gently caressed my hair and remarked, the ghost gate is the disciple of the ghost mother, and the path they tread is derived from her essence. Thus, all disciples of the ghost gate inherently possess ghostly energy and are capable of absorbing the spectral essence from graveyards. Like the ghost mother, every woman can bear 10 children at once. Furthermore, they may consume their own offspring. Chapter 29. The Diviner upon hearing my mother's words. The long-standing shadows of my psyche began to dissipate. Consequently, we spent 2 delightful yet fleeting days in the Dragon Pool. Alas, the time for parting soon arrived. According to the teachings of the 8 great mountain men, due to my grandfather's defiance against fate and the profound weight of his sins, my life is destined to be one of atonement. I must journey forth, akin to the living Buddha Jigong, to traverse the world, vanquish evil spirits, and alleviate the suffering of the impoverished. In the meantime, I must visit the Taoist temple in the provincial city to seek a sage named Chun Qinyan, for he alone can dispel the burdens of karma that cling to me and guide me towards enlightenment. Otherwise, my fate remains precarious, and I shall not survive beyond the age of 18. Longer, as you embark on this journey, in addition to seeking a master to hone your skills, there is another vital matter that requires your investigation. Mother, what does this matter? I inquired. 6 years ago, your grandfather's remains mysteriously vanished, leaving even your uncles in the dark regarding their whereabouts. To this day, no one knows the location of his grave. However, a troubling rumor has recently emerged. What rumor? It is said that someone has discovered your grandfather's burial site and has imprisoned his spirit. Is such a thing possible? My mother responded with a heavy heart. Let's hope it is merely a rumor. Years ago, due to a transgression against the natural order committed by your grandfather, your parents found themselves unable to intervene. Moreover, given that your grandfather perished because of you, it is imperative that you take it upon yourself to resolve this matter. Very well. Mother, do not worry. I shall undoubtedly uncover the whereabouts of grandfather. Longer, be cautious along your journey. Thus, accompanied by my blind master, I departed from Longtan. Upon our arrival at a nearby town, we were dismayed to discover that we possessed merely a few copper coins. Master, did that young Lord Long not provide you with any currency befitting modern society? I inquired, furrowing my brows. My blind master, filled with indignation, retorted, "If you ask me, whom should I inquire? Do not be deceived by Lord Long's seemingly boundless abilities. He is, in fact, even more foolish than I. The old man has merely been absent for several centuries, while that young Lord Long is said to have been trapped in Lontan for thousands of years." Thousands of years? Indeed, the Dragon Clan and humanity exist as two distinct realms. He has no need to traverse the human world, does he? That is a valid point. I was rendered speechless. Fortunately, over the years, Sister Warner had secretly shared numerous novels from the outside world with me, through which I gleaned a wealth of societal knowledge. As fate would have it, the wisdom gleaned from those novels was about to be put to use. How about, "Master, we try our hand at fortune-telling. It is said to be quite popular nowadays and can yield some profit. You rascal, how is it that you seem to possess more understanding than the old man himself?" Hee. Knowing I would embark on a journey, I prepared myself with 2 years of study in advance. "Oh, you little scamp, are you concealing from me that you have been indulging in those unsavory books?" "Certainly not. They are merely a collection of lowly street novels. Under my guidance, we first exchanged a few copper coins at the entrance of a primary school with the bookstore owner for some ink, paper, and brushes. Afterward, we wrote 2 large fortune-telling signs and hung them on a bamboo pole, positioning ourselves at the entrance of the vegetable market. Fortune-telling, fortune-telling. If I am inaccurate, there is no charge," I shouted loudly. Upon seeing the blind master, with his ethereal demeanor and genuinely blind eyes, I settled on the ground, exuding an air of authenticity befitting a seer. Consequently, a crowd swiftly gathered. The first customer was a middle-aged man who approached while coughing incessantly. "Blind man, I ask you, I have been coughing for months. Why am I still unwell?" The hospital found nothing wrong. The blind master took his hand, felt his pulse, and gently examined his head. This technique, known as bone palpation, was his specialty. "Ah, young man, your ailment is a combination of deficiency and excess. The reason I say it is a real illness is that there is an issue with your lungs, which requires some herbal remedies for balance. Allow me to provide you with a prescription. I assure you it will take effect within days." The blind master began to write with his brush. Those around us marveled, exclaiming, "Oh, what beautiful calligraphy! This master is unfamiliar. I wonder where he hails from. 5 tales of Ig, 3 tales of Luo Hongua, and 2 tales of Yuzhu, simmered in a clay pot. Take half a bowl 3 times a day for a week as a course of treatment. As for the deficiency, your excessive indulgence has led to kidney deficiency, exacerbating your lung condition." The middle-aged man's face turned crimson. "You, where did you come from? Old man? Nonsense. I don't even have a girlfriend. How could I indulge excessively? You're lying. It's all deceit. Everyone just forget it," the middle-aged man exclaimed, ready to leave. I grasped his hand firmly. The middle-aged man attempted to shake me off, only to realize that I had secured his pulse. "What were you doing?" He struggled a bit, and upon realizing he couldn't free himself, he began to panic. "It's nothing. My friend, please sit down. Just utter a single word, and I shall offer you a complimentary divination." You could do that too?" "Of course. My grandfather excels in bone reading, while I specialize in character analysis. Now, please, provide me with a word." "Finn, that word will suffice." I lifted my gaze, scanning the surroundings, and inquired, "Who among you is acquainted with this gentleman? Someone who knows him well." A man stepped forward from the crowd, patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder, and squatted beside him. "Little brother, I am familiar with him." "Oh, what is your relationship?" "We have grown up together. I know the moles on his backside." "That simplifies matters. You shall serve as a witness. If I am accurate in my reading, this gentleman will pay me 5 yuan and depart. If I am incorrect, then all the antiques in my possession will belong to him." Having said that, I glanced at the two once more. However, I must add, as a grandfather-grandson duo traversing the world, we possess certain esoteric skills. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards us, I make it clear that we will certainly place a curse upon him, ensuring his lineage comes to an end. Well said. A man of integrity does not engage in underhanded dealings. It is best not to offend those who traverse the world. This is the rule. The onlookers voiced their agreement. The middle-aged man, unable to contain himself, inquired. Do you truly count? Indeed. Of course. I closed my eyes, grasping a small bamboo stick, and inscribed the character for thin upon the ground. After a few taps and knocks, I slowly articulated, Brother, it is true that you do not have a girlfriend, yet you harbor affections for your sister-in-law. Furthermore, refrain from sniffing your sister-in-law's shoes. As soon as these words escaped my lips, the atmosphere erupted into laughter. Chapter 30. The Deceptions of the Jianghu. You speak nonsense. Oh, do I? Observe this character for thin. Let us first delve into its intrinsic meaning. What does thin signify? It denotes a state of illness, suggesting that you are unwell. Why are you unwell? If we remove the illness radical and replace it with female, we arrive at the character for sister-in-law. I continued to tap the ground where the character for thin lay, recounting my interpretation. The crowd, captivated, found it extraordinary. At that moment, even more spectators gathered. Someone asked, How did you deduce that he smells his sister-in-law's shoes? The secrets of fate cannot be revealed. I shall merely pose this question to you, brother. Am I correct? I produced a coin and extended it towards him. The man nodded with a grin, saying, As for whether my friend has sniffed his sister-in-law's shoes, I cannot say, but his affection for her is indeed genuine. I can vouch for this young man. Wow, you truly hit the mark. Therefore, 5 coins shall serve as the fee for your ailment. If you wish to remedy your affliction, first, follow the prescription my grandfather imparted for the medicine. Secondly, cease all undesirable behaviors, such as sniffing foul shoes or husking corn. These should not be daily pursuits. Husking corn? The middle-aged man quickly grasped the implication, tossed down 5 yuan, and hurriedly departed. Consequently, individuals seeking my and the blind master's fortune-telling services flocked to us. And throughout the day, we neglected to catch a bus. After all, we had embarked on this journey for exploration, and it mattered little where we roamed. It would be more beneficial to earn some fair money here. We lingered in the small town for 3 consecutive days. One day, we were astonished to discover that people had traveled from 50 miles away to consult us, leaving both my master and me in disbelief. Has our reputation truly grown to such an extent? The blind master, looking bewildered, inquired. Indeed, it seems this place is not suitable for prolonged stay. The blind master urged me to tuck the money into my pocket and hurried us towards the bus station. Excuse me, are there any buses to the city? I asked, standing in the parking lot behind the station. In the early 1990s, many townships still lacked proper bus stations. The small town where we purchased our tickets was relatively developed, yet it did not have standardized ticket booths. Boarding was informal, with drivers collecting fares on board. Are you two heading to the city? A man in a van at the station asked us. The blind master pulled me back, sensing an unsettling aura from the individual. However, being merely 6 years old, I, like a naive calf unafraid of tigers, disregarded my master's warning and engaged the man in conversation. The normal fare to the city is 8 yuan per person, over 100 kilometers away. There are no more buses at this hour. Perhaps you should wait another night in town. If it's urgent, I could take you for 20 each. As the man spoke, his gaze lingered on my backpack, evidently probing to ascertain whether we possessed any money. Though I may be small in stature, I am not foolish. Travel in your vehicle? Absolutely not. We shall take the legitimate minibus. Upon realizing we would not accept his offer, the man ceased his inquiries. Master, it seems we shall not depart today. Perhaps we should indulge in some food and set off early tomorrow morning. Agreed. Let us eat something. Thus, I led my master towards a lamb soup pot, where we spent 10 yuan near the bus station and enjoyed 2 generous bowls of meat. Unsatisfied, my master requested 2 bowls of cold noodle from a nearby vendor. How much? Only 30 cents? One can only marvel at the affordability of the 1990s. 30 cents could procure a bowl of cold noodles. I remarked, Master, how did you deduce that the man was fond of smelling his sister-in-law's shoes? What led you to that conclusion? The blind master leaned closer, whispering to me. I replied with pride, Master, did you not teach me to employ my imagination when divining? The man was coughing so persistently, he must have been afflicted by some germ. He appeared clean and did not resemble a laborer. Thus, I surmised it must stem from some undesirable habit, perhaps the scent of stinky socks. Then you deduced he had an affection for his sister-in-law, compounded by excessive indulgence, which led to The blind master concluded this thought by tapping my head with his fan. You clever lad. Truly, the student surpasses the master, even after 300 years of life. I have not encountered such acuity. One ought to consider the true essence of one's disciple. Ah, how remarkable! After the master and his apprentice had their fill, they prepared to seek accommodation for the night. To their surprise, the gentleman who had driven the van approached them once more, this time with a cheerful demeanor from a distance. Good sir, young lad, are you still here? Did you know that there is another bus station in our town, albeit a bit farther away? If you would each part with 2 coins, I could escort you there. Upon hearing that there was indeed another bus station, both the master and the blind disciple felt a surge of joy. After all, they had earned quite a sum in the town, and their notoriety had grown considerably. It was no longer tenable, as they feared attracting the attention of the notorious 24 Halls. In a small locality, any incident could easily unveil one's whereabouts. Historically, the 24 Halls had suffered significant casualties due to matters concerning the grandfather, thus sealing a bitter enmity. Nevertheless, I remained cautious and refrained from responding immediately to the man's proposition, instead returning to the noodle shop to inquire with the proprietor. The owner confirmed that there was indeed a bus station, with direct services to the provincial capital, offering a glimmer of hope. Thus, the master and I boarded the van. After a half-hour journey, we arrived at the alternative bus station. Situated atop a mountain, it was somewhat remote, yet bustling with small traders, clearly indicating that the gentleman had not deceived us. Good sir, I wish you safe travels. Please wait a moment. Around 6 in the evening, there will be several buses heading to the provincial capital, and there are also routes to the city. It is up to you to decide whether to venture into the city first to catch a train or to proceed directly to the provincial capital. Thank you, kind sir. The man drove away in the van, a smile gracing his face. An unsettling feeling lingered within me, though I could not articulate it. Consulting my master seemed futile. If my 2 eyes had failed to discern any issues, I could hardly expect him, a 300-year-old man with but 1 eye, to do so. As the clock struck 5:30, I noticed the bus approaching. My master instructed me to take out money to purchase tickets, prompting me to open my newly acquired green canvas bag. In an instant, I was left bewildered. What was happening? To my astonishment, a significant portion of the money within the bag had transformed into newspapers. Master, look, where's the money? What has happened to it? Why has it turned into paper? What kind of sorcery is this? After a moment of silence, my blind master cursed. Damn it. Master, with your vast experience, how do you explain this? I inquired. He replied, it's a case of substitution. My apprentice, this bag is not the one we had. Our bag has been switched by that scoundrel. What? I clenched my fists, ready to retaliate. Chapter 31. Almost sent my master away, my master restrained me. Never mind. One learns wisdom through experience. As newcomers, it is quite normal for us to be deceived. He consoled me. But master, that money. Money is earned by people. This place is not too far from Longton Village. Given the turmoil caused by your family, if we were to retaliate, trouble could easily ensue. Listening to my master, I concluded that we could simply remain here for a couple more days. All right, let us stay here for 2 days. I find this place quite picturesque, I remarked, stretching as I admired the crimson evening glow. Upon my return from the restroom at the station, I found my master had already set up his stall at the entrance. I scrutinized the station. Despite its designation, it was merely a barren mountaintop devoid of even a single iron gate, lacking any security personnel. It epitomized a sense of freedom. Even the parking area was unkempt and wild. Master, what kind of station is this? Are we being deceived? Are there truly no buses to the provincial capital? I grumbled, withdrawing the meager few coins I had left to purchase 2 flatbreads. Upon inquiry, I learned that, indeed, there were no buses heading to the provincial capital from this desolate place. How did you end up here if you're going to the provincial capital? I was informed that this station catered solely to short-distance routes, connecting one county to another, and even the buses to the city were absent. If you wish to travel to the provincial capital, you must head to the town. Damn it, are we to return then? The vendor of the flatbreads glanced at me and chuckled. There are buses to the provincial capital, but they do not stop here. There's an entrance to a national highway down there. If you have the means, you might try your luck there. Clutching my flatbread, I approached the edge of the station and peered down the mountain, and lo and behold, I I spotted a wide road. Master, there are buses. There are coaches. I dashed back, sharing my discovery with my blind master. Subsequently, both of us expressed our reluctance to return to the town, and thus we commenced our earnest endeavor to earn money through fortune-telling. However, luck was not on our side, as a man wearing a conical hat approached us. I heard you two are quite adept at fortune-telling. Who told you that? I inquired. The townsfolk mentioned it. I exchanged glances with my master, my heart racing to my throat. The stranger placed a 50 yuan note before us. I need you two to locate a child, a boy by the surname of Long. If he is still alive, he would be nearly 6 years old now. If you succeed in your endeavor, I shall reward you with 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan? How many times must one endure the lamb soup pot to earn that? The other party chuckled. Rest assured, our employer is not short of funds. Assist me in finding this child, and you shall revel in endless wealth and prosperity. I realized with a jolt that the person he sought was indeed me. I anxiously glanced at my blind master, fearful that he might betray me. It was primarily due to his voracious appetite during our afternoon meal of lamb. He devoured his food with the fervor of a starving ghost. Ah, you seek a child by the surname of Long, aged 6, correct? Allow this old man to divine your fortune, my blind master proclaimed, retrieving a pair of yin-yang fish and placing them in 2 broken bowls. He began to shake them before me with vigor. Reveal, he commanded, lifting the bowls, causing the 2 yin-yang fish to tumble to the ground. To my astonishment, the fish heads pointed directly at me. Their eyes seemed to bore into my soul, and their gaping mouths appeared to exclaim, "This is the one. This is the one." Startled, I gasped. My blind master theatrically intoned, "The one you seek is both far and near. My little grandson also bears the surname Long and happens to be 6 years old, albeit growing rather rapidly. Is he the person you seek?" I was instantly engulfed in a cold sweat, utterly bewildered by the antics of my blind master. The individual before me carried a blade at his waist, enveloped in an aura that unmistakably signified a masterful prowess. Should a confrontation arise, my meager skills would be no match for him. What troubled me further was that my blind master's specialty lay in fortune-telling. He possessed no martial arts abilities, leaving me to bear the burden of protection. Dear elder, have you lost your senses over money? A 6-year-old child cannot possibly grow to his stature in haste. My blind master then chuckled and said, "Young man, I was merely jesting. To find the person you seek, head west for 50 miles. There lies a bamboo grove, beside which is a water pond and a household nearby. Go take a look." Old man, are you serious? How can that be? That child is a complete stranger to me. We wander the world merely to earn our keep, serving whoever pays us more. Rest assured, if you cannot find him, you may return to seek me again. Thank you. The individual tossed down 50 yuan and hurriedly departed. After a while, my blind master inquired, "Has he gone far?" "Yes, he has gone quite far." "Good. Let us hurry." Grasping the 50 yuan, my blind master rose and moved with surprising alacrity. Over the past few days, we had only collected small amounts for our fortune-telling, barely totaling a few dozen yuan. Although my blind master was unfamiliar with modern currency, he was still numerate enough to recognize this sum as a substantial amount. Thus, we raced onward, the 2 of us, until we reached the entrance of the national highway at the foot of the mountain. This is a highway akin to a freeway, though the surface is neither as wide nor as smooth. Master, just now, you nearly gave me a fright. Henceforth, please refrain from jesting with me. The blind master chuckled heartily. I was merely teasing you on purpose. Yet this tactic proves quite effective. Who would ever conceive that a mere 6-year-old child could grow into such a figure? Haha, master, you still find this amusing. Look, a vehicle approaches. The master waved his hand towards the car, exclaiming, "Stop, stop." Strangely, the vehicle did not halt. Perhaps it was because we appeared as beggars, fearing they could not afford the fare. "Master, this approach is futile. You must stand in the middle of the road, raise your hand, and brandish this 50 yuan note. Only then will others be compelled to stop. Do you understand? Disciple, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? You are my master. How could I possibly deceive you? I have read in novels that when one needs to stop a vehicle in haste, one must stand in the middle of the road, raise their hands, and shout loudly, and then others will comprehend the urgency of the situation. Well, dear disciple, wait here. The blind master truly took that 50 yuan bill and dashed into the middle of the road. At that moment, I was rather mischievous and quite oblivious, only thinking that since the master had played a trick on me, I should return the favor. I hadn't considered the consequences at all. Suddenly, a cacophony of screeching brakes jolted me awake. Previously seated on the roadside, playing with stones, I immediately sprang to my feet. At that moment, darkness enveloped the sky, and a bus sped towards us, its bright headlights glaring directly at the master's face. The master stood firmly in front of the vehicle, the headlights nearly illuminating his face. Chapter 32. The Fire on the Shoulder, 500 coins. A burly man descended from the carriage, presumably the ticket collector responsible for guarding the vehicle. Hey, where did this old man come from? Do you wish to court death? Step aside. Get lost. You beggar, die elsewhere. The burly man cursed as he approached to shove the master aside. A surge of inexplicable anger ignited within me, and I positioned myself in front of the blind master. Oh, kid, what do you intend to do? Nothing. My grandfather and I wish to travel to the provincial capital, but have mistakenly come to the wrong station. We hope you might grant us a ride. The burly man glanced at the 50 yuan in the master's hand and inquired, Is this all the money you have? It would suffice for one person to go to the provincial capital, but for two, it is inadequate. Unless you possess 100 yuan, I cannot take you. The master's expression suddenly turned stern. Young man, the flames on you flicker erratically, especially the one on your left shoulder, which is entirely extinguished. Calamity may be imminent. If you allow the old man to board, it may just save your life. Otherwise, the burly man was thoroughly incensed. You old fool. Not only do you block the vehicle for no reason, but you also spout nonsense? I could devour 3 large bowls in one sitting, and I have no ailments. What need is there for your ramblings? Who do you think you are? Get lost. With that, he reached out to push the master aside, but I swiftly seized his wrist. Oh, kid, you got some strength, huh? Uncle, my grandfather says that you are nearing your end. You should heed his words and let us board. To hell with you. The burly man forcefully attempted to throw me off. With a deft maneuver, I effortlessly redirected the imposing figure of the burly man, pulling and pushing him with a flick of my wrist, followed by a gentle tap upon his waist. The nearly 200-pound giant found himself unceremoniously toppled to the ground, his mouth filled with a mouthful of dirt. The audacity! The sight of a mere child besting him ignited a chorus of cheers from the onlookers in the vehicle, leaving the man feeling humiliated and seething with rage. Rising from the ground, he believed my earlier strike was merely a sneak attack that had caught him off guard, and he was determined to exact his vengeance by delivering a brutal blow. This man was a towering presence, standing at least 6 feet tall, and his years of labor had sculpted a robust physique. His fists were as large as a bowl, and should his punch connect, I would likely find myself recuperating in a hospital for several days. Yet, such a fate was preordained to be avoided. With a swift motion, I crouched low and extended 2 fingers, targeting the vulnerable spot beneath his armpit with precision. This technique was none other than the Shaolin 2 fingers in. A piercing cry escaped the burly man's lips as he collapsed, unable to rise again. You little brat, what have you done? I swiftly assisted my blind master to a safe distance and, inspired by a sudden idea, decided to instill a sense of fear in my opponent. Good sir, have you ever heard of the 500 coins? You have now fallen victim to my 500 coins, and unless I release your acupoints, you shall surely meet your demise within 3 days. 500 coins? The man's expression darkened further. Given his age, he had undoubtedly traversed many regions, and, having spent years on the road, he was certainly aware of the infamous 500 coins, a term synonymous with the martial arts of the Jiangxi region. It is said that the local martial artists have combined acupoint striking techniques with sorcery. Once struck at a critical point, an individual will not perish instantly. However, they will endure a myriad of afflictions, ultimately suffering a prolonged torment leading to death. I learned of this while studying acupoint techniques under Master Wu, who shared this knowledge with me. Little did I expect it would prove useful now. 500 coins. You dare to use 500 coins against me. What now? Sir, shall we board the vehicle? Yes, indeed. The burly man struggled to rise from the ground. At that moment, the car door swung open, revealing a smiling face belonging to a woman in her 20s. She appeared delicate with a heart-shaped face, adorned in a floral shirt and loose-fitting sky-blue jeans. Her hair fell in wavy curls, exuding a distinct Hong Kong Taiwan style. "Dear elder, young lad, please hurry and get into the car," she urged. "I overheard you mentioning some great calamity. Could you please clarify, elder?" "Master," and I settled into the two vacant seats beside the driver. Noticing the woman's amiable demeanor, Master discerned her benevolence and remarked, "This individual possesses 3 flames of yang energy, 1 atop her head and 2 on her shoulders." Just then, the blind master's expression darkened, even more so than that of the burly man. "What is the matter, grandfather?" I inquired. Stammering, the blind master replied, "Something is amiss. This vehicle is not right." "Dear elder, what is wrong with our vehicle?" I questioned. "Why is it that all the passengers in this car resemble that burly nephew from earlier?" "Resemble in what way?" "Their 3 flames of yang energy flicker erratically. What on earth has transpired, and why does everyone behave in such a manner?" The driver, casting a glance at the blind master, turned to the woman and said, "Pay no heed to the ramblings of these itinerant folk. They are mostly out to swindle. The so-called 3 flames of yang are merely superstitious notions." Afterward, he addressed us, the master and disciple, saying, "In consideration of your age and youth, I will permit you both to purchase a single ticket. However, if you board, do so without causing any disturbances." Upon hearing this, the blind master sighed and fell silent. Before long, a woman in the carriage rose, exclaiming, "Driver, I wish to disembark." Several others also stood up, one of whom shouted, "Driver, I got off at the previous stop. I no longer wish to go to the provincial capital. Refund me the excess fare." The carriage erupted into chaos. The driver slammed on the brakes, brought the vehicle to a halt, and shouted, "If you want to get off, make it quick." But I've been driving for over a decade and have never adhered to a policy of refunding tickets mid-journey. The young woman, named Qing'er, appeared somewhat embarrassed and explained, "Dear friends, do not listen to the elderly gentleman's nonsense. He is merely a wandering soul trying to make a living. I will return your 50 yuan, old man. Please clarify the situation for everyone." The driver, adopting a threatening tone, added, "Old man, it is already dark, and this place is shrouded in shadows. If I were to leave you stranded in the middle of nowhere and you encountered a wild boar or something, do not blame me for my harshness." The blind master glanced at me. Evidently, my venerable grandfather has aged considerably, and he finds it somewhat challenging to handle unexpected situations. Ladies and gentlemen, my grandfather is a fortune teller, renowned for his remarkable accuracy. He has indicated that the flames upon your shoulders are nearly extinguished, signifying that calamity approaches unbeknownst to you. However, fear not, for in our wandering ways, we emphasize the importance of resolution. Even if circumstances arise, remain composed, do not panic, for there exists a method to surmount it. How extraordinary is this grandfather and grandson duo. At such a tender age, to articulate such profound thoughts is indeed impressive. That old man must be nearing 90, if not more. Passengers began to murmur softly. Chapter 33. There are spirits on the bus, young brother. Do you possess any methods for resolution? If so, please share with Sister Ching, the proprietress remarked, producing a packet of beef jerky and a bag of melon seeds, presenting them to my grandfather and me. I scrutinized the proprietress closely, and, under the dim light of the vehicle, I covertly activated my third eye. To my astonishment, I beheld a startling revelation. The flames upon the shoulders of the passengers had all been extinguished, leaving only a solitary, celestial fire atop their heads. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and it was precisely because of the multitude gathered that the celestial fire burned brightly, preventing any malevolent entities from making their move. Nevertheless, the ability to extinguish the flames upon so many shoulders indicates that the opposing force is indeed formidable. Following the ghost-catching techniques imparted by Master San, I surmise that this entity must be waiting for an opportune moment, perhaps during the hours when the Yin energy is at its peak. Grandfather, what day is it today? The 14th of July. The 14th of July? No wonder the vehicle is so crowded. It appears everyone is returning home to celebrate the Ghost Festival. Just then, a chilling breeze swept in from the rear of the car. I abruptly lifted my gaze towards the back, and there sat a woman in red, perfectly poised in the last vacant seat. Dressed in bridal attire, her face was strikingly beautiful, adorned with delicate willow leaf brows and cherry red lips, particularly accentuated by her elegantly elongated neck. Yet, her complexion was as pale as parchment, shrouded in an eerie aura. "Boy, what do you see?" my blind master inquired. A look of trepidation etched across his features. I shook my head, feigning ignorance, while my hand discreetly reached into my pocket. I hadn't brought any significant talismans on this outing, save for a Dragon King talisman bestowed upon me by my master. However, it was not prudent to employ it unless absolutely necessary, as it could reveal my identity. Thus, my only recourse lay in a few ghost-repelling charms, the efficacy of which against vengeful spirits I could not guarantee, for they were merely my practice pieces learned under the guidance of my third master, yet untested in the crucible of real combat. "Little brother, did you see something?" the landlady asked, visibly shaken. "No. Everyone, please take your seats," I replied. "This vehicle did experience a minor issue earlier. I can simply affix a couple of charms." I retrieved the ghost-repelling charms and placed them around the driver, knowing well that the spirit likely had its sights set on him. The driver's earlier demeanor when he threatened my master, coupled with the landlady's evident distress, suggested they were well aware of the underlying situation. As I affixed the label to the driver's seat, I murmured softly, "Before 11, let us find a place for everyone to rest. After the witching hour, which is past 1 in the morning, we shall continue our journey. Moreover, it would be ideal if the vehicle could stop near someone's residence, as it would facilitate my descent to retrieve a couple of items." The driver did not respond, yet the proprietress nodded and said, "That sounds agreeable. Around 10, we will pass by a farm where we usually stop for meals and restroom breaks. We can rest there for a few hours." "Hey, young man, where do you hail from? Your label seems quite professional," inquired a woman on the bus. I fabricated a response, stating, "I come from Qingqing Mountain." "Qingqing Mountain? So you're a Taoist. No wonder you discerned that our vehicle was in trouble," she exclaimed. I wondered why, upon boarding, I felt an unsettling chill creeping down my back, as if my spirit had fled, leaving me drained of energy. I glanced at the woman and observed a solitary ember extinguished on her shoulder. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a guanine pendant adorning her neck. It was likely this pendant that shielded her from some of the malevolent energies. Sensing the tension within the vehicle, I felt compelled to offer some reassurance with a smile. "Fear not, everyone. While accidents do occasionally occur on the highway, there is nothing to be alarmed about. It is merely our vehicle's misfortune to have encountered some ill fate. Soon, we shall hold a ceremony, perform a ritual, and burn some paper money. All will be well." "That is a relief. You nearly frightened us to death." A chorus of voices echoed as the passengers returned to their seats. Some individuals, due to the extinguishing of a yang fire, have succumbed to a state of dementia, reclining in their seats and soundly asleep, allowing the yang energy within them to be continuously devoured by malevolent spirits. Fortunately, the talisman at the front of the vehicle has proven effective, as the ghostly energy predominantly lingers in the rear section of the carriage. Meanwhile, I remained fixated on the woman clad in a bridal gown of crimson. Suddenly, the vehicle jolts violently, leaving me uncertain whether we have run over a stone or some other obstruction. The driver presses the accelerator forcefully several times, causing the car to lurch forward once more. "Darling, what is happening?" the proprietress inquires with concern. The driver mutters, "I just changed the oil a few days ago. Why does the engine seem so sluggish?" "I suspect they may have filled it with counterfeit oil," interjects a nearby large man. "Whatever the case, let us just head back for now." Another jolt shakes the vehicle. I glance towards the rear once more and discover that the seats have been vacated. The woman in red has mysteriously exited the vehicle. It is evident that this entity is no mere human. It is a ghost. Moreover, a vengeful spirit. For ordinary female spirits typically don white garments. In contrast, those adorned in red are far from simple, particularly female apparitions. According to Master San's teachings, white embodies a chilling essence, aligning with the nature of spirits. Red symbolizes flames, brimming with yang energy. Generally, objects of red hue possess the ability to ward off evil, such as red cinnabar, roosters, blood from a comb, and even the blood from the tip of a human tongue. Thus, ghosts capable of wielding red objects are often imbued with tremendous malevolence, dressed in a red bridal gown. Could it be that this entity has suffered some grievous wrong? I could not resist casting a glance at the driver. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, characteristics often associated with good fortune. However, his lips were particularly thin, suggesting a disposition that was rather acerbic. Observing his eyes, I noted their erratic gaze, indicative of a flirtatious nature. Such individuals are prone to both infatuation and indifference. Examining the landlady's demeanor, it became apparent that the two had likely engaged in acts that betrayed a third party. As I lost myself in these thoughts, I suddenly felt a chill on my left side. Turning to look out the window, I was taken aback to see a ghostly woman in red, her entire face pressed against the glass, hanging outside and regarding me with a provocative stare. I gasped, startling everyone in the vehicle from their slumber. "Why are you shouting like that, kid? You'll give yourself a reason to scream." The large man was evidently displeased with my outburst. I stood and bowed apologetically to the group, forcing a smile. "My apologies. I just had a nightmare." Yet, scarcely had the words left my lips when the vehicle began to shake violently once more. A pungent scent of gasoline pervaded the cabin. The car gradually came to a halt. Chapter 34. The ghost-seeking method. The large man was the first to open the door and circled the vehicle. The driver followed suit, lifting the hood to conduct a thorough inspection. However, no abnormalities were discovered. "Darling, should we let these two masters take a look?" The landlady inquired gently of the driver. The driver nodded and courteously approached me and the blind master, who had now fallen asleep. Yet, I understood that he was merely feigning slumber. It is not that the blind master is timid or fearful. Rather, he is utterly unskilled in the art of ghost catching. "Grandfather, you rest in the car. You should go investigate." The blind master squinted one eye, feigning ignorance. I took 2 talismans for exorcism in hand and descended from the vehicle. Surveying my surroundings, I realized this place was indeed remarkably secluded. Not a single household in sight, only dense thickets encircling us. "Master, is there truly no issue with our vehicle?" the driver inquired, his tone akin to that of a thief. I scoffed. "You know better than I whether there's a problem. Let's speak privately. I wish for you to recount everything that has transpired in this vehicle so that I may assist you." The driver respectfully produced 2 packs of Hongdashan cigarettes, offering them to me. "Master, these cigarettes are a gesture of reverence for the elder. Let us smoke and converse at our leisure." I tucked the 2 packs into my pocket, and the driver handed me another cigarette, while a burly man nearby hurriedly lit it for me. This was my first experience with smoking. Cough, cough. The acrid smoke made me sneeze. "There is no one around. Speak freely." I feigned gravitas, tapping the ash from the cigarette with an air of nonchalance. The driver, appearing rather slick and evasive, scratched his head and stammered. "Once, I had a girlfriend. She was quite beautiful, a young widow. At the time, she was eager to marry me, but I was put off by the fact that she had a daughter. Unable to bear it, I discreetly fled. The widow searched for me for a long time, but never found me. Then, the smile on the driver's face abruptly vanished. The towering figure beside me continued. Later, that woman somehow found this vehicle. She knew it belonged to Shui. Under the cover of night, when no one was around, she shattered the window and hanged herself inside the car. When she died, was she clad in a vivid red dress? Did she have a red rose perched atop her head? Indeed, the young master is remarkable. The young master. This happened several years ago. How do you know? I turned towards the direction where the bus was parked and exhaled a smoke ring. Because I saw her. What? What do you mean? The driver and the towering figure were startled and recoiled behind me. The driver hurriedly inquired, "Where is she?" "She was just in the car, then she stepped out." As for now, before I could finish my sentence, the vehicle suddenly roared to life, revving its engine and darting into the night. "Hey, the car! My car! Quick, chase after it!" The few of us frantically pursued the minibus for several dozen meters. However, the speed of the vehicle was too swift, and it vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. The driver promptly retrieved his Nokia, dialing the boss's wife. "Hello, dear." The car, who drove it away? On the other end, a crackling sound erupted, followed by a woman gasping for breath, as if something were constricting her throat. Suddenly, the call ended. "What should we do, young master? Young master, you must think of a way to save my wife. I implore you." The driver abruptly knelt before me, repeatedly bowing his head in desperation, thud after thud. The burly man beside me panicked and asked, Should we call the police? I reached out to pull the driver up. Call the police? By the time they arrive, everyone will be dead. There's no time. You must wait for me. I retrieved some cigarettes from my pocket, lit 4 of them, and planted them in the ground, reciting, five ghosts, hastily pursue, confound the hidden, transport the unsteady. By my decree, dispel the malevolent, avoid the desolation. Should there be disobedience, may bones scatter and soar. The 4 cigarettes on the ground suddenly seemed to be forcefully inhaled, instantly shortening by half. Subsequently, 4 wisps of blue smoke ascended and drifted towards the grove to the south. "What does this mean, little master?" the burly man asked, bewildered. I pointed to a narrow path in the south and said, "That vehicle headed in this direction. We shall take the shortcut. Perhaps we can still catch up." The driver shook his head. "Little master, are you mistaken? That vehicle went eastward." I retorted dismissively. "Do you truly believe that the malevolent spirit would commit murder on the main road? If she intended to kill, she wouldn't have waited for us to appear. She would have already acted. I suspect she desires to take this group of people to a specific location." "A specific location?" "Indeed, perhaps to the grave of this woman, or to her ancestral home." The driver, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "No, she has no grave, nor any ancestral home." "No grave?" I pondered, realizing the significance. The 15th day of the 7th month. She wished to go. Indeed, it was in that direction. The driver seemed to have an epiphany, striding purposefully towards the path leading south. The burly man and I followed closely behind him. Soon, a full moon ascended in the sky, bathing our journey in its silvery glow as we traversed mountains and valleys, ultimately arriving at the edge of a road. However, this road was not a national highway. It appeared to be a rural path. "Driver, stop. Please take us to Blue Card Lake. This road must lead there, right?" The driver impatiently flagged down a tractor. Encountering a tractor in this remote location was already a stroke of luck. "What on earth are you doing heading to Blue Card Lake at this hour?" "Odd indeed. A bus just passed by here. Could it also be bound for Blue Card Lake? With the 7th month approaching, who still goes fishing?" "Uncle, don't concern yourself with anything else. Just hurry." The driver slipped a handful of money into the uncle's hand, who glanced at it, at least several hundred yuan. At that time, transporting stones with a tractor earned only about 10 yuan per trip. This sum was enough for the driver to toil for half a month, prompting him to smile and beckon us, "Get on." The 3 of us crouched in the tractor's compartment, not uttering a word, while the driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing ahead. Over an hour later, the forest ahead grew denser, and the moon in the sky had turned a blood-red hue. It was nearly midnight. I wondered if we would make it in time. The driver glanced at his watch and turned back to me. I retrieved 2 talismans and handed one to the driver and the other to the burly man. "Master, how much farther to Blue Card Lake?" I inquired. The uncle replied, "We shall arrive shortly." Chapter 35. The Malice of the Human Heart. I felt the few talismans I had left on me. 2 ghost-repelling talismans, 1 Five Thunder talisman, and 1 ghost-suppressing talisman. Each of these 4 talismans serves a distinct purpose. The ghost-repelling talisman is primarily used to ward off spirits, akin to a safety talisman, providing a sense of protection when carried. The ghost-suppressing talisman is comparatively more potent, typically employed against entities such as zombies. Among them, only the Five Thunder talisman is a genuine weapon against malevolent spirits. Regrettably, Master San is rather stingy. Despite knowing my ventures into the world, he refused to grant me a few. The Five Thunder talisman I possess was, in fact, pilfered from his study. The other talismans were crafted by my own hand, and I remain uncertain of their efficacy. Ahead lies Lanka Lake. The uncle reduced the speed of the tractor, veering onto a narrow forest path. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood. Something is amiss. Tonight, The driver felt an increasing chill creep up his spine, unable to resist glancing at the sanguine moon above. Midnight had arrived, and the moon glowed even redder. "Hey, you three, are you concealing something from me? Tonight I'm doomed. You can't possibly be ghosts, can you?" The driver slammed on the brakes, his eyes filled with terror. The burly man patted his shoulder and offered him a cigarette. "Brother, just drive. Why the panic? If we were ghosts, would you still be alive? But it's the dead of night." The uncle grimaced, his face reflecting palpable fear. I leapt from the vehicle, followed closely by the driver and a burly man. Approaching the Tractor-S cabin, I addressed the elder gentleman, saying, "Sir, I must confess, the bus you just witnessed has been hijacked by a female specter. I am a Taoist priest from Qingqing Mountain. Do you understand?" The elder's mind seemed to short-circuit for a moment before he erupted into laughter, a hint of excitement dancing in his eyes. "You truly come to capture ghosts?" he whispered with a sense of awe. "Shoo, lower your voice." The elder engaged the handbrake and suddenly transformed into a chatterbox. "Qingqing Mountain is formidable. A few years back, our village was haunted, and it was your Taoist priest from Qingqing who resolved the matter. By the way, are you in need of disciples at Qingqing Mountain? If so, I could send my son to learn from you. He neglects his studies and, at merely a teenager, spends his days in the mountains catching birds." With the fate of the blind master uncertain, I had no desire to squander time on the elder, so I concocted an excuse to dismiss him. "If you truly wish for your son to accompany me to the mountains for training, I shall assign you a task." I left in haste and neglected to bring my talismans. "Please procure a few large roosters from the village for me, and if you could acquire some black dog blood, that would be even better. Off you go." "All right, I shall do it at once." The elder, believing my words, departed cheerfully on his tractor. We hastened forward, and before us unfolded a breathtaking vista, a cerulean mountain lake, shimmering under the blood moon, surrounded by dense pine trees, resembling a radiant jewel upon the highlands. Yet, amidst such breathtaking scenery, the group found themselves devoid of the inclination to appreciate it. For we soon discovered, not far from the lakeside, a bus stood ominously still. Its exterior was devoid of any illumination, and an unsettling silence enveloped the scene. The young apprentice, whose surname is Wang, introduced himself as Wang Shui, while his companion, with the surname Ma, was named Ma Long regardless of the circumstances. "You must ensure my girlfriend's rescue tonight, and also that bus and the individuals aboard it. Once accomplished, I shall reward you with 2,000 yuan. This is your promise. To someone as destitute as myself, that sum is a veritable fortune." Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within me, particularly regarding Wang Shui, who exuded an aura of unreliability. "By the way, you have yet to inform me how you dealt with the woman who hanged herself in your vehicle." Wang Shui glanced at Ma Long, who appeared somewhat flustered. "Well, subsequently, she was taken by her family, and we compensated them a bit. Is that so? A moment ago, you mentioned that the woman had no hometown, nor a grave. What is the truth?" "My good sir, if you wish for my assistance in confronting a ghost, you must demonstrate sincerity." Seeing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Wang Shui lowered his head and murmured, "The woman's parents passed away long ago, and she has no relatives in her hometown. After she hanged herself in my vehicle, I feared the repercussions, so Ma Long and I disposed of her." "Disposed of her? How exactly?" "Well, we purchased a shredder, pulverized her remains, and disposed of them in the sewer." A chill coursed through me. Thus, everything began to align perfectly. No wonder the vengeful spirit in red exudes such malevolence. "How should I address you?" "Beasts. Even worse than beasts." Malong appeared somewhat displeased. "Little Taoist, we're simply left with no choice. When one is out in the world, it is merely to earn a living. Back then, Shui's career was just beginning, and if this matter were reported to the police, how could we continue driving?" Sighing deeply, I pondered the situation. It is no surprise that the 8 masters are reluctant to re-enter the fray. It turns out, human hearts are more treacherous than anything else. It is truly unimaginable how a former lover, Wang Shui, could commit such an atrocity, although they did not directly kill anyone. Dismemberment is an act that only the most ruthless individuals could carry out. Little Taoist, if you could keep this matter confidential, I will gather another 1,000, and Malong will do the same, totaling 3,000 to settle this issue. Once my brothers achieve success, we will certainly not forget the little Taoist. To wish for secrecy is to wish for innocence. Whether we can escape tonight depends entirely on what that female ghost intends to do. Taoist. Perhaps I should add another 1,000? I implore you, Taoist. Wang Shui, with a quivering voice, knelt before me once more. I did not even glance his way. Enough. If we encounter that spirit later, make sure to offer a sincere apology. I admonished them. What kind of deeds have you committed? Had I known, I would have refrained from coming. Taoist. Silence. Unable to contain my frustration, I shouted at Wang Shui, feeling a pang of sympathy for the ghost. Meanwhile, Malong, sensing my reluctance to assist them, quietly drew a dagger from his waist, holding it in hand. The three individuals cautiously approached the bus, which stood steadfastly on the grassy bank by the lake. The vehicle remained eerily still, suggesting that its occupants had likely succumbed to the control of that female specter. What in the world is happening? Malong, leading the way with a horn knife in hand, suddenly halted, illuminating the front of the bus with his flashlight. A large character for offering appeared before our eyes. Unbeknownst to us, the bus had become adorned with white lanterns, and 2 white flowers hung from its ears. Little Taoist, Wang Shui exclaimed, trembling in fear. What is going on? Chapter 36. A terrifying night of ghostly marriage. Wang Shui, you've finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Isn't our wedding venue beautiful? A woman's laughter shattered the oppressive silence. Wang Shui, terrified, hid behind me, nearly clinging to my back. Malong, upon hearing the voice of the woman, also began to falter, his steps slowing involuntarily. I noticed his grip on the knife trembling, while his other hand instinctively reached for the talisman in his pocket. At that moment, beneath the blood moon, a woman in a flowing red dress emerged slowly from the water. Her body was drenched, with disheveled hair clinging to her scalp in a chaotic manner. More terrifying still, as the ghostly figure drew nearer, the stench of decay in the air became increasingly pungent. I had never encountered the scent of death before, and I found myself doubling over in a fit of retching. My apologies. The little Taoist, Wang Shui, and Ma Long have slain me, dismembering my body and discarding it in the sewer, which is why my sister emits such an unbearable stench. It cannot be cleansed. What shall we do, little Taoist? I suppose you must endure this inconvenience. It is fortuitous that you are here to officiate my wedding, bearing witness to my happiness with Wang Shui. Ha, ha, ha. The female ghost released a series of chilling, sinister laughs. I retrieved the 5 thunder talisman and shouted at the ghost in red. The little Taoist is here. How dare you act with such impudence? That matter. Grievances have their roots, debts have their owners. This is between you and Wang Shui. Why drag an entire carriage of people into it? I never stated my intention to harm them. I merely invited them to partake in a feast. The ghost continued her mocking laughter. Little Taoist, do you know why I brought them here? Because this beautiful blue card lake is where Wang Shui and I first met. It was on the first day of the new year, and many were enjoying themselves here. I vividly recall that day. Wang Shui sported 2 hair clips, Dawn bell-bottoms, and carried a Yinwu brand tape recorder, dancing disco on this very lawn. Especially that song, The Little Girl Under the Street Lamp. How enchanting it was! As she spoke, the ghost softly hummed the tune. Beneath that street lamp, a little girl wept. I wonder where she came from. Her sorrow was profound. Who could have abandoned her? And where she meant to go now? I turned a glance at Wang Shui. Do not approach me. I must warn you. The master of the path is from Qingqing Mountain and possesses formidable power. You should surrender at once, lest the master strike you down with a single blow. Wang Shui, drenched in sweat, shouted from behind me. Is that so? Before the ghostly voice could fade, a chilling drop in temperature enveloped the scene, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged towards us. At that moment, the flames on Wang Shui's shoulders extinguished completely, and even the celestial fire above his head flickered uncertainly. Had I not provided him with a talisman to ward off some of the ghostly energy, he would have succumbed to his fears without the ghost's intervention. Hey, handsome, is this all you can muster? I nudged Wang Shui with my foot. He yelped in terror, suddenly snapping to attention before turning to flee. Perhaps he had come with a sense of false hope, believing it was merely an ordinary encounter with the supernatural, thinking my presence would suffice. Little did he anticipate the ferocity of this ghost, appearing right before him with intentions of marriage. Trying to escape? Ha ha ha. Wang Shui, in a panic, stumbled around the lawn, losing one of his shoes in the process, only to find himself back where he started. The path. The way we came. Why is it gone? I patted his shoulder. Now you understand what it means to be trapped by a ghostly wall, yes? Step aside. I pushed Wang Shui aside and approached the ghost. The specter, humming a haunting tune, danced under the blood moon, advancing towards us with deliberate steps. The air was thick with ghostly energy, enveloping the entire lake. By the lakeside, a multitude of ghostly apparitions began to emerge in succession. They busily assembled a wedding garland, which bore an eerie resemblance to the wreaths typically found at a funeral. The atmosphere became lively as children, adorned with beauty spots on their foreheads, joyfully sprinted across the lawn, each clutching a white lantern inscribed with a character for offering. Tables laden with delectable treats materialized seemingly from thin air. The elderly women chuckled heartily as they eagerly grabbed handfuls of peanuts from the tables. Strangely, it appeared that they lacked chins. Peanuts fed into their mouths cascaded out from their necks, littering the ground without them noticing as they continued to shove more into their mouths. Taoist master, why are there suddenly so many of them? Malong inquired of me. I glanced at him and noticed his eyes were vacant, his eyelids nearly closed, and the knife in his hand had fallen limply to the ground. I had never witnessed such a formidable, malevolent spirit. It seemed that the mere presence of their ghostly aura was sufficient to subdue so many individuals. Even the fierce and formidable Malong was not spared. Taoist master, save me. Taoist master, Wang Shui shouted as he lunged towards me, tugging desperately at my trousers. They were already a bit loose, and his frantic pulling caused them to slip down to my ankles, eliciting a hearty laugh from the ghostly figure in red before us. I felt a surge of irritation. Handsome, I can save you, but I need you to make a choice, I replied, with tears streaming down his face. Wang Shui clung to me like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline, urgently asking, Taoist master, what is it? What choice? Please tell me. My car and my savings are at your disposal. Here, before this lady, you must choose. Shall I rescue you, or shall I take Chinger away? I can only save one of you. You must think carefully about this. Unexpectedly, Wang Shui, this coward, without a moment's hesitation, exclaimed, Save me, save me. Save you? What about your wife? Wang Shui lamented, I don't want her anymore. She is not my wife, merely my girlfriend. A girlfriend? You seemed quite affectionate moments ago. Just earlier, you asked me to save her, but now I have changed my mind. I do not wish to marry this female ghost. I want nothing more than to return home. I can forsake everything. Women are but garments, mere playthings. Why take it seriously? Go to hell. The lady in red dramatically waved her long sleeves, and a pair of pale hands emerged, stretching an astonishing 5 to 6 meters, instantly grasping Wang Shui's neck and dragging him away. With a cry, Wang Shui fainted. Fortunately, the heavenly fire above still blazed, suggesting he had not been scared to death. Heartless man, after 5 years, you show no sign of remorse. You deceived me into killing our daughter under the pretense of marrying me. Later, I lured our daughter here for a playful outing, claiming the water was shallow and filled with colorful shells. And then I watched helplessly as she joyfully walked into the lake, only to be swallowed by its depths. Subsequently, you deceived me again, promising marriage if I bore your child. I have truly conceived, yet you accuse me of infidelity, claiming the child is not yours. Wang Shui, I would drink your blood and consume your flesh, yet my heart's resentment remains unquenched. The ghostly figure in red uttered these words, sinking her teeth into Wang Shui's shoulder and tearing away a significant piece of flesh to devour. Chapter 37. Grandfather's Grave? Wang Shui was jolted awake by the pain, crying out for help as he crawled toward me. Taoist, save me. Malong, rescue me. Beside him, Malong, as if awakening from a dream, seized the cowhorn knife from the ground and rushed forward. However, halfway through his charge, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the grass, gripping tightly around his ankle. A malevolent spirit, with a face ashen and dark, climbed up his leg as if ascending a tree and positioned itself upon his back. Ma Long drew forth a talisman to exorcise the spirit and struck it towards the black-faced apparition. Yet, as the talisman made contact, it ignited spontaneously, reducing to ashes within mere seconds. Damn it! My heart sank, and I clutched the thunder talisman even tighter. It appeared that my previous efforts paled in comparison to such formidable entities. Thus, I refrained from acting recklessly, placing all my hopes upon this thunder talisman, crafted by Master San, intending to use it to save the entire group of individuals. Wang Shui and Ma Long had committed numerous transgressions and deserved their fate. Yet the innocent souls within that vehicle were entirely blameless. Little Master. Suddenly, Ma Long grasped his own neck tightly, his eyes bulging in terror. In just a few moments, the sunlight above him extinguished, and wisps of his essence began to drift away. The black-faced ghost cackled, perched upon his shoulder, voraciously consuming him. Marlin's complexion underwent a rapid transformation, shifting from crimson to pallid, then to an inky black. In the blink of an eye, dark splotches began to materialize upon his skin. As for the specter, its ominous aura intensified dramatically, its form seemingly enlarged, now floating ominously toward me. Curiously, when it closed the distance to within 3 meters, it abruptly froze. Then, as if confronted by a ghost, it leaped back in terror, plunging into the lake. The woman in red stared at me in bewilderment, oblivious to the recent events. A mere talisman of thunder had rendered you so frightened, yet you claimed to possess centuries of mastery. Casting aside Wang Shui, the red-clad ghost approached me with a disdainful scoff. Her ethereal form appeared fragmented, as if composed of countless delicate pieces of paper, easily scattered by a gust of wind. Sister, while I cannot interfere with your quest for vengeance, I must take that entire cart of people with me today. Undeterred, I advanced toward the woman in red, for I held unwavering faith in Master San's prowess and the potency of the talisman. The specter, whether out of fear of the talisman or a recognition of the futility in challenging me, soon halted her advance. Today, all I require is an officiant for my wedding. If you agree to officiate, I shall spare you and your grandson. This matter does not concern you. However, regarding that cart of people, I regret to inform you that I cannot take responsibility. Cannot take responsibility? Her words left me perplexed. The woman in red cautioned, it is best not to inquire further, lest you invite calamity upon yourself. Considering your youth, I shall inquire once more. Do you consent to officiate our wedding? Upon reflection, I recalled the tale of the vengeful spirit clad in red, who had taken 3 lives, first her own daughter, followed by another child who perished in the womb. The malevolence she harbored was far more terrifying than that of the notorious duo of mother and son. Such a formidable ghost, even when struck by a thunder talisman, would not easily succumb to death. Most crucially, the talisman was singular. To ensure safety, I resolved to rescue the blind master first. As for the remaining passengers in the vehicle, I would wait for the opportune moment. Very well. After all, Wang Shui's crimes warrant a fate worse than death. It would be far more fitting for him to marry you, enduring your torment through countless lifetimes. So you agree? Indeed. Now, may I release my grandfather? Certainly. With a mere wave of her hand, the door of the vehicle swung open. The blind master, appearing as if in a trance, stumbled out and made his way to my side. Grandson, where are we? He inquired, his eyes clouded with confusion. I removed my coat and draped it over him, guiding him to sit beneath a large tree by the lake. Master, cease your pretense. I know you have been fully aware all along. This meager, ghostly energy cannot subdue you. Cough, cough. The blind master squinted and whispered, Grandson, find an opportunity to flee. This matter is beyond our control. Master, when did you become so timid? I retorted, Young one, this is an altar. What do you mean? This lake is not to be trifled with. Have you not noticed? How could you possess a pair of heavenly eyes and yet overlook this? Heavenly eyes? I had indeed forgotten about that. This place is suffused with a palpable aura of the supernatural. Even ordinary individuals can perceive spirits without needing to wipe away their tears. Thus, I had almost forgotten about my own ability to see beyond the veil. At the prompting of my blind master, I discreetly activated my third eye and gazed upon the surface of the lake. In an instant, the lake transformed, shrouded in 7 layers of ghostly energy. At the apex of this ethereal mist loomed a colossal black cross, upon which appeared to be bound a figure. Young man, can you discern who that person above is? I concentrated the yang energy at my brow, straining my eyes to merge my vision. The cross, suspended amid the 7 layers of ghostly energy, gradually expanded within my sight. Grandfather, I gasped, collapsing onto the ground in shock. A mixture of fear and exhilaration coursed through me. For it is often said that one may find what they seek without effort, and I had not anticipated that a clue concerning my grandfather would manifest here. Could it be that this is his final resting place? As I reveled in my discovery, a female, ghost-clad in red, approached me and my blind master. I hurriedly grasped the shoulder of my master, exclaiming, "Grandfather, you cannot die. Your grandfather shall not perish, young Taoist. The time has come. Follow me." The red-clad ghost advanced towards Wang Shui, casting a hand that sent a crimson silk scarf hurtling forth, ensnaring his neck and dragging him from the grassy expanse beneath the graceful arch of flowers. As I prepared to officiate my first ghostly wedding, I felt both anxious and exhilarated. Countless vivid depictions of wedding ceremonies from various novels danced before my mind's eye. Young Taoist, you can read, can't you? If so, recite the words inscribed above. Now, I find myself in a position of needing to delay time, further probing into matters concerning my grandfather. A little spirit presented me with a notice. Thus, I raised my voice and pronounced loudly, "The lady, Yu Fengjiao, and the gentleman, Wang Shui, have met and fallen in love in this place. Their journey has been fraught with both storms and sunshine, with sweet and bitter moments alike. The feelings Yu Fengjiao harbors for Wang Shui are as enduring as the sun and moon. Today, the two finally attain their desired union, wishing to be wed in the presence of heaven and earth, as well as the sacred lake." "Yu Fengjiao, do you wish to marry Wang Shui?" I inquired with heightened resonance. "I do," asserted the red-clad female spirit, her tone unwavering. "Wang Shui, do you wish to take Yu Fengjiao as your wife? Henceforth, through both prosperity and adversity, may you support each other." I do," Wang Shui responded in a daze, under the influence of the red-clad spirit. "Excellent. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to the sacred lake." The couple bows to one another. The ceremony is complete. As I lifted my gaze, I was surrounded by spirits of all ages and genders. Countless ghostly flames danced in the air, and even the nearby mountains and forests were teeming with spirits eagerly arriving to partake in the banquet. The sight sent chills down my spine. "Grandson, are you not leaving? Do you truly intend to stay for the feast? Look at what lies on the banquet table." My blind master trembled as he found me, tugging at my arm with urgency. Chapter 38. The Feast of the Dead. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the table was laden with overturned bowls of rice. My third master had informed me that the food for the living typically appears flat, devoid of peaks. Only the fare meant for the deceased is composed of 2 bowls of rice combined. A bowl of rice inverted atop another bowl, with a pair of chopsticks standing upright between them. If, in the future, you awaken your third eye and witness someone consuming this peculiar dish known as upside-down rice, it would be wise to distance yourself promptly, for chances are that individual is a ghost. The teachings of Master Sin resonate deeply within me. This marks the first occasion I have encountered the sight of upside-down rice, and it stirs a sense of childlike wonder within me, compelling me to steal a few glances at the table. Each table is adorned with 5 dishes. At the center lies a large bowl of watery rice, a favored delicacy of wandering spirits. Typically, it consists of a generous bowl of clear water, upon which floats various morsels of food. Beside the watery rice rests a substantial block of fatty pork, known as Dao Tu in the southwestern region, often reserved for sacrificial offerings during festive occasions. In addition to the watery rice and braised pork, the most striking presence is that of a pig's head and a pair of sheep's hooves. Most unsettling is the last dish, which features a plate of round, glistening objects, seemingly the eyeballs of some creature. Moreover, these eyeballs, nestled in the bowl, inexplicably roll about. "Young man, come and eat." An elderly woman tugged at my sleeve, pushing a bowl of upside-down rice toward me. You seem unfamiliar here. Your complexion is fair, your celestial appearance well-rounded, suggesting you hail from a prosperous family. How is it that you have become one of these ephemeral spirits? The old woman scrutinized me, engaging in casual conversation. I pondered that perhaps it was due to my lineage as the son of a ghostly mother. Hence, these spirits not only perceive me, but also share a sense of camaraderie in my presence. This scene startled the blind master significantly, causing him to gesture frantically at me to leave immediately. However, with everyone on the brink of peril, how could I abandon them? Thus, I feigned nonchalance and sat down. Goodness, you must be a villager from the vicinity? I inquired. Villager? Hardly, she replied, but I have dwelled in these woods for decades. Throughout the years, my family has dwindled, leaving us with little to sustain ourselves, often going from one meal to the next in hunger. Fortunately, fate has brought this kind girl to hold her wedding by the lake. It's a rare occurrence for the living to wed the dead. But what does it matter? Souls like ours, wandering and lost, are simply here to indulge in life's fleeting pleasures. As the old woman spoke, she seized a sheep's trotter and began to devour it with gusto. Young man, join me. Eat quickly, lest the hungry ghosts arrive and take everything away in their sacks. You may find nothing left to consume. With that, she eagerly offered me a trotter. I placed the trotter into her bowl and surveyed the surroundings. At that moment, a group of ghostly figures resembling beggars approached, each clutching a sack. The hungry ghosts are here. The hungry ghosts are here. The atmosphere erupted into chaos, swiftly escalating into a fierce confrontation among the spirits. Wails and laughter intertwined as some of the smaller ghosts were overthrown by the famished ones. Their provisions of pig heads and sheep trotters seized, and food scattered across the ground. Suddenly, as I observed the hungry ghosts advancing toward our table, without hesitation, I snatched up a pig's head and fled. Goodness, over here, bring it to me. The old woman swiftly appeared before me, and together we, one elderly and one young, clutched the pig's head and dashed towards the thicket by the lake. Behind us, several hungry spirits rushed forward, seizing the old woman's hand to prevent her from fleeing. I took out the talisman of thunder and waved it in front of the ravenous spirits. Upon seeing this, they were so frightened that they turned and fled, vanishing into the underbrush, leaving the old woman gazing at me in terror. Little child, what were you holding in your hand? Quickly put it away. I tucked the talisman back into my possession. The old woman approached and gave me a sharp slap on the head, exclaiming in anger, "You young one, so ignorant of the world, think you can toy with anything, but you must never touch the belongings of a Taoist. It's all right, Grandma. This is merely a fake, something I drew for fun, meant to scare off other little spirits. Oh dear, you truly are a mischievous little rascal. Grandma, here, your pig's head." I presented the pig's head with both hands. The old woman looked at me with a smile, examining me closely, but soon her expression turned serious. Something about you seems off. Let me think. You are not a ghost of short life? What do you think I resemble? The old woman suddenly found this question familiar and burst into laughter. I see. You are neither human nor ghost. Now I recall. You must be a transformed earth spirit. Ah, those earth spirits. They get along well with us ghosts. In her lifetime, the old woman had only encountered one, lost in her memories. The old woman's lips curled into a smile. That was a long time ago. In those days, I was still a young girl. Once, while I ventured into the mountains to gather firewood, I encountered a fox that suddenly stood upright, bowed to me, and inquired, "What do I resemble?" The old woman chuckled at this recollection, wiping her tears with her hand, and sighed. At that moment, I was thoroughly frightened. It seemed that this old woman mistook me for a celestial being of sorts. "Grandmother, it is getting late. I must return. Here is this pig's head for you. And there's another matter I wish to consult you about." The grandmother replied candidly, "I shall prepare a spirit tablet for you and offer daily incense and reverence." Oh dear, such a small deity must not be treated so. I am but a wandering soul, unworthy of such veneration. Should the small deity have any inquiries, feel free to voice them. The old woman shall certainly respond truthfully. I turned to face the lake. I have heard that this lake serves as an altar, Is that true? Indeed not. 6 years ago, a sacrificial altar was established here, and each year, many lives are claimed and cast into its depths. Established 6 years ago? Who do they offer these living souls to? The old woman shook her head. How would I know? If the small deity possesses the ability, perhaps you could explore the lake's depths. I observe that every year on the day of the Ghost Festival, the waters rise ominously, and beneath the surface, the anguished cries of spirits can be heard, a cacophony of distress. Thank you, grandmother. You seem to remember everything. Surely, you have not partaken of the forgetting soup. It would be better to provide me with your birth date and name, so I may arrange for a spirit tablet for you, thus alleviating your hardships of wandering and exposure. Thank you, small deity. The old woman, moved to the core, knelt before me in reverence. I lifted her up, and the old woman, tears streaming down her face, produced a small wooden box and handed it to me. This generous gift from the little fairy, for which the old woman expected no return, was a small orb, a family heirloom whose true nature none in our lineage could ascertain. Now in my possession, with no descendants left to inherit it, the legacy had come to an end. The old woman sighed. Since the little fairy was willing to honor her with a memorial, she decided to present this trinket as a token of their first meeting. A humble offering. I hope you accept it. As I took the box and examined it, I found it resembled a luminous pearl but emitted a unique fragrance. Chapter 39. I saw my grandfather regardless of what this object was. As it was a treasured heirloom of another, it must possess some value. Thus, I tucked the small box into my pocket and requested the old woman's birth date and name before emerging from the grove to seek my blind master by the lakeside. Upon my return to the lakeshore, I found the tables and chairs, along with the ravenous spirits, had vanished, leaving only my blind master seated on the ground, repeatedly scooping sand into his mouth. Master, what are you doing? I gently tapped his shoulder. The blind master wore a smile, appearing quite content. Fried noodles. They are delicious. Master, the ghosts have all left. You needn't pretend anymore. Is that so? The blind master spat out the mouthful of dirt, grasping my hand and glancing around with trepidation. Disciple, we must hurry. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The female ghost is preoccupied with the driver. Let us seize this opportunity to escape. Otherwise, once they regroup, we would be absolutely outmatched. Master, are we abandoning those people in the vehicle? The blind master exclaimed in a flustered manner. Are you daft, boy? How could we possibly rescue them? This location is a sacrificial altar. If my calculations are correct, countless formidable and malevolent spirits are suppressed beneath this lake. Unleashing even a single one would be more than we could handle. Master, are you also aware of what is being suppressed below? Do you take me for a fool? Even a blind man could discern that. The spectral energy emanating from the lake is palpable, and numerous wandering souls are converging to partake in this feast. If there were nothing being suppressed beneath this lake, I would gouge out my remaining eye. Disciple, let us depart. I seized my blind master and solemnly declared, Master, we cannot abandon them. Why not? Are you courting death? Is it worth sacrificing your life for a vehicle full of strangers? The female specter has already stated that as long as you officiate their wedding, we would be allowed to leave. But master, guess whom I saw when I activated my celestial eye a moment ago? Whom did you see? The blind master appeared utterly bewildered. I saw grandfather. Grandfather? The blind master became agitated and inquired in a hushed tone. Are you saying you saw Long Changming? Precisely. There are 7 layers of spectral energy above the lake, and atop them is a crucifix. Bound to the crucifix is a figure whom I distinctly recognized as my grandfather. Furthermore, I encountered an old crone, one of the wandering souls in this forest. Guess what she divulged? What did she say? She remarked that this altar was established 6 years ago. 6 years? The blind master muttered to himself, No, that cannot be right. Long Changming. How could he possibly be here? Is this his burial ground? All 8 coffins from that time were empty, yet he, oh dear. Let me calculate once more. The blind master cast a crescent-shaped object on the ground, fidgeted for a while, and then rose, declaring, What is a blessing cannot be a curse. What is a curse cannot be avoided. Disciple, since we have stumbled upon this matter, it must be the will of heaven. Come, follow me. Where to? I inquired. The blind master replied, "Of course, to save someone." His demeanor took an abrupt turn of 180 degrees. Just as we began to dash towards the bus, a sudden beam of light appeared behind us, shining directly upon us. Simultaneously, the roar of a tractor echoed in my ears. "Uncle, this fellow has truly brought the black dog blood?" I was overjoyed, racing towards the tractor. With the presence of the rooster and the black dog blood, combined with the 5 thunder talisman, the chances of defeating the red-clad female ghost would increase dramatically. "Little master, I have found the rooster you requested. Time is of the essence, and there is no opportunity to collect blood, so I brought a whole truckload. Additionally, this bottle is filled with black dog blood." I shook the soy sauce bottle and peered into the truck, discovering a dozen drowsy roosters inside. "Uncle, your efficiency is remarkable. Well done. I shall take your son to Ching Mountain." "Thank you, little master." I presented the black dog blood to the blind master and retrieved 2 large roosters from a vehicle. First, I released the blood from the comb and smeared it across the uncle's face, then instructed him, "You drive and follow me. Let us proceed to the bus." "Splendid." The uncle, brimming with enthusiasm, hopped into the tractor and sped towards the bus. I reached into the blind master's canvas bag and extracted the newspaper that the nefarious individuals had exchanged with us. This item would prove invaluable at this moment. Bathed in moonlight, I swiftly twisted the neck of one rooster, using its blood to inscribe a dozen or so talismans upon the newspaper. This was my inaugural experience crafting talismans with chicken blood. Theoretically, its efficacy in exorcism surpasses that of cinnabar. Although both are embodiments of pure yang energy, cinnabar is lifeless, whereas chicken blood embodies vitality. "Uncle, when we arrive at the bus, you must release these roosters." "Master, steady the black dog blood. I shall utilize it to draw talismans in the vehicle." Boom, boom, boom. The uncle, overly excited at the thought of capturing spirits, seemed eager to plunge his foot into the fuel tank. However, just as the tractor approached within mere meters of the bus, the uncle suddenly realized the vehicle had come to a halt. No matter how he pressed the accelerator, the entire machine felt as though it were firmly anchored to the ground. The engine roared incessantly, while the wheels dug deep into the earth. When the world is happening, the uncle leapt from the vehicle and circled the tractor, initially suspecting that the grassland by the lake was waterlogged, causing the wheels to slip. Yet, upon inspection, he discovered the soil was remarkably dry. As the 3 of us were lost in confusion, I suddenly felt a breath against the nape of my neck. Turning around, I was met with the sight of the ghostly figure in red, standing motionless behind me. "Sister, I have returned to play," I exclaimed. "Sister, do you enjoy chicken?" I hurriedly offered a large rooster. Upon seeing the bloodied fowl, the ghost's expression shifted dramatically. Seeking death, a crimson silk ribbon shot towards me. I swiftly released 2 talismans to ward off spirits. They soared through the air, sticking to the ribbon with a resounding thud. In an instant, the several-meter-long ribbon transformed into a fireball. The ghost discarded the ribbon and lunged at me with both hands. I summoned another talisman. This time, the ghost did not evade. The talisman made contact with her pale arm and ignited with a soft pop. However, the flames that erupted were of an eerie green hue. "Little Taoist, your meager spells cannot harm me." The ghost's hand swiftly reached for my throat, tightening around it. My feet dangled helplessly, unable to find purchase. More terrifying was the sensation of my strength being gradually siphoned away by the ghost. "Do not force me." I delicately twisted my fingers, conjuring a thunder talisman, and then struck it down toward the ghost's head. Chapter 40. The Dog of Heaven Devours the Moon. After enduring my 2 talismans, the ghost was scarcely affected. For her, my earlier attempts were akin to mere tickles. Thus, when faced with the thunder talisman descending upon her, she chose not to evade but instead charged directly into its path. Unexpectedly, as the thunder talisman made contact with the forehead of the red-clad female specter, a thunderous explosion resonated across the landscape. Several blue bolts of lightning illuminated the entire lake, while the ghost emitted a harrowing shriek. Her body propelled several meters away, scattering in disarray upon the ground. Her head lay on one side, with her limbs strewn about in a grotesque display. What sent chills down the spine was the sight of the severed head, its hair standing on end, smoke still wafting from its visage. One could hardly distinguish this scene from that of a living person struck by lightning. Good heavens! Such ferocity! The blind master and the tractor-driving uncle stood to the side, astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Particularly, the uncle, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into an exuberant dance of excitement. Little Taoist, you are truly remarkable. My grandfather is known as the foremost ghost catcher in Xianzi village, yet I have never witnessed him vanquish a spirit so decisively. It seems my son's decision to study the Tao under your guidance at Qingqing Mountain was indeed the right choice. Uncle, are you here for vacation? I inquired, casting a glance at the tractor-driving uncle. What? What do you mean? That ghost was so powerful and fierce, yet I sense not an ounce of fear from you. The uncle chuckled. That is solely because you little Taoists are present. To be candid, I have been fascinated by such matters since childhood. My aunt is a spirit medium, and my grandfather was a shaman, but they were unwilling to teach me, leaving me helpless. No wonder. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fainted from fear. Fainting would be an exaggeration. My father always claimed I possess great courage. On this road, I am the only one daring enough to drive out at night. Indeed, it seems that fate has intertwined our paths with the enigmatic figure before us. Hush! As I surveyed my surroundings, I noticed the female specter, recently propelled by the lightning talisman, her lips flitting as if engaged in a silent discourse. Particularly peculiar was her charred head, resembling that of a frog, which with a splashing sound plunged into the lake. This place is not suitable for lingering. Uncle, you can operate a coach, correct? Certainly. I served in the military for several years, primarily as a driver. There is no vehicle I cannot handle. Are you quite certain? There are truly no issues. Excellent. With the uncle and the blind master in tow, I hurried to the front of the coach. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was eerily silent. A sense of unease washed over me. I first slapped the bloodied newspaper against the side of the coach, then brought forth a bottle of dark blood onto the vehicle. The passengers were all in repose, eyes closed, as if they were in a deep slumber. Where's the sun's fire? I scanned the interior, and not a single soul was breathing. The sun's flames above their heads had all been extinguished. Good heavens! Could they all be deceased? I reached out to touch the proprietress's nose, noting that air only escaped her nostrils without returning. Upon inspecting the other passengers, I found no trace of injury on any of them. How strange! If these individuals were indeed dead, there would still be a semblance of breath in their nostrils. Conversely, if they were alive, their flames of vitality would not be extinguished. Just as confusion enveloped me, the blind master called from outside. Grandson, what is the situation? Master, these individuals are not deceased. Yet how is it that their flames of life have been extinguished? I inquired, leaning out for clarity. The blind master gestured towards the sky. Grandson, do you see that? I looked up and was taken aback. The moon was unexpectedly obscured by a dark entity. At the witching hour, the celestial dog devoured the moon, the realm of profound darkness. It is no wonder that the vitality of those in the vehicle was utterly extinguished. Encountering such an environment, even the most composed individual would struggle, let alone the bewitched passengers. Thus, I uncorked the soy sauce bottle, raised it to my throat, and gulped down a generous mouthful of the black dog's blood, then proceeded to spray it chaotically upon the passengers in the vehicle. The instant the blood was released, I immediately felt a wave of warmth envelop the compartment. Good sir, proceed, I declared as I alighted from the vehicle, handing the remaining half bottle of black dog's blood to the driver. The driver grasped the keys and entered the vehicle. Mere moments later, he emerged as if possessed, leaping from the car and exclaiming in horror. What is it, good sir? I queried. Inside the vehicle. Inside. He gestured frantically toward the car. Upon entering, a chill ran down my spine. All the passengers were awake. However, illuminated by the car's lights, they were drenched in the black blood, their eyes wide open, staring motionlessly at me. Such a sight would unnerve anyone, even a seasoned professional like myself. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly cooperate and remain seated. We shall escort you home shortly. Yet, the passengers remained expressionless. It appeared their souls had yet to return. Only a semblance of vitality had re-emerged. To rouse them completely, we must distance ourselves from this haunted lake, for only with the dawn and the crowing of roosters would they escape this dazed state. Good sir, come hither. I took another sip of the blood, and, seizing the moment, sprayed it directly upon him without warning. The elderly gentleman was utterly astonished as I drenched him with a torrent of black dog blood, his expression eliciting peals of laughter from me. Are you certain this is genuine black dog blood? I inquired. The man blinked, affirming, absolutely. This is authentic black dog blood, sourced from a loyal companion I've nurtured for several years. Very well then, off you go, I replied. As I observed him enter his vehicle, I reflected and cautioned, sir, your sole focus should be on driving. Regardless of what you see or hear, do not become distracted. Return to your village in Shiatsi and await my arrival. By the way, whether your son can accompany me will depend on your conduct this evening. And no problem, he stammered, gripping the steering wheel tightly. Upon turning my head, I discovered my blind master standing behind me, clutching two large roosters. Master, perhaps you should accompany the gentleman back in the vehicle? After all, you are not versed in magic and cannot assist me here. In a hurry, my master thrust the two chickens into my hands, and before I could fully comprehend, he had settled into the passenger seat. Grandson, I must take my leave. Master, I began, but he leaned out of the window, his expression grave. Grandson, if you find yourself overwhelmed, do not force it. Remember, you possess a talisman gifted by the young master, which can be a lifesaver when necessary. I must depart now. With a roar, the bus, having been doused in black dog blood and adorned with a talisman to repel spirits, began to return to normalcy and prepare to turn around and leave. Foolish child, are you so impatient as to snatch food from the jaws of a tiger? If you wish to depart, it will not be so simple. A deep voice echoed from the lake. I turned my head, and the 7 layers of ghostly energy enveloping the lake collapsed like a grand pagoda. Simultaneously, the lake churned violently as countless creatures resembling water monkeys surged towards the shore. Run! Hurry! I shouted, startling the uncle in the vehicle, who slammed on the accelerator. The bus executed a swift drift, racing towards the edge of the forest like the wind. Chapter 41. Water Ghosts, Mysterious Escape. Block their path. A man's voice echoed once more from the depths of the lake. The water surged, obstructing the bus's escape. Hundreds of water monkeys lunged frantically towards the vehicle under the veil of night. Yet, the moment the water monkeys made contact with the bus, runes began to flicker ominously. Clang, clang, clang. Strange, anguished cries filled the air as the first wave of water monkeys fell lifeless to the ground. I glanced around and spotted the dagger that the tall figure had left behind not far away. I dashed towards it, executed a roll, and seized the dagger from the grass, thrusting it into the abdomen of one of the water monkeys. The creature looked down at its belly, only to receive a punch from me. However, neither the dagger nor my fist could inflict any harm upon this entity. Thus, I adopted the 7-star step, evading several water ghosts, and leaped onto a nearby tractor. The rooster inside squawked in alarm as I grasped one, swiftly slitting its throat and unleashing a spray of blood akin to a water gun towards the water monkeys. Being creatures of the supernatural, the chicken's blood sizzled upon contact, quickly transforming into a puddle of crimson. As I gazed intently, I observed that this creature was roughly the size of a monkey, yet devoid of any fur. Its shoulders and head bore purple appendages reminiscent of fishtails. The facial features were exaggerated, with large eyes that stretched from the bridge of its nose to the contours of its ears. Its nostrils pointed skyward, resembling those of a goldfish. The mouth bore a striking resemblance to that of a shark, filled with a row of interspersed black and white fangs, white above and black below. The most terrifying aspect was its abdomen, which featured a gaping hole the size of a bowl, devoid of any internal organs, swirling with a mass of dark, vengeful energy. I surmised that it was this very malice that compelled it to relentlessly take lives. For my master had once informed me that water ghosts are, in essence, the souls of humans who have perished by drowning. Generally, most drowned souls are able to reincarnate. However, those few who cannot are often trapped in the oppressive atmosphere of submerged realms, their resentment accumulating until they transform into water ghosts, adopting their unique appearance. Thus, the existence of a water ghost is a perpetual quest for rebirth. Most of these entities require merely to capture a substitute to fulfill their karmic cycle, necessitating just one life to be taken throughout their existence. The truly horrifying aspect lies with those water ghosts that are spawned by sorcerers. These are controlled through dark magic. Much like insatiable wolves, even upon finding a substitute, they remain incapable of reincarnation, forced to continue their deadly pursuits. Consequently, a sorcerer need only nurture such a water ghost in a lake or river to unleash a massacre upon countless villagers. Once these villagers are dragged underwater and drowned, they, too, become new water ghosts. In the event of such a calamity, to eradicate the menace, it is imperative that a sorcerer intervenes to first dismantle the dark magic employed by the one who nurtures these ghosts, thereby ensuring the complete annihilation of the water ghosts dwelling in the depths. Unable to break the malevolent spell, the calamity would be endless. Therefore, to utterly annihilate these water spirits, it was imperative to uncover the true culprit behind it all. I proceeded to sever the throats of a dozen roosters, casting them forcefully towards the bus. Next, I poured the blood from the final rooster onto my dagger, leaped off the tractor, and swiftly carved a bloody path to the front of the bus. At that moment, through the glass, I could see the driver's panic-stricken expression. "Sir, open the window." I hurled the remaining half-bottle of black dog blood into the vehicle. The driver caught it, alarmed, and exclaimed, "Young master, hurry. We can't hold on much longer. Do not panic. There is black dog blood in the bus. They dare not enter. If it comes to it, just sprinkle the black dog blood on anyone who dares to intrude." "All right. And you?" "I must make a trip to the lake. Hold on for a few minutes. Look for an opportunity to break free, and do not worry about me." "Young master, can you manage?" "A man must prevail." I encouraged him, and he gave me a thumbs up, his confidence restored. Yet, my concern for them lingered. The strength of my blind master was nearly non-existent, and the half-bottle of black dog blood the driver possessed would eventually run out. Without me, they would surely perish. At that moment, the adept in the lake continued to manipulate the flow of water as towering walls of water crashed against the vehicle. The exorcism talismans affixed to the bus had long since vanished. Countless water spirits clung to the wheels, grasped the doors, and some had even leapt onto the roof. They fervently assaulted the vehicle's exterior, and soon I comprehended their intent. They aimed to plunge the bus into the lake. With so many water monkeys, if they united their efforts, it would not be long before they succeeded. Fortunately, all the passengers on board were in a state of stupor, not succumbing to chaos induced by fear. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A thought swiftly emerged in my mind. A formation. Indeed, a formation. Only by establishing one could we effectively safeguard them. But what kind of formation should be set? At that moment, the mischievous grin of my seventh master materialized in my mind, as if to say, "Disciple, at a loss are we? Hastily employ the formation techniques I have taught you." "Formation techniques? Which ones?" "Surely, it must be the mystical art of Chimen Duanjia. Are you not aware that your seventh master is a master of Chimen Duanjia? Yet, Chimen Duanjia requires numerous components for its arrangement. Does it? Disciple, the finest material is the body of the practitioner. We must learn to utilize what is at hand. Utilize what is at hand? With a swift motion, my seventh master brandished a knife, not flinching as he sliced open his own index finger. In a seamless flow of action, he chanted incantations while letting his blood fall at various points. In no time, a mist began to form from thin air. In the blink of an eye, my seventh master vanished before my eyes. Grateful for his guidance, just as the memories of my time learning formations with him faded from my mind, I seized a dagger and pierced my own finger. The piercing pain jolted me into heightened awareness. As I circled the bus, I fought off the encroaching water spirits while employing my blood to form a mystical formation. Moments later, a peculiar array materialized. Evade! I swiftly formed seals, biting my tongue to spray a drop of blood at the center of the formation. With a whoosh, the entire bus vanished without a trace. The art of Chimen Duanjia. to arrange formations with one's body, possessing a century's worth of cultivation at such a tender age. Pray tell, from whom does this young master learn? From your ancestors, I shouted vehemently towards the center of the lake, brandishing my dagger as I charged towards the water surface. The other party hesitated, then responded, Young master, please temper your anger. If you do not declare your master-s lineage, it may harm your own. Oh, I hail from Qingqing Mountain, and you? Who are you? At this, the other fell utterly silent. Chapter 42. The High Priestess without a moment's hesitation. I plunged into the lake. The water was frigid, exuding a chilling aura, with visibility extremely low. Fortunately, I possessed a pair of heavenly eyes, which, once opened, allowed me to perceive everything beneath the surface with clarity. This place was far larger than the dragon pool I had long called home, yet its depth was incomparable. What is this? I blinked and noticed a massive circular disc at the bottom, surrounded by several iron chains the size of bowls. In the center lay a stone coffin, quietly resting amid the chains. It turned out to be an ancient tomb. I found myself irresistibly drawn towards the ancient tomb. Surrounding the tomb was a verdant expanse of aquatic vegetation, within which the ghastly visages of severed heads dangled ominously. At that moment, the words of my blind master echoed in my mind, stating that this place served as an altar. An altar established around the ancient tomb? Who could possibly be worshipped here? Why was my grandfather's soul bound to a cross? What connection did he have with this ancient sepulchre? And what manner of being was the enigmatic figure I had just encountered, human or spectral? With a myriad of questions swirling in my thoughts, I approached the space between several iron chains, quietly observing the movements of the stone sarcophagus. If these individuals were indeed sacrifices for the tomb's master, then eliminating the entity within the sarcophagus would liberate my grandfather's soul, and the individuals by the lakeside would surely be saved. As my thoughts drifted, a crimson silhouette emerged from the water, the spectral figure of the woman in red, whom I had previously dispersed with a thunder talisman, had restored her form and was now gliding towards me. Young brother, in light of your role as my matchmaker, I urge you to depart swiftly and not become entangled in this affair. Is that so? Sister, could you enlighten me about this matter? I communicated with her through thought. You would do best not to inquire. The woman in red paused momentarily. All you need to know is that Yu Fengjiao, have no involvement in this matter. That group of people was merely a transaction between me and the high priest. What kind of transaction? After my lifeless body was cast into the sewer by those two brutes, Wang Shui and Ma Long, my soul became a bound spirit, ensnared within the sewers. And thus my resentment runs deep. Later, the high priest, unbeknownst to me by what means, found his way to me. He claimed that if I were to heed his words, he possessed the means to extricate me from the depths of the sewer and afford me the opportunity to ride in the chariot of Wang Shui, to capture Wang Shui himself, and to conduct a wedding by the lake. As you may know, I harbored an insatiable desire to consume Wang Shui's flesh and drink his blood. Thus, I would acquiesce to any manner of request. Consequently, the high priest's proposal was that I should bring an entire cartload of people for sacrifice. To whom would we offer this sacrifice? To the occupant of that stone coffin? The spirit of Yu Fengjiao shook her head, declaring, I do not know. I merely wish to counsel you to depart. For I have pledged that as long as you officiate my wedding, I shall spare both you and your grandson. This is my final counsel to you. Thank you, Fengjiao. I replied with a respectful gesture towards Yu Fengjiao. She shook her head and sighed. Thus, this matter became entirely detached from my concerns. In closing, I express my gratitude. If it pleases you, on festive occasions, please burn some paper money for me, as I am bereft of family. However, it is of no consequence if you do not being with Wang Shui. Even if life becomes arduous, what does it matter? At worst, I shall live as a pauper. Yu Fengjiao offered a bittersweet smile, her figure gradually fading from view. How shall I put it? I find this woman to be both pitiable and lamentable. Orphaned from a young age, she finally fell in love with a man, only to be deceived. Initially, I had intended to perform a rite for her. However, upon discovering that she had callously lured her own child and that of her former husband to their demise in pursuit of being with Wang Shui, I realized that this transgression was unforgivable. What fault lies with the child? Perhaps until her dying breath. She will remain unaware that it was her biological mother who caused her demise. Alas, is this what the novels refer to as being infatuated? Does one perish without the experience of love? It is truly perplexing. I sighed softly and continued my swim towards the stone sarcophagus. By intuition, I surmised that the altar established 6 years prior was intrinsically linked to the being within the coffin. Otherwise, this place would not bear witness to such a multitude of decapitated heads. I pressed onward to the coffin and, with a bite to my finger, inscribed a corpse-restraining talisman upon the stone surface. Subsequently, I exerted my strength to push the coffin lid. Regrettably, the lid was exceedingly heavy. Without the might of the disciples from the Great Strength sect, it would be impossible for one individual to move it alone. With a sudden crash, the sound that erupted behind me was unmistakably from the iron chains. It appeared that the high priest could no longer contain himself. For 6 long years, he had guarded this altar, which was evidently of paramount importance to him. Otherwise, he would not have risked the lives of so many. After all, in the aftermath of liberation, taking a life comes with dire consequences. With a swift motion, a chain suddenly swept towards me like a colossal serpent. I exerted a slight force, shifting my body aside with a graceful Tai Chi maneuver to evade the oncoming chain. Soon after, 2 more chains lunged in my direction. I planted my feet firmly on the coffin lid and propelled myself upward with determination. The chains grazed the lid, crashing against the nearby rocks. A boulder, the size of a sofa, tumbled down as a result. I was taken aback. If I were ensnared by such a force, would I not be severed in 2? How formidable is this high priest? Young man, considering your promising youth and the connection we share, I implore you to cease your resistance and remain here to work. In return, I can bestow upon you the title of a minor priest. What say you? I evaded the onslaught of chains several times, feigning weakness and catching my breath. In truth, having been trapped in this dragon's den for 6 years, I swam for 2 hours almost every day. This is likely attributed to my genetics, as my mother once shared a body with the daughter of the dragon prince. Indeed, I have absorbed some of the dragon's essence. Otherwise, I would not possess such aquatic prowess. Old man, answer me. What advantages does being a minor priest confer? Advantages? Ha ha! The other party laughed heartily, his pride evident. There are countless benefits, young Taoist. Let me ask you, do you have family? I suppose I do. Then let me tell you, should you have family, once you become a priest of this altar, your kin will surely rise to prominence. Achieving wealth and power is merely a matter of words. Oh, such benefits exist? Indeed, this is but one aspect. If you are willing to guard the altar with me, capturing living sacrifices annually, once our endeavors bear fruit, the rewards will transcend mere wealth and power. Young Taoist, have you made your decision? I decide your mother. Damn it, I, the young Taoist, venture forth to vanquish demons and eliminate fiends like you. Chapter 43, The Thunderous Art of the Taoist. Ha ha, young lad, though your years are few, your audacity is remarkable. I almost forgot to mention, the Lord of the Underworld has a particular fondness for Taoists of your caliber. Should you be offered as a sacrifice, I could comfortably slumber for 3 years. Guardians of the 4 realms, it is your turn to take the stage. Seize this ignorant child. With a clatter, for iron chains surged toward me simultaneously. From the mere alteration of the water's flow, I discerned that this time, the chains possessed an astonishing increase in both speed and power compared to before. It appeared the adversary was serious. I dared not underestimate them, employing my self-developed swimming technique, dragon playing with pearl, to navigate the chains while simultaneously gliding along them, eager to unveil the entity behind this formidable assault. However, the 4 chains operated in flawless synchrony, sweeping horizontally and crashing like monstrous waves. Just as I made progress, I found myself pushed back by the relentless chains. Is this all you are capable of, little Taoist? I suggest you surrender. The provocateur taunted further. Dodging the chains, I retorted with a chuckle. Old man, what is the matter? Have your years rendered you feeble? If you possess any courage, step forth for a fair duel. Hiding behind chains hardly qualifies you as a hero. Are you merely a turtle retreating into its shell? You insolent brat. Enjoy your little game of cowardice, do you? Do not provoke me. With your limited skills, these mere chains could easily wear you down. I shall take a nap first. Exhaust me? You wish. I thought, channeling my thunderous energy into my hands. I first employed Tai Chi to dissipate the force of one chain, then countered with a swift strike aimed directly at the iron link. In an instant, a flash of lightning surged from my palm, striking the iron chain. The crackling sound of electricity sent a jolt through my entire being. Tendrils of blue lightning, resembling writhing earthworms, coursed along the chain. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed from the depths of the water, followed by several furious roars. The thunderclap palm of Mao Shan. How could you be from Mao Shan? Were you not a novice from Qingqing Mountain? When did the priests of Qingqing Mountain acquire the prowess to unleash the thunderclap palm? So, it originates from Mao Shan. No wonder, at such a tender age, you dared to venture into the altar. The words of that person left me bewildered. I glanced at my palm and realized that this was indeed the mystical arts of Mao Shan. It seems that Master San has imparted quite a lot. Moreover, this technique, in a specific environment, is not inferior to martial arts, especially the thunderclap palm, according to Master San within the Taoist sect. Those who wield lightning techniques are typically of elder status. The art of lightning is further divided into 3 categories: the thunder talisman, the thunder array, and the thunder hand. As the name suggests, the thunder talisman comprises various talismans capable of condensing lightning, such as the 5 thunder talisman I used earlier to strike the ghost in Red by the Lake. The array formed by the 5 thunder talisman is the 5 thunder heavenly gang array, whose power far surpasses that of the talismans. Lastly, there is the thunder hand. The thunder hand is an internal practice of a lightning technique, fundamentally distinct from the thunder talisman, while the thunder talisman emphasizes incantations and brush strokes. Relying on natural forces like the thunder array, the thunder hand integrates the secrets of lightning into Qigong, allowing the practitioner to generate a form of bioelectricity akin to that of an electric eel through breath control and special circulation. The magnitude of its power is entirely contingent upon the practitioner's level of cultivation. I once heard Master Sin mention that he personally witnessed a master of the Taoist sect sever a towering tree with a single strike of his thunderous hand. That colossal tree was cleaved in 2, as though struck by lightning. However, my thunder palm possesses a naturally limited potency. According to Master San, those capable of wielding the thunder palm in the Taoist community are typically over 60 years of age, for it is nearly impossible to cultivate such formidable lightning within oneself at a younger age. Alas, I am a peculiar anomaly. Out in the open, I cannot unleash the thunder palm, and it is only when I am submerged in water that I can wield it freely. This explains why I refrain from employing the thunder palm against those water spirits when outside. Young man, how old are you? Even a Mao Shan priest cannot execute the thunder palm unless they are at least 60. The individual was taken aback and began inquiring about my background. Clearly, he could not afford to offend Mao Shan. I chose to intimidate him further, saying, "Old man, it matters not to reveal the truth. I am already 108 years old, the junior disciple of the 61st generation headmaster of Mao Shan." The junior disciple of the 61st generation headmaster? What is your name? What does my name matter to you? If you are frightened, just come forth and bow in submission. Afraid? You do not even dare to reveal your name. Even a Mao Shan priest would likely be a disgraced outcast. Today, I shall capture you and present my merit to Mao Shan. You speak utter nonsense. I delivered several resounding strikes, followed by a series of anguished cries from behind the iron chains. After the screams subsided, the lake bed fell abruptly silent, and the chains ceased their clanking. If I am not mistaken, the fellow behind the iron chains has already been electrified by my prowess. The key lies in the water. With merely a series of Tai Chi movements, I can stir the currents, channeling the energy within me to forge lightning. In other words, my thunderous hand can produce an unceasing flow of power. Should the individual behind the chains remain hidden, they will inevitably be transformed into a charred delicacy. Thus, beneath this unsettling silence, it is certain that several monsters are preparing their formidable attacks. Indeed, I soon sensed a disturbance in the water from all 4 cardinal directions. Though the fluctuations were minuscule, They did not escape my keen perception. 50 meters, 30 meters, 25 meters, 15 meters. The commotion from all sides converged at a distance of 15 meters from me. In the open, 15 meters is a trivial span. However, submerged in the depths of the night, where visibility is severely limited, even discerning 3 to 5 meters is commendable. I stood still, feigning ignorance of my surroundings. At that moment, my hair bristled as the currents around me abruptly spiraled inward, as if drawn into a black hole by 4 immense forces. I found myself caught in their whirlpool. What martial art is this? Sensing impending doom, I began employing the swift movements of the flying dragon playing with pearls, preparing to escape. Yet, the 4 forces were overwhelmingly dominant. Just as I attempted to swim away, I was ensnared once more. With no route of escape, I resolved to endure. Grasping a length of iron chain, I initiated a series of Tai Chi movements, intending to counteract these overwhelming forces with finesse and grace. A colossal iron chain was swiftly transformed by my movements into a swirling vortex of water. Suddenly, in the darkness, 4 azure orbs of water surged towards me at an alarming speed from all directions. Grasping the iron chain firmly, I swung it with all my might, directing it towards one of the water spheres. With a resounding crash, the chain, as thick as a bowl's rim, was propelled away by the collision. In Chapter 44, Tears of Grandfather, I evaded the 2nd and 3rd water spheres with agile maneuvers. However, when the 4th sphere approached, I found myself with no escape and could only brace myself to withstand it with Tai Chi Wild Horse's split mane. White Crane spreads its wings, twin peaks piercing the ears, weaving through left and right. Executing a fluid series of Tai Chi movements, I successfully dissipated the force of the final water sphere. Without hesitation, I unleashed a thunderous palm strike upon the orb. Fragments of dazzling lightning crackled across its surface, accompanied by a roar as it hurtled back. The sound echoed like thunder. A towering column of water erupted from the lake's depths, soaring into the heavens, causing a tremor throughout the entire blue tile lake. I pressed my hand against my chest and swiftly took refuge behind the stone sarcophagus. Having endured the impact of 2 water spheres, my body felt overwhelmed, as if my very organs were on the verge of upheaval. Particularly, my chest ached intensely. Had I not trained for 2 months under Master Wu in the art of breaking stones with my chest, I fear my heart would have shattered by now. What on earth was happening? Hiding behind the sarcophagus, I observed the aftermath of the explosion, with colossal waves cascading before my eyes. Remarkably, the location of the sarcophagus, the very heart of the altar, remained untouched by the surging waters. "Grandson, why don't you come in quickly?" Who is calling me?" "Chung Feng, do you not recognize your grandfather's voice?" "Grandpa, is it possible that Blue Card Lake is truly your resting place? But this location is several hundred kilometers away from Longtan Village, where you lived during your lifetime. All 8 coffins are empty. Where on earth did your body go that night? Who brought you here?" "Chung Feng, come inside. Only by entering can you preserve your life. Otherwise, those 4 gigantic crocodiles will not spare you. Do you see those skulls outside? The flesh of those individuals has been devoured by them. They are, without a doubt, the true monsters of the feast. Giant crocodiles? Could they be from the beast taming sect? This beast taming sect is one of the 36 sections. Its disciples are adept at taming ferocious beasts, be it tigers or lions. Nothing is beyond their grasp. It is said that they even keep large snakes and crocodiles. In short, as long as it is a fierce beast capable of consuming humans and possesses sufficient attacking power, they delight in taming it. More terrifyingly, when they encounter a particularly satisfying beast, they do not hesitate to cut flesh from their own bodies to feed it. In summary, it is exceedingly perverse. "What are you pondering, grandson?" Grandfather urged from within the coffin. At that moment, the coffin lid slowly slid open. Just as I was about to leap into the coffin, a sudden chill ran down my spine, and I thought, could this be a trick of some malevolent spirit? In other words, they might have already uncovered my identity. Therefore, I decided to test the other party first. "If you truly are my grandfather, you should know how many moves are in the spring night painting you created for my father." "Ha, impudent boy. That spring night painting consists of 12 forms. Moreover, What is the purpose of that painting? After a moment of contemplation, my grandfather replied, "Of course, it is for the creation of life. Without that painting, how could you possibly exist in this world?" Grandfather! Tears streamed down my face. Although I had never spent time with him, I felt an overwhelming sense of closeness. During the 6 years in the underground palace, I often heard my 6 masters mention my grandfather, stating that he had died because of me. However, they were reluctant to divulge the details. Yet, when I turned and climbed into the coffin, I discovered it was utterly empty, save for a dagger-like object affixed to a dark cross. Nearby lay several talismans. "Grandfather, where are you?" "Good child, the one you just conversed with is merely the spirit of your grandfather." "Spirit?" I could not help but shed another cascade of tears. Suddenly, I sensed a shift in the air, and then a palm-like form brushed against the corner of my eye. This sensation was profoundly warm. "Grandfather, is it truly you?" "It is I." "You? Is this your burial site?" "Not at all." "Then why? Why does your voice, your spirit, appear within the coffin?" My grandfather replied, "Because someone has employed a soul-binding technique." "Who? That man who just provoked me?" "No, he is merely a priest." "Does that imply there is a mastermind behind him?" "Indeed, you are quite astute." Grandfather's voice softened instantly. 6 years. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Seeing you grow so well, grandfather feels a sense of relief. It seems that the decision made back then was indeed the right one. "Grandfather, what truly transpired back then? Was it merely because you took the lives of 36 women?" Grandfather shook his head. Those 36 women were deserving of their fate. They were not ordinary individuals. Who were they? "You are still young, and your strength is quite feeble. Grandfather cannot reveal this to you." At this point, a bitter smile escaped grandfather's lips. In the past, to prevent himself from falling into the hands of malevolent forces, he had no choice but to render himself utterly obliterated. Little did he expect that the adversaries possessed such formidable capabilities, capable of retrieving his shattered soul. "Feng, heed my words. The reason they have yet to discover you is that the Dragon Clan has altered your destiny with celestial arts. Upon reaching the age of 18, you must reclaim your own fate. Otherwise, you shall perish, do you understand? Change fate? Indeed, although your thoughts, consciousness, and body belong to you, your destiny is intertwined with that of another young Taoist. You have exchanged destinies, and he is 6 years your senior. The young Taoist, the exchange of destinies? Is he still alive?" "He is indeed alive, but trapped in a highly secretive location, suffering in your stead. If fortune allows you to reach the age of 18, you should express your heartfelt gratitude to him, a figure known as—" My grandfather did not continue, likely to prevent eavesdropping. Although we were engaged in a telepathic conversation, the possibility of others intercepting our thoughts could not be dismissed. Consequently, I felt as if my palm was being grasped by my grandfather, and shortly thereafter, I sensed a finger inscribing characters within my palm. Each stroke coalesced into the character for Liang. "Enough, Qingfeng, you must depart now. Shortly, I will lend you a fragment of my lingering soul. With your connection to the ghostly lineage, once you possess this remnant of my essence, all the souls within this lake shall heed your command. Annihilate it. Help me obliterate this altar completely. Qingfeng, as we part tonight, I cannot foresee when we shall meet again." My grandfather's hand gently rested upon my head, and in that moment, I felt a stream of warm tears fall upon me. Chapter 45. The Vajra Pestle of Demonic Suppression. Grandfather, what must I do to rescue you? He caressed my head with deep reluctance, and at that instant, I noticed the dagger-shaped object beside me trembling. The cross. "Grandfather, I understand." I grasped the dagger firmly and pulled with force. A flash of green light erupted, and the cross fell to the ground. "Qingfeng, do you know what this artifact is called?" "It is known as the Vajra Pestle of Demonic Suppression. It appears that this artifact is destined for you." "The Vajra Pestle of Demonic Suppression? What purpose does it serve?" My grandfather explained. "Naturally, it is used to vanquish demons and evil spirits. The front can serve as a sword, wielded for the slaying of fiends. The Buddha's head at the rear, when used in conjunction with the 6 paths of the Vajra mantra, possesses the power to subdue demons. Now, Qingfeng, please chant with me. Af, ah, xia, sa, ma, ha. Ah, asya. Before I could finish my incantation, I suddenly noticed a wisp of black smoke drifting into the Buddha's head. Feng, do you remember? Grandfather's lingering spirit is now contained within the Vajra demon-subduing scepter. With it in hand, all demons shall be subdued, and we shall vanquish our foes. Grandfather's words ignited a surge of fervor within me, and I immediately seized the Vajra scepter, leaping from the coffin. At that moment, the monstrous waves outside had subsided. The instant I released Grandfather's spirit from beneath the crucifix, the blood moon in the sky blazed to life. Moonlight cascaded down upon the lake, allowing me to finally discern the forms of the 4 colossal crocodiles. Enormous. One could only describe them as gargantuan, nearly the size of a pickup truck. As I vaulted from the coffin with the scepter in hand, these creatures quickly detected my presence, their gaping mouths widening ominously. Their cavernous jaws incessantly devoured the lake's waters, transforming it into a radiant blue hue that shimmered brilliantly. Soon, for luminous blue orbs of water surged toward me. Feng, do not panic, chant with me. Spirits of the underworld, heed my call. To behold me is to behold the king of hell. 100 demons shall pay homage, and 10,000 spirits shall be subdued. Destroy them. Grandfather and I synchronized our thoughts, almost simultaneously uttering the command. In the next moment, the scepter emanated a swirling malevolence, resembling a mushroom cloud bursting forth, enveloping me within its embrace. I could distinctly feel the tendrils of ghostly energy infiltrating my body through my pores. In a fleeting moment, an overwhelming force threatened to burst me apart. I grasped the demon-slaying staff, my body soaring like a startled swan, directly targeting 4 orbs of water. At that moment, the staff seemed to merge with my very being. Just as the water spheres were about to collide with me, a multitude of figures suddenly appeared before my eyes. No, to be precise, a horde of spirits materialized. These phantoms densely formed a wall of ghosts, steadfastly absorbing the impact of the 4 water orbs. When the spheres detonated, thousands of ghostly apparitions were flung into the air, and I, along with the staff, crashed into the back of a colossal crocodile. The sharp, demon-slaying staff instantly pierced the crown of the creature's head. A thick, oppressive aura of ghostly energy descended like a dark cloud, forcing the crocodile down to the lake's bottom. With a powerful twist, I cleaved the creature's skull open. Before me lay a shimmering pearl. What is this? It seems luck is on your side. This is an ancient crocodile, likely having existed in this world for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, it would not have produced such a core. Could this truly be the fabled core? Grandfather, is it safe to consume it raw? Of course. I grasped it eagerly, rinsed it in the lake water, and without hesitation, opened my mouth to swallow it. How should I describe the taste? It was akin to consuming a dove's egg, lacking any distinctive flavor. However, I soon felt a warmth radiating from my dantian, particularly in a certain area, standing proudly as if to challenge the heavens. Grandfather, why do I feel that something is amiss? As I cast my gaze downward, contemplating my own significant attributes, I felt an overwhelming urge to find a hammer and give them a few strikes. My grandfather, amused by my antics, erupted into hearty laughter. My boy, you are truly fortunate. If your father had the luck to have swallowed such a treasure, he might have produced 10 or 8 grandchildren in one go. As for me, I find myself less concerned now. Ha ha ha. Grandfather, enough with the laughter. Now go on, slay the remaining 3 ancient crocodiles and consume their inner cores. Otherwise, I fear you might struggle to digest even this singular core. Clutching the demon-subduing pestle, I found myself doubting my grandfather's words. Grandfather, this one nearly cost me my life. I felt as though I was on the verge of exploding. How could I possibly manage 3 more? Are you certain you wish for your little grandson to ingest such a thing? Foolish child, why do you doubt your grandfather's wisdom? Every entity counteracts another, just as marinated tofu complements its broth. You haven't even tasted it yet. So how can you claim that 4 cores are beyond your capacity to digest? If I am not mistaken, these 4 cores are interdependent. Very well, I shall trust you this once. I gripped the demon-subduing pestle and lunged toward the remaining 3 crocodiles. At that moment, the other 3 were ensnared by the vengeful souls lurking at the lake's bottom, unable to escape. These souls, awakened by the radiance of the demon-subduing pestle, were increasingly ferocious and proved to be the natural enemies of the crocodiles. Let me handle this. I darted into the midst of the 3 crocodiles, initiating an intense close-quarters battle. In this confined space of 3 to 5 meters, the crocodiles could not unleash their water cannons. As one colossal crocodile opened its maw, I plunged a blade into its neck, instantly staining the surrounding lake with crimson. Another giant crocodile lunged toward my head. With a leap akin to a carp surging over the dragoness gate, I soared into the air, tracing a graceful arc through the water. By the time the massive reptile perceived my ascent, I had already positioned myself behind it. With a swift motion, I unleashed a flash of blood. Another crocodile met its demise, and yet another inner elixir was acquired. This particular elixir, however, was green, differing in hue from the previous one. The reason eluded me, yet I resolved to consume it regardless. "Grandson, how does it taste?" "Grandpa, it's quite sweet. I should have saved half for you. Your tongue is quite sweet, indeed. But I am but a wisp of lingering spirit. Such an elixir would surely claim what little remains of my life. It is best you consume it." Just then, a figure with blood-red eyes emerged before me, standing resolutely in the water like a mountain. I activated my third eye to scrutinize him, observing that he bore no traces of the 3 flames of the sun, yet was enveloped in a shroud of crimson mist. Encountering such a being was a first for me. "Grandpa, is he human or a ghost? Why does the aura surrounding him differ from that of the ghostly matriarch and the white grandmother?" After a moment, Grandpa's voice drifted from the demon-slaying staff. "Grandson, flee quickly. You are no match for him." "But Grandpa, you haven't answered me yet. Is he human?" "He is human, but he has succumbed to the path of darkness. Evil cultivation. Have your 8 masters ever mentioned it to you?" "What? Evil cultivation?" My heart suddenly leapt into my throat. Chapter 46. Evil Cultivation, King of Malevolence. My understanding of evil cultivation is rather limited, and my 8 masters speak of it with great reticence, merely stating that it is a taboo among practitioners. Once one embarks on the path of evil cultivation, they become adversaries to all righteous individuals, akin to courting one's own demise. Throughout history, righteousness has always triumphed over evil, although practitioners of evil cultivation may, through heinous means, rapidly elevate their strength beyond that of their contemporaries. They ultimately descend into madness, irretrievable. Particularly, the third master once recounted a tale concerning evil cultivation. In ancient times, there was a practitioner who employed a malevolent technique to violate all the women in his family, even coercing his father to assault his daughter or his son to violate his mother. Subsequently, he dismembered their corpses, encasing the remains in clay jars and burying them in various cursed graves. After a period of time, he would place these jars in a deep ancient well, which had once been a battlefield where 2 armies clashed, leaving a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. The blood flowed into this well, rendering it a veritable well of blood. The jars, steeped in this sanguine reservoir, absorbed countless resentments, ultimately transforming into blood corpses of malevolence. Hundreds, even thousands, of these blood corpses would battle within the well day and night, with the sole survivor emerging as the king of malevolence. Thus, the evil practitioner would invoke incantations to control the king of malevolence, confining it within a talisman they carried. Each time they engaged in combat, the evil practitioner would unleash the king of malevolence. Countless righteous individuals have perished. After devouring the souls of innumerable cultivators, the king of malevolence has grown even more formidable. At this juncture, the Taoists from Maoshan, Longhushan, Kaianshan, Qingqingshan, and Shushan emerged in unison to besiege the king of malevolence. Though this nefarious practitioner was indeed powerful, he ultimately proved no match for the righteous sections. In desperation, the dark cultivator allowed the king of malevolence to possess his body, consuming his own soul, and commenced a bloody purge against the 5 sects. The leaders of these sects, unable to withstand the onslaught, perished together in battle. This incident sent shockwaves throughout the realm of Shenzhou, prompting those Taoist ancestors who had long retreated from the world some for hundreds or even thousands of years, to emerge from seclusion and pursue the king of malevolence relentlessly. It is said that that battle darkened the skies and lasted for several months. From that time forth, the vitality of the Taoist realm in Shenzhou suffered greatly. The once prosperous era of cultivation has vanished without a trace. Disciple, as you traverse the martial world, should you encounter a dark practitioner, heed my words, kill. Show no mercy to those who embrace the darkness. If you can slay two, do not settle for one. It is far better to perish in battle than to allow a dark practitioner to consume your soul and cultivation. Do you understand? I understand. The words of my master echoed in my mind, compelling me to approach the blood-soaked figure. Grandfather, do you wish to live? This man is immensely powerful. Grandfather, I am aware, no dark practitioner is without strength. However, my master has taught me that when faced with a dark practitioner, there can be no mercy to prevent them from wreaking havoc upon the world. Grandfather fell silent for a moment. Ha ha ha, grandson, you indeed possess a hint of the fierce spirit I had in my youth. Well then, grandfather, shall we join forces? Excellent. Together we shall embark on this journey. The joy I felt at standing side by side with my grandfather for the first time was immeasurable. Although my 8 masters treated me well, the bond of blood is an irreplaceable sentiment, especially for someone like me who has long been deprived of paternal and maternal affection. My boy, given your youth and promise, I had initially considered you for the role of a priest. Why you insist on courting your own demise? I would hate to see you perish. The man shifted slightly, and the crimson energy surrounding him swiftly coalesced into a massive blood-red serpent. This serpent coiled around him, writhing restlessly, its girth surpassing that of a bull, occasionally flicking a tongue over a meter long. Its 2 rows of fangs protruded like fish hooks, gleaming ominously. Huh, is that all you have? A practitioner of dark arts, I presume? Reveal your name, lest you become a nameless specter. My words significantly diminished his intimidating aura. Had this been an ordinary person facing such a ferocious spirit beast, they would likely have succumbed to fear, unable to muster a smile. The individual appeared perplexed. Raising a hand, the serpent abruptly lifted its neck, revealing a head as flat as an iron branding tool. Hiss, hiss. The serpent seemed eager to pounce, yearning for battle. Child, this is a serpent with 50,000 years of cultivation. Not only is it immensely powerful, but it can also summon the winds and rains. Its venom, when unleashed, could annihilate all life in an entire lake, including yours. And what of it? What of it? Do you not feel even a shred of fear? Certainly not. I have encountered serpents of this magnitude many times before. When I have nothing to do, I often ride around on one. Why should I be afraid? You diminutive Taoist, who are you truly? Do not inquire about my identity, young one. I shall first ask you who you are. It seems I have finally met a worthy opponent today. I wonder if the diminutive Taoist has heard of a certain figure known as the Azura. Upon uttering this, the other party smugly stroked his beard. Azura? Is it not the Azura of the Azura realm? And if so, what of it? I am familiar with the Azura realm. It is but the realm of beasts. A Taoist, forsaking the righteous path to dabble in such nefarious practices. I suggest you change your name. Let be Beastly Taoist. By the way, Beastly Taoist, I am merely 6 years old. Reaching a height of 1.60 meters is quite commendable. I am certainly not a dwarf. 6 years? Goodness. My grandfather was taken aback, mumbling through his demon-subduing staff. Grandson, why are you engaging with him? My apologies, grandfather. He insulted me as a dwarf. Ah, youthful folly. Our exchange went unnoticed by the Azura, who waved his hand, signaling the levitating serpent to descend, indicating it to remain calm. 6 years? Do you fancy yourself Neza, able to run upon birth? It appears you cannot even distinguish between the Azura realm and the realm of beasts. You seem unlike a practitioner of the Buddhist teachings. Suddenly, the Azura froze, realization dawning upon him. No, this cannot be. Even if you're not a practitioner of Buddhism, and merely a wandering Taoist without any particular affiliation, you should be aware of the distinction between the Azura realm and the realm of beasts, unless you're truly only 6 years old. Realizing I could no longer conceal my identity, I had no choice but to reveal myself, standing tall and declaring, "Indeed, I am Long Qingfeng, son of the dragon. Long Cheng Feng, you are the grandson of Long Changming. Ha ha ha, Long Changming, Long Chengfeng." I was just lamenting my inability to locate the remnants of Long Changming's spirit, and unexpectedly, his grandson has come to me. Now, I can leverage the emperor's authority to command the lords. At that time, how could I possibly fear that the other remnants of Long Changming would not come? Just then, my grandfather's voice floated out from the demon subduing pestle, enunciating clearly, "Azura, Taoist, you are bound to be disappointed." Chapter 47. The traitor of Buddhism, the Azura, Taoist, immediately became exhilarated. "Long Changming, I have long heard of your formidable skills. Today, allow me to witness your prowess. Pardon me, but should I not refer to you as the bald donkey? You." The Azura Taoist was consumed by rage, and with a swift motion, the large serpent coiled upon his shoulder launched itself like an arrow, aiming directly for my grandfather. At that moment, my grandfather appeared merely as a wraith. Logically, he should not fear the serpent. However, as the serpent lunged, my grandfather vanished without a trace. In the next instant, his voice echoed from a waterway 50 meters away. "Just a mere giant earthworm. Cool me. If you dare, come and bite me." My grandfather taunted provocatively. The enormous serpent swiftly vanished beneath the surface of the lake, leaving behind but a single ripple in its wake. Now, it was just the two of us, myself and the Shura Taoist, locked in a one-on-one confrontation. The Shura Taoist, with an eager glint in his eyes, suddenly flickered out of sight. In the next heartbeat, I sensed his presence behind me. Without turning around, I executed a downward hook with my leg, followed by a rapid series of kicks aimed at his head. The Shura Taoist, caught off guard by my traditional martial arts prowess, raised his hands to deflect my strikes, absorbing the impact of my two kicks. I had only exerted 30% of my strength in this initial assault, merely seeking to gauge his capabilities. Earlier, when my grandfather referred to him as a bald donkey, the Taoist had reacted with considerable agitation, suggesting he had once trained within the Buddhist sect. It appeared he had subsequently betrayed the teachings of Buddhism, embarking on a path of malevolent cultivation, thus adopting the name of Shura Taoist. A person who chooses the path of evil must inherently possess a weaker foundation than others. Otherwise, who would dare risk such a perilous journey? This indicated that his roots in cultivation were likely quite shallow. Furthermore, his willingness to guard this reservoir instead of seeking fame and recognition in the martial world hinted at his mediocre strength. Otherwise, a more formidable practitioner of the dark arts would have long since carved out a name for themselves in society. Yet, I had underestimated him. As this individual grasped my legs with both hands, I suddenly felt an immense force ensnaring me, rendering any escape impossible. With no other option, I tightened my grip on the demon-subduing staff and aimed a thrust at the Shura Taoist's head. At that moment, the staff, having absorbed numerous restless spirits, surged with augmented power. The blood mist hovering above the Shura Taoist was swiftly subdued by the green vapor emanating from my weapon. "Dwarf Taoist, perish!" The Azura Taoist suddenly erupted in fury, casting me aside with a swift motion. I was at a loss as to the cause of his outburst. "Hey, is it truly necessary to be so enraged? I never called you a bald donkey," I retorted. "By the way, sir, why do you choose to impersonate a Taoist when you could simply be a good monk? I have already informed you that I am merely 6 years old. You little wretch, taking advantage and yet feigning innocence. Do you know that this demon-subduing pestle was something I nearly sacrificed my life to bring forth from the Buddhist realm? You little thief, return my Vudra demon-subduing pestle. Want it? Come and take it." The Azura Taoist did not immediately charge at me. Instead, he rummaged through his garments and produced a peculiar clay jar, reminiscent of a small infant's urn for ashes, exuding an unsettling air. It was particularly intimidating for someone of my tender age. "You possess martial skills, do you? Today, I shall have you experience the 18 Bronze Men formation of Shaolin." "Wow, the 18 Bronze Men formation? Is that for real?" The Azura Taoist shook the jar, and a considerable amount of ash spilled forth. As the ashes fell into the water, He began to chant incantations. The ashes dispersed and suddenly transformed into the figures of monks. 1, 2, 3, 15, 16, 17, 18. Indeed, there were 18. 18 monks stood bare-chested, each striking a different pose. They all had their eyes closed, which unexpectedly stirred a sense of melancholy within me. Their appearance bore a striking resemblance to what my master had described. Eminent monks who had reached nirvana. What trials had these individuals endured? Their expressions were remarkably serene, bearing an air of indifference towards death, indicating that they likely embraced their demise to protect something of great significance. Otherwise, their countenance would not exhibit such tranquility. "What have you done to them, you old rascal, Shura Taoist?" I bellowed. The Shura Taoist remained silent, continuing to chant his incantation. Suddenly, the eyes of the 18 monks snapped wide open. 18 pairs of blood-red eyes, radiating a palpable aura of menace, fixated upon me. Concurrently, a miasma of blood quickly enveloped their forms. "Hey, masters!" I truly did not wish to confront these 18 monks, as I understood that they were mere puppets under the control of the Shura Taoist. Thus, I pondered how I might liberate them. Attack! At the Shura Taoist command, the 18 monks sprang forth like startled hares, advancing towards me with alarming speed. I had no choice but to employ the flying dragon plays with the pearl technique to evade them. Fortunately, being in the water granted me an exhilarating sense of freedom. My body became far more agile, allowing me to soar and dive, thus avoiding being swiftly overwhelmed by the monks. Had this transpired on land, with their speed of assault, I would have had no avenue for escape. Bang! In a moment of distraction, I received a heavy blow to my back from one of the monks. That single punch sent me crashing from the water back to the lake's depths, causing my blood to surge and stars to dance before my eyes. It seemed these monks had become utterly deranged. If this continued, I feared I would be beaten to the point of being unrecognizable to my own parents. Send him to his demise. Continue the assault. A dozen monks descended upon me like cannonballs from the heavens. I swiftly swam towards a stone sarcophagus, fully aware that several chains, each extending hundreds of meters, lay nearby. I was uncertain as to why the Vajra pestle was utterly ineffective against these 18 monks. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the Vajra pestle is a sacred artifact of the Buddhist realm. The moment these 18 monks appeared, the green radiance emanating from the pestle was suppressed, rendering it akin to an ordinary dagger. The adversaries employed the 18 bronze men formation, a pinnacle of Shaolin martial arts. It is said that in ancient times, monks wishing to descend the mountain had to first conquer this formation. Only by vanquishing the 18 bronze figures could they earn the right to leave. It is evident that with merely 6 years of rudimentary training, I stood no chance against them. Thus, I had no choice but to utilize the chains to disrupt their formation. Indeed, this tactic proved effective. Grasping the chains, I began to practice Tai Chi, employing the principle of yielding strength against strength. The chain, as wide as a bowl, swiftly danced in the water, forming a swirling iron vortex. The tumultuous waves surged forth, targeting the 18 monks. "You wretched beings, breaking my Arhat formation will not be so easy," proclaimed the Shura Taoist, as he retrieved 2 clay jars and poured their contents into the water. This time, I discerned that the jars contained not ashes, but blood, putrid, foul-smelling blood. As soon as this substance entered the water, I nearly retched to the point of expelling bile. Following this, I was besieged by a cacophony of wailing and howling. Suddenly, a little girl clad in a white dress materialized before me, gazing at me with her innocent, untainted eyes. She appeared to be no more than 6 or 7 years old. Chapter 48. The ghostly infant. Aunt Dragon appears more eerily. She cradled a small infant in her arms. "Big brother, can you see me?" the little girl asked me, her voice hauntingly soft. I certainly can," I replied. "Then, do you like me?" "My mommy and daddy don't want me anymore. My brother and I are homeless." "Big brother, could you take us away from here? It's so dark, and I'm so scared." The little girl, clutching the infant, took cautious steps towards me. Suddenly, chains whirled, and a colossal wave surged forward, sweeping both the girl and the baby away. Startled, I hastily dropped the iron chain I held, as a heart-wrenching image flashed through my mind. A small girl, joyfully walking towards the lake, while her mother stood nearby, watching her intently. As the girl ventured further, the water deepened. The mother's expression remained devoid of emotion. Eventually, the lake engulfed her fragile form. "Mama, save me! Mama!" she cried out in her last moments. Yet the woman by the lakeside had already turned away, not casting even a glance back. Until her very last breath, the girl remained oblivious to the fact that her mother had, with her own hands, condemned her to this fate, merely to marry another man. How profoundly tragic. They say a child's heart is the purest of all. At the tender age of 6, I cannot help but shed tears. "Big brother, take me away." I took a few steps back, brandishing the demon-slaying staff, and beckoned to her. The little girl, holding her baby brother, the unfortunate soul who had perished before birth, approached me slowly. "I intend to take them along with my grandfather to quell the demon." Ha ha ha. At that moment, a triumphant laughter echoed from the lake, belonging to the Zhou Taoist. "Do not." My grandfather's voice floated into my ears. By the time I sensed something amiss, it was already too late. The little girl hurled the infant in her arms, and the baby lunged at me like a monstrous creature. It soared through the air, bearing rows of shark-like teeth. Startled, I quickly evaded. However, as I turned, I was met with a mass of dark hair surging towards me. At first glance, the little girl had transformed into a vengeful spirit. Her facial muscles decayed, and her hair grew longer and longer, soon engulfing the entire lake. Gripping the demon-slaying staff, I swiftly aimed to sever the chaotic strands. Yet, the hair was overwhelming, likely due to the girl's intense resentment, as the green light emanating from the staff was suppressed by more than half. Additionally, the 18 arhats chanted scriptures nearby, rendering the staff's power ineffective. Thus, I found myself ensnared by the girl's tangled hair, bound tightly like a large rice dumpling. To make matters worse, as I struggled in the matted strands, the 18 bronze figures charged at me. My hands and feet were bound, leaving me akin to a punching bag as they battered me relentlessly. "Ah! Ah!" I cried out in agony, feeling my ribs break one after another, while my limbs emitted cracking sounds. These 18 monks were as robust as bodybuilders, and my frail, 6-year-old frame could hardly withstand their relentless assault. Alas, a surge of crimson blood erupted from within me. Since the day of my birth, I had never experienced such excruciating pain. At that moment, I felt the Shintian jade on my chest begin to radiate warmth. A melodious voice floated through the air. "Long Qingfeng, is this all you are capable of? On the verge of death, why do you not use the Dragon King's decree against them?" The Dragon King's decree? Suddenly, I recalled that before the Zhou Taoist, my grandfather's lingering soul had already manifested, and my identity had been revealed. If that were the case, why hide the Dragon King's decree any longer? "Hey, who? How do I use the Dragon King's decree?" "What do you mean, who? Please call me Aunt Long." "All right, Aunt Long." The other party suddenly fell silent. "Aunt Long, what are you doing? If you don't teach me how to use the Dragon King's decree soon, I might die." "Do not fret. Aunt Long is contemplating a solution." Ah! Another fist, as large as a mortar, struck my spine. I felt as though my entire body was on the verge of disintegration. Another mouthful of blood spewed forth. "Aunt Long, am I beyond saving?" "No. The Dragon King's decree is meant to summon the Dragon Clan. But just now, I sense that within a radius of 100 miles, there are no members of our clan. Even if the decree is sent out, it would take half an hour for them to arrive. And you simply cannot endure that long." At that moment, an idea struck me, as I recalled the enormous serpent currently engaged in battle with my grandfather. "Aunt Long, I have a plan. I wonder if it will work. Quickly, tell me." "Ah, do you see that enormous serpent? It is said to have cultivated for 50,000 years. Why has it not transformed into a dragon? It is because it has not undergone the tribulation of thunder. What if we could transform it? If we assist it in becoming a dragon, would it then aid us?" "Ah, dragon riding the wind. How exceptionally talented you are. What a splendid idea. Quickly summon that great serpent." I exerted all my strength and shouted, "Hey, great serpent, come here. Come fort. I am the grandson of Long Changming. How much benefit has this beastly Taoist conferred upon you?" You must heed his words. I, dragon ant, am here. Her father is the prince of the dragon clan, and possesses the means to aid in your transformation. Come here. The serpent seemed bewildered, relentlessly pursuing my grandfather, causing the entire lake to tremble, yet it ignored my words. Dragon ant, what is happening? I asked weakly. Dragon ant was frantic, darting about in the Xiantian jade, wishing she could burst forth to assist me in vanquishing the foes. Let me think. Perhaps the beastly Taoist employed some malevolent sorcery to seal its faculties, rendering it incapable of thought. Thus, no matter what is said, the serpent remains oblivious. Infuriating. 18 monks, like madmen, continued their assault against me. At that moment, the Shura Taoist chuckled, saying, Boy, do not think that with your grandfather's support, you can triumph over me. Your grandfather is but a wisp of a lingering soul. Even a clay Buddha cannot ensure its own safety when crossing a river. How despicable! Suddenly, I felt 4 forces surging within me, recklessly clashing. Could it be? The inner core of the giant crocodile has been refined? I gritted my teeth, endeavoring to calm my mind as I silently recited the meditation mantra while practicing the dragon breathing technique taught by Master Wu. This ancient form of guidance is said to harness the body's full potential. After 3 cycles of the 5 harmonies, I felt an exhilarating ease enveloping me, brimming with strength. Perhaps it was the effect of the meditation mantra, but I distinctly sensed my hair loosening. The demon-slaying staff in my hand began to quiver once more. With a fierce roar, I exerted a powerful tug. Bang! The layers of long hair binding me were instantly severed. Chapter 49, Astonishment. Grandfather returns to life. The 18 monks charged at me again. However, this time, their speed seemed to slow down by approximately 5-fold. The density of their strikes was not as overwhelming as before. I gently rotated my palm, and water began to swirl around it. A water sphere, as large as a basketball, materialized in my hand, spinning ever faster and emanating a blue glow. This was evidently a secret technique of the 4 colossal crocodiles. To my astonishment, after consuming the crocodile's inner cores, this mysterious power had transferred to me. Overwhelmed with joy, I propelled myself upwards, hovering above the lake. Utilizing both my hands and feet, I conjured a water sphere from each limb, launching them from all 4 directions towards the 18 bronze men. The monks had never encountered such a technique. As the water spheres soared through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, all 18 monks were sent flying. Following the colossal wave, they vanished without a trace, leaving only a trace of ashes in the water. Kill him. Destroy him. The Azura Taoist continued his frenzied cries, the sound emanating from all directions, but I was unable to pinpoint the source. Instead, I detected the spectral forms of the young girl and infant rapidly approaching. I abruptly raised the demon-subduing pestle, infusing it with spiritual power. Under the impetus of this power, the pestle emitted an ethereal light, voraciously consuming the surrounding ghostly energy. The young girl and her sibling, evidently intimidated by the pestle, halted about 7 or 8 meters away. I immediately bit my fingertip, chanting, "Heaven is round, earth is square. Decrees of 9 chapters by my command, all ghosts shall be subdued. As my heart wills, with finger as brush, with water as paper, in the blink of an eye, 2 ghost-suppressing talismans are drawn. I am the eye of heaven, pursuing heaven itself. My gaze is like thunder and lightning, illuminating the 8 extremes, seeing through inside and out. Nothing is unsubdued. Haste, haste as the law commands. Go." The 2 blood talismans floating in the water darted like lightning towards the young girl and her sibling. In an instant, a shriek echoed as the blood talismans struck the 2 apparitions. The young girl howled, baring her teeth at me, while the infant frantically tore at its own arms, its expression contorted in agony. I shook the demon-subduing pestle, simultaneously chanting the 6-syllable Vajra mantra. Om, Ah, Hum, Vajra, Guru, Padma, Siddhi, Hum. Receive. With a flicker, the young girl and her sibling were drawn into the demon-subduing pestle, which immediately radiated a brilliant light. It was evident that the resentment of the 2 specters had augmented the spiritual power of the implement. Bald donkey, what other tricks do you have? Use them all. I shook my head, feeling the fractured bones within me rapidly mending. I owe this miraculous recovery to the Shui Taoist. Had he not nurtured these four colossal beasts and summoned 18 monks to incessantly assail me, my cultivation could never have reached such heights. Compared to before, I sensed a remarkable increase in my physical prowess, at least a dozenfold. Even out of water, I could effortlessly fell a bowl with a single punch and shatter a wall with a mere palm strike. Observing my transformation, Ant Long within the Xintian Jade let out a sigh of relief. However, I had underestimated the Shui Taoist. You little beast, you have pilfered my demon-subduing staff, obliterated my ghost monk, and taken my infant spirit. Do you still wish to leave this place alive? Even if I perish here today, I shall ensure that your head is severed. The Shui Taoist bellowed as he descended from above. At that moment, he was enveloped by a blood-red bell, upon which ghostly visages flickered ominously. It was evident that this apparatus served as a sinister counterpart to the traditional golden bell and iron shirt of the righteous. Truly, the high priest possessed formidable skills. Are you frightened, little beast? If so, kneel now, and I shall grant you one final chance. Kneel? I would sooner kneel to the Taoist. Grasping the demon-subduing staff, I executed the 7-star step, performing a flawless leap akin to a cloud ladder, soaring towards the Shui Taoist. Suddenly, the blood-red bell that had been cast upon him emitted a resonating hum and retreated several meters in an instant. Such agility was as swift as lightning. Could this be the Taoist's lightness skill, enabling one to traverse distances with ease? This was merely hearsay to me until today, when I finally bore witness to it. You fool, seeking your own demise. Buzz, 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 buzz. Suddenly, 12 colossal bells emerged from the water, each one flowing with blood. One cannot fathom how much human blood has been consumed or how many souls have coalesced to forge these grotesque forms. At last, I grasped the operational mechanism of the Shui Taoist's altar. It begins with the Shui Taoist venturing forth to seek out those spirits bound by heavy grievances, forging alliances to lure humans into their grasp. Next, it is the turn of 4 giant crocodiles to feast upon their flesh. The blood of the slain is then used to nourish these immense bells. Ultimately, the souls of the deceased are confined within coffins, serving to sustain the Vajra demon-subduing pestle. Yet, beneath this pestle lies my grandfather. Thus, these restless spirits. Ha ha ha! The Shui Taoist's laughter interrupted my thoughts. Young wretch, do you not comprehend? This altar is not intended to suppress your grandfather. Who says we are allies? I retorted. The Shui Taoist chuckled. Child, have you not pondered why I would establish such an altar to confine the remnants of your grandfather's soul? There is no reason for it. Therefore, you should discern the true nature of those departed souls. Sacrifice. Do you understand? Who are you sacrificing? Why, your grandfather, of course. My grandfather? Indeed, the Vajra demon-subduing pestle has absorbed countless souls, ultimately channeling them into the remnants of your grandfather's spirit. Do you not see? Young one, I am aiding your grandfather. Otherwise, he would be reduced to ashes. Do you not wish for grandfather to be revived? The term evil cultivator instinctively crossed my mind, followed by a sudden, throbbing headache. It was evident that the words of the Shui Taoist were true. I simply could not fathom why grandfather was suppressed beneath the demon-subduing pestle while simultaneously drawing in the souls of other deceased. The only plausible explanation was that the souls of these departed were meant to nourish grandfather's lingering spirit. This implied that grandfather was, in fact, the master of this lake, while the Shui Taoist merely served as a priest. I dared not ponder further. Grandfather, who exactly are you? Grandfather, as I repeatedly called out in my heart, his figure finally manifested before me, accompanied by a gasping serpent. Upon seeing the Shui Taoist, the serpent swiftly returned to his side. Long Changming, I did not deceive your grandson, did I? You are the true master of Blue Card Lake. This is your burial ground. I am merely a guardian of the tomb. Am I not right, Long Changming? Grandfather's hand rested once more upon my head, warm as ever. Shengfeng, all he said is indeed correct. However, this entire affair is his scheme. Grandfather never intended to be resurrected. This is merely their wishful thinking. Is it not? Grandfather. Chapter 50. The Dragon King's Decree for a 6-year-old child. Discerning right from wrong is indeed a formidable task. I could not ascertain whether grandfather desired revival of his own volition or if the Azura Taoist compelled him to do so. After all, my father had already passed away at the tender age of 7, and it was my grandfather who employed arcane arts to bring him back to life. Thus, it is evident that my grandfather possessed the capability to achieve resurrection. Perhaps his initial demise was merely a ruse to evade the relentless pursuit of the 24 halls of Chi-Men. By harnessing the formidable powers of the 5 great families, the Ghost Gate and the Dragon Clan, he dealt a significant blow to the 24 halls. Regardless of the circumstances, it is an undeniable truth that the master of the Chi-Men Punishment Hall has had his cultivation revoked by the Ghost Gate. Yet, is the situation truly as it appears? From another perspective, if my grandfather indeed harbored a profound secret, such as the tome titled The Dragon Cultivation Classic, the forces of darkness would stop at nothing to obtain it, even resorting to the assassination of my grandfather. In order to thwart their nefarious schemes, he may have chosen to take his own life. Subsequently, the dark forces, unwilling to relinquish their pursuit, sought to collect the remnants of his soul in a bid to resurrect him. The purpose of this resurrection would be to uncover the whereabouts of the Dragon Cultivation Classic. In other words, both of these hypotheses hold validity. Regardless of the truth, should my grandfather indeed possess the ability to return from the beyond, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous event for me. Hey, young one, have you made your decision? If so, hasten to choose. Will you join us and become a priest, or continue to oppose me? Let me be candid with you, young one. I do not stand alone in this battle. Even if you possess the prowess to vanquish me, my allies will relentlessly pursue you. There are many altars like this one. What? More than one? Huh. That old coot, Long Changming, when he took his own life, utilized his arts to disperse his soul, scattering his 3 souls and 6 spirits in different realms. In total, there are 9 fragments of his soul. In other words, there are a total of 9 such altars. It should indeed be so. However, at present, there are not that many, for your grandfather has concealed his soul exceedingly well. To find 3 or 5 is already quite remarkable. As for the others, our people are still in the process of searching. Youngster, do you not wish for your grandfather's resurrection? From the tales of the Azura Taoist, I have formed a preliminary judgment. It appears that grandfather did not speak falsely. Resurrection is indeed not his ultimate desire. If that were the case, there would have been no necessity for him to allow his soul to be fragmented. Would it not be simpler to resurrect in such a state? Upon contemplating this, I turned my gaze towards grandfather, and a sense of guilt arose within me. He is my kin, and I should not question him. I should not. Chungfeng, your identity has been revealed. Swiftly use the Dragon King's decree to eliminate him. Do not harbor any reservations. Grandfather is, after all, a deceased being. Even if his soul were to dissipate into nothingness, there is nothing to lament. This was indeed grandfather's choice from the very beginning. Kill him, grandfather urged persistently. I also understood that even if I had consumed the 4 inner elixirs of the giant crocodile, I would still be no match for the Azura Taoist, for this fellow possesses a multitude of tricks. Moreover, grandfather at present is but a wisp of residual soul, lacking the capacity to assist me significantly. In such circumstances, the most prudent course of action would be to directly employ the Dragon King's decree. Thus, I resolutely presented the decree. At that moment, the dragon ant, lying within the Xiantian jade, became animated. At last, I beheld Dragon Ant. She was a petite azure dragon, a diminutive little azure dragon. Even after the passage of 6 years, has yet to fully mature, resembling an infant in the womb, her features, mouth, nose, and eyes, still unformed, which explains a reluctance to emerge. With the issuance of the Dragon King's decree, the entire dragon clan heeds my command. The essence of ant dragon envelopes the Dragon King's edict. Upon sensing her draconic aura, the decree radiates with golden light, and countless golden dragons soar into the sky, darting through the waters. The majestic spectacle of the dancing dragons leaves both my grandfather and me in awe. Even the Azura Taoist stands frozen in fear. The Dragon Clan, indeed, The Dragon King's decree lives up to its reputation. Alas, you are a moment too late. The bell of my demise has already been set in motion. Neither the Dragon King's decree nor even deities can hope to escape my formation. On the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, where is the jade figure to teach the flute? Buzz, buzz. The 12 great bells once more fracture, transforming into 24 chime bells. These chime bells continuously shift their positions, encircling us with a unique formation. A beam of golden light shoots forth from the Dragon King's decree, aiming for the lake's surface. However, a greenish ethereal glow obstructs its path. It turns out that the 24 chime bells, vibrating in unison, have conjured a barrier-like phenomenon in the lake. Ha ha ha! I warned you. You're a moment too late. Dragon, let out your roar, and do not hesitate to surrender. Convince this grandson of mine to join us, lest I be compelled to end his life. Spare me your nonsensical drivel. As I practice Tai Chi, I draw upon my inner spiritual energy to consume the lake's waters. In an instant, 6 luminous water balls encircled me, radiating a cerulean glow. Perish! I exclaimed, striking one water ball with a forceful palm, followed by a flurry of kicks akin to a soccer player, propelling the remaining 5 water balls into the air towards the 24 bronze bells. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the water balls collided with the bells, I had anticipated that they would be sent flying or utterly destroyed by my relentless assault. To my astonishment, however, the bells remained steadfast, impervious to the impact. Moreover, several rebounding water balls nearly harmed my grandfather's lingering spirit. Ineffective, young one, today you shall witness the formidable power of the death knell. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the Shura Taoist danced with his hands, the 24 bronze bells resounded in succession. A surge of crimson malevolence permeated the air around the bells. Strangely, the melody produced by the bells was profoundly somber, evoking a sense of sorrow that compelled one to weep. At that very moment, I could no longer contain my grief and broke into uncontrollable tears, recalling every sorrowful event from my 6 years of existence. Glancing at my grandfather, I found him, like me, submerged in the water, his spirit heavy with melancholy. Chungfeng, let me teach you the formation. Grandfather, what formation? The 5 Thunder Heavenly Gang formation. I bit down on my finger, causing blood to flow from all 10 digits. Subsequently, my grandfather's lingering spirit directly entered my body. Chungfeng, come, follow your grandfather's lead. My fingers danced through the water, and soon, a flurry of blood symbols erupted from my hands. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Qian, Kan, Jin, Jun, Sun, Li, Ko, and Dui. Grandfather incessantly murmured in my ear, and I found myself reciting an unknown incantation alongside him. Before long, I realized that we were encircled by blood runes. The blood runes formed a circle around the Azura Taoist. Heavenly Thunder formation, activate. Grandfather's furious roar commanded, as dozens of blood runes coalesced into a new barrier. Above the barrier, blue lightning crackled incessantly. Soon, bolts of lightning, accompanied by the sound of thunder, struck towards the Azura Taoist. Chapter 51. A life-and-death battle. The Azura Taoist sheltered within the death knell, as the thunderbolt struck the great bell, causing the blood mist on its surface to dissipate momentarily. The 24 great bells emitted a low, ominous resonance under the relentless assault of the lightning. After the initial barrage of thunder, the Azura Taoist erupted in maniacal laughter. Ha ha! The Heavenly Thunder formation is nothing but trivial. Long Changming, do not forget, these death knells of mine are artifacts of the Buddhist sect. The lightning will only serve to strengthen them. It cannot destroy them. Long Changming, what other methods do you possess besides the Heavenly Thunder formation? Both grandfather and I felt a profound sense of despair. At that moment, the Dragon King's order came to my mind. The purpose of the Dragon King's order is to summon the Dragon Kin. After all, the Azura Taoist is a practitioner of dark arts, and he could never withstand the might of the dragons. The current predicament lies in our entrapment within the water. The Dragon King's order is suppressed by the aura of the death knell, rendering it utterly ineffective. Since its purpose is to summon the Dragon Kin, then, my gaze once again fell upon the massive serpent coiled around the Azura Taoist. Grandfather, during your earlier struggle with that serpent, could you tell me, Was that a real serpent, or merely the spirit of a serpent? I observe that its form is peculiar, resembling a mere projection of light and shadow. Feng, your scrutiny is quite meticulous. That is not a true serpent, but rather the spirit of the snake. The spirit of the snake? Indeed. However, the genuine serpent's body must reside within this lake or its vicinity. Only then can the serpent spirit unleash its full potential. We must devise a means to awaken the serpent spirit. Yet my grandfather fell silent. If the entity before me were not merely the remnants of my grandfather's soul, perhaps he would possess 100 methods to confront our current predicament. But now, I can sense his helplessness and despair. Thus, I place little hope in him, and instead turn to the dragon lady within the Zhuantianju. Dragonette, are you still there? I grasped the Zhuantianju, attempting to communicate with her through my thoughts. I am here, the dragon lady responds. If I were to utilize my thunderous powers to subdue the Azura Taoist, preventing him from controlling the spirit snake, and then place you upon the great bell, would you be able to communicate with the serpent spirit within? It is worth a try. Excellent. Then let us proceed with this plan. My grandfather, with a look of deep concern, inquires, Feng, what are you about to do? Grandfather, just watch closely. I suddenly summon all my strength, employing the flying dragon plays with the pearl technique, and in an instant, I find myself before the Azura Taoist, startling him. After a brief moment of astonishment, he reveals an evil grin. Moths to a flame. Self-destruction. Is that so? Suddenly, 2 water orbs materialize in my hands. Boom, boom. 2 water spheres struck the grand clock before me almost simultaneously. The clock emitted a resonant hum, akin to a spring, rebounding my strength back at me. Ride the wind. My grandfather swiftly stepped forward, ready to shield me from the backlash of the death knell. However, being a mere wisp of a soul, he was utterly overwhelmed by the force, his essence shattered into fragments. I had no intention of retreating. I braced myself, arms crossed over my chest. Boom, boom. The 2 forces collided against my arms, sending blood spewing from my mouth. The excruciating pain coursing through my body nearly rendered me unconscious. The blood swiftly diffused in the water, forming a misty shroud around me. Ha ha ha, young scion of the Long family. I've heard your grandmother is a ghostly matron and your grandmother a fox spirit. I expected you to be formidable, yet you are disappointingly weak and so easily defeated. Hey, kid, you're not dead, are you? What a pity, still so young. How about I refine you a bit? After inflicting such grievous harm upon me, the Azura Taoist was utterly elated. My master once imparted wisdom. To vanquish a foe stronger than oneself, one need only allow them to revel in their triumph. In moments of hubris, one's defenses are often at their most vulnerable. I realized the profundity of my master's words, for in the next instant, my thunderclap palm surged through the blood mist, striking the top of the Azura Taoist's clock with blinding speed. Faced with my full force assault, the clock finally revealed a series of tiny fissures. Foolish child, it's futile. With your thunderclap palm, you cannot possibly shatter my death knell. Is that so? Then, what if I add this? I first employed my right hand to firmly grip the body of the bell with a thunderous strike, freeing my left hand to swiftly draw the demon subduing rod, launching a flurry of thrusts at the great bell. It was at this moment that I discovered the death bell was, in fact, a formidable artifact possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. It could strike from afar and guard up close. Seemingly flawless, it harbored a critical flaw. It was incapable of close-range offense. Its method of attack relied entirely on vibrations, which necessitated a certain distance. At point-blank range, the bell's tremors were negligible, rendering its power drastically diminished. More intriguingly, these 24 bells were categorized into a mother bell and child bells. The mother bell, which enveloped the figure of the Azura, was the central one, while the others were the child bells. When the mother bell vibrated, it transmitted a specific frequency to the child bells, inciting their own vibrations. In essence, if one could suppress the mother bell, the remaining bells would naturally lose their offensive capabilities. As I persistently jabbed the death bell with the demon subduing rod, the Azura began to sense impending doom. Although both the demon's subduing rod and the death bell belong to the Buddhist artifacts, theoretically, they should not harm one another, akin to a person wielding a spear and shield. Yet, the current demon subduing rod was no longer the same as before. It had absorbed countless vengeful spirits from the lake, as well as the two siblings of the little girl. In the realm of the supernatural, there exists a saying, the older the celestial being, the stronger it becomes. The younger the ghost, the more vicious it is. The resentment of the little spirits was typically profound, particularly that of the two siblings, whose unique experiences had filled them with boundless wrath. At this moment, they directed all their fury towards the Azura. The demon-suppressing staff shimmered with a green radiance, akin to a fiery meteor plunging into a lake, igniting the entire expanse into a boiling frenzy. At this moment, the fissure of the death bell widened further. To destroy my sacred artifact is a futile endeavor. Suddenly, several clay pots materialized around the Azura Taoist, each containing a few crimson hearts. Dragon Ant. Quickly, I hurled down the demon-suppressing staff, seizing the Xiantian jade in my grasp, and struck towards the fissure of the death bell. The instant the Xiantian jade made contact with the bell's body, a wisp of white smoke wafted into the crevice. Young one, do you see what this is? The Azura Taoist erupted into maniacal laughter. Upon glancing over, I observed that the once vibrant hearts within the pots had suddenly shriveled, resembling desiccated eggplants. Clearly, the essence of these hearts had been absorbed by the bell. In an instant, a blood mist erupted from the bell, radiating with brilliant light. Chapter 52. The Thunder's Tribulation Buzz. The death bell emitted another resounding roar, its overwhelming force propelling me backward. The 24 bronze bells resumed their disheartening melody. I spat out several mouthfuls of crimson blood. Gazing at the vivid sanguine liquid, I was reluctant to waste it, hastily drawing several lightning symbols with my own blood. Lacking my grandfather's guidance, I relied on memory to set up a 5-thunder heavenly array. You little beast, let us see how much blood you have left. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of the death bell grew louder, threatening to shatter my very organs. This time, I refrained from reckless action and swiftly concentrated all my spiritual energy into a single palm. Buzz, buzz. The Azura Taoist inside the bell pounded furiously. The 24 bronze bells resonated in unison, creating a magnificent spectacle. Waves of sound shimmered with a crimson glow, intertwining and ultimately converging upon me. The moment had arrived. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged towards the Azura Taoist with a roar before the next chime could echo. You truly fear not death, do you? Coming back for more? He taunted. I offered no reply, a sinister smile curling at the corners of my mouth. My right hand crackled with lightning, emitting a symphony of thunderous sounds. The dazzling electric light appearing capable of tearing through anything. Boom! A spherical bolt of lightning, measuring 2 to 3 meters in diameter, struck the protective bell, shielding the Azura Taoist. The bell erupted violently, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. My thunderclap palm struck true, landing squarely upon the heart of the Azura Taoist. He spat blood, gasping for breath. One by one, the 24 bronze bells toppled, vanishing into the depths of the lake. Why? Why is this happening? As I withdrew my thunderclap palm, I collapsed weakly into the water. In that moment of descent, I beheld the Azura Taoist ensnared by a massive, crimson serpent. His eyes widened in horror, his face a mask of confusion. Why? I nurtured you for 50 years. 50 years. I fed you with my own blood daily. Yet you. Why do you betray me? The serpent coiled itself around him, gradually slithering towards me as I sank into the depths of the lake. A wisp of white smoke drifted from the serpent, returning to my side and slipping into the Xiantian jade. A deep voice resonated from the serpent's mouth. Were it not for necessity, who would willingly embrace the path of the wicked? From this moment forth, Long Chung Feng shall be my new master. As for you, the serpent cast a disdainful glance at the Shura Taoist, continuing to carry me as it glided across the lake's surface. Time slipped away, and I eventually awoke on the grassy bank. The large bus remained silently parked beneath the moonlight, the only discernible difference being the presence of a plethora of drama. I glanced at the lakeside, where a throng of people disembarked from the bus, their expressions akin to those awakening from a dream, exclaiming, "What is happening? How do we end up here? Where exactly are we? Blood. Look, you have blood on you. So do you. Could it be that we were in an accident? Where's the driver?" As I attempted to rise, pain enveloped my body, and I fell back down. "Master, this is your demon-slaying staff." Accompanied by the sound of trickling water, a serpent as thick as a pillar emerged from the lake, clutching the staff in its jaws. Its scales were deep black, as hard as armor. "Master, are you unharmed?" The serpent gently nudged me with its head, and I reached out to stroke it, cold and firm. I am fine, though my body aches terribly. By the way, what did Aunt Long say to you?" The serpent flicked its tongue and blinked its eyes. "The little fairy said that once you recover and grow strong enough, we shall return together to assist me in overcoming tribulations. However, Master, I long to journey alongside you to explore and cultivate." I glanced around and then cast my eyes upon the enormous serpent before me. It was quite inconvenient to be accompanied by such a formidable creature. While it was manageable in the countryside, I feared that once we ventured into the city, I would surely be apprehended by the forest wardens. "Excuse me, I've heard from the Azure Master that you have cultivated for over 50,000 years. How should I address you? You are, after all, considered an elder. Should I call you Serpent Ancestor, Serpent Elder, or perhaps Old Ma Snake?" Ahem. The great serpent cleared its throat with slight embarrassment. "Old Ma Snake is too pedestrian. I dare not presume to call myself Serpent Ancestor. How about you simply refer to me as Uncle Serpent?" "Uncle Serpent? That title is quite agreeable." I furrowed my brow, gazing out at the lake. "Uncle Serpent, I believe you should continue your cultivation here. And please keep a vigilant watch over this lake to prevent any malevolent beings from approaching. When the time is right, Aunt Long and I shall return to seek you out." Uncle Serpent shook his head earnestly. "Master, it is not that I am unwilling to obey your command. It is simply that the organization to which the Azure Master belongs is exceedingly powerful. It won't be long before they come seeking me, and I fear that, with my solitary strength, I may be unable to withstand them. Curse be it, this fellow has an organization." Just the mention of the Azure Master made my teeth grind with frustration. As I grappled with this dilemma, Aunt Long's voice floated from the Xiantian Jade. "Chungfeng, why not allow your Uncle Serpent to find a secure dwelling on a nearby mountain to conceal his physical form? You can take the demon suppression staff and venture out with his serpent spirit." Upon hearing this, Uncle Serpent chuckled. "The little fairy possesses truly astute wisdom. Thus, even if my body were to be tragically destroyed, I could resurrect through another serpent's form. Moreover, I would accompany my young master in vanquishing demons and enhancing my cultivation. Let us agree on this. You shall first conceal the vessel and then come to find me at Shia village." "As you command. Take care, young master." The great serpent left behind a medicinal pill and swiftly plunged into the waters. Without hesitation, I swallowed the pill, and the pain in my body began to subside. I then staggered towards the bus, wielding the demon-slaying staff. As I emerged from the lake, drenched, the passengers on the bus illuminated me with their flashlights. "A ghost." "Is it a ghost?" "What ghost?" "This is the young Taoist from Qingqing Mountain. Do you not remember?" Uncle Tractor squeezed through the crowd, grasping me as if he wished to lift me high and toss me in the air. "Young Taoist, you have finally returned. Young Taoist, did you vanquish that ghost in red clothing?" "Ah, what ghost in red?" The crowd looked on in astonishment. I scratched my head, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, the blind master descended from the vehicle, clearing his throat and proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, you may not be aware, but tonight, that driver and ticket collector were possessed by a malevolent ghost in red. In a frenzied attempt, they drove straight towards the lake, intending to take everyone down with them. Fortunately, my grandson and I were here, especially my little grandson, who with just a few punches and kicks dispatched the ghost in red, rescuing everyone from the clutches of death." The blind master spoke with pride as he supported me. Chapter 53, Unstable Fate, Inviting Shadows. This battle rendered me nearly incapacitated. It was only with the aid of the pills provided by Uncle Snake that I managed to endure, eventually locating the terrified proprietress and escorting her to the vehicle. I recounted the circumstances surrounding the deaths of Wang Shui and Ma Long, as well as Wang Shui's manipulation of Yu Fengjiao's affections in their entirety. Young brother, I must express my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Otherwise, the proprietress paused, biting her lip as tears welled in her eyes. Otherwise, I would have been married to such a scoundrel by the end of the year. What would become of my later years? Young brother, I am kneeling before you. Please, Sister Qing, I implored, pulling her back to her feet. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I felt an inexplicable warmth and familiarity, perhaps due to her gentle demeanor and kind expression. Take this money, young brother. Sister Qing rose and retrieved a substantial wad of bills from her purse. Handing it to me, a glance revealed it to be several hundred yuan. And here is my business card. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to call. My home is in the provincial capital. Do visit when you have the chance. I will prepare a delightful meal for you. I had intended to refuse the money, but in the blink of an eye, a pair of gnarled hands accepted it. I turned to see the blind master grinning widely. Young lady, I shall not be impolite. Master, by the way, young lady, we have other matters to attend to, so let us postpone our return to the provincial city. The blind master hurriedly pulled me off the vehicle, evidently concerned about potential troubles. After all, Wang Shui and Ma Long had already met their demise. Their bodies are likely submerged in the lake. However, I still felt a twinge of unease. So I turned back to inquire with Sister Qing whether we needed to cooperate regarding Wang Shui's death, perhaps making a statement at the police station. Such knowledge I had gleaned from novels. To my surprise, Sister Qing smiled softly and whispered in my ear, "No need. My father is the chief of police. I merely need to explain the situation to him. So do not worry, sister. That is a relief. Handsome boy, remember to seek me out when you reach the provincial city." Sister Qing waved goodbye to us. I felt a pang of reluctance, but the blind master urged me along, insisting we should depart quickly. At that moment, I noticed the tractor uncle gripping a Z-shaped wrench, inserting it into the tractor's engine, and with a few vigorous turns, the machine suddenly roared to life, filling the air with the pungent scent of diesel. Little Taoist, hop in. Suddenly, darkness enveloped my vision, and I staggered, nearly losing my footing. It felt as if my bones were being dismantled. Uncle, I just wish to recline in the back of the vehicle for a moment. All right. The uncle pulled out a neatly folded sponge cushion from behind the seat, and upon unfolding it, it resembled a single bed. With the assistance of the uncle and the blind master, I finally lay down within the confines of the tractor's cabin. Longer, are you all right? The master sat in the back seat, crossing his legs and holding a cigarette. Master, do I appear untroubled? I exclaimed, pain causing tears to well in my eyes. Glancing up, I noticed a bright moon in the sky, likely around 3 or 4 in the morning. The blind master seemed utterly relaxed, not even turning to glance at me, and casually remarked, "Just lie there. A little rest will remedy everything. In the world of wandering, injuries like yours are trifling." Goodness, master, I'm in this state. I protested. And what's wrong with that? When I roamed the world in my youth, I was pursued by hundreds. I fled to the vast desert to hide, surviving for over 3 months by drinking my own urine, consuming, expelling, and consuming again. Imagine the torment. I grimaced in pain, mustering the strength to ask, "Master, how could you endure that?" Fool, the crux lies not in the urine, but in the suffering, in the blazing sun, with no food or drink, the sun scorching my back, and not a soul in sight for hundreds of miles. If it weren't for your third master, I would have perished. To be honest, this eye of mine is a result of excessive urine consumption, leading to yellow spots and eventually blindness. I managed a bitter smile, giving the blind master a thumbs up, feeling a mix of amusement and sorrow. How shall I put it? It seems the master is truly incomparable to parents. I was on the verge of agony, yet the blind master continued chatting with the tractor driver about food and women. I said, "Little Stone, earlier, you mentioned to me, what is the most renowned poultry in your village?" "Oh, venerable master, my nephew just spoke of the Jujin Huang. Have you heard that?" The blind master feigned ignorance. "What is the Jujin Huang? What does it signify?" "Jujin Huang. It is the name of a local breed of chicken. It is prevalent here, typically weighing 9 pounds, and its flavor is exceptionally delightful. It is renowned throughout the entire Southwest. Thus it is called Zhou Tie. Now tell me, is the meat delectable, or is the broth more savory? Both are exquisite. This evening, I shall have two dispatched for you to savor. Oh, after a few minutes passed. Little sure, you mentioned the young ladies of your village. The blind master's words nearly caused me to faint. I was on the verge of losing consciousness. No wonder when I was born, Master Hui divined my fate, proclaiming that I would endure 36 tribulations in my lifetime. Being pursued by the enforcers of birth was the first tribulation. Now, perhaps this is the second? Yet, this trial is exceedingly tormenting. In a daze, I was jolted awake by pain. My mind was alert enough to hear the hearty laughter of my master and Uncle Tractor, yet my eyelids felt unbearably heavy, rendering them impossible to open. Time passed without my awareness, until I sensed another presence in the carriage. A woman, exuding a peculiar fragrance, had joined us. I strained to elevate my eyelids and finally caught a glimpse through a narrow sliver. She was a woman clad in flowing white. She was strikingly beautiful, in her 20s, yet emanated an aura of coldness. This chill caused the temperature within the carriage to plummet by several degrees, leaving me shivering uncontrollably. Throughout the journey, she uttered not a single word, merely gazing coldly at me beneath the moonlight. Were it not for her striking beauty, I might have succumbed to sheer terror. I yearned to inquire about her identity, yet despite my throat's futile attempts to articulate, not a syllable escaped my lips. Good heavens! It seemed to me that something was amiss with the little Taoist priest. Should we halt to investigate? At last, the tractor-driving uncle noticed my peculiar state. However, the blind master dismissed my concern, saying, "Pay him no mind. My grandson is remarkably resilient. He shall not perish. It is merely that his fate is somewhat unstable, rendering him susceptible to spirits. With his constitution, he is as enticing as Tang Seng's flesh to malevolent entities." Chapter 54. Your life is mine. In that moment, I realized that the enchanting woman in ancient attire within the carriage was likely a ghost. An inexplicable dread enveloped my heart. A ghost? Master, there is a ghost in the carriage. I shouted in alarm. Strangely, no matter how loudly I called, the blind master and the tractor uncle remained oblivious. Instead, the female specter within the carriage merely smiled at me in the moonlight. As she laughed, her form began to levitate, drawing her face close to mine, exhaling softly. Her breath was ethereal, infused with an intoxicating fragrance. I widened my eyes and attempted to kick her, yet it felt as if I were ensnared beneath a heavy blanket. "Ma'am, what do you intend to do?" I am a Taoist from Qingqing Mountain, and I fear you not. Just moments ago, I vanquished several spirits, one of which was exceedingly powerful. Do not approach me." Thud! Before I could finish my words, the delicate fragrance of the woman in white stifled my speech. Subsequently, she domineeringly cupped my face with her 10 slender, jade-like fingers. I could feel her exerting effort to siphon the vital energy from within me. I cried out in desperation, summoning all my strength to push her away, and after an arduous struggle, I finally succeeded. The ghostly woman wiped her lips with her immaculate sleeve. At that moment, the moonlight intensified, casting dappled shadows from the trees lining the path. Strangely, in that fleeting instant, I was enveloped by an inexplicable warmth, as if the fear I had felt moments before evaporated entirely due to some enchantment she had cast upon me. As I scrutinized her, I could not deny that she was the most exquisite woman I had ever encountered, surpassing even my mother-esque beauty, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her raven black hair cascaded effortlessly over her shoulders. Her waist was slender, and her skin was fair and tender, evoking a delicate fragility. Especially notable were her lips, which were not the dark and purplish hues typical of other spirits, but rather a luscious, cherry red, glistening with vitality. Her attire was immaculate, pure white and unblemished, devoid of any spectral aura. To put it simply, I felt she was even more enchanting than the ethereal Xialong created by the great writer Jin Yong. Listen well, young Taoist. Without my permission, you are not to perish, for your life belongs to me, the beautiful specter declared, before leaning in to place a gentle kiss upon my forehead, gracefully departing thereafter. After what felt like a dozen minutes, I began to regain sensation throughout my body. I had not perished. I truly had not met my end. Goodness, Master, surely you do not regard me as a mere novice. In a fit of anger, I kicked the compartment behind my blind master. At last, he heard my voice and turned to me with a gentle smile. "Ah, my dear disciple, have you awakened?" I wasn't merely asleep, you know. I fainted. Fainted? Is it that serious? Do you think, just now, a female ghost came up to siphon my vitality? The tractor-driving uncle revved the engine, tried to reassure me. "Young master, please don't frighten me. Dawn is approaching, and our destination, Shia village, is just ahead." Suddenly, my blind master stood up, bracing himself against the iron railing, and astonishingly flipped over to sit before me. "Master, your legs, they're no longer lame?" "Lame? I am blind, not crippled. Now extend your hand." I reached out to him, and he, with closed eyes, took my pulse and felt my forehead. "Oh dear, you are burning up. What ghost? This is merely a fever that has rendered you delirious." "How did you come down with this fever?" I lay there stiffly, for I understood that no matter how much I prattled, he would never believe the valor I had displayed in the lake, how I had slain the Azura and even captured his spiritual pet. "Master, you certainly won't believe that I consumed the inner elixirs of 4 ancient crocodiles." "Ancient crocodiles? Inner elixirs? Ha ha ha." My blind master could not help but burst into laughter. "Grandson, at the tender age of 4, you claim to have encountered the venerable Laozi and even pilfered a golden elixir from his Bagua furnace. Do you honestly believe the old man would take you seriously? Go ahead and burn. I shall fetch some cool water to soothe you upon our arrival in the village." My anger rendered me speechless, yet upon reflection, I realized that my blind master excels in divination and fortune-telling, possessing scant knowledge of medicine. How I wish my second master were here. His miraculous healing touch could alleviate my suffering with but a few acupuncture needles. It appears that relying on others may not be as effective as relying on oneself. Thus, I sat upright, commencing meditation to regulate my breath. As the vital energy within me began to circulate, I discerned that my bones and internal organs had endured tremendous trauma. Though I was shielded by the essence of 4 ancient giant crocodiles and had ingested the pills given by Uncle Snake, my life was preserved. However, the simultaneous damage to my internal organs led to a disruption in my body temperature. Under such circumstances, cool water would prove ineffective in reducing fever. I would require some remedies for contusions and injuries along with soaking in herbal concoctions, followed by qi cultivation for recovery. It seems that without a span of 10 days to half a month, full restoration may elude me. Choosing to venture to Shiatsi village was indeed a wise decision. After all, in the mountain village, the search for medicinal herbs is convenient, and they are all wild, far surpassing the effectiveness of those cultivated in urban apothecaries. Moreover, the fresh air facilitates my recuperation. "Oh, heavenly master, little Taoist priest, do you hear the barking of dogs? The pass ahead leads us to Shiatsi village." Uncle with the tractor revved the engine, pressing the accelerator a few more times. Minutes later, a quaint village nestled amid mountains appeared before our eyes. Shiatsi village indeed lives up to its reputation. I gazed upward and observed the landscape, characterized by its rocky terrain with scant soil, where peaks jutted skyward like unsheathed swords. Their forms twisted and bizarre amidst the ethereal mist. In principle, it resembled a paradise untouched by the modern world. Alas, the dragon vein has been severed. With the support of my uncle, I gritted my teeth and alighted from the vehicle. This place boasts mountains and waters, flanked by the azure dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right, with the heavenly gate and the earthly abode both present. The central hall is relatively expansive, rendering the entire village reminiscent of a lantern. Yet, why does the azure dragon mountain to the left possess a gaping chasm? Uncle, has this place ever been home to a high official or a notable figure? My uncle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not merely a notable figure. However, the remainder of his words seemed to be swallowed back. "What troubles you, uncle?" "Ah, misfortune has befallen our family. It is best not to dwell on this matter. You merely need to remember that my surname is Shi, and I am called Shi Hongwang. My son, lacking in the element of gold, is named Shi Zhongjin, a name bestowed upon him by a wandering Taoist priest. By the way, his friends usually call him Zhou Tie. Alas, it is my folly from years past. That year, Jean was insistent on becoming a Taoist priest, causing quite the uproar. At the time, I was ignorant. I thought being a Taoist was akin to being a monk, where one could no longer partake in meat or wine, nor take a wife, and I resolutely forbade him. The result, he is a kind soul, so if you encounter him later, do not be afraid. He is merely a bit eccentric, but he does not resort to violence. Chapter 55. The enigmatic village, Zhou Tai rang, and I exchanged glances with our master, sensing that once again, we had been deceived. Previously, Uncle Zhou merely remarked that his son lacked a passion for learning and preferred to follow those who engage in superstitious practices, without mentioning the underlying mental issues the lad might possess. Uncle, if your son is not a sound mind, I fear that pursuing a path of cultivation may prove quite challenging. Uncle Zhou wore a pained expression. I understand. As a father, I simply wish to provide him with a means of escape. Perhaps if he encounters you all, he may regain his sanity. It's akin to curing a lovesick heart. Finding him a woman might suffice. However, before I could finish my thought, the blind master tugged at my sleeve. In my opinion, the matter of taking on disciples should be contemplated carefully, especially considering the journey ahead. Understood. Noticing the blind master rubbing his belly, Uncle Zhou promptly retrieved a kitchen knife and ventured to the backyard to catch a chicken. Moments later, he returned, triumphantly holding a resplendent golden rooster. Wow, master, this rooster is truly magnificent. How does it differ from the ones we caught by the lake last night? Uncle Zhou chuckled. That's a chicken from the farm at the foot of the mountain. It cannot be compared to our home-raised ones. This is what your grandfather referred to as the Nanjing Huang. If you doubt it, weigh it yourself and see if it truly is Nanjing. So, last night's chicken was indeed stolen? Was it old dog who committed the theft? I wondered how Uncle Zhou returned so swiftly. The distance from Xianzi village to Lankahai is clearly several dozen li. The blind master feigned ignorance, accepting the Nanjing Huang, weighing it with a grin. Indeed, it is Nanjing, neither a pound more nor a pound less. Grandson, I perceive a peculiar expression upon your face. Would you care to drink a bowl of fresh chicken blood first? The mere thought of the ghostly woman in white that I encountered tonight makes me feel particularly weak. It is evident that I require some nourishment. I must trouble the elder, then. Not a bother at all. As Uncle Zhou prepares the chicken and collects the blood, a wave of nausea washes over me. In my previous days at Longtan, I would capture live fish and devour them raw, without the need for soy sauce. Yet, upon seeing this bowl of fresh chicken blood, I find myself feeling queasy. However, such exquisite chicken blood cannot be squandered. Thus, I requested some paper from Uncle Zhou and began to practice drawing talismans with the blood. This endeavor consumed the better part of the day. When a rooster crowed in the backyard, Uncle Zhou finally declared the chicken cooked, inviting my master and me to eat. Just as we sat down, bowls in hand, savoring the delectable chicken soup, a figure appeared at the window. Upon seeing him, Uncle Zhou called out, "Son, why are you not coming in?" A boy with disheveled hair and a dusty appearance entered with a cheerful grin. He was quite slender, perhaps around 15 or 16 years old, and seemed rather cunning. Upon entering, he began to eye my master and me, grinning foolishly. "Son, these two are masters from Qingxing Mountain, especially this young Taoist. His skills are exceptional. Why don't you kneel and pay your respects?" Suddenly, the boy's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at me and exclaiming, "A ghost. He has a ghost about him." Uncle Zhou was taken aback, hurriedly pulling his son aside and awkwardly offering me an apologetic smile. "Young Taoist, my son's mind is not quite right. Please do not take his words to heart." Having spoken, he suddenly seized the fire tongs from behind the door and unleashed a ferocious beating upon his son, who cried out in distress and dashed around the room. After the father and son had a brief skirmish in the backyard, they returned to the dining table. "My son, I apologize. Here, this chicken leg is for you." Observing the injuries on his son's body, Uncle Zhou felt a deep sense of guilt and remorse as he placed the chicken leg into his son's bowl. To his surprise, the son bore no grudge, seizing the chicken leg and devouring it ravenously, akin to a famished ghost. "Little Taoist, my son may be a bit eccentric, yet he is not foolish. He can chant scriptures, strike the wooden fish, play the swana, and beat the drum. You may inquire about anything. He is quite knowledgeable. Go ahead and ask. Uncle Shi's enthusiasm compelled me to pose a couple of questions, as it would seem remiss not to engage him after such a generous offering of chicken. I put down my chopsticks, intending to test him. No, it's Zhou Tai Lang. What? Uncle Shi looked utterly bewildered. That's the name my village friends just gave me. I find it far more melodious than Shirtu. Very well. Zhou Tai Lang, then. Besides striking the wooden fish and playing the swona, what else can you do? Zhou Tai Lang raised his neck and, with a loud pop, ejected a chicken bone. I can also watch television. Uncle Shi's expression darkened immediately. I glanced at my master, who remained engrossed in his meal, drinking soup and eating meat. And what scriptures do you usually chant? Minstrel scriptures. Zhou Tai Lang replied without a moment's hesitation. I could no longer contain my laughter, bursting into giggles. After all, I was merely 6 years old. While I could feign maturity for a moment, maintaining such a facade for a lifetime was beyond my capabilities. Upon seeing my smile, Shirtaro joined in, and our shared laughter rendered our master's expression quite stern. I felt as though I was on par with Shirtaro, bringing him embarrassment. Silence. The blind master bellowed, striking the table with a resounding clap. Both Shirtaro and I were startled. Uncle Shi hastily placed 2 chicken kidneys into the master's bowl, apologizing profusely. Oh, venerable master, I beg your pardon. Children speak without restraint. The blind master glanced at the chicken kidneys, his anger somewhat dissipated. He picked up his chopsticks, took a few mouthfuls of rice, and consumed the kidneys before beckoning Shirtaro over. Dai Lang, come here. Not Dai Lang, it's Tai Lang. Oh, Tai Lang, come here, let grandfather have a feel. I quickly added, my grandfather is the authentic diviner of the Ma-E lineage. Uncle Shi, while I may not discern if your son is suited for the path of cultivation, my grandfather can see with utmost clarity. Oh dear, I had no idea. Such remarkable abilities your venerable master possesses. Son, why are you still standing there? Come here. Uncle Shi, unable to contain himself, approached, gripping Shirtaro's ear and leading him before the blind master. The master sat upright, raising a greasy hand to stroke the crown of Shirtaro's head, moving downward until his hand came to rest beneath Shirtaro's trousers. Oh my, this is extraordinary. Nephew, your fate is truly remarkable. I found myself reflecting on all my sorrows, striving to stifle my laughter. Yet, the hearts of parents are often filled with sorrow. The shout from the blind master stirred Uncle Shi, who immediately sprang from his seat, his face ablaze as if intoxicated, and inquired, Heavenly Master, is it true that my son possesses a remarkable destiny? The blind master nodded affirmatively. Indeed, with the fushi bone atop his head and the auspicious dragons resting upon his visage, he possesses 5 extraordinary reverse bones on his body. This is the bone structure of a true sovereign. Even if he is not born in a fortunate time, he shall undoubtedly become a personage of great influence in the future. Chapter 56. A foreboding omen, great influence, a personage. Uncle Shi murmured these words several times before suddenly kneeling, fervently bowing to both me and the master, his sobs resonating. Oh heaven! I, Shi Hongwang, have finally emerged from obscurity. I have finally emerged. From now on, who will dare to call my son a fool? Ha ha ha! Rising, Uncle Shi laughed heartily, dancing with joy as he made his way back to the village, reminiscent of Fan Jin upon passing the imperial examination. This exuberant reaction startled both the master and me. Once sure Tai Lang followed his father outside, I quietly asked the master, Master, was what you said earlier true? Or was it merely to appease him for those 2 chicken kidneys? Longer, how could you speak of your master in such a manner? I cover my mouth, suppressing laughter. The blind master, with a grave expression, remarked, Your master indeed has a penchant for such matters. Yet 2 chicken kidneys are hardly sufficient to compel him to compromise his professional ethics. That lad truly possesses an exceptional bone structure, a rarity among thousands. So, are we accepting this apprentice? Certainly. Why wouldn't we? However, master, taking such a simpleton along might lead to a host of troublesome issues. The blind master leaned in, extending 4 fingers. My disciple, Do you understand why Tang Sung brought 3 disciples on his journey to the west to acquire scriptures? Logically, it would be much more convenient to bring just Sun Wukong, wouldn't it? That's because someone must carry the luggage, right? Goodness. As I scrutinized the blind master, I couldn't help but question the condition of his eyes. Had he truly lost his sight from drinking urine? Or had he incurred the wrath of enemies who had plucked them from his head? Is he really intending to make Zhou Tai a labor? I found myself feeling a twinge of sympathy for Zhou Tai. My disciple, tell me, what did the female ghost you encountered in the carriage look like? Speak up. Perhaps I might recognize her. If it turns out to be one of my old flames, it would be wise to greet her in advance. Old flame? Master, with your demeanor, you have an old flame? What's wrong? Do you look down upon your master? In our youth, who among the 8 great mountain men was not a dashing figure? Very well. Unable to counter the blind master, I casually retrieved a piece of paper and a pen from Zhou Tai's backpack. As I reflected on the appearance of the female ghost, I began to sketch her likeness. Before long, a stunningly beautiful figure in ancient attire emerged on the page, vibrant and lifelike. Oh my! The blind master held the drawing, squinting with one eye for quite some time, becoming increasingly animated. Oh my! Oh dear! What troubles you, master? Oh dear! This is no mere female ghost. She is unmistakably a celestial maiden. After the master finished speaking, he added, if she were not a celestial being, how could there exist such beauty in this world? My disciple, what has she done to you? Perhaps she has drawn your vitality? No, she has done nothing at all, I replied, my face flushing with embarrassment. And the master understood immediately. I had deceived him. It is said that nothing ventures into the sacred hall without purpose, be it human or ghost. Since she has approached us, she must have her motives. Let me divine the matter for you. The blind master fumbled for 2 tortoise shells, shook them a few times, and cast them towards the portrait. As the shells struck the ground, they emitted a sharp crack and shattered into 4 pieces. Alas, disciple, this is a most ominous hexagram. Look at this. This. The master stared at the remnants of the shells, perspiration streaming down his forehead, anxious and distressed. Such a dire omen was something he could scarcely recall encountering in many years. We must leave, my disciple. It is unwise to linger here. As the master hastily pulled me to my feet, I suddenly collapsed to the ground, letting out a gasp as I coughed up a mouthful of blood. Oh dear, this. The blind master, flustered and at a loss, could only lament, if only the second one were here. How could you have inflicted such harm upon yourself? What kind of monster lurks in that lake to have injured you so grievously? My dear disciple, you must not perish. If you were to die, how would I explain to your 7 masters, or to the young master? To my astonishment, the blind master began to weep openly, his sorrow akin to that of a child. My heart ached at the sight of his tears, and I found myself unable to smile any longer. It turns out, my master still cares for me. Master, it's nothing. You said it yourself, merely a slight injury. If I cannot endure such minor wounds, then what is the point of traversing the martial world? Master, please assist me to the bed. I shall simply recuperate. Yes, recuperate. The blind master hurriedly guided me to the guest room of Uncle Sure, where I lay upon a clean little bed. Despite being a bachelor, Uncle Sure kept his residence immaculate. Disciple, I have heard your 5th master mention that he taught you a set of qigong. What was it called? The dragon's flow technique? Quickly employ it. And that little trinket around your neck, the dragon's saliva, when combined with the dragon's flow technique, possesses remarkable effects. Indeed, I nearly forgot. I reached for the crescent pendant around my neck. It resembled a wolf's fang with a lid. Removing the lid, I inserted it into my nostril, and an enchanting fragrance enveloped me. This trinket was said to be a gift bestowed upon me by young Master Bai the Bai family on the day of my birth. Among the 5 esteemed families, fox, yellow, white, willow, and gray, the Bai family excels in the healing arts. That young Master Bai gifted me such an item surely signifies its profound utility. Thus, I have carried it with me for all these years, fearful of losing it. Disciple, how do you feel? Upon witnessing me complete a round of cultivation, the blind master wiped away his tears, a frown etched upon his face. I slowly opened my eyes. Master, the pain has diminished considerably. However, I find myself exceedingly drowsy. Excellent. Rest now. Your master shall remain outside, keeping watch. With that, my master, leaning on his cane, stepped outside. I reclined on the bed and soon drifted into a deep slumber. In my dream, I found myself in a dense forest, where the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of fallen soldiers. Dark smoke billowed through the trees, obscuring my vision. I soon lost my way, unable to discern the cardinal directions, and I was uncertain whether I was among the living or the dead. "Master, where are you, master?" I called out, resembling a lost child, frantically stepping over corpses as I stumbled through the woods. Yet the oppressive fog enveloped me, thick and unyielding. At that moment, a man's voice reached my ears. "Shirtaro, you cannot take him. Long Qingfeng, if you wish to take Shirtaro, you must leave your own life behind. Do you see these dead? These spirits? They will not allow Shirtaro to leave. I am aware of your connection to the Dragon Clan. Hence I do not intend to kill you. I shall grant you 3 days to depart. Otherwise, you shall never escape. Do you understand?" When I awoke, drenched in sweat from the dream, it was already the following afternoon. Outside my window, a crowd of villagers had gathered, their faces alight with smiles as they looked at me. Chapter 57. The Destiny of the Village Guardian. I quickly realized that these individuals must have been summoned by Uncle Shi Hongwan. His son, often considered simple-minded, had likely endured much ridicule from the villagers. In an effort to prove that his son would amount to something in the future, Uncle Shi had gone from door to door, proclaiming the tale of my master's bone-reading abilities. Given the small size of Xianzi village, with only a handful of households, news of any visitor would spread rapidly throughout the community. Moreover, this time it is 2 so-called highly skilled Taoists who have come, and indeed, the villagers have gathered to witness the spectacle. Is this young Taoist the one who battled with the female ghost for 300 rounds? Truly, he is a figure of remarkable vigor. Remarkable vigor, you say? I suspect. They're most likely here to swindle money. Yes, indeed. Over the years, how many charlatans have come to our village to deceive us? None have proven to be of any real merit. Hong Wang, it is not my intention to dishearten you, but your foolish son cannot even recognize money. How can he possibly be the sovereign of all? Just how much did that old Taoist swindle from you? Let me go and retrieve it for you. Faced with the villagers' skepticism, Uncle Shi grew anxious. The blind master had just entered to see me when he promptly followed. Once inside, Uncle Shi grasped the master's hand and implored urgently, "Oh, venerable master, look at those villagers. They do not believe my son will amount to anything. Perhaps you could demonstrate your abilities to show them?" The master gently touched my forehead, finding it not as hot as the previous night, and then rose to say, "My dear nephew, I believe I heard you mention last night that the beef in your village is rather good. Is it not also suitable for medicinal stews?" Uncle Shi stood there momentarily dumbfounded, likely pondering when he had ever said such a thing. After a brief pause, realization dawned on him. "Yes, indeed. I shall promptly go to the beef shop in town and bring back 2 pounds for the young Taoist. It would be a favor if you could showcase your talents outside, so those villagers who look down upon my son may have their eyes opened." "Very well." The blind master rolled up his sleeves and followed Uncle Shi outside. Before long, cheers erupted from the villagers gathered outside. The venerable elder, your tear-streaked visage reveals a fateful separation from the opposite sex. Upon examining your marital fate, the presence of crow's feet suggests that your wife may meet with an untimely demise. If my calculations are accurate, it appears your spouse has indeed passed away unexpectedly, leaving you without progeny. As for the young disciple, the length of your brows signifies numerous brothers. However, the 2 fissures that mar your brow indicate that you 3 brothers dwell apart, each in your own abode. Am I correct in my divination? Remarkable, truly remarkable. The celestial master possesses extraordinary insight, and your predictions have proven to be accurate. It is evident that you possess some skill. Consequently, the entire village erupted in excitement, each villager brandishing fine wine and tobacco, along with duck and goose eggs, encircling Uncle Shi's home in a throng, all eager for the blind master to read their fortunes. One who fails to seize opportunity is a fool indeed. The master remained tirelessly engaged from dawn till dusk, ultimately managing to send the villagers on their way. At long last, my ears found a moment of tranquility. As night fell, Uncle Sure entered with several pounds of beef, beaming as he exclaimed, "Celestial Master, young Taoist, today I shall prepare for you a specialty dish, mint-infused beef, to nourish you properly." Thus, Uncle Sure busied himself in the kitchen while I sat in the courtyard, gazing at the moon. After a day of rest, I felt my body rejuvenating swiftly. It seems this technique of dragon chi is inherently suited for the use of dragon saliva. After only a few applications, I had already regained much of my vitality. Moving forward, I merely needed to venture into the mountains to gather some medicinal herbs and soak in a wooden tub for 3 to 5 days to achieve full recovery. However, just as the blind master was counting his coins within the confines of his room, an unexpected visitor arrived at the door. The individual donned a blue Zhongshan suit, appearing quite clean and possessing a semblance of a village leader. In summary, he did not resemble a peasant. "Elder, I am the village chief of Xianzi village and also the cousin of Shi Hongwang. I wonder if Hongwang has mentioned that his aunt is a spirit medium." "Indeed, his aunt is my mother." The master, having secured the money, cast a nonchalant glance at the village chief. "Speak plainly, do not beat around the bush. I am weary and wish to retire early." "Then I shall not be courteous." The man rolled up his sleeves and drew out a cigarette, taking a couple of puffs. "You cannot take away the children from Hongwang's family. Otherwise, Xianzi village will face grave troubles." The village chief's words immediately captured my attention. For the previous night, a man in my dream had issued a similar warning. However, judging by the voice, it was clearly not the same individual as the village chief. "What kind of trouble might arise, village chief?" I inquired, turning toward the house. Noticing that the blind master was ignoring him, the village chief stepped out from the house, standing behind me, and gazed at the moonlit sky. "Those of you who traverse the rivers and lakes must have heard of the village guardian," the chief said, his expression grave. "Village guardian? This is the first time I have heard of such a thing." At that moment, the blind master emerged from the house and requested a cigarette from the village chief. "You need not mention it. I have already foreseen this." "Grandfather, what is a village guardian?" The blind master elucidated. "Almost every village has one. As the saying goes, no village is complete without a fool, which means that every village will have a simpleton or madman who remembers everything that occurs in the households. Whether it is a wedding or a funeral, a grave relocation or memorial rite, no one ever invites him, yet he is always the first to arrive, bustling about and shouldering all the misfortunes for the host family, ensuring that their affairs proceed smoothly. Should anyone attempt to expel the village guardian during such events, calamity is sure to follow. Thus, when the guardian arrives, the considerate host family invariably treats him with ample food and drink, seeking to ensure their safety. Upon hearing the blind master's explanation, the village chief scoffed. "If that is the case, why must the old gentleman impose such burdens?" The master retorted with a cold snort. "Ah, is because this child, Shurtaro, is unlike the other guardians." "What makes him different?" The master continued. "Most village guardians are here to atone for the debts of their past lives, enduring suffering for the sake of the villagers. However, Shurtaro is different. He owes no debts, and his destiny is that of a sovereign. Keeping him as a guardian is akin to entrusting a tiger with a home. To speak frankly, your village is too small to contain such a presence. It is only a matter of time before a great calamity arises." The village chief's expression darkened as he fixed a cold gaze upon the blind master. "So, you truly intend to take him away?" "Indeed." The chief fell silent for a considerable time before rising to say, "Our village's situation is rather complex. It is best for outsiders not to meddle. Should you insist on involvement, I have conveyed my message." With that, he swept away. The blind master watched the chief's retreating figure and suddenly asked me, "Disciple, where's your demon-slaying staff? What has happened in the house?" "The master wishes to see if we can summon your grandfather." After a lengthy pause, I heard my master within the room declare, "Without his assistance, we may find ourselves unable to cope." Chapter 58. The Unrelenting Spirits. Regrettably, my grandfather's residual spirit was gravely damaged, rendered unable to communicate and relegated to a silent repose within the demon-slaying staff. It appears that Mr. Long, much like yourself, may require a period of convalescence. My blind master, with a countenance tinged with melancholy, took several deep puffs from his pipe, seemingly engrossed in contemplation. "Master, what is amiss in this village?" I inquired. Shaking his head, my blind master replied, "Who can tell? The dragon vein has been severed. Yet the village remains suffused with heavy yang energy. My apprentice, do you not possess the gift of celestial sight? Perhaps you might employ it to investigate the secrets harbored by the Shui family." As I prepared to utilize my celestial sight, I suddenly found it difficult to catch my breath. Darkness enveloped my vision, and I nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. "Master, this is troublesome. What is it? Are you unable to activate your celestial sight? You are indeed gravely injured." I handed a prescription to my blind master, indicating several medicinal herbs inscribed upon it. "Master, these herbs are remarkably effective for treating injuries. Perhaps you could first deliver the prescription to Uncle Shui," urging him to gather the villagers to assist in foraging in the mountains. "My recovery hinges upon these herbs. Without their infusion, restoration will be arduous." My master perused the prescription thoughtfully. "Gathering herbs is feasible, yet you have sustained such severe injuries, your fate is precarious. Those malevolent entities will surely seek to exploit your vulnerability. As the saying goes, when one is ill, the reaper lurks close by. My apprentice, you must exercise caution." I casually retrieved from my bag the talisman I had drawn the previous night using chicken blood and affixed it around the door, the windows, and the head of my bed. With these protective charms in place, unless confronted by particularly malevolent spirits, ordinary malevolence would find it impossible to approach. Thus that night, I abstained from consuming beef, opting instead for a bowl of beef soup before succumbing to slumber. As I lay in bed, I could hear my blind master boasting with Uncle Shui in the main room, recounting tales of his youthful adventures on the roads of life. These stories, having reached my ears at least dozens of times, held little intrigue for me, prompting me to engage in meditation to heal my wounds. After several cycles of performing the dragon's breath technique, fatigue finally claimed me, and I drifted into sleep. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, I was roused by a rustling sound on the roof, reminiscent of someone scattering mud atop the tiled house. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld the bright moonlight, the gentle night breeze, and the coolness that permeated the air. Listening intently, I discerned that numerous individuals were moving about outside, engaged in conversation. What an unusual commotion for such an hour! Suddenly, it dawned on me that tonight was the Zhongyuan festival, commonly referred to in rural areas as the Half of July. The sounds emanating from the front and back of the house must be the villagers burning paper and honoring their deceased relatives. In such a lively atmosphere and splendid weather, I lamented my injuries. Otherwise, I would have surely strolled through the village. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over me. Over the past 6 years, I had scarcely felt the joy of any festival. Even during the holiday seasons, my focus remained on cultivation. Receiving a few mooncakes from young masters on the 15th of August was sufficient to elevate my spirits for several days, let alone the notion of Children's Day. As I indulged in self-pity, the rustling sounds grew increasingly intense, eventually reaching my window. Startled by the crackling noise against the glass, I instinctively grasped the demon-slaying staff. Suddenly, several objects, indeterminate as either mud or small stones, flew through the window, striking my face with a sharp sting. I reached out to catch them, yet I failed to grasp even a single grain of sand. Could be a ghost throwing mud? This thought immediately surfaced in my mind. My master once imparted that when traversing the night, should one encounter someone hurling mud, regardless of whether it descends from a tree or elsewhere, one must first attempt to catch it with their hands. If successful, it indicates the presence of a human or a primate, and there is no cause for fear. Conversely, if one fails to catch it, it signifies that a ghost is at play. In such a scenario, one must remove their clothing and don it inside out. This act is believed to obscure one's vital energy, momentarily deceiving the spirit. Should there be reeds nearby, remember to pluck 3 and tie them together, casting them behind oneself. While proceeding, one should recite the protective incantation. Humanity is shielded by heavy paper, while spirits are thwarted by mountains. No evil can manifest, no malice can unfold. Once the sound of mud and sand dissipates behind me, I may don my clothing correctly and recite the purification mantra. Heavenly Sovereign of Lingbao, comfort my form. The spirit of your disciple, 5 organs in the abyss. Azure dragon and white tiger, opposites intertwined. Vermilion bird and black tortoise, guard my essence. In this manner, the so-called encounter with the supernatural may be resolved. Otherwise, one's consciousness may become ensnared, leading to entrapment in some locale or even a nearby graveyard, where they might gather mud to suffocate themselves. It is said that in the rural areas of the old society, almost every village had individuals who would catch mud to seal themselves. If family members discovered them in time, a swift slap would suffice to rouse them. However, if the discovery came too late, the person would be beyond salvation. Yet here I am, lying in bed, with the door fiercely guarded and numerous talismans affixed around me to ward off evil spirits. What kind of ghost possesses such audacity to dare splash mud upon my face? Clutching my demon-slaying staff tightly, I remained motionless, intent on discerning the situation. Could it be a ghostly figure in white? Suddenly my heart raced, flushed with both anxiety and anticipation. Nevertheless, what transpired next utterly shattered my understanding. With a creak, the door swung open on its own. Then, a long leg extended from outside the threshold, hesitating for a few seconds before the figure stepped fully inside. Simultaneously, a cacophony of static filled my ears, reminiscent of electric currents, and my mind went blank. Moments later, as my senses returned, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, stood at the foot of my bed. His eyes bled profusely, and his imposing physique was complemented by a large knife hanging from his waist, his body drenched in blood. Strangely, a neck collar was fastened around him, and shackles clanked at his feet, resembling a condemned prisoner. Upon closer inspection of his attire, he donned armor upon his shoulders and a red scarf upon his head, clearly a soldier from an ancient military camp, utterly unlike a modern individual. "Hey, who are you? What do you want?" I bellowed. The figure remained silent, merely gazing at me, the blood from his eyes flowing ever more abundantly. I attempted to rise, but the pain coursing through my body forced me back down. The other party had yet to depart, still fixating on me with lifeless eyes. Suddenly, a torrent of inexplicable mud and sand engulfed me, rendering my vision all but non-existent. The room was instantly suffused with a ghostly aura, and an overwhelming dread enveloped my heart. Even more terrifying was the arrival of 2 figures from outside, one clad in black and the other in white, both adorned with pointed hats. Could they be the infamous black and white impermanents? Upon encountering these 2, I was struck with horror, pondering whether they had come to claim my soul. Was I truly beyond salvation? Chapter 59. The 4 Great Ghost Kings the Yinjing soldiers know. It cannot be so. I am acutely aware of the condition of my own body. After 2 days of practicing the dragon's aura technique, supplemented with the restorative properties of dragon saliva, I sensed a marked improvement in my injuries. Thus, the appearance of the so-called black and white impermanents at this juncture could not possibly signify my imminent demise. Reflecting on the events of the past 2 days, I surmised that there must be some malevolent force at play behind the scenes. Consequently, I grasped my magic staff in one hand while reaching for the ghost-repelling talisman at the foot of my bed with the other. Upon noticing the Buddhist artifact in my possession, the black and white impermanents exchanged startled glances before retreating from the room. Now, only the towering figure and I remained, our gazes locked in a silent confrontation. Neither of us moved. Suddenly, the giant emitted a series of strange sounds from his throat, struggling to articulate something. It was evident he wished to communicate, yet was unable to do so, leaving his expression riddled with agony, blood oozing from his eyes. A memory surfaced. My master had once said that when blood flows from the eyes, it signifies a grievance to be avenged. "Hey, giant, may I inquire if you desire my assistance in seeking justice for your plight?" I mustered the courage to ask. The giant suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning. At that moment, a rhythmic sound floated in from outside the window, accompanied by someone reciting, "In the fields, we cultivate together. At the table, we share our meals. In our garments, we are clothed alike. With our resources, we partake equally. There is equity everywhere. and no one is left wanting. All men in the world are brothers. All women in the world are sisters. Upon hearing the chant, the giant's demeanor transformed dramatically. The malevolent aura surrounding him erupted, and the blood in his eyes morphed into a fierce crimson rage. Wherever his gaze fell, infernal flames ignited, and talismans were reduced to ashes. Fraud, deceiver, perish! The giant leaped into the air, seizing my throat with a sudden grip. Anticipating this, I swiftly pressed the ghost-repelling talisman against his forehead with my left hand. With my right hand, I thrust the demon-slaying staff repeatedly into his chest. Yet this creature appeared impervious to my efforts. The talisman ignited upon contact with his forehead. The sharp tip of the staff merely sank into his chest, as if piercing the hide of an elephant. The jarring sensation disheartening in its futility. With a slight increase in pressure from the giant's fingers, I felt my vision blur, my blood surging, and I could scarcely breathe. Had I not practiced Qigong, an ordinary person would have succumbed to asphyxiation. Master, my instinctive reaction was to call for my teacher as aid. However, no sound emerged from my throat. Thus, I resorted to an alternative plea for help. Grandfather, Aunt Long. As I called out to my grandfather and Aunt Long for help with my consciousness, I could distinctly sense the transformation of a Xiantian jade and the demon subduing staff. Xia, Sa, Ma, Ha. Command. Upon completing the 6 paths of the Vajram mantra, I expected my grandfather to emerge from the demon subduing staff to assist me. However, after waiting for an eternity, his figure remained absent. It seemed that my grandfather's injuries were no less severe than my own. Glancing at the Xiantian jade, although it had transitioned from cold to warm, Aunt Long's presence was still nowhere to be seen. What on earth was happening? Aunt Long, can you hear my voice? The Xiantian jade grew hot, then cooled down after a moment. It dawned on me that, being of the dragon clan, Aunt Long's spirit could only manifest when submerged in water. Was this truly the end? I coughed and gasped for breath as the giant tightened his grip, and I felt on the brink of demise. In this critical moment, I suddenly sensed someone tugging at my clothing. Looking down, I was astonished to find a small infant. Behind the infant stood a little girl. Kill it for me, I howled, my words barely coherent, yet the infant and the girl instantly grasped my intent. One of them leaped toward the giant, clutching its face and gnawing furiously. The other flicked her hair, which flowed like seaweed toward the giant. In the blink of an eye, the giant was ensnared by the girl's hair, while the infant voraciously bit into the giant's face, drawing forth a torrent of blood. The giant emitted a series of anguished howls. At that moment, a recitation echoed from not far away. With fields cultivated together, meals shared alike, clothes worn in unison, and wealth utilized collectively. Upon hearing the recitation, the towering figure erupted once more, his blood surging, and from the confines of his armor, bursts of ghostly flame erupted. The young girl's hair was instantly ignited. Death! The giant retracted the hand that had gripped my throat, forcefully tearing the infant from his face before sending it flying with a powerful punch. The infant emitted a piercing scream, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The young girl, now with her head burned bald, suddenly swelled, emanating a foul stench. Retreat! You're no match for him. Do you dare provoke the King of Spirits? A melodious voice abruptly resonated within the room. Turning around, I beheld a face of unparalleled beauty. A figure clad in white stood under the moonlight, graceful as a startled swan. Such beauty rendered even the giant momentarily speechless. Foster father, you promised me you would not harm him. I brought you here for that reason. What are you doing? With fields cultivated together. Curse your mother, Fields. The maiden in white shouted angrily, her flowing sleeves lifting gracefully as 2 chilling beams shot forth from the window. A scream pierced the air outside, and the recitation abruptly ceased. The giant, who had been on the verge of another outburst, fell silent once more. However, at that moment, a cacophony of chaos arose around the village. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of neighing steeds, countless footsteps, and the clashing of weapons crescendoed, swiftly approaching the exterior of the house. The grand entrance was suddenly forced open by 2 shadowy figures. 2 soldiers burst in, tumbling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, I realized that these two did not cast shadows. They were indeed two specters of the netherworld, peering through the damaged doorway. I beheld hundreds of fully armed phantoms standing ominously in the courtyard. 3 armored ghost generals, astride their ghostly steeds, commanded a formidable presence at the forefront. Their attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the towering figure. If my assumptions were correct, their status was likely commensurate with that of the giant. The 4 heavenly kings have arrived. What are your intentions? The white-clad female specter displayed no semblance of fear. Instead, she boldly stepped forward to block the entrance. Her demeanor was strikingly gallant, exuding an air of authority. Fourth sister, this individual possesses the physique of a demigod, coupled with the bloodline of the Ghost Gate. His flesh and blood would serve us 4 brothers well. By consuming his flesh and drinking his blood, we would secure the means to traverse to the realm of the living. What reason do you have to obstruct us? The white-clad specter retorted coldly. Great enterprise? Had it not been for the scheming and infighting among several royal uncles, the kingdom already within grasp would not have fallen into the hands of treacherous ministers. Will my adoptive father have endured such excruciating torment? Chapter 60. The one of great merits. The white-clad specter's words rendered the 3 ghost kings speechless. In the passage of time, the rulers of the realm had long since changed. The slogans once proclaimed by the royal uncles, "The tiller shall have his land, the cold shall have clothing, and the hungry shall have meat," have all been realized. Why then do you persist in your spectral existence? In my humble opinion, the 3 royal uncles would be better off reporting to the underworld without delay. Each of you possesses immense virtue, even as lingering souls wandering for a century. A mere announcement to the emissaries of the nether realm would suffice. Instead of enduring the agony of drifting aimlessly, it would be far wiser to seek rebirth as a human. The 3 ghostly lords exchanged glances, unexpectedly touched by compassion. However, the voice that had once visited my dreams resurfaced with urgency. Eliminate him. Eliminate him. This is your final hope. Consume his flesh, drink his blood. Transform the ghostly essence into celestial energy, allowing you to evade the trials of reincarnation and resurrect directly. Such a wondrous prospect. What hesitation remains? The world united, sharing in tranquility. Do not forget your original intentions. Suddenly, an eerie chime resonated, wavering in proximity. Was that the soul-capturing bell? A sudden dread gripped my heart as I looked up to see the eyes of the 3 ghostly lords morphing into a ghastly green hue, their earlier calm expressions contorting into ferocity. The ghostly woman in white sensed the shift and immediately positioned herself before me, shielding me from harm. Taking a deep breath, I summoned all my strength to rise from the bed. 3 royal uncles, you. Consume his flesh, drink his blood. They howled in unison. The 3 ghostly lords leaped into the air simultaneously, forming a triangular formation that encircled me. The small bedroom of Uncle Sure became overwhelmingly cramped as the oppressive aura of ghostly energy threatened to suffocate me. Grasping the demon-subduing staff, I bit my tongue, allowing blood to drip onto my palm. Then I began to summon my luck, preparing to exert every ounce of my strength to unleash the thunderclap palm. Soon, a faint shimmer of lightning flickered into existence on my hand, barely perceptible. Regardless of the consequences, even if my veins were to rupture, I was determined to fight my way out. Sister in white, please take care of your adoptive father and hold off at least one of the Ghost King's attacks. The rest I shall manage. I'm still capable of handling it. The ghostly woman in white cast a glance at me. Long Ching Feng, given your injuries, do not be reckless. Adoptive father, we must leave. Before her words could fully resonate, the white-clad specter collided heavily with one of the Ghost Kings. A resounding crash echoed as the entire window was blown out, and both the ghostly woman and the Ghost King tumbled into the courtyard. Staring at the gaping hole before me, I could hardly believe that such a seemingly delicate beauty possessed such explosive power. The remaining 2 Ghost Kings immediately lunged toward me. I deftly evaded one of them and dashed toward the headboard, leaping onto the cabinet with a powerful kick, propelling myself into the air. From my elevated position, I struck down upon the Ghost King by the door with a palm strike. Boom! A streak of lightning illuminated the room. The tremendous force sent me hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the floor, unable to rise again. Fortunately, as I braced myself against the ground, coughing up blood, the Ghost King I had struck with the thunderclap palm suddenly dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. The remaining Ghost King was engaged in a fierce struggle with a towering figure whose eyes were bleeding. Kill him. Whoever decapitates Long Chung Feng shall be handsomely rewarded by this king. In the courtyard, the Ghost King, who was engaged in a fierce confrontation with the white-clad female specter, suddenly shouted. The previously dazed spectral soldiers, upon hearing his call, rushed towards the main hall in a frenzy. At that moment, two armored generals tumbled through the grand entrance, quickly rising to wield their swords and engage in battle with the advancing spectral troops. Upon closer inspection, I realized that these two figures were none other than the door gods. How peculiar! Why had they not appeared when the white-clad ghost and several ghost kings entered just moments ago? Long Chung Feng, why do you still lie there? Us old bones cannot fend off for long. The two door gods unexpectedly recognized me and called out. I struggled a bit, feeling as if my internal organs were shattered, and I simply cannot rise. Thank you, esteemed door gods. I am fine. I can hold on. I forced a smile, thinking that receiving the protection of the door gods before my demise was indeed a fortunate event. To avoid being looked down upon by the door gods, I crawled to the ancestral tablet of Uncle Shu's family, grabbed a handful of joss paper, and, using my own blood, inscribed dozens of thunderous talismans. Indeed, the door gods were aging. After several exchanges, these two venerable figures were overwhelmed by the hundreds of spectral soldiers, losing their armor and retreating in haste. We cannot endure any longer. Young dragon, life and death are preordained. We have done our utmost. Thank you. I summoned my last reserves of vitality, this time truly expending every ounce of strength within me. What followed was a scene of great intrigue. Hundreds of spectral soldiers, terror-stricken, fell back at the sight of me, drenched in blood. Whoever has slain him shall be bestowed the title of Grand General of the Dragon and Tiger. The command resounded, kill, obliterate them. Instantly, the air was filled with cries of slaughter as a horde of spectral soldiers charged recklessly forward, heedless of their lives. Just in time, like a flurry of flying cards, I unleashed dozens of thunder talismans. Boom, boom, boom. Scores of lightning erupted within the hall, instantly decimating over half of the incoming spectral soldiers. Yet, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. As one wave was blown away, another surged forth like an unrelenting tide. At that moment, my thunder talismans had been exhausted, leaving me with no choice but to wield the demon-subduing staff, thrusting it wildly in all directions. Stay calm. I must remain composed. Quickly, I recalled the Tai Chi sword techniques taught by my fifth master, and in a flash of inspiration, I brandished the staff like a precious sword, dancing amidst the throng of spectral soldiers. The Tai Chi sword, utilizing softness to conquer hardness, combined with the mystical powers of the staff, wrought havoc upon my adversaries. In a brief span, I vanquished dozens more of the spectral soldiers. Yet, just as I witnessed their numbers dwindling, I collapsed to the ground at a critical moment. Forgive me, grandfather, I did my utmost. Forgive me, sister in white, I have let you down. Forgive me, my 8 masters, father, mother, and Aunt Long. Tears welled at the corners of my eyes, cascading down my cheeks in torrents. From a moment I, Long Chung Feng, came into this world, I deemed myself extraordinary and held myself in high esteem. I would mischievously urinate on young Master by S face, stuff firecrackers in a Master San S water pipe, and even pour salt into blind Master S eye drops. It seemed as though I had completely disregarded everything external. Yet now, I find myself on the brink of death. Is it not absurd? Chapter 61. This female ghost is a bit mad. Just before I succumbed to unconsciousness, I vaguely perceived a figure approaching me. The person was tall and slender. Although I could not discern their identity, that familiar, pungent odor was unmistakable. Sure, Taro. What could possibly compel him to come here? Seeking death, perhaps? I was about to dissuade him from approaching when darkness engulfed me, and I lost all awareness. When I regained consciousness, I felt myself being carried forward by someone. Do not open your eyes before the rooster crows. Do not look back. Regardless of what you hear, do not respond or inquire, for it may lead to your demise. A stranger's voice echoed incessantly in my ears. The tone seemed youthful, perhaps in his teenage years. Strangely, his voice exuded an invisible force, compelling one to believe and obey. Huff, huff. I rested on Shui Taro's back, savoring the lingering aroma of pickled vegetables, while listening to him pant like a dog. A naturally slender youth, he was now burdened with my weight as he sprinted beneath the stars, unable to pause for breath. It was truly a formidable challenge for Shui Taro. I was baffled as to how he suddenly appeared to carry me away, or who entrusted him with such a formidable task. And yet, he obediently complied? It is simply astounding. Long Qingfeng, it is safe here. You may descend now. The voice of the white-clad female specter suddenly resonated in my ears. I listened intently, sensing her presence beside me. Before the rooster crows, do not open your eyes. Do not turn back. Do not question. Do not respond. Those words echoed once more. Long Qingfeng, why do you not hurry down? You have been ensnared by the malevolent spirit. This is no mere Shurtaro. He is a demon, the very fiend that controls the four heavenly kings. Do you truly wish to be carried away by him? To be taken for the purpose of corpse refining? What? Do you no longer trust your sister's words? Long Qingfeng. The white-clad specter urged repeatedly, even resorting to physical means to pry me away from Shurtaro, incessantly scratching and pinching me. I held tightly onto Shitaro's shoulders, silent. For in my eyes, if it were truly the white-clad specter calling me, she would not need to tug at me, nor resort to intimidation with her prowess. She could effortlessly dispel the so-called malevolent spirit and rescue me directly. Clearly, this was merely a temptation, aimed at coaxing me away from Shurtaro. If I am not mistaken, there must be something about Shurtaro that instills fear in them, which is why they dare not confront him directly. In other words, as long as I remain close to Shurtaro, I am safe. Long Qingfeng, do you harbor feelings for me? Sister knows you like me, so, do you wish for me to marry you? Long Qingfeng, look, sister, is she not beautiful? A waft of fragrance enveloped me. The female ghost, with her alluring demeanor, clearly sought to provoke a response from me. What on earth is this? Such shamelessness, such indecency. She is still but a child. Is this truly acceptable? Silence. I beseech you. By heavens. I realized that the ghost in white was more effective in her seduction than the earlier attempts to physically restrain me. At that moment, I felt utterly drained, nearly toppling from Shitaro's shoulders. See no evil. Hear no evil. Speak no evil. Move no evil. I recited Confucius' timeless wisdom repeatedly. When the ghost realized she could not tempt me, her true nature emerged. She began to blow upon my neck, instilling fear as she unleashed snakes, centipedes, and rodents into my clothing. Clenching my teeth, I commenced my meditation. Ice cold through the ages. All is serene. Mind tranquil, spirit solitary. Heart and mind unified. Breath follows suit. In the midst of change, remain unperturbed. Free from delusion, free from anger, free from desire, free from want, free from attachment, free from abandonment, free from action, free from self. This Taoist meditation proved remarkably effective. After reciting it a few times, the ghost's voice gradually faded from my perception. The creeping sensations of caterpillars, snakes, and centipedes vanished without a trace. Just then, distant barks of dogs reached my ears, indicating that Shurtaro and I were likely in some village, and dawn was approaching. The geese honked rhythmically, evoking an image of curling smoke rising from hearths. Suddenly, I heard the crowing of a rooster from a nearby household. Cock-a-doodle-doo, cock-a-doodle-doo. I swiftly opened my eyes, and indeed the dawn was breaking, the first light of morning revealing itself. Shurtaro stood before me, dazed and drenched in sweat, his lips cracked, his entire being swaying precariously. Upon seeing me awaken, he broke into a smile and softly uttered, "I want to operate the excavator." Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed in front of me. Shurtaro, Shurtaro, are you all right? Shurtaro. As I called out, tears began to stream down my face. It was the first time in my life that I truly felt the weight of someone else's sacrifice for me. This sacrifice was distinct from that of my master and the five families, belonging instead to a different realm of emotion. Shurtaro, you cannot die. Shurtaro. I knelt beside him, pressing the ambergris pendant from my neck into his nostrils. This was the only remedy I possessed. At that moment, guilt overwhelmed me. Had I known, I should have carried some medicine with me. Or perhaps a set of silver needles. It was all due to the haste of my departure. I had intended to prepare such items once I reached the provincial city and found the old Taoist named Chen Qingyan. Little did I anticipate that calamity would strike so swiftly. I could not help but reflect on the harrowing journey from Longtan to Shiatsi village, a path fraught with peril. First, I was pursued by the remnants of the Chiman sect, then unwittingly boarded a ghostly vehicle, only to unexpectedly discover the altar where my grandfather's lingering spirit was imprisoned. Initially intending to recuperate in Shiatsi village and take Shurtaro with me, I found myself unexpectedly embroiled in yet another conflict. Is this what they call experience? I lay beside Shurtaro, tears streaming down my face, consumed by the fear of his demise. If he were to perish, I would be haunted by guilt for a lifetime. Had I not come to Shiatsi village, had I not contemplated bringing Shurtaro along, would all of this have been avoided? Disciple, rise. Shurtaro will not perish. Suddenly, the blind master appeared like a specter, placing a hand on my shoulder. "W, what are you doing here?" I exclaimed in shock, hastily raising my magic staff towards him. "You madman, have you forgotten your master?" The blind master gazed at me, bewildered. "What? Where did you come from?" I remained uneasy. The blind master produced a small pipe, tapping it gently against my forehead. "What on earth are you up to?" I possessed the ability to foresee. I knew that an evil entity would come knocking tonight. I advised Shurtaro and his father to hide, and in a moment of urgency, I instructed Taro to carry you here. Though I may not capture spirits, the title of Little Zhuge is not merely a boast. Little Zhuge, so you are indeed one of us. It dawned on me that the blind master had been in seclusion for centuries. Apart from the young master and a select few others, no one knew of his nickname. Overwhelmed, I threw myself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Master, I nearly met my end. Master, cease your tears. Isn't this quite absurd?" Well, as for Shurtaro, he is not in serious danger, merely suffering from severe exhaustion. If he holds this ginseng in his mouth for a while, he will surely awaken soon. By the way, when Taro was carrying you earlier, did anything sinister follow us? Indeed, there was a fellow masquerading as the fourth young lady, relentlessly tugging and pinching me, instilling fear. "Master, look, I have pulled my trousers down." The blind master leaned in with a flashlight. "Oh dear, my poor apprentice, your backside is turned bruised." After remarking this, the master extracted the residue from his pipe and began to smear it on my rear end. The substance was sticky and emitted a pungent odor. "Master, when that female ghost was pinching me, someone advised me to ignore him. Do you know who that was?" "Who?" The blind master was evidently unaware of this. It was a young voice, perhaps in his teens, yet it sounded remarkably wise, akin to, well, a young emperor. His tone was quite distinctive, giving one the impression of an absolute command, a sense of unavoidable obedience. The blind master pondered, tapping his fingers. "You, my boy, might have experienced an out-of-body experience. In a state of vulnerability and severe injury, it is indeed easy for one's soul to detach." At this juncture, the blind master suddenly raised his eyebrows, displaying a hint of excitement. "My dear disciple, it must be that young Taoist who has returned. That Taoist is far more formidable than you." At last, I comprehend the young master's intentions. "Is that so? Master, what are you saying? It is indeed an exchange of destinies." Initially, the young master was concerned about your safety and thus arranged for the little Taoist to swap fates with you. The little Taoist possesses a unique identity. With his essence residing within you, no malevolent force can consume your soul. In times of peril, when your spirit departs from your body, the little Taoist's consciousness will enter in your stead, ensuring your absolute safety. My disciple, you must express your profound gratitude to young Master Long for this arrangement. The blind master spoke passionately, yet I still find myself perplexed. "Master, is the little Taoist truly that formidable? He seems to be merely a few years my senior." Huh. One's cultivation cannot be measured by age. Some individuals are innately gifted for the path of practice, while others may spend a lifetime yet remain unable to wield even the simplest of talismans. In any case, that little Taoist is indeed an extraordinary figure. Even I, in my youth, was unworthy of an audience with him. In my youth? So this little Taoist. Precisely. He was a prominent figure in the Taoist community centuries ago. Your master was not even qualified to carry his shoes. Yet he sounds so youthful. Youthful? Are you aware of the concept of reincarnation? Ordinary individuals, upon reincarnation, must consume the Meng soup, erasing all memories of their past life, thus starting their cultivation anew. However, the little Taoist is different. Upon his reincarnation, even Meng must pour herself 3 cups as penance, meticulously clean the Naiha Bridge, and graciously lay down a red carpet to escort him on his journey. Goodness, how remarkable must he be? The blind master crouched down and gently touched Shitaro's nose. Shitaro had a century-old ginseng clutched between his teeth, the origin of which was a mystery even to the blind master. After absorbing the essence of the ancient ginseng, Shitaro's mouth moved slightly, his expression one of rapture, likely lost in dreams of delectable delights. Soon, he began to mumble in a daze, "Excavator. I want an excavator. What on earth?" I inquired of the master. The blind master chuckled, saying, "This lad, it's no easy feat to get him to do anything. He shuns money, claiming a lack of interest, yet he insists on wanting an excavator." Later, when I asked his father, he explained that it was a type of road construction vehicle. A mere toy. Now it all made sense. No wonder Shitaro was so fervent in his pursuits. By the way, master, I have another question. Speak. Why is it that when Shitaro runs with me on his back, those malevolent spirits do not dare to attack him? The master gazed at Shitaro and sighed. Do not let his seemingly foolish demeanor deceive you. He is born of the purest yang, a child of the sun in both year and month, endowed with immense virtue. Not even ordinary spirits, let alone the more formidable ones, would dare to confront him. Really? How impressive. My perception of Shitaro instantly transformed. It was no wonder the master wished to take him along. Master, do you still have that ancient ginseng? Don't forget your old love for a new affection. Enough of that nonsense. The blind master rummaged through his pocket and produced a piece of aged white ginseng. This exquisite specimen, appearing a translucent white with a hint of crimson, had reached its humanoid form only after centuries of growth. Master, I knew you cherished me the most. Such a remarkable item. Where did you procure it? The blind master, somewhat pleased, stroked his beard. Do you suppose that the drinking spree with Shi Hongwang last night was in vain? That fellow possesses quite a treasure trove of mountain goods, all of excellent quality. Though regrettably, he lacks the discernment to appreciate them. Goodness, you managed to deceive him. I held the ginseng in my mouth, and soon a warmth enveloped me. As the strength I thought lost began to return, little by little, after lingering by the roadside for a while, upon witnessing Zhou Tie regain his vigor, the blind master led us toward the village ahead. This village was rather peculiar. After wandering through it several times, we found ourselves utterly lost. Everywhere were withered vines, ancient trees, stone paths, and stone houses, each corner resembling the last, leaving us quite disoriented. Master, this village isn't large. Yet why can't we find our way out? I inquired. The blind master chuckled heartily. Bagua village truly lives up to its name. I have learned that within this village resides a master of formations, a former adept of the Bagua sect, who has chosen to live in seclusion here for many years. Bagua sect? Is it one of the 36 sects? Indeed, the Bagua sect is among the 36. Yet they seldom associate with the 24 halls. Like the Jin Dao sect, they are proud and prefer solitude. That is reassuring. Chapter 63. The ghostly hand of the divine doctor before long. A middle-aged man clad in a blue long robe hurriedly approached along the narrow path. His hair was slicked back, and he wore spectacles, presenting an air of scholarly gentility, reminiscent of a private tutor. Yet as I walked, there was not a whisper of sound, and a faint veil of white mist was discernible upon my form. This mist I had previously encountered upon the person of young Master Bai. Alas, I apologize for keeping the esteemed elder waiting. Upon hearing of your impending arrival, my wife and I busied ourselves preparing wine, meat, and tea for our guests, and in a moment of distraction, I completely forgot the appointed time. The other party approached with a genial smile, extending a hand in courteous assistance to the blind master. The blind master promptly extolled, "Indeed, Mr. Shun, this place is truly deserving of its reputation. I just attempted to walk a couple of laps, intending to find my way directly to your residence. Yet I found myself unable to escape this stone abode. You flatter me, esteemed elder. I merely employed a minor stratagem and set up a formation here. With Mr. Shun's formation in place, my grandson's life is assured." Mr. Shun turned to glance at me, and at that moment, I felt a heaviness in my chest and coughed a few times, not expecting that with a mere exertion, I would expel a bowl of congealed blood, startling both Mr. Shun and the master. "Grandfather, it hurts." I clutched my chest. It seemed the severity of my injuries far exceeded my expectations. Having battled, the Azure Taoist had already taken half my life. Last night, I was besieged by the Ghost King, sustaining further injuries. At present, my ability to walk was entirely reliant on the vital energy provided by that old white ginseng. Tentatively, I touched my pulse. The moment I did so, I was struck with terror, my complexion paling as I realized the gravity of the situation. My pulse. It was completely chaotic. What on earth? The blind master was incredulous, for in traditional Chinese medicine, a disordered pulse signifies that a person's life is nearing its end. He grasped my hand to feel my pulse, and upon shaking his head and releasing my hand, Mr. Shin approached and examined me as well. "How could one be injured so severely?" he exclaimed. "Young sir, allow me to carry you." Without waiting for a response, Mr. Shun bent down and hoisted me onto his back. As he hurried deeper into the village, he introduced himself. "My name is Shun Mubai, a disciple of Master Shui Yue from the Bagua School. I have heard that you are a benefactor of the wealthiest man in the southwest, Boss Shun. I shall take utmost care of you, for Boss Shun is my distant cousin." Having clarified this connection, I felt a sense of relief and allowed myself to rest upon Shun Mubai's back, drifting into a deep slumber. Later, I sensed they had laid me upon an extraordinarily soft bed. I wished to express my gratitude, yet my body ached as though it had been mercilessly hammered by 1,000 heavy mallets. Even more distressing was the overwhelming fatigue that rendered me voiceless. It seemed my meridians were severed. "Alas, with my medical skills, I am utterly incapable of treating him," Mr. Shin lamented. "Unless you can summon the legendary physician known as the Ghost Hand, Xie Xing, there is little hope. Even if we transport him to the finest hospital in the provincial capital. But where could one possibly find the wandering Dr. Xie?" Shin Mubai held my hand. Lamenting the situation, tears from the blind master dripped onto my cheek. "Dr. Xie, is it truly only Dr. Xie who can save him? Indeed, only Xie Xing can revive a life with severed meridians. Even a renowned healer like Tao Lingyun, who traversed the world centuries ago, would likely only gaze in admiration." "Tao Lingyun? Is that not the name of my second master?" "Indeed, during my apprenticeship under him, I heard him articulate that in literature there is no first, and in martial arts, no second. Similarly, in the realm of medicine, each practitioner possesses their unique strengths, and the notion of a singular best is fundamentally flawed. This implies that a patient whom my second master is unable to cure might find solace in the hands of Xie Shini, while conversely, ailments that Xie Shini cannot remedy could be effortlessly resolved by my second master. Thus, the value of travel becomes apparent. One cannot hope to grow without venturing beyond the confines of seclusion. It is through the assimilation of diverse knowledge that one's skills may flourish. Otherwise, stagnation ensues, and one becomes ensnared by insurmountable obstacles. It is no wonder that during this journey, all 8 of my masters fervently supported me, wholeheartedly endorsing my expedition. Yet, I have inadvertently brought shame upon them. Having embarked on this journey, I find myself so severely beaten that I am utterly devoid of the courage to return to them. Perhaps it would be better to perish in this state. Grandson, I shall not allow you to perish. Wait a moment. Let me devise a plan. Xie Shini, come what may, I must locate him. With a determined bite of his teeth, my blind master turned away without a glance. leaving me in the company of the foolish Shida Lang. This fellow, bereft of any semblance of intelligence, remains oblivious to the severity of my injuries, mistaking my state for slumber and occasionally tugging at my ears to rouse me. When I remain unresponsive, he resorts to plucking his hair and inserting it into my ear. I am filled with the urge to rise and deliver him a well-deserved thrashing. Nevertheless, the decision made by the master to retain Shitai proved to be an astute one. As night fell, the village of Bagua became alive with an array of sounds, incessantly echoing in the air. It was evident that these sounds emanated from the malevolent spirits lurking outside, each one seething with a desire to invade and feast upon my flesh and drink my blood. Fortunately, with Shitai, a being of pure yang energy, in our midst, they dared not approach. Even when they did, they could only stand by the windows, gazing in, too intimidated to enter. Shitai, in his boredom, resorted to practicing his peculiar martial arts within the confines of the house, which caused the spirits outside to believe he was preparing to attack them. Thus, we endured a night of torment until dawn approached, when a figure clad in black and wearing a conical hat entered the courtyard. This individual fortuitously encountered Shen Mubai, who was on his nightly patrol, and without a word, they engaged in combat. However, after a few exchanges, Shen Mubai found himself at a disadvantage. "Who goes there? State your name," Shen Mubai demanded, brandishing a makeshift pistol he had somehow acquired. Upon seeing this weapon, the masked figure naturally relented. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat. Moreover, Shen Mubai's firearm had been modified to incorporate a certain formation, and the outcome of its discharge was shrouded in uncertainty. This is no honorable combat. The masked figure removed his conical hat, revealing tear-filled eyes. At the sight of those eyes, Shen Mubai instinctively lowered his weapon and exclaimed, "Thank you, divine physician. Just a year ago, in this very doorway, the blossoms and the faces intertwined in vibrant hues." As the divine physician recited these lines, Shen Mubai, unable to restrain himself, continued the verse. "The visage of a once familiar face has vanished into the ether, yet the peach blossoms continue to smile in the spring breeze." After reciting their verses, the two men fell into each other's embrace, weeping profusely. "Oh, divine healer, I never anticipated your survival. To have encountered you, Shen Mubai, in this lifetime is truly a fulfillment of my existence." The divine healer, in turn, lamented, "Surely, Shen, you have heard my tale. Has my story with Shinger achieved such renown? Singar my beluek singar. I am a healer of great repute, yet I could not save her life." These two formidable men, supporting one another, wept with a fervor that shook the heavens. Stone Talong, witnessing this, joined in their lamentations. The two men turned to him and inquired, "What ails you?" Chapter 64. The wandering malevolent spirit, I desire an excavator. "You have deceived me. There are no excavators here." Stone Talong rolled on the ground in distress. It was only after this commotion that the two men managed to dry their tears and approached my bedside. "Divine healer, the book you penned with your wife as the protagonist is profoundly moving. Many readers are clamoring for a sequel. When you intend to publish it?" The divine healer retrieved a tissue to wipe his nose. "I too wish to compose a sequel, but alas, I have yet to encounter a woman of perfection akin to my wife. When I find such a paragon, inspiration will surely strike, and I shall write several more volumes. Then, divine healer, might I request your signature?" When Shen Mubai emerged from the study with a book in hand, intending to request a signature from Dr. Xie, the latter had already unfurled his needle pouch. Subsequently, he hung a flag by the window to announce to the malevolent spirits that the ghostly physician was attending to his craft, urging the restless spirits to refrain from disturbing him. Only then did he lift the covers from my body and unfasten my garments, leaving me exposed and lying supine. Meanwhile, Zhou Tie, intrigued by the scene, leaned closer to Dr. Xie, peering curiously from side to side. Dr. Xie cast a glance at Zhou Tai and suddenly broke into a peculiar smile. "Young man," he declared, "I perceive you possess a pure yang physique. Why not allow me to make use of your blood?" Before Zhou Tai could comprehend the situation, A punch from Dr. Xie landed squarely on his nose. Ouch! You! You hit me! You big fool! He exclaimed, clutching his nose and cursing vehemently. Damn you! Zhou Tai Lang shouted, his fury palpable as he lunged at Dr. Xie. Fists raised. With a swift motion, Dr. Xie deftly caught him, and before Zhou Tai Lang knew it, he found himself cradled in the physician's arms. Dr. Xie wiped his hand across Zhou Tai Lang's nose, and his fingers emerged smeared with the young man's blood. My apologies, young man, Dr. Xie said, giving him a gentle shove and then lightly nudging his elbow into Zhou Tai Lang's side. The once menacing Zhou Tai Lang collapsed to the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate. Unable even to cry out, Dr. Xie smiled faintly. Forgive me. Rest for a moment, and when I'm finished, I shall treat you to a piece of fruit candy. Having spoken, he turned and gently traced his fingers across my abdomen, as if taking measurements. Subsequently, he used Shitaro's nasal blood to inscribe a talisman upon my belly. Next, he reached into his needle pouch, retrieving an array of gleaming silver needles. The first needle at the philtrum is the ghost palace. The second, at the ghost messenger, is the lung meridian. The third, at the ghost fortress, lies at the spleen meridian. The fourth, at the ghost heart, rests upon the pericardium meridian. The fifth, the ghost road, extends to the bladder meridian. The sixth, at the wind mansion, is the ghost pillow. The seventh, at the cheek chariot, is the ghost bed. With each incantation, Dr. Xie pierced me with a needle. From the first to the 13th, as the final needle plunged into me, I felt it transform into a colossal blade, cleaving me asunder. My body instantly plummeted into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. As the velocity of my descent increased, I felt an all-encompassing chill, as if immersed in a frigid cavern. Long Chung Feng, you are culpable. You were never meant to exist in this realm. This is not your world. Long Chung Feng, thief, pilferer, damned. A multitude of spectral figures flitted past me. As their visages became clear, I realized that these vociferous entities were all female phantoms. Moreover, they were youthful and comely. 1, 2, 3. I silently counted. 36 female specters. In unison, they bellowed at me. Thief, pilferer, your life is forfeit. Long Chung Feng, behold, my head is gone. Long Chung Feng, remain here. Stay with us. Do not go back. Humanity will not welcome you. Stay, stay. I shouted with all my might, my voice hoarse. No, this is not my world. I want to return. No one shall stop me. Return? Long Chung Feng, what do you intend to do there? You are a freak. I'm not a freak. I wish to go back. To find my blind master, to seek Zhou Tai Lang, to search for young Master Long and my 8 masters. My parents love me dearly. I want to go back. Step aside. In the face of my desperate strikes and kicks, the female spirits clung to me like a haunting shadow. They clawed at me. They pulled at me. They struck me. They bit me. Soon, I found myself nailed to a cross, much like my grandfather's lingering soul, utterly immobilized. Merely a vessel for their frenzied, gnawing upon my flesh, drinking my blood. I could only grit my teeth and endure this torment in silence, unable even to cry out. At that moment, I truly understood the meaning of time dragging on like an eternity. Just as I felt I could bear it no longer, a radiant light suddenly appeared before me, a brilliant golden light of Buddha. From within this divine illumination, a young monk, aged around 12 or 13, strode towards me. He was exceptionally fair and handsome, to the point of making me feel utterly ashamed of myself. Release him. The young monk's lips curled into a haughty smile. D. Long Chung Feng die. You accomplice, perish as well. D. Countless female spirits surged towards the young monk, yet he did nothing, continuing to walk forward with an unwavering, steady gait. As the female specters lunged towards him, they suddenly erupted upon contact, dissolving into wisps of black smoke that swiftly dissipated. Who are you? I inquired. The young monk smiled gently, revealing his pearly white teeth. I am you, and you are me. As his words resonated, his essence merged with mine, intertwining our beings. In that fleeting moment, the weight of the cross that had burdened my back vanished, yet my body continued its descent. Seconds later, I plunged into a resplendent celestial pool. Surrounding the pool were vibrant basins, shrouded in mist, with a rainbow arching gracefully above. What is this place? Where have those ghostly figures gone? I had never felt such comfort, as if enveloped in the warmth of a hot spring. Countless colorful fish flitted around me. Excavator. I want an excavator. The wailing of Ishitaro echoed. Elated, I swam upward. As my head broke the water's surface, I was astonished to find myself submerged in a large wooden tub. What is happening? This is clearly at Shinmubai's residence. The Bagua village physician Xie. I felt as though my soul had left my body. Standing beside the tub, watching Ishitaro weep on the threshold, snot trailing down his face, only to be inhaled back in. Physician Xie and Shinmubai encircled the tub. The 13 ghost needles are indeed perilous. No wonder few dare to employ them in these times. Shinmubai exclaimed. Physician Xie reached out to touch my forehead, then turned to gather his belongings. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As long as you endure this trial, the severed meridians will mend themselves. However, in recent days, he cannot emerge from the wooden tub. He must soak for 7 days and nights. Physician Xie carefully secured the acupuncture pouch and left behind 2 prescriptions. These prescriptions, according to the formula I provided, should be administered once in the morning and once in the evening. By the way, esteemed physician, when will your book be published? Tears suddenly streamed down Physician Xie's face. Last year on this day, within this very door, the visage of a person was adorned by blooming peach blossoms. Yet, that face has vanished to who knows where, while the peach blossoms continue to smile in the spring breeze. I shall speak of it again when inspiration strikes. Farewell. Chapter 65. Who leaked the news? Physician Xie, with the medicine box slung over his back, strode purposefully towards the exit. Oh, and this command flag. Do not remove it for 7 days. Keep it as a memento. Last year on this day, within this very door, listening to the gradually fading sounds, I felt as though I were in a dream. I continued to soak in the wooden tub for an indeterminate length of time, sensing that it had already reached midday as sunlight streamed in through the window, warming my body. At that moment, I heard the footsteps of my blind master outside. Excavator. I want an excavator. Upon seeing his master return, Shitalang rushed forward, tugging at his hand incessantly. The master remained silent, his expression somber, face ashen, enduring Shitalang's unreasonable antics. Liars! You are all liars! You promised to let me carry him to Bagua village and would buy me an excavator. Shitalang cried, feeling wronged. Soon after, the master joined in the lamentation. Startled by his master's outburst, Shitalang rubbed his nose and asked, Why are you crying? You don't even like excavators. The blind master wept, lamenting, In this vast world, as an old man and a blind one at that, where can I possibly locate Physician Xie? Only he possesses the skill to heal my disciples' wounds. But where could he be? How am I to know? Woe is me. After shedding tears, the blind master began to make arrangements for his final affairs. He removed a canvas bag from his person and handed it to Zhou Tie. When the coffin seller arrives, pay for the coffin with this money, and the remainder shall belong to you. If we cannot find Physician Xie, I shall accompany Longer into the afterlife. This is all fate's design. Fate, indeed. Just as the master felt utterly helpless, fortuitously, a coffin shop appeared before him, boasting a promotion of buy one, get one free, one large and one small. What a stroke of luck. Tailang, you are still young and have not formally become my apprentice. Otherwise, you could have purchased another, availing yourself of a buy two, get one free offer. The blind master grew increasingly sorrowful, breaking into another fit of sobs. This commotion roused Shinmubai from his slumber. Old sir, what is the matter? He inquired. Shin nephew, woe is me. Old sir, I have already paid a deposit for the coffin. Please take this money to assist us with the arrangements. Arrangements? Shinmubai was momentarily baffled, taking several seconds to comprehend the blind master's intent, before breaking into a chuckle. Old sir, I thought you were grieving for something else. Your disciple has already been healed. Physician Xie. He visited just yesterday and has only recently departed. The blind master sprang to his feet, astonished as he glanced between me and Shinmubai. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, What did you say? Physician Xie has already come? Indeed, at this moment, the Taoist priest is unharmed. The blind master paused in confusion. So, is it the esteemed physician Xie that Shun's nephew summoned? No, I thought it was you who had called for him. The blind master, like a bewildered monk, inquired with excitement. Who could have leaked this information? Shen Bai found this situation rather remarkable, and thus turned his gaze towards me in the wooden tub. Remarkable, truly remarkable. It appears that the Taoist priest is favored by destiny, and his life is not meant to end here. Upon saying this, he returned the canvas bag to the blind master's hands. The blind master then asked Shen Bai, did the esteemed physician Xie leave any instructions? For instance, what should my disciple eat or drink? What is permissible and what is not? What medicines are typically used? Well, this is precisely the dilemma I am facing. Shen Bai replied, handing a prescription to the blind master. The master glanced at it and saw it was filled with rare medicinal herbs. A millennium-old Hisho Wu, a cow ball the size of an egg, 500-year-old Ganoderma, 300-year-old agarwood. Where on earth could one procure such herbs? Just as he was contemplating this quandary, an elderly woman's voice called from outside. Mubai, is Mubai at home? Shen Mubai rushed outside, and an elderly lady entered with a cheerful smile. Mubai, this morning, while I was foraging for mushrooms on the back mountain, I encountered a young lady in the woods, extraordinarily beautiful. She mentioned that these herbs were gathered from the mountains and asked me to deliver them to you, even giving me a handsome sum for my trouble. A young lady? Gathered from the mountains? Upon seeing this, Shen Bai was utterly astounded. This, millennium-old Hisho Wu Nyo Huang? Lingji? Agarwood? Dear sir, Shen Bai hurriedly rushed in. The master glanced at it, touching it thoughtfully. Did you find this in the mountains? I could believe you found Lingji there. But Hisho Wu grows in the earth, especially one as large as this, which likely thrives on sheer cliffs. And can one even find Nyo Huang in the mountains? What did that young lady look like? Shen Bai shook his head, saying, how would I know? The lady next door just mentioned she was quite beautiful. The blind master seemed to comprehend something. Oh, I see. How could there be millennium-old ginseng in Shi Hongwang's house? How could ginseng grow in our southwestern region? How peculiar could it be? The blind master suddenly became jealous. You promised to travel yet, each of you. Oh dear, my head aches. The blind master clutched his forehead. At that moment, Shen Bai pulled out another note. By the way, dear sir, Dr. Xie also mentioned that your disciple cannot eat anything recently, but needs to be fed with breast milk once in the morning and once in the evening. I can find other medicinal herbs, but where am I to procure breast milk? Mubai, are you there? A clear voice came from outside the door. Shen Bai went out to greet a tidy young woman who stepped in. She shook her chest and approached me directly. Mubai, I heard there's a patient here who needs breast milk. Shen Bai and the blind master were once again taken aback. Who told you this? The old village chief. The old village chief? How'd he come to know this? May I inquire if this is the residence of Shen Bai? A group of women, each more exquisite than the last, arrived at the door. However, Shen Bai did not recognize any of them. Who are you all? He asked. We are from the surrounding villages. Someone placed an order for a substantial amount of breast milk, requesting us to deliver it to your home. As it is intended for a sick child, they replied. Is this indeed Shen Bai's residence? Yes. As a throng of women entered my hospital room, Shen Bai and the blind master pulled Zhou Tailong's ear and exited. The three of them settled in the courtyard. Shen Bai clasped his hands together, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the blind master, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head and began to poke at the ants on the ground with a small stick. Esteemed elder, who exactly is your grandson? Why is it that whatever he lacks seems to arrive at his doorstep unbidden? It is one thing to deliver medicinal herbs, but breast milk as well. Surely, such things are attainable with wealth. After all, you are the benefactor of the wealthiest man in the Southwest, Boss Shun. You must have no shortage of funds. However, the divine healer, whose appearances are as fleeting as a dragon's tail, cannot simply be summoned with riches alone. Old immortal, please allow me to pay my respects. Shen Bai knelt immediately. Chapter 66. The dreamer in Shen Bai's eyes. The only beings capable of such feats are those of an ethereal nature. Old immortal, I beg your pardon for my inadequate hospitality. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Guhu, quickly serve the old immortal some tea. Bring the finest brew. Additionally, have the black goat from the backyard slaughtered. Today, I intend to indulge in a few drinks with the old master, vowing to return only after inebriation. A robust woman emerged from the house, wielding a cleaver, and proceeded to the backyard to slay a sheep. The blind master, despite his many flaws, relished such culinary delights. Upon hearing that Shin Mubai planned to kill a sheep in his honor, any lingering gloom dissipated, and he began to converse animatedly with Shin Mubai. Who is this Tsuehua? Ah, she's my wife. Old master, what do you think of her? Beautiful, truly exquisite. In all his years, the old man had never encountered a woman so stunning. Shin Mubai promptly raised his teacup, substituting tea for wine, and toasted the blind master. Old master, is my wife truly beautiful? Indeed. However, others say my wife is not attractive. Those pedestrian souls could never appreciate the beauty of your lady. It is akin to the unrefined, who cannot comprehend the essence of spring's pure elegance. Upon finishing, the master tilted his mouth, burped, and nearly retched. As for Shin Mubai, his taste was indeed a perplexing blend of sensations. When I awoke, I beheld the woman named Tsuehua, brandishing a butcher's knife, standing before me, digging her nose. Resembling a female version of Li Kuei, I thought I had encountered a specter. Master, where are my clothes? I called from within a wooden tub, my entire being exuding the scent of herbs. Upon hearing my voice, the blind master hurriedly set down his cup and rushed over. Disciple, you have awakened? I burped, exhaling a breath tinged with the fragrance of milk. My devoted wet nurses had certainly worked hard these past few days. The recipe remains unchanged, the flavor as delightful as ever. I stretched, enveloped in sheer bliss. To my astonishment, after so many years, they had not altered one bit. Although they had undergone transformations to evade the mundane world, that unique milky aroma is something unattainable in ordinary humanity, a scent I shall never forget. It appears that during my travels, the 5 families have been quite active. If I am not mistaken, these precious herbs, soaking in water, were also sent by the 5 families, including the renowned physician who came to tend to my ailment. To mobilize such a significant amount of manpower and resources in such a brief span of time, aside from the widely dispersed 5 immortals, even the Dragon Clan would struggle to accomplish. Disciple, how do you feel? My master inquired with a tinge of guilt. Rising from the wooden tub, I felt invigorated, as if several forces were surging within me, demanding release. Unable to contain it, I hurried to the bathing area of Shun Mubai's residence to cleanse myself, donned the garments sent by my blind master, and made my way to the courtyard. In the courtyard, I pounded my chest, running several laps. Shun Mubai and his spouse, along with my master, rushed over, concerned for my well-being. Standing amidst the courtyard, I still felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. At that moment, I yearned for an old farmer to exchange his plow ox for me to till the fields. I would guarantee I could grip the oxen's reins and cultivate several acres in one breath. Little Taoist, are you all right? Shin Mubai, thinking I'd lost my senses, could not resist asking. I leapt around the fish pond, suddenly fixating on a loquat tree the size of a bowl. Excitedly, I dashed over, grasping the trunk and exerting my strength to uproot it. In a matter of moments, I had pulled the loquat tree from the ground and tossed it into the yard. Alas, my dear fellow, your feat surpasses even that of Lu Zhishan in uprooting willows. Is that so? Not quite enough. Very well, my good sir. If your strength is inexhaustible, perhaps you could chop some firewood for me instead. The burly woman handed me an axe. With the axe in hand, I proceeded to her woodshed, swiftly reducing a large pile of stumps to splinters. After breaking a sweat, I finally felt at ease. I was famished. I called out to my blind master. The couple, Shin Mubai and his wife, promptly brought me a large pot of lamb. The aroma of the meat made me seize a leg of lamb and devour it ravenously. Shin Mubai fetched a tall cup and poured me some fresh milk, saying with a smile, "You are indeed a fortunate one. Your wet nurses, worried you might awaken without milk, stayed up all night to fill 2 large barrels." Feeling somewhat bashful, I accepted the tall cup and drank deeply. It was still warm. Grandfather, Uncle Shun, would you like a cup as well? No, no. We are not so fortunate. During the meal, the woman, resembling a female version of the Black Whirlwind, kept eyeing me with a greedy expression, which made me feel somewhat uncomfortable. Andy, would you like a cup as well? I shyly offered her the milk. Mrs. Shun chuckled. How could I drink that? I was just pondering. In the realm of distinguished individuals like Zhou Tie, what manner of girl is worthy of your company? By the way, I have a daughter with Mu Bai Shang, and as today is the weekend, she should be returning from school. If you do not mind, shall we arrange a betrothal for our children? The morsel I just placed in my mouth has fallen out. While Shun Mu Bai possesses a certain charm, showcasing commendable genetics, one must ponder the aesthetic potential of a child born of the female counterpart of the Black Whirlwind. Aunt, I'm still quite young, and, aside from novels, I have little comprehension of matters of romance and reality. For instance, why must boys and girls use separate restrooms? Zhou Daoi, you are truly amusing. The couple shared a knowing smile. Shortly thereafter, a sweet voice echoed from outside. Daddy, Mommy, I'm back. I turned towards the sound to see a little girl clad in a jade green hanfu, merrily running towards us with her backpack. Following her was an elderly butler. It was apparent that despite Shun Mu Bai's reclusive lifestyle, the modest dwelling belied their affluence. A child so young, adorned in traditional attire, and accompanied by a butler indicated that their family was far wealthier than most during the 1990s. Who is this? The little girl circled around me, her chin resting in contemplation. Shin Mu Bai chuckled and asked, Schwer, why do you scrutinize our guest so? Guest. Daddy, I think I've seen him before. What? You've seen him? Schwer, do not speak nonsense. This esteemed Zhou Daoi hails from Qingqing Mountain. He does not come from Qingqing Mountain. The words of the little girl startled both myself and the blind master greatly. So, where do you think he came from? I do not know. Nevertheless, I have dreamed of him before. In my dream, I found myself playing by a verdant waterside and accidentally fell in. Subsequently, I kept sinking deeper and deeper until I arrived at a magnificent underwater palace. It was truly beautiful. There I encountered him. Chapter 67, A Vengeful Return. I have never seen her. Fearing the revelation of my identity, I could only vehemently deny it. To my surprise, the little girl persisted, crossing her arms and pouting. Still not admitting it. You have a black mole on your left buttock, about the size of a yellow bean. If you don't believe me, pull down your pants and let everyone see. Shun Chu Shue, never tell lies. Enough nonsense. Shwet, or go to your homework. Shin Mu Bai immediately apologized to us. The master and disciple. Just then, the blind master approached and unexpectedly tugged down my trousers, bringing his nearly sighted eye close to my rear, examining it closely. Oh dear, this must be a fated connection. Shin nephew, look, is that not a rather large black mole? Shin Mu Bai and his wife hurried over, scrutinizing me until my face turned crimson. Meanwhile, Shun Chu Shue stood to the side, covering her mouth and giggling. To be honest, the little girl was quite lovely, evidently inheriting her father's genes. How can I describe her? She had large, expressive eyes reminiscent of a young Jiang Qin, sparkling with vitality, and her skin was exceptionally fair, complemented by her long, flowing hair. It imparts a whimsical impression, somewhat off-putting. What are you laughing at? No laughing aloud. I intend to laugh. If you dare, come and catch me. With that, Shun Chu Shue dashed outside. Naturally, I had no desire to pursue her. Instead, Shin Mu Bai firmly grasped my hand, exclaiming with fervor, since it is a fated union, this betrothal must be established, my lady. What say you? Madam Shin nodded with a smile. I certainly have no objections. We have already broached this matter. And who would have thought that the little Taoist and our Schwerer are a match made in heaven? I wonder what the old master and the young Taoist think about it. Of course, I wholeheartedly agree. The blind master raised both hands high. However, I lower my head, my cheeks flushed, never having contemplated marriage at such a tender age. Yet I was not in a position to make decisions. The blind master, knowing the weight of his words, and with Shun Mu Bai's warm hospitality, even going so far as to slaughter the family's only black goat, what could he say? Grandson, do not hesitate to greet your father-in-law. The blind master tugged at my ear. I yelped in pain, perhaps too young to understand what an engagement entailed. and under the duress of the master's persuasion, I acquiesced. Thus, I and Shen Mubai's daughter, Shun Chushue, exchanged vows in the grand courtyard of the Shen family. When it came time to exchange gifts, the blind master suddenly recalled something. Ah, Shen nephew, just how closely related are you to that wealthy magnate from the southwest? Boss Shun? Cousins. What? Are you both from the same ancestor or the same grandfather? Within 3 generations or beyond? Shen Mubai was perplexed, his and his partner's eyes wide open, unsure of what the blind master meant by his words. Well, although he referred to him as a cousin, in reality, they were separated by countless generations. The Shen family in the southwest is indeed one family. This can only be said that we will meet again during the Qingming festival when we pay respects to our ancestors. How far apart we are in reality remains unknown. Madame Shun added, do not pay heed to his nonsense. It's merely Shun Bo's courtesy. Seeing that we are practitioners, he refers to us as brothers. In truth, we are as distant as can be. The shared ancestry is nothing more than an excuse to join in the festivities. Madame, Shen Mubai felt a bit embarrassed. However, this is quite natural. When one is out and about, who wouldn't he wish to befriend a few affluent companions? To establish connections with powerful relatives? Shen Mubai did not wish for the blind master to delve deeper, so he hastily retrieved the gun. What on earth does this nephew intend to do? Grandfather was startled. Is it a gift for the little Taoist priest? Do not underestimate this rustic firearm. It is infused with the formations of the younger generation. Each shot fired will yield unexpected results. By the way, take these 5 bullets. Each bullet embodies a unique formation. I took the gun with keen interest and examined it, realizing that a concealed weapon capable of integrating formations is truly remarkable. Like a single cow and 10 bulls, utterly impressive. Instantly enamored, I pulled out the small box given by my grandmother and handed it to Shun Chushue. This is a family heirloom given by my grandmother. I am not entirely sure of its purpose, so I shall give it to Shui. An heirloom? Shui curiously accepted it, examining it closely. I subsequently requested a piece of paper from Shun Mubai, on which I inscribed the grandmother's surname and her birth date according to the Chinese lunar calendar. By the way, grandmother mentioned that as long as we set up a memorial tablet for her and offer sacrifices during the festive seasons, we would receive great surprises. Is that so? Father will surely honor her offerings diligently. Shen Mubai reached out and gently ruffled my hair. Meanwhile, I held the gun, my thoughts drifting. This time, I had initially intended to recuperate in Shiatsi village, but unexpectedly, I had provoked one of the 4 great ghost kings, which nearly cost me my life. It is unworthy of a gentleman to leave such a grudge unavenged. I am eager to retaliate immediately, grateful for the meticulous care of my in-laws. My injuries have completely healed. Grandfather, the 4 great ghost kings of Shiatsi village have bullied us to this extent. Let us return and avenge ourselves together. Upon hearing the mention of returning to Shiatsi village, grandfather hesitated. Well, my dear grandson, my eyes have been bothering me these past few days. Let us discuss the matter of Shiatsi village another time. No, I insist on going back. I pulled over Zhou Tai and solemnly addressed him. Tai Lang, do you desire an excavator? Let me clarify. It is not that grandfather and I refused to buy you one. The excavator we purchased for you was seized by the 4 heavenly kings. Who? Who robbed my excavator? Who? My goodness. Zhou Tai exclamation was truly earth-shattering. The birds of Bagua village were startled and took flight, forming a dark cloud in the sky. Several tiles from the roof of the Shun family courtyard were dislodged by his roar, crashing down to the ground with a loud clatter. Observing Zhou Tai with his bloodshot eyes, Shen Mubai was utterly terrified. Alas, could this individual also be a formidable figure? Could it be that this is the lion's roar technique of Shaolin? Indeed, a formidable general commands no weak soldiers. Shen Mubai promptly produced a small wind-up iron horse and presented it to Zhou Tai. Yet, even with the small iron horse in hand, Zhou Tai remained unsatisfied, bellowing, "Where are the 4 heavenly kings? I want to confront them. Let's take them on together." I grasped Zhou Tailong's hand and hastened outside. "Stay your steps, son-in-law." Shen Mubai pursued us, blocking our path. "Father-in-law, do you have further business?" "Surely. You aren't suggesting I should consummate my marriage with Shui? Shin Mubai chuckled. Desire to consummate? Wait until you mature and can carry Shui home in a grand sedan chair. Then why do you keep me here? Just moments ago, I overheard you conversing with the old sage about the 4 heavenly kings in Xianzi village. What of it? Do you know the 4 heavenly kings? Not merely acquainted. Your father has taken refuge here, all thanks to the 4 heavenly kings. What do you mean? This place possesses excellent feng shui. Chapter 68. Testing the teacher's gun thus. Shin Mubai divulged everything he knew regarding the 4 ghost kings. It turned out that Xianzi village had an intimate connection with Zhou Tie during the Taiping Rebellion. Zhou Tie was conferred the title of Wing King by Hong Xiuquan, becoming one of the 6 kings. The 6 kings included Heavenly King Hong Xiuquan, Eastern King Yang Xiuqing, Western King Xiao Gui, Southern King Feng Yinshan, Northern King Wei Chonghui, and Wing King Zhou Tie. Alas, none of the 6 kings met a fortunate end. Especially concerning the Wing King, Zhou Tie, his family was first slain by Wei Chonghui, followed by suspicion cast upon him by figures such as Hong Xiuquan. With no choice but to lead his troops away from home, he ultimately met his downfall at the Dadu River, where he was captured by the Qing army and perished in anguish. It is said that Zhou Tai was subjected to a gruesome execution, the severity of which is beyond imagination. At the onset of his rebellion, the Zhou family feared repercussions, prompting some to forsake their homeland and seek refuge in Xiazi village. After the Wing King's demise, his restless spirit wandered, for his initial intent in rising was to achieve peace for the world and to care for the common people. Thus, despite the countless lives taken, he bore significant merit. Consequently, the spirit of the Wing King arrived at Xiazi village, seeking his adopted daughter, the 4th maiden, and made his abode there. However, it was not long before the remaining 5 king spirits sought him out as well, bound by the merit they had accrued. None of them partook of Meng Po's soup, and they convened with aspirations of rekindling their grand ambitions. This was the origin of the law enforcement that emerged from the tribunal. The 6 Ghosts Rebellion saw the tribunal's forces unleashed. Ultimately, however, due to the merit possessed by the 6 ghosts, the tribunal was unable to extinguish them and resorted to employing schemes of discord. They first had a member skilled in feng shui sever the dragon vein of Xiazi village, ensuring that Zhou Tai would never rise again. In his despair, Zhou Tai was compelled to report to the underworld. Subsequently, they orchestrated an alliance between the Eastern King, Yang Xiaxing, and the Northern King, Wei Chonghui, openly opposing the Heavenly King, Hong Xiuquan, as well as the Western King, Xiao Gui, and the Southern King, Feng Yinshan. These 2 were ruthless leaders in life, starkly different from Hong Xiuquan and his allies, and it was clear they would not harmonize. The division of the 6 ghosts cannot possibly create a formidable force. So, what then is the case with Shurtaro? I inquired. Shin Mubai glanced at Shurtaro and speculated. This is somewhat related to the severing of the dragon vein of the Zhou family. The emergence of a dragon vein in Xiazi village suggests that, logically, a son of the clan should arise. Yet, every 3 generations, a fool appears instead. Moreover, all these fools possess a pure yang constitution and carry great virtues. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon me. So that is it. This is referred to as severing the soul and stripping the spirit. Although Shurtaro is destined to be a sovereign, he is but a fragmented soul and spirit. Thus he cannot forge a significant presence. Nevertheless, his existence is precisely what keeps the 6 ghosts at bay. No wonder someone warned me not to take Shurtaro away. As the truth became clear, Shin Mubai asked us whether we would leave directly or insist on taking Shurtaro with us. I glanced at my blind master. He remained silent, feigning ignorance. Excavator. Whoever took my excavator, I shall confront them, Shurtaro declared, shaking his fists. All right, Shurtaro, let us join forces, I said, placing my hand on Shurtaro's shoulder, and at last, he revealed a long-lost smile. My blind master queried, Grandson, do you truly wish to proceed? Have you considered it well? Those are the 6 great ghost kings. And what are the 6 great ghost kings? I have my ways. What means do you possess? Simply follow me. I shall not go. My blind master trembled in fear, To which I explained, in my view, the four heavenly kings that appeared at Shitaro's home that night were likely the Wing King. The heavenly king, the western king, and the southern king. The eastern king Yang Xiuqing and the northern king Wei Changwei are certainly not included. My blind master inquired, "How did you discern that?" "Because of the fourth sister. If I am not mistaken, the one with bleeding eyes, shackled in iron chains, is the Wing King Zhou Tai. The other three are Hong Xiuquan, Xiao Zhaoguwei, and Feng Yushan. For these four, a single transformation suffices. The challenging part lies with the other two, who remain hidden in the shadows. Furthermore, those two are inherently vicious and may have long since transformed into malevolent spirits. These formidable spirits, possessing great merit yet of ghostly king caliber, are indeed difficult to confront. They can only be vanquished through aggressive means. A single transformation, aggressive annihilation. I did not expect my young son-in-law to possess such stratagems at his tender age. I chuckled inwardly, reflecting that it is not solely his merit, but rather the influence of the eight masters. Over the past 6 years, I have diligently studied texts such as The Art of War and Ghost Valley. I even examined Chairman Mao's strategic crossing of the Red River back in the day. However, my blind master did not concur. "Sun Tzu, your words sound eloquent. But how do you intend to navigate? To transform? To conquer and annihilate?" I patted my master's shoulder. "Master, we cannot merely elevate other spirits while diminishing our own prestige. Can we? Originally, we maintained a peaceful coexistence, yet they sought to undermine us, seizing my physical form and nearly costing me my life. Were it not for the presence of my father-in-law, Master, we would not even have access to sour soup, let alone you enjoying lamb. You little rascal. Are you implying that my ability to savor lamb soup is solely due to your fortune? Have you forgotten who nurtured you through the trials of childhood? Master, are you upset? No. In any case, we must return Shirtaro immediately. That is the Demon King. You fool, consider this. You are fortunate to have such a wonderful father-in-law and a beautiful wife, and we enjoy lamb soup here every day. Do you really need to contend with those lifeless beings? Master, you have fallen. Leave. Master, this is not a fall from grace. It is for your future. Future? As a sorcerer, if you dare not even confront a ghost, how can you speak of a future? Confront? How would one confront? With that enchanted staff of yours. Your grandfather will not come to your aid now, and your so-called dragon aunt is likely gravely injured. Do you truly believe that by defeating Shirtaro alone, you can overcome them? Furthermore, there is this. I drew the gun that Shun Mubai had given me and aimed it at my master. Originally, I intended to shoot above his shoulder merely to frighten him and simultaneously test the efficacy of this concealed weapon and the formation. To my astonishment, with a loud bang, my blind master vanished completely. Grandfather, where are you? Master, please do not frighten me. Shun Mubai and his wife turned pale with fright, especially Shun Mubai, who nearly lost control of himself. You brat. You. Oh my, did I not tell you? The muzzle must not be pointed at a person. It must not be pointed at a person. It's over. It's over. I looked down and discovered that my master had transformed into a figure no larger than a thumb. Indeed, each shot yields unexpected results. Master, is that you, Master? The master was gesticulating wildly, seemingly uttering profanities, yet I could only discern faint, whimpering sounds, as delicate as a mosquito's drone. Chapter 69. Too short, one long master. What are you saying? I lifted the master into my arms, his tiny feet kicking incessantly. Shun Mubai, visibly agitated, paced around anxiously, taking the master from me, patting and blowing on him in turns. Uncle Shun, what do we do now? Shun Mubai, somewhat exasperated, stamped his foot and cradled the blind master in his hands. His face etched with concern. What, Uncle Shun? You and Schwer have already been through the wedding ceremony. How can you still address me as uncle? Father-in-law, when will you be able to undo this enchantment? Shun Mubai wiped the sweat from his brow. This question had not even crossed my mind. But no matter. Give your father-in-law some time. By the way, if you're truly intent on dealing with the matters in Shiatsi village, I'll find you an assistant. His name is Zhang Jiaowen. He's a young Taoist from the nearby Qingfeng Temple, a few years your senior, and his Taoist skills are no less than your father-in-law's. All right, Then I'll go prepare the ritual implements first. As I stepped out of the doorway, Shen Mubai hurried out of the house after me, holding a peculiar object. What's this contraption? I inquired. Shen Mubai bent down and fastened a pair of black knee pads onto my calves. This is the Shun family's heirloom, the divine swift gate greaves. When worn, they enable one to travel 1,000 miles in a day. With these on, I assure you, you'll be completely safe tonight. Remember, fight if you can win, but flee if you can't. Here, take this. This is the divine swift incantation. Shen Mubai handed me a yellow paper talisman. Having perused it twice, I committed it to memory and ensconced it within my pocket. Subsequently, accompanied by Ishitaro and bearing the Vajra, I expeditiously departed from Bagua village. Based on my comprehension, the apparition of Iwang, Zhou Tie's spirit within Shiatsi village, is undoubtedly intertwined with the veneration bestowed upon him by the village. Therefore, to conduct a requiem for Iwang, the initial step entails locating his memorial tablet or sepulchre. Given that Zhou Tie was executed, the Qing army, consumed by animosity, would assuredly have prevented his remains from being disseminated. Consequently, even if a tomb exists in this locale, it would likely be a cenotaph. Thus, it would be more prudent to directly seek out his spirit tablet. Taro, I inquired of Ishitaro, do you happen to know the whereabouts of the ancestral hall belonging to the Zhou lineage in Shiatsi village? Despite his cognitive impairment, Ishitaro possessed the capacity for rudimentary communication. Ancestral hall? I am unfamiliar with the concept of an ancestral hall. Excavator. I require an excavator. It is a place where offerings are presented during festivals and holidays. The place where you pilfer offerings, lead me there. It is typically a sizable edifice. A large edifice? Offerings? I desire to consume offerings. I am cognizant of its location. With exuberant gesticulations, Ishitaro led me directly to the rear mountain of Shiatsi village. Indeed, a grand ancestral hall stood in this location, adorned with a dragon pillar that exuded an aura of formidable majesty. Upon our arrival, regrettably, several villagers were engaged in idle chatter near the entrance of the ancestral hall. Ishitaro and I tarried for the better part of the day, yet the villagers remained. Just as we were becoming perplexed, Ishitaro emitted a hushed sound and led me to the shelter of a loquat tree behind the ancestral hall. With remarkable agility, he embraced the tree trunk and ascended with nimble movements. He then climbed up the branches and ascended to the roof of the ancestral hall, casually opening the small iron door atop. Remarkably adept at this, I followed suit, and together we entered the interior of the hall from above. Inside, indeed, there were numerous plaques adorning the space, densely packed and somewhat intimidating. As I walked and observed, I stumbled upon the spirit tablet of the fourth lady. My heart quivered upon seeing those words. Conventionally, it is uncommon for ancestral halls in the southwestern region to house female tablets. The presence of the fourth lady's tablet in the Zhou clan's ancestral hall in Shiatsi village attests to her esteemed status. Fourth lady, my sincerest apologies for any offense. I wandered around the hall, retrieving some joss paper, and lit 3 incense sticks. However, as I bowed and burned the paper, one of the incense sticks broke with a sharp crack. Upon raising my gaze, I noticed it was 2 short and 1 long. The words of Master Sen echoed in my mind. 1 fears the 3 long and 2 short. Incense is most averse to 2 short and 1 long. It seemed the winged king was displeased. Immediately, I faced the fourth lady's tablet, respectfully reciting, Fourth lady, if you possess spiritual awareness, please convey a message to your adoptive father. Inform him not to grieve too deeply. Any lingering attachments, I shall help him resolve. General Shi is exceedingly valiant, and I, Long Chengfeng, hold him in great esteem, wishing to guide him on his journey. Talang, come light the incense. I handed over 3 sticks for Talang to ignite. Curiously, this time, all 3 sticks remained intact, burning at an astonishing rate, akin to someone fervently smoking a cigarette. In a mere 2 minutes, the 3 incense sticks had vanished. Alas, truly worthy of the village guardian. Such popularity is remarkable. Since the ancestors of a Zhou family hold such affection for Zhou Tie, why not let him light a few more sticks for their enjoyment? Tairang, convey a message for me. and I shall reward you with 2 excavators. 2? Is that true? Oh yes, I want excavators. I desire many excavators. Hush! I swiftly covered Zhou Tai's mouth. Lower your voice. Just say this. With the presence of the Winged King, I, the descendant of the Dragon Clan, Long Chungfeng, have come to assist the Winged King in crossing the river. At 8 o'clock tonight, instruct him to await my arrival here. All right, I will say it. I will say it. Zhou Tai stammered, repeating the phrase several times. Though his articulation was somewhat halting, the fundamental meaning was conveyed adequately. Hey, do you hear that? It seems there is some commotion in the ancestral hall. Shall we venture inside for a closer look? The footsteps of villagers echoed outside the hall, prompting Zhou Tai and me to swiftly ascend to the rooftop, escaping through the loquat tree. We ran breathlessly to a small river at the back mountain. Aunt Long, are you there? I recited the 6 paths of Vajram mantra, channeling my inner spiritual energy into the demon-subduing pestle. During my recuperation in Bagua village, I have thoroughly digested the inner elixirs of the 4 giant crocodiles using the dragon walking chi method. With the enhancement of these 4 inner elixirs, coupled with Dr. Xie's 13 ghostly needles, my run and do meridians have been completely unblocked. Now, I feel my spiritual energy surging, magnitudes greater than before. It's glowing. It's glowing. Gazing at the demon-slaying staff emanating a greenish glow, Shurtaro clapped his hands in excitement. Dragon Ant, can you hear my voice now? I can hear you. Long Chungfeng. Well done. You're still alive, huh? Hee hee. Dragon Ant, I haven't grown up yet. How could I possibly die? Flatter. Now tell me, what task awaits this time? I would just want to get some fresh air. Hee hee. Dragon Ant, I have already arranged to meet with the Winged King at the ancestral hall of the Zhou family tonight at 8. Moreover, I have promised to assist him in crossing the Dada River. Do you have any suggestions? Dada River? Do you have any idea how far it is from here? Distance is not an issue. I have the Divine Steed's cloak. The real question is how to cross. The currents of the Dada River are tumultuous. In such harsh conditions, how could General Zhou lead his soldiers across? You rascal, seeking Dragon Ant can't be anything good if you wish to guide the Winged King. There is no need to actually travel to the Dada River. Tonight, I shall help you transform this little stream into the Dada River. What does that sound? Is that truly possible? I widened my eyes, finding it utterly astonishing. Yet, Dragon Ant chuckled, huh? Have you forgotten? I am the daughter of the Dragon Prince. What is there that I cannot accomplish? Chapter 70. Bridging the gap for the spirits, I nearly forgot that the Dragon Clan governs the vast waters of the world. As long as they are willing, it would be a trivial matter to channel the waters of West Lake into Daunting Lake. With Dragon Ant by my side, all I need to do is prepare a bridge connecting life and death in advance. There exist myriad methods for capturing spirits when encountering benevolent souls. One should assist them if possible. It is often said that saving a life is more meritorious than constructing a 7-tiered pagoda. As a ghost hunter, successfully guiding a spirit to peace bears a merit comparable to that of rescuing a living being. My master once imparted this wisdom to me. Thus, armed with my demon-slaying staff, I ventured to the riverbank behind the mountain, where I felled several cedar trees and drove wooden stakes into banks. I then returned to the vicinity of the ancestral hall and discovered a tree used in the village of Shiatsi for coffin transport within a cave, which I placed atop the stakes to form a bridge. Why employ the coffin-lifting wood, you may wonder? This timber, also known as a dragon pole, has borne many deceased souls, imbued with heavy yang energy and having been consecrated by numerous practitioners. Particularly, the aged dragon poles with darkened bark have absorbed a substantial amount of corpse energy over the years, naturally drawing spirits closer and providing them with a sense of safety. Moreover, in times of flooding, the souls of those once transported will return to lend support to the bridge. Initially, I inquired of my master why constructing a bridge between realms could ferry spirits. He explained that countless souls have perished in the river over the years, many of whom are unable to reincarnate. Thus, the purpose of the bridge is to facilitate their passage. However, simply constructing the bridge is not sufficient. It is essential to light 7 incense sticks on either side and to burn 4 piles of paper money. The 7 incense sticks serve to illuminate the path for the departed souls, while the 4 piles consist of one for the Earth Lord, one for the River God, and another for the wandering spirits nearby, ensuring they do not rush to cross the bridge. The final pile, destined for the ferryman who bridges the realms. Following the sage advice of Master San, I meticulously arranged 4 ash circles upon the ground, prepared for the burning of joss paper. As twilight deepened and the veil of night descended, I resolved to fetch incense and paper money from the ancestral hall, all the while hoping to engage in a meaningful conversation with the 4th maiden and the winged king. To safeguard the bridge between the worlds from any disruptive spirits, I called upon Shida Lang. Lang, come here. I shall visit the ancestral hall shortly, and I need you to remain on this bridge alone. If you would be so kind. Shida Lang frowned, evidently apprehensive. Lang, I have heard whispers of someone intending to gift you an excavator. However, you must not leave this bridge. Just wait here for him, all right? Upon hearing the mention of the excavator, Shida Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he nodded eagerly. Thus, I made my way to the Shurjia Ancestral Hall. As I approached the entrance, the heavy door creaked open unexpectedly. At that moment, the moon ascended, casting a gentle light upon the doorway. A woman clad in white leisurely leaned against one of the pillars of the entrance. 4th maiden, my heart raced, nearly leaping into my throat as I steeled myself to approach. In the dim light of night, the 4th maiden remained as enchanting as ever, albeit perpetually frosty. Her cheeks bore a rosy hue, radiating a joyful aura. Dragon Chengfeng, your life truly is resilient. It is no wonder you were born under the 7 killings fate. That night, the spectral soldiers spared your life, and yet, here you are, wedded. Pray tell, whose daughter is she? How dare she vie for a man with such audacity? Her courage is indeed remarkable. The formidable mien of the 4th sister caused me considerable consternation, prompting me to hastily explain. Espouse a wife? Such were merely the fabrications of my master, contrived to deceive others into offering mutton. Thus he implicated me in a betrothal. The nuptial chamber remains unentered. Thus it is inconsequential. The 4th sister erupted in mirth, whereupon she abruptly seized my ear, administering a sharp twist. Alas! Pray, temper your actions. Nuptial chamber? How advanced in years are you to contemplate such an act? I solemnly forewarn you, without my express consent, you shall not engage in intimacy with any woman. Any woman upon whom your affections alight, I shall dispatch forthwith. I say, 4th sister, our acquaintance is but fleeting. Whom I favor should be of no consequence to you, methinks. I could no longer suppress my vexation. It was not that I harbored profound affection for Shun Chushua, but rather that the benevolence of the Shun family was such, their kindness to my master and me so great. Should Shun Chushua meet her demise at the hands of the 4th sister on my account, I fear my conscience would forever be burdened. Yet, alas, my benevolent intent was misconstrued by the 4th sister as partiality toward Shun Chushua. Huh, has it been but mere days? And already you champion that little enchantress? Long Chengfeng, have you truly developed affection for her? Furthermore, do not assert that I am of no consequence to you. When you initially entreated me, such were not your words. You vowed to cherish me eternally, even in the afterlife, our souls intertwined. Yet what transpired? You deceiver. After my demise, you embraced the monastic life. Upon the bridge of helplessness, I awaited your arrival for years, unending. Yet your countenance remained unseen. You deceitful scoundrel, a veritable fraud. You faithless wretch. The 4th young lady grasped me tightly, shaking me until stars danced before my eyes, before collapsing against my shoulder in a fit of weeping. That, 4th young lady, you seem to have mistaken me for someone else. I merely exchanged destinies with that little monk. The person you seek is not me. The 4th young lady cupped my face in her hands, gazing deeply into my eyes, as if fearing I might vanish. It is you. Within you resides his destiny. You are he, and he is you. 4th young lady, please remain calm. I cannot remain calm. Just then, a burly figure clad in armor sat down beside me without uttering a word. A chill enveloped me, causing me to shiver uncontrollably. Instinctively, I drew my demon-slaying staff. At that moment, the imposing man spoke softly. "What is love, I ask, that leads one to confront life and death? Truly, she is my daughter, as infatuated as I. By the way, young lad of the Long family, put away your magical artifact. Tonight, I shall not engage you in combat, nor shall I feast upon your flesh. The sensation of being unshackled is exquisite." The winged king stretched lazily. "Furthermore, those two spectral officials are rather bothersome, particularly that little fan, who incessantly regales me with lewd tales, utterly distasteful. Foster father, I find little fan tolerable. He is far more amusing than that sullen fellow, little Sia." "Little Sia? Huh. One cannot discern the man beneath the hat. Even tonight, he does not fail to solicit a few coins from me. When we wander into brothels, it is always I who foots the bill." The term miser could not be more aptly applied to his kind. I couldn't help but chuckle upon realizing that General Shui seems to be quite at ease in the netherworld, mingling with the spectral officials. Truly, he is a ghost of considerable virtue. It is no wonder that Prince Long, the Five Great Families, and the gates of the underworld all support my desire to embark on a journey. Should I one day attain such great merit, would it not allow me to traverse the three realms with impunity? Hey, young scion of the dragon family, you claim to possess a method to aid me in crossing the river. Pray, enlighten me. The winged king finally steered the conversation towards the matter of crossing the river. Chapter 71. The soul's connection to the great crossing river. I rose and respectfully clasped my hands before the winged king, saying with deference, "The spirit of General Shui met its end at the great crossing river. I have reflected upon the lessons of that failure, which can be distilled into three primary reasons. Oh, do share. Firstly, General Shui was ill-prepared, whether it was the ropes for crossing or the bamboo rafts. They could only function under the condition of no pursuing foes or external disturbances. Secondly, there was an inadequate assessment of the river's dangers. Lastly, there was an overconfidence that led him to underestimate the local chieftains, resulting in an ambush during the crossing, with enemies ahead and pursuers behind, lacking supplies and rescue. Defeat was inevitable. I did not expect you to be so astute. I too have analyzed this matter, and your conclusions align closely with my own. So, does this mean you truly possess a method to assist me in crossing the river? Indeed, to cross the river, one must adhere to three principles. First, construct a bridge before building a boat. Split the forces with one team on the bridge and the other on the water. Second, prepare a sufficient amount of tolls to dispatch all those obstructive spirits and demons. 3. Summon reinforcements in advance to thwart the pursuit of the Qing army. The winged king furrowed his brow. However, these matters are easier said than done. Had it not been for a lack of funds, how could there have been a falling out with the local chieftain? If not for the discord with Old Hong and the others, how could he have ventured forth alone? Even if he had set out alone, what was there to fear about lacking assistance? Therefore, do not expect Old Hong, Old Xiao, or Old Feng to come to my aid. If they do not come, then what reinforcements are there to speak of? Moreover, constructing ships and bridges is no trivial endeavor. As for the tolls, over the years, this king has enjoyed considerable support from the Shui family, and has indeed saved a bit. Your funds are far too meager. I shall cover these expenses. What? The winged king, having spent too much time with that miserly Xiao, has become somewhat stingy himself. Upon hearing that I would bear the costs of building ships and bridges along with the tolls, he was nearly moved to tears. I said, "Esteemed one, your generous assistance leaves me at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Perhaps I could offer my adopted daughter to you? After all, the fourth miss has quite the fondness for you." "Father." The fourth miss bashfully lowered her head and entwined her arm around the winged king's. "In truth, I too harbor intentions of taking the fourth miss under my wing, but alas, our paths are too disparate. I cannot with a female ghost, can I? Actually, the younger generation also has a request of the winged king." "Oh, what is it that you seek?" "If I assist the winged king in crossing the river, I implore you to refrain from stirring up trouble in the future. Depart for the underworld, and should you need to be reincarnated, then do so. Reluctant to reincarnate, I would rather take on the role of a spectral messenger." What a splendid idea! If the Taoist could indeed assist me in crossing the river, my wish would be fulfilled, and it would serve as an explanation to the tens of thousands of soldiers under my command. It is only fitting that I report to the underworld. This is my duty, and your modesty is unwarranted. Very well, then it is settled. I shall prepare the funds for the crossing, and we shall embark at midnight. As I rose to leave, the fourth miss stood up. Long Ching-Feng, are you not being overly idealistic? Even if you manage to gather the funds for the crossing, the other ghost kings will not easily permit your adoptive father to pass. Even if Uncle Hong, Uncle Feng, and Uncle Xiao were to allow him to go, what of the eastern and northern kings? Furthermore, the sixth king has already fallen under the control of that man, surnamed Zhou, through sorcery, when the time comes. Even your adoptive father may be powerless to act on his own accord. We cannot make such a grand show of crossing the river. How could the geomancer surnamed Zhou allow us to succeed? The geomancer surnamed Zhou? Suddenly, I recalled the voice that had appeared in my dreams. Fourth miss, what is the connection between this person you speak of and the sixth king of Xianzi village? Why does he seek to control the sixth king? And why is the sixth king so subjugated? The fourth miss replied, this individual is said to hail from the capital, a sorcerer left behind by the court of justice to guard Xianzi village. The dragon vein of Xianzi village was severed by the ancestors of Master Zhou. The sixth king's uprising failed, and his pent-up resentment is precisely what he seeks to exploit. Take your adoptive father, for instance. He appears quite normal in the ancestral hall. Yet once outside, his eyes bleed, and even I am terrified. Dear girl, please, do not say any more. The adoptive father could hardly contain himself. How could he? After all, when he had met such a tragic end, upon venturing outside and encountering my valiant soldiers, he was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to suppress his tears. Oh, my daughter, my demise was so lamentable. I truly suffered immensely. As the Prince of Wings lamented, he clutched the fourth miss and wept uncontrollably, his cries resonating so deeply that they seemed to awaken the spirits of countless ancestors from the Shui family, who encircled me in a large gathering. Sensing the escalating situation, I swiftly made my escape. Fourth miss, we shall meet at midnight. As for Master Zhou, I shall devise a strategy to handle him and ensure that he leaves empty-handed tonight. Thank you, dear Taoist. The Prince of Wings wept with such fervor that the very earth trembled, while I silently recited the incantation for swift movement, swiftly darting towards Bagua village to procure some magical artifacts. Father-in-law, I have returned, I exclaimed upon entering. Shen Chushiwe was lighting lamps and completing her homework. Upon hearing me refer to her father as father-in-law, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she discreetly glanced in my direction. Shui, where is your father? I inquired. Shen Chushiwe, nibbling on her ballpoint pen, pointed towards the backyard. As I stepped into the courtyard, I found Shen Mubai engrossed in studying formations, having drawn countless intricate diagrams, his forehead glistening with perspiration. Father-in-law, may I borrow some ghost money? The larger the denominations, the better. The more, the merrier. Also, you no longer need these diagrams. Do you? If not, may I have them? I wish to fold numerous paper boats. Shen Mubai was so absorbed in his formations that he did not respond. But Shen Chushiwe rushed in. Brother Ching-Feng, do you wish to fold paper boats? Would you like my assistance? Absolutely. Do you have any friends who can also fold paper boats? The more, the better. Shall I invite my classmates to assist? They are quite adept at folding small boats. Is that permissible? That would be splendid. With that, Shen Chushiwe picked up the telephone at home and dialed her homeroom teacher's number. Half an hour later, the homeroom teacher arrived, accompanied by a lively group of 5th and 6th graders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No need to count. Our class comprises a total of 60 students. The beautiful teacher remarked with a smile. 60 students means that even if each boat takes 5 minutes to fold, we could produce 600 or 700 boats in an hour. It is only 8:30 now, and we have 3.5 hours until noon, which is more than sufficient. Classmates, let us commence. Shen Chushiwe leaned over and whispered to me, Brother Ching-Feng, I heard you're going ghost hunting tonight. Is that true? Shu, what are you doing? I responded, I have a friend named Yidaji. His father is a coal magnate. If you are seeking ghost money, it would be wiser to approach him. By the way, he has a penchant for ghost hunting, and I just called him. He said he would send a truck over. The condition is... What is the condition? I inquired. The condition is that you must take him along for the ghost hunt. Is that acceptable? How could that be? Ghosts can be quite ferocious. Do not worry, Brother Qingfeng. My friend possesses some knowledge of spells, and his godfather is exceptionally powerful, often teaching him various ghost hunting techniques. Last year, when the mine incident occurred, resulting in dozens of fatalities, it was his godfather who managed to quell the haunting. Chapter 72. Are you certain this is a magical artifact? It seems that Shun Chushua's guardian, who possesses the ability to quell the hauntings of the mine, is quite an extraordinary individual. Thus, I acquiesced to Shun Chushua's request, contemplating that I might acquire some adept talismans in the process. After all, tonight I am to confront the 6 great ghost kings and potentially thousands of spectral soldiers. It would be prudent to utilize every available resource rather than engage in solitary combat, lest I suffer a debilitating injury, in which case even the esteemed physician Xia would be a loss. As expected, around 10 o'clock, I suddenly heard the sound of a horn from the road in front of the Shun family estate. Shortly thereafter, a youth, roughly my height and brimming with excitement, entered. He appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, carrying 2 roasted ducks from Beijing, grease glistening on his lips, accompanied by a man resembling a butler. "Schwer, look what I brought you. This is the roast duck my grandfather sent from Beijing," he exclaimed. "Wow, so many classmates? What are you all doing? Why are there so many paper boats? Is someone celebrating a birthday?" The plump boy seemed to suffer from a bout of social exuberance, circling around Shun Chushua's classmates before finally spotting me. "Little Taoist, I heard you were going to." "Shu." Shun Chushua pulled him aside. Once we were in the courtyard, I inquired of the boy, "Have you prepared everything we discussed?" "Absolutely. What Sister Schwer says is akin to a royal decree." "Little Taoist, please take a look." The boy, with an air of maturity beyond his years, gestured for me to approach the pickup truck. I showed my flashlight and was astonished to discover that he had indeed brought an entire truckload of ghost money, all in 100 yuan bills. Apart from spirit money, there were even nearly half a truckload of gold ingots. "Little Taoist priest, I heard you were going ghost hunting, so I bought out the entire stock of mortuary goods from the county town's funeral supply store. Look, there are even televisions, VCRs, and mobile phones for the deceased. And these 2 paper dolls, veritable celestial children, no ghost could possibly dislike them. What do you think, little Taoist priest? Am I generous enough, or what?" "Indeed, you are generous enough." I patted Yi Da-ji on the shoulder and leaned into the cab to take a look. "Where are the ritual implements I asked for?" "Ritual implements?" Yi Da-ji opened the car door and mysteriously retrieved a duffel bag. With a rustling sound, a plethora of ritual implements appeared before me. "Little Taoist priest, please inspect the goods." Yi Da-ji grinned and stepped aside. I stepped forward to take a look, and damn, there was even a soul-summoning bell used by corpse drivers. Even more bizarre, there was a pair of small dolls inside, emanating a chilling aura, likely the result of long-term immersion in corpse oil. Upon closer inspection, I noticed several silver needles piercing the dolls' bodies. "Little Taoist priest, these are imported goods. Do you recognize them?" Yi Da-ji asked smugly. I examined them carefully and said, "Could these be the Kumin thong that are quite popular in Southeast Asia?" "Ah, little Taoist priest, you have a keen eye. I pilfered these from my godfather." Subsequently, Yi Da-ji began to enthusiastically introduce the pair of Kumin thong to me. These Kumin thong were twins extracted from a woman's womb, a single corpse with 3 souls, having been dried and transformed into a spirit child, is then daily immersed in the oil of their mother. One can only imagine the depth of their resentment. Not only is their grievance profound, but they are also subjected to the cruel practice of being pierced thrice in their navel with needles infused with sorcery. Such an atrocity is indeed beyond comprehension. However, upon encountering a foster father, they found a semblance of liberation. "How were they liberated?" I inquired. Yi Da-ji, with a beaming expression, replied proudly, "Because the foster father employed a more peculiar sorcery, embedding a dragon coffin nail into their Bai-Wei acupoint, thus controlling them. By merely reciting an incantation, he could command them to slay whomever he desired." At this point, Yi Da-ji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pulled me aside, deliberately away from the steward, and whispered, "Do you know? Last time I witnessed the foster father release them. My goodness, they were like rabid dogs. attacking anyone they could find. It was truly insane. He shuddered at the memory. Not only did they bite people, but they also feasted upon corpses. I witnessed a headless female corpse being pounced upon by the two of them, as they tore out her intestines and devoured them. That sight haunted my dreams for 3 whole months. Little Taoist, isn't that remarkable? Is your foster father also a practitioner of dark arts? I asked in a hushed tone. Not merely a practitioner of dark arts, Yi Daji retorted, unable to contain his disdain. He is utterly devoid of humanity, worse than a beast. Thus, I have resolved to abandon the shadows and seek the light, no longer associating with him. Shui mentioned your formidable powers. Perhaps you could consider taking me under your wing. Is that truly wise? I questioned. What is unwise about it? Remaining with him offers no future. Those profound spells, not a single one was taught to me, only some petty tricks to deceive children. Hence, I stealthily appropriated his magical artifact. Goodness, all these, are they indeed your stolen treasures? You are truly a remarkable individual. What is the matter, dear Taoist? Do you find them unworthy? If so, I can always procure more. They are indeed worthy. But, what is this peculiar item? I picked up a jade rod resembling a demon-slaying staff, yet its design was rather indescribable. To call a mushroom would be inaccurate, for its head is not so large. To claim it is a demon-slaying staff, the more I gazed upon it, the more it evoked a sense of familiarity. Daji, are you certain this is a magical artifact? Is it not merely a phallus? Seeing my confusion, Daji hastily clarified. Dear Taoist, you are unaware that this is called the Wu Yang staff. Do you know its origins? It was once used by Wu Zetian in the depths of the palace. It is said to be a birthday gift from a lecherous monk. Ah, and what purpose does this serve? Is it possible for a woman to stand and urinate with it? You are oblivious. Yi Daji grasped the object in his hands, playing with it as he explained. This item merely requires an incantation, and it will emanate a unique aura that irresistibly captivates both male and female spirits. He chuckled as he demonstrated its use upon himself. Moreover, as long as your incantation persists, this object will not cease, pursuing relentlessly like a dog, refusing to give up until its objective is achieved. It is said that my godfather has only tested it on female spirits, and none have managed to escape. And what about male spirits? The male ghost remains oblivious. Regardless, if you wish to summon someone, merely append their name to the incantation. What a remarkable item. I seized the Wuyang pestle in my hand. Subsequently, I observed Yi Daji presenting an ink bottle containing a transparent liquid, the nature of which eluded my understanding. Little Taoist, this is the tear of a bull, specifically that of a 30-year-old water buffalo. What distinguishes it from ordinary bull tears? The distinction is significant. As the saying goes, an old horse knows the way. A water buffalo that has lived for 30 years must have encountered countless specters. Thus, when applied to the eyelids, one can see ghosts not only at night, but even during the day, and the effect endures for 3 days with a single application. No way. Is that true? I could not resist pouring a bit and applying it to my eyelids. Chapter 73. The specters borrowing the path when I opened my eyes once more. I was rendered motionless. Daji, did you see that? Those soldiers. What soldiers? Without hesitation, Yi Daji snatched the bull's tears from my hand and rubbed some on his own eyelids. In the next moment, he let out a blood-curdling scream, attracting Shun Chushiwe and the others into the room. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Hey, Daji, what are you looking at? Shun Chushiwe inquired. I exchanged a glance with Daji, who trembled uncontrollably, stammering, the scenery. Schwerer, I never imagined the night in your Bawa village could be so enchanting. Indeed, otherwise, how could my father choose to reside here in seclusion? As Shun Chushiwe and the others entered the house, I hurriedly led Daji towards the fields at the village's edge. The expansive fields were shrouded in mist, with the moon peeking through the clouds, and the distant calls of mountain birds echoed in the air. How cold it was. Where have those soldiers gone? Daji inquired. Hush, let's wait a moment longer. The previous wave has likely passed, and we shall await the next. After a while, Yi Daji suddenly stood up. Do you hear that? What sound is it? It seems to be the sound of hooves. I turned my gaze towards the direction of the sound, and through the fog, a vision emerged, reminiscent of a mirage, revealing an ancient army. In an instant, the air was filled with the clamor of battle cries and the thunder of hoofs. It is the spectral soldiers passing through. Both Daji and I could not contain our excitement and shouted in unison. In the blink of an eye, a vast army appeared before us. Yet, these spectral soldiers seemed oblivious to our presence. They rushed past, their expressions frantic, red scarves atop their heads, wielding various weapons in haste across the fields before us. The sounds of drums echoed, and the neighing of war horses filled the air. Thousands of soldiers surged forward, their banners emblazoned with the words Taiping Tianhua. For a full 10 minutes, these spectral soldiers continued their march before vanishing from our sight. Even though they did not pause or look back, Daji and I were drenched in cold sweat from the tension of the moment. So, Taoist priest, why are there so many spectral soldiers tonight? Daji asked. I smiled mysteriously, the corners of my lips curling upward. Perhaps it is I who summoned them. What? Who summoned you? Daji licked his lips, momentarily dazed before he caught up. Hey, little Taoist tonight. We aren't really going after those soldiers, are we? I'm not going. It's terrifying, for heaven's sake. I noticed that Daji was swaying slightly as he walked, so I steadied him, and together we approached the pickup truck. Time was of the essence. We needed to prepare an altar and craft a spirit-receiving banner from yellow wax paper. Only by erecting the banner at the bridge could King Yi and his subordinates cross the river with legitimacy. Fortunately, these items were readily available at Shun Mubai's residence. I retrieved the yellow wax paper, white candles, offerings, and other materials from the storage room, and I requested a bottle of glue from Shun Chushue to place in the truck. Meanwhile, the students were nearly finished folding their paper boats. Schwer, please ask your classmates to bring the paper boats here. If anyone inquires, just say we are heading to the temple for a ceremony. By the way, here is some money. Treat those classmates to some candy. Thank you, Brother Qingfeng. Shun Chushue beamed as she took the money and left. Shortly thereafter, a group of classmates delivered the paper boats to Daji's pickup truck. I arranged the altar and called for Daji to set off. Little Taoist, are we really going to confront those ghostly soldiers tonight? There are too many spirits, I'm afraid. Fear not. Who said we are confronting them? We are going to perform a rite to liberate them. This is a splendid opportunity to accumulate merit. If we can help these ghostly soldiers, we will gain merit and no longer fear malevolent spirits in the future. Daji quickly regained his composure. Little Taoist, what exactly is great merit? Soon, you shall find out. Although Daji was apprehensive, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the mention of ghost hunting. It was akin to a child's fascination with horror films. He felt compelled to watch, yet often terrified himself in the process. In essence, he was seeking self-inflicted torment. Hey, wait a moment, you two. Just as the driver was starting the engine, a young Taoist priest entered the vehicle. This individual was quite robust, towering over me by a head, likely around 14 or 15 years of age. He appeared rather spirited, albeit clad in a somewhat casual and even slightly soiled Taoist robe, exuding a rather disheveled aura. If you've seen the character Ji Gong, you might conjure an image of this fellow. Greetings, my young friends. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Jiawen, though you may also call me Zazhan. It is not that I am of poor character, but rather that my martial skills are formidable. I can reduce any ghost to mere dust with a single blow. Pray tell, from whom do you hail? Inquired the chubby one, bobbing his head. Zhang Jiawen glanced at Daji and pinched his chubby cheek as if kneading a dumpling. Me? I am a disciple of my father. And who might your father be? Daji's eyes narrowed into a playful slant. Zhang Jiawen did not shy away from revealing the truth. Placing his Zhou Tie sword aside, he thumped his chest and declared, My father is the head of Longhu Mountain, and I am indeed his genuine son. However, dear young friends, do not feel pressured. Despite my illustrious lineage, a calamity 6 years ago has left our Longhu Mountain in disarray. And then? I inquired. Zhang Jiawen chuckled. Then I descended the mountain and wandered about, so as to avoid the intrigues of those senior disciples. I believe the title of sect master is inconsequential. What truly matters is strength. As he spoke, he clenched his fist, showcasing his well-defined biceps. Fate had a peculiar way of intertwining paths. I never imagined that in such a remote village, I would encounter the son of Zhang, the sect master of Longhu Mountain. To make matters worse, this individual was to join me in an endeavor to capture Ghost tonight. You mean your father-in-law? Yi Daji asked, utterly perplexed. I hastily ran my fingers through my hair, realizing my blunder. I meant sect master Shun, who is inside studying formations and requires protection. Zhang Jiawen acknowledged with a nod and stepped out of the vehicle. Yet, just a few paces away, a figure leaped through the window of the pickup truck with remarkable agility, clearly a skilled individual. Oh, you two little rascals, are you trying to deceive a 3-year-old? Uncle Shun is adept in formations. Does he truly need safeguarding? I sense you both are up to something tonight that you wish to keep me out of. No worries. I have no interest in gold or jewels. I only desire to slay ghosts. Slay ghosts. Understand? Chapter 74. Dare to compete with me in dominance. I lowered Zhang Jiawen's fist. So, you are Zhang Jiawen? Regardless of whether you're a mere novice or a master from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Should you wish to accompany me in capturing spirits, I have but one stipulation. You must heed my commands regarding which spirits are to be vanquished and which are to be spared. Otherwise, refrain from boasting about the strength of your fists. No matter how formidable they may be, they pale in comparison to mine. As I spoke, I remained unfazed, retrieving the Wu Yang staff that the chubby fellow had given me and poking it at Zhang Jiawen's face. What is this? Exclaimed Zhang Jiawen as he snatched the Wu Yang staff from my hands, inspecting it before erupting in laughter. Indeed, it is far sturdier than my fists. He then handed the artifact back to me. This young Taoist is truly amusing. I am curious about the path you traverse. Do share your name, so that we might aid one another in our future encounters and avoid inadvertently harming our own. This fellow is indeed the son of Zhang, the leader of Dragon Tiger Mountain, speaking with the same eloquence as his father. From Qingqing Mountain, my Taoist name is Wind Dust. Wind Dust? The Wind Dust Taoist? I stifled a laugh, nearly bursting at the absurdity. This is hardly a Taoist name. It is merely my own name reversed. It seems you have an intriguing master. Unlike other monks and Taoists who choose ethereal titles to elevate their stature, your master has thrust you into the mundane world. It feels akin to being a flower thief. By the way, Wind Dust, what is the situation with tonight's spirits? The once inarticulate novice transformed into a chatterbox, leaving the chubby fellow beside us blushing, unable to interject. Let's first indulge in some roasted duck. Yi Daji retrieved a roasted duck from the car, tearing it apart to offer me a leg while presenting a wing to Zhang Jiawen. It was evident that, despite this being our first encounter, the little chubby fellow favored me slightly more than Zhang Jiawen. I took a couple of bites from the duck leg and inquired, "Have you heard of the Taiping army? What, are you planning to join the Taiping army? They are impoverished beyond measure, devoid of any riches or jewels to plunder. Moreover, they are a righteous force, and those who perish in their ranks accumulate great merit. Are you truly willing to risk your lives? Who said we're going to rob graves? Not robbing graves? Then what are you? Enough of this chatter. You'll find out once we get there." I was reluctant to engage further with the insipid Zhang Jiawen, so I instructed the driver to swiftly take us to the back mountain of Shiatsi village. Chubby, assist me in transporting the items down to the riverbed. Under the cover of night, I hoisted a sack of paper money and began descending the narrow path from the roadside. The others were tasked with bringing the remaining items. Initially, I found the company bothersome, but once we entered the mountain gorge, an overwhelming sense of insignificance washed over me. Even with the chubby fellow and his companions beside me, a tinge of fear crept in. Zhou Tai Long. Where is Zhou Tai Long? Damn it, where is he? I shone my flashlight across the small bridge, but no figure was in sight. Could that fellow have been taken by some vengeful spirit? Or perhaps a wild beast? Noticing my panic, Zhang Jiawen leisurely retrieved an oil lamp from his backpack and lit it. "Fellow traveler, do you possess any clothing or belongings of that brother? Anything that carries his scent will suffice." The soul-calling lamp wielded by the Taoist priest can indeed summon him. A soul-calling lamp? This item surpasses any spirit-summoning talisman. Indeed, while a spirit-summoning talisman can only call upon the deceased, this lamp can beckon both the living and the dead. I glanced around and picked up a tissue from the ground, covered in mucus. Can this work? No problem. Zhang Jiawen, unfazed by the filth, took the tissue that Shirtaro had used to wipe his nose and placed it on the soul-calling lamp to ignite it. In no time, the wick flickered erratically, and suddenly a gust of wind extinguished the lamp. What the? Zhang Jiawen was taken aback and relit the lamp. Yet, within a few seconds, it was extinguished once more. It seemed that the heavy yin energy here was dousing the yang fire of the lamp. Just then, rustling sounds emanated from the grove by the river, and astonishingly, the soul-calling lamp in Zhang Jiawen's hands ignited on its own. Moreover, the flame grew larger, illuminating the entire riverbank brilliantly. Incredible! Whose yang energy is so potent. In 5 years of his practice, the Taoist priest had never encountered such vibrant yang fire. Remarkable! Could it be a celestial being? Ecstatic, Zhang Jiawen hurried towards the source of the abundant yang energy. Moments later, Shirtaro emerged from the thicket, looking disheveled and grinning foolishly upon seeing us. Shirtaro, weren't you supposed to guard this bridge? Where have you been? I asked, somewhat irritated. Sister, such a beautiful sister, he exclaimed. What sister? As I sat there, a sister approached me and inquired whether I felt lonely or desolate. I simply responded with a non-committal mm. She then invited me to follow her, promising a surprise. When I asked what kind of surprise it was, she said, whatever you desire is here. I expressed my fondness for excavators, declaring my wish to operate one. She replied enthusiastically, great. Let's dig together. At that moment, my companions, Zhang Jiawen, Xiaopeng, and the driver, were taken aback and collectively questioned her further. Shitaru continued, recounting her request for assistance in excavating her land, as she had a plot of approximately 1 acre and 3 decimals to dig up. I agreed, and we ventured toward the nearby woods. What happened next? Eventually, I accidentally caused her demise. Oh, how I lamented. Such a beautiful barrier, and I truly did not wish for her to meet such an end. It was all due to the overwhelming power of my excavator. What? She is dead? Where is she now? Whatever remains. Shitaru, you have stirred up great trouble. I felt a vague sense of understanding, a nagging notion that Shitaru had committed a grievous act. In the forest, Xiaopeng and the others followed Shitaru as we walked several dozen meters in. To our astonishment, we found the vegetation around us in disarray, and soon we spotted a fox lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhang Jiawen took a glance, shook his head, and sighed. It appears to be a fox that has turned into a demon. It intended to seduce Shitaru and siphon his vitality, but unexpectedly, he possessed too much life force, leading to the fox demon's catastrophic demise. No wonder its entrails were exposed. How shocking. Is this even human? It is simply beyond the realm of humanity. It seems we have underestimated Shirtaro. This fellow appears to possess more audacity than both Zhang Jiawen and myself. Henceforth, I must remain cautious of him. I have been unable to recover from this incident for the better part of the day, and it is precisely because of this that I have resolved not to take Shirtaro with me. I fear that if he ventures out, he may bring harm to other young women. Just then, I witnessed an even more astonishing scene. Zhang Jiawen had actually shouldered that fox with a mysterious iron sword. Chapter 75. Holding a ritual hay. What are you planning to do? I inquired. Zhang Jiawen looked at me in confusion and replied, what do you think? Of course, I intend to take it back and roast it for a meal. Look how plump it is. We must not let it go to waste. Such a ruthless person. Truly ruthless. Upon seeing my incredulous expression, Zhang Jiawen burst into laughter. I'm just teasing you. Naturally, I want to consume it myself. I intend to present it as an offering to my master. Isn't your master your father? The chubby boy interjected. I added, didn't your father pass away? Zhang Jiawen kicked me, then kicked the chubby boy, exclaiming, what are you two saying? Who claimed my father is dead? Who said my master is my father? While I did learn quite a bit from my father, my master is someone else entirely. Noting our confusion, Zhang Jiawen continued to elucidate. It is my nominal master who has taken me in nearby. That is still your master. To honor him with this, you truly are a devoted son. What of it? My master has been impotent for many years. He wouldn't even find such a potent tonic with a flashlight. Your lack of medical knowledge is excusable. Do not indulge yourself later. I added with a playful tone. Curse you. Laughter erupted among the three of us. I instructed Zhang Jiawen and Xiaobang to stand by, looking after Zhou Tie while remaining vigilant of our surroundings. It was imperative to prevent that feng shui master, surnamed Zhou, from causing mischief. With the assistance of my companions, I was able to focus entirely on the task at hand. I erected the spirit-evoking banner and arranged the offering table by the small bridge. Commencing the ritual, a momentous occasion for me, as it was my first genuine ceremony, and a tinge of nervousness crept in. I placed the spirit tablets of the Taiping army's winged king and his subordinates on the northern side of the offering table. After pricking my fingertip to draw blood, I inscribed a northern dipper constellation formation, positioning the spirit-evoking banner towards the southern aspect of the dipper. This technique, taught to me by Master San, was a method of purifying souls burdened by heavy attachments. With the heart as fire and the kidneys as water, the flames would consume the karma of the departed, while the water would cleanse their sins. I harnessed the energies of the northern and southern dipper, merging them to transform into the celestial master of compassion. Before the altar, I drew a Taiji diagram. Following the yin-yang boundaries of the diagram, I personally excavated 2 pits, one channeling river water, representing yin, and the other to accommodate Zhou Tie, who would absorb the pure yang energy. The interplay of yin and yang, the fusion of water and fire, was essential. Upon completing these preparations, I instructed Xiaopang to retrieve the soul-capturing bell. As I shook the bell with one hand, I recited the sacred incantation to release the ancestral spirits, countless generations of kin, swiftly eliminate the ledger of sins, eradicate the roots of evil. No confinement, let the spirits converge. Primordial talisman decree, ascend to immortality at all times. The cold pool of the northern capital, manifest the souls of the sentinels. Control the demons and elevate the spirits, guiding them to the southern palace. As the echoes of my chanting faded, a sudden chill swept through the air. I seized a handful of joss paper, ignited it with a lighter, and cast it into one of the ash circles, murmuring, "Tonight, the winged king shall lead countless fallen soldiers across this river. I beseech the Lord of the land to grant passage. This is but a toll for the Lord. May he graciously accept." In my fervent activity, my companion, Zatso One, was not idle either. He collected a substantial quantity of ghost money and approached me. "Fellow boatmen and porters, this offering is for your labor, as the winged king crosses. I kindly ask for your assistance." Seeing this, the chubby boy was filled with excitement and rushed to help, imitating my and Zhang Jiawen's mannerisms. He found an ash circle and began to burn paper. "Masters, to whom is this ash circle dedicated?" he inquired. Zhang Jiawen glanced over and replied, "It is intended for the wandering souls and restless spirits." "Oh, understood. To all the lonely brothers and sisters, the unavenged uncles, the starved aunts, the impoverished elders, and the thirsty grandfathers, regardless of how you met your demise or the miseries you endured in life, I entreat you to refrain from causing any disturbances tonight. Allow the winged king to pass first. Take this money and share it among yourselves. If it is insufficient, I shall burn more. Furthermore, I introduce myself. I am Yi Daji, the son of a coal magnate. While I may lack in many things, I certainly do not lack in wealth. Henceforth, should you encounter me, I would appreciate your favor. During festivals and celebrations, I shall ensure offerings are made, and ghost money will be presented, as promised." With that, I scattered large quantities of real money into the ash circle. At this moment, a fierce wind howled, carrying the ashes from the ground and forming a small whirlwind that ascended into the sky. This spectacle brought immense joy to the chubby boy, who, clutching a paper-crafted television, ignited it along with the golden youth and maiden. Meanwhile, I continued to shake the copper bell, reciting, "Esteemed ancestors, I am aware of the grievances that linger in your hearts, yet they belong to a bygone era. Today, your humble descendant has prepared military pay in the form of gold ingots, alongside over 1,000 fairies. I respectfully invite you all to board the vessels and commence your journey. Daji, Tairang, and the driver, come lend a hand and incinerate these paper boats." "Certainly." The group squatted down, swiftly setting ablaze over 1,000 small boats. At that moment, I removed the Xiantian jade pendant from around my neck, holding in my hand, and communicated with Aunt Long through my thoughts. Aunt Long, the fairies are ready. Let us begin. All right, please step aside. I hurriedly urged Zhou Tie and the others to retreat. Just as we emerged from the valley, a thunderous storm erupted in the sky. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from beneath the earth, and in an instant, mountains crumbled and the ground fissured as torrential rain poured down. Zhang Jiawen beside me was taken aback by the scene, clutching a large tree tightly, his lips distorted by the wind. Wind dust. Fellow Taoist, what on earth are you? Is it merely a ritual platform? Just a ritual platform? Why does it feel like the end of the world? Before Zhang Jiawen could finish his words, he was swept away by a whirlwind. Zatsuwen, the chubby boy shouted, grabbing hold of me. I, in turn, grasped Zhou Tai, who then embraced the driver. A multitude of voices rose in a cacophony, swept away by the tornado as if they were mere kites, carried off into the distance. As we descended from the heavens, we discovered ourselves amidst a tumult of battle cries, with a nearby valley ablaze with light. Charge forth! Slay them all! The chubby boy beside me was reduced to tears, clinging tightly to my side. Esteemed Taoist, where exactly have we arrived? I surveyed our surroundings, realizing we were atop a grand mountain. Upon closer inspection, a vast river emerged faintly below, winding like a great serpent into the horizon. Kill! Suddenly, a multitude of figures adorned with black veils emerged from the misty rain, brandishing swords and spears, encircling the chubby boy and me. In that moment, the clash of weapons resonated nearby, and a voice boomed from the dense forest. Fellow traveler of the world, Zazhoan, we are here. The sounds of combat grew ever closer, while dozens of cloaked figures chattered in an unintelligible tongue. Chieftains! These are all chieftains! I exclaimed with fervor. The chubby boy inquired, What is sushi? Not sushi. Chieftains. Chieftains refer to the armed factions of the past, predominantly of the ethnic group. Oh no, have we traversed through time? I felt a mix of fear and exhilaration, for just recently I had read a novel titled The Legend of Seeking the Qin, which narrated the tale of a man named Xiang Xiaolong who found himself transported to the Qin dynasty. Chapter 76, Breaking Through the Siege. Encountering such a situation for the first time, both Zazhan and I were filled with trepidation. Little Fatty was so frightened that he burst into tears, while only Shirtaro stood there, grinning foolishly and curiously observing the approaching native soldiers. Brother Windust, I am truly impressed. What kind of formation is this that has transported us back to ancient times? Zhang Jiawen, wielding a mystic iron sword, leaned against my back. As the son of the revered Zhang master of Longhu Mountain, he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. Without the luxury of pondering what had transpired, I gripped my demon-subduing staff tightly, aiming at the natives. Eliminate them, a familiar voice echoed. A swarm of natives lunged towards us, and Zhang Jiawen and I charged forward in tandem. Zhang, being a master swordsmith, had raised his son to be an exceptional swordsman. Jiawen had honed his skills since childhood, mastering the art of the sword. Moreover, he exuded an intense aura, swiftly dispatching several foes, earning applause from Little Fatty. Eager not to be overshadowed, I lunged forward, taking down two with a single stroke and kicking another away. Channeling my spiritual energy through my palm, I unleashed a thunderous palm strike at the oncoming soldiers. Boom! 5 or 6 soldiers fell to the ground in response. After rescuing my grandfather's lingering spirit from the depths of the water, I had inadvertently gained strength. Now, I could wield the thunder palm without needing to be submerged. Furthermore, the lightning had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once thin, worm-like bolts had coalesced into a spherical orb of lightning the size of an egg in my hand. Wherever the lightning struck, chaos ensued. The soldiers behind, witnessing the spectacle, turned and fled in terror. Observing our fervent assault, Little Fatty picked up a stone and hurled it at the back of a soldier's head. The soldier collapsed with a thud onto the ground. Approaching, I saw that the stout fellow had considerable strength, having crushed the brain matter of the unfortunate soul. How peculiar. Why was it not a ghost? Why? I prodded the deceased's brain matter with a small stick, its vivid hue emanating a distinct metallic scent. When I touched the soldier's hand, I was astonished to find warmth still radiating from it. If there was warmth, it could not possibly be a specter. Had we truly traversed realms? I rubbed my forehead in despair. This is disastrous. Brother Wind Dust, with so many soldiers, we could never vanquish them all. And they're all corporeal beings. Exorcism talismans would be utterly futile. How could this be? What kind of formation did you employ? As I pondered deeply, a memory surfaced. Master San had once told me that an energy field could alter physical entities. For instance, if one were to encounter a powerful magnetic field, they might suddenly vanish, only to reappear days later in an unfamiliar city. In essence, it was akin to traversing dimensions. Initially, our purpose in conducting this rite was merely to assist Prince Iwang, Zhou Tie, in crossing the river. However, two unforeseen incidents transpired. The first was when Ant Long harnessed the power of the Dragon Clan, resulting in a distortion of time and space. Consequently, the Dada River appeared behind Shiatsi village. This is likely what ancient people referred to as the River of Heaven, a great river suddenly manifesting, as if cascading from the sky. The second incident involved the overwhelming number of Prince Iwang's subordinates, compounded by the strength of the local chieftains and possibly even troops from Heavenly King Hong Xiuquan. With 100,000 spectral soldiers converging, such a formidable energy field effectively subdued us. Thus, our time and space completely overlapped with that of Prince Iwang during his river crossing. This is precisely the reason for the manifestation of these spectral soldiers. Could it be that we are destined to rewrite history? If the Winged King, Zhou Tie, had successfully crossed the river, would the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom not have met a different fate? When would the Qing dynasty have perished? Would there have been a tumult of warlords, leading to the emergence of the old Chang? I dare not contemplate further. In truth, I'm compelled to cease my thoughts, for that familiar voice resounds once more. They are on the mountaintop. Hurry, ascend, and slay them. Slay them. This time, I clearly discerned that the speaker was none other than the individual who previously implored me not to take Zhou Tailang away. Master Zhou, you wretched man, you have come as well? Zhang Zhaoan bellowed towards the woods. Ha ha, what a lively scene. It would be a pity for this master to miss it. Furthermore, you have mistaken one thing. I have never departed, but have been awaiting your arrival. After 130 long years, you have finally come. I have yearned for your presence. Oh no. The chubby one hastily covered his face with his clothing, hiding behind me and Zhang Zhaoan. Deji, what are you doing? The chubby one replied, my godfather. What the hell? Master Zhou, is your godfather? I whispered, astonished by this coincidence. Indeed, it is he. I glanced at the assortment of talismans arranged beneath the tree, relieved that the driver had assisted the chubby one in bringing them along. Thus, I swiftly extracted the coffin nails from atop the heads of the two puppets and inscribed a resurrection talisman upon their backs. Having completed all of this, I swiftly stowed the Wuyang pestle into my canvas bag and slung it over my shoulder. Master Zhou, is it? You claim to have lived here for over a century. Whom do you think you are deceiving? Are you attempting to frighten a mere toddler? Otherwise, why conceal your true identity, shying away from revealing your esteemed name? Master Zhou remains oblivious to the fact that the little rotund one has pilfered his ancient Kuomintang and Wuyang pestle. It should have been reported long ago. I am Master Zhou, surname Zhou, given name Pinliang, a military strategist of the Qing dynasty. It would not be so simple for Zhou Tai to cross the river. Young ones, it is your turn to take the stage. Roar, roar. Suddenly, countless green, ghostly flames appeared along the banks of the Dadu River. A realization dawned upon me. The Wing King's failure to cross the river may very well have been the result of certain individuals invoking dark forces. This is dire. We must hasten to the riverbank. Zatsuwen, you assist in safeguarding Daji, while Zhou Tailang, you follow me. Excavator. I demand an excavator. To hell with your excavator. It's nearly been thrown into the river. Come with me at once. Who has thrown my excavator? Zhou Tailang let out a furious roar, his eyes turning a fierce crimson. Excellent. This state is perfect. Let us proceed. With the demon-subduing pestle in hand, I charged down the mountain alongside Zhou Tailang. Along the way, Hundreds of local soldiers encircled us. From my elevated position, I unleashed a barrage of thunder talismans. Although the soldiers before me had materialized, no longer mere phantoms, the power of the thunder talismans was akin to that of small explosives. Wherever the talismans landed, a cacophony of thunderous roars ensued. The ground trembled with flying sand and stones, and the soldiers cried out in anguish. I resolutely stowed away the demon-slaying staff and unleashed my palms, enveloped entirely by a crackling aura of lightning as I plunged into the midst of hundreds of soldiers. Astonishingly, they could not even brush against the hem of my garment. As a vast number of them fell, time was of the essence. Shirtaro, quickly climb onto my back. With Shirtaro on my back, I began to chant the incantation of swift movement. Chapter 77. Corpses floating underwater, the mystical vestments of my venerable father-in-law proved remarkably effective. No sooner had I uttered a few verses of the incantation than a gust of wind swept beneath my feet, lifting me into the air as if caught in a reverie, gliding just above the ground. In the blink of an eye, Shirtaro and I found ourselves on the banks of the Dadu River, only to behold a throng of dark-clad warriors. Make way! I must see the winged king. Clear the path. Bearing Shirtaro upon my back, I surged like a whirlwind through the fray between the Qing army and the Taiping forces, advancing toward the surface of the Dadu River. At that moment, countless ships unfurled their sails, poised across the river. I demand to see the winged king. I must meet General Shi, I shouted, as a swarm of Taiping soldiers converged upon me. A wave of despondency washed over me. Had I only secured a token or insignia from the winged king during our previous encounter in the ancestral hall, I might have avoided this awkward predicament. Fortunately, from within the crowd, a figure clad in white emerged, hastily making its way toward me, trailed by a dozen guards. The fourth miss has arrived. The fourth miss has come. Countless Taiping soldiers parted in reverence. Fourth miss. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me, wishing to throw myself into her embrace. Yet she regarded me with a gaze that was unfamiliar. Might you be the Taoist priest summoned by my adoptive father to lend assistance? Alas, the fourth young lady has surprisingly failed to recognize me. Rather than provide an explanation, I simply nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, I found myself invited aboard the flagship of King Zhou Tie. As I stepped onto the vessel, I could hardly contain my laughter, for this ship was one I had personally witnessed Shun Chushua dismantle. Particularly, the fortress in the center of the ship appeared beyond description. Unfortunately, our shipbuilding skills leave much to be desired. Otherwise, we could have crafted a more aesthetically pleasing vessel. Ah, little Taoist, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing me, King Yi promptly knelt on one leg and cupped his hands in greeting. Those around him quickly followed suit, bowing in respect. Please rise, King Yi. I observe that the situation ahead is dire, with the enemy employing sorcerers and releasing water demons into the depths. Kindly keep a vigilant watch over this gentleman while I descend to confront them. With that, I turned back and delivered a punch to Zhou Tai Lang's nose. He was momentarily stunned, clutching his nose and howling in pain. I wiped my hand on his nose, smearing it with pure yang blood, and then executed a somersault off the flagship, plunging into the waters below. Immediately, I was met with cheers from the Taiping army. As I hit the waters of the Dadu River, the rushing currents battered my body. Yet, having grown up in water, I thrived on such tumultuous waves. The stronger the storm, the bolder I became. In the blink of an eye, I inscribed a thunder talisman upon the water's surface and struck the water with a palm. The talisman, drawn with pure yang blood, surged with formidable power. With the addition of my thunder palm, a towering wave of over 10 meters surged across the river, sending countless water spirits soaring through the air. A few unfortunate ones landed on the Taiping army ships, only to be swiftly captured. Father, where did you find such a formidable sorcerer? I exclaimed in awe. The fourth miss stood upon the flagship, gazing at me with an enamored expression, while the winged king chuckled. This is indeed my dream's wise minister. For several consecutive nights, I envisioned him while preparing for the river crossing. Oh, what did he say? I inquired. He claimed he could provide me with river crossing vessels. Initially, I was skeptical, but just last night, over 1,000 warships descended from the heavens. laden with a wealth of military provisions, golden ingots, no less. They even gifted me 2 exquisite dolls. The Wing King gestured, and a pair of golden boys and jade maidens appeared at his side. One must admit, the little chubby fellow has a discerning eye. The beauty of these paper-crafted figures, once animated, surpassed their original forms. Inger, such a valiant warrior. Once I conquer the realm, I shall appoint him as my son-in-law. What do you think? Does the man your father found please you? Father. Fourth Mrs. Cheeks flushed a deep crimson as her gaze returned to me, now submerged in the water. At that moment, I felt anything but at ease. The water spirits that had just attempted to sabotage the ships were trivial in comparison. However, it seemed that an intricate formation had been laid beneath the surface. The Wing King's several vessels, leading the charge across the river, were all capsized and sank beneath the waves. The vessels behind were all congested in one place. And what was even more infuriating was that the Qing forces seemed to have anticipated the Wing King's crossing. Not only had they positioned dozens of cannons on the opposite bank, but they had also dispatched 2 additional Taiping armies to intercept. How could the Eastern King Yang Xiuqing and the Northern King Wei Changhui's troops possibly be present here? Even the Wing King was left bewildered. Boom, boom. With a simultaneous volley from the cannons, a significant number of Taiping soldiers preparing to cross the bridge fell swiftly. The boats beneath the bridge fared no better. Aside from a multitude of water ghosts incessantly leaping from the depths, eager to board the vessels, the water surface concealed numerous skilled adversaries. As I plunged into the water, I was immediately approached by something resembling a floating corpse. Unlike the water ghosts I had encountered at Lanka Lake, which were mere manifestations of resentment without physical form, the entities approaching me now were veritable corpses, grotesquely bloated from prolonged immersion in the river, giving the impression that they might burst apart at any moment. Moreover, they exuded a foul stench. What was happening? How could there be so many floating corpses? In my understanding, corpses do not kill. Yet these soulless entities could dive beneath the water to commit murder. The only plausible explanation was that they had been subjected to some form of necromancy. Much like a corpse handler driving the dead, I swiftly recalled the 2 ancient Kuomintang from Master Zhou. Indeed, as a bloated corpse lunged at me, I leapt into the air and kicked it back into the water, only to gaze down and find that a coffin nail had indeed been driven into the top of its head. It is precisely this unassuming coffin nail that governs their bodies, transforming the living into a legion of water ghosts. What a masterful scheme by Lord Zhou. As I observed the multitude of floating corpses approaching me, I felt no panic. Instead, I retrieved the demon-subduing staff and recited a verse of the 6 paths of the Vajra mantra. The staff radiated a brilliant green light, voraciously consuming the surrounding corpse energy. Previously, at Uncle Shi's residence, the 2 young siblings had aided me in battle but were gravely wounded by the resentment of the Winged King. They had since been recuperating within the staff. Now, it was opportune to absorb some of the corpse energy to replenish their strength. Sensing the diminishing energy, the formidable figure controlling the floating corpses finally made their appearance. Who is this little Taoist? Announce your name, lest you become an unknown ghost. A deep voice resonated in my ears. Following the sound, I beheld a figure strikingly reminiscent of the golden-wheeled Dharma King, clad in armor and towering in stature. It was evident that this individual was not from the Central Plains. Chapter 78. The power of the Dragon Clan. I was surprised to discover that the Qing army had exerted considerable effort in capturing the Taiping forces. They had not only engaged domestic sorcerers, but had even summoned formidable warriors from Mongolia, such as this one before me. Who am I? I do not change my name or my title. I am the Taoist of Qingqing Mountain, known as Wind Dust. Your Wind Father, and you? Who the hell are you? The figure chuckled, extending his thick palm adorned with 4 snake-headed rings that glimmered with a ghostly light. I am the monk known as Shi Tuoluo, sent by my young lord to assist the Qing army in annihilating the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. This matter pertains to the conflict between the Qing army and the Taiping army. I, a humble monk, have no intention of opposing you from Qingqing Mountain. If you possess any sense, you should swiftly depart, with the demon-subduing staff in hand. I stand before Shi Tuoluo, who, instead of galloping across the grasslands and feasting, has chosen to wade into this murky water. Are you aware of the relationship I hold with the Wing King, Zhou Tie? What relationship? Shi Tuo Luo inquired, raising his thick brows and surveying me with keen interest. I thumped my chest, declaring, he is of course my esteemed father-in-law. You may engage with other members of the Taiping army without my objection, but to attack my father-in-law is to court death. Your father-in-law? Then your wife must be the renowned fourth young lady. At this, Shi Tuo Luo laughed heartily. I asked, what do you find amusing? Who would have thought such a beauty would marry a lad still wet behind the ears like you? Since you are so intent on seeking death, I shan't hold back. Today, you shall witness the essence of a serpent spirit that has existed for 100,000 years. 100,000 years? Shi Tuo Luo exclaimed. Even I have only cultivated for 50,000 years. I can scarcely imagine what a serpent of such age would resemble. Huh, are you frightened? If you are, you still have time to flee. Unable to suppress my laughter, I responded, I initially thought of retreating, but upon hearing that a foul monk has nurtured a serpent spirit for 100,000 years, my curiosity compels me to witness it. Curious, are you? Then come forth, Shi Tuo Luo declared, as he lightly pressed his feet against the water and gracefully ascended, emerging from the surface. To me, his seemingly impressive display of water walking appeared utterly juvenile. Thus, I concentrated my spiritual energy beneath my feet, gently touching the water like a dragonfly, skimming the surface. And to my astonishment, I found myself entirely buoyant, as if standing on a wooden plank, with only the soles of my shoes submerged. In stark contrast, Shachuola found the water rising to his knees. What remarkable skill! It seems the Taoists of Qingcheng Mountain truly possess formidable abilities. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Shachuola no longer dared to underestimate his opponent and swiftly placed his fingers to his mouth, emitting a series of sharp whistles. In an instant, a tempest erupted upon the river's surface, and 4 gigantic pythons, each several hundred meters long, thrashed violently in the Dadu River, sending tens of thousands of Taiping soldiers into a panicked retreat. Where is the rifle battalion? Fire upon them. From the flagship of King Yi, over 100 soldiers armed with firearms sprang forth, leveling their weapons at the colossal serpents. The 4 pythons writhed towards us from different directions, one of which struck the flagship with its massive tail, shattering the bow and causing water to surge relentlessly into the vessel. With a resounding cacophony, 100 riflemen fired in unison. The searing bullets struck the python's body, producing hissing clouds of smoke. However, these serpents had lived for far too long. Their scales had hardened to a metallic toughness, rendering our rudimentary firearms ineffectual. Archers, prepare your bows, King Yi commanded, and 2,000 archers released a volley of arrows. Yet, the 4 pythons glided effortlessly through the rain of arrows, emitting guttural sounds reminiscent of a dragon's roar. Truly, after 10,000 years, these spiritual serpents were indeed closer to dragonkind than even Uncle Snake. Little Taoist, what do you possess to contend with me? Did your ancestors from Qingqing Mountain not advise you to cultivate fierce spiritual companions for your journeys in the world? Without a proper spirit companion, one might as well hide in the mountains and feast on cabbage. Ha! You, old monk, possess quite a sense of humor. Is it not merely the spirit serpent of 100,000 years? Have you ever encountered such a creature? What? I presented the Xiantian jade, waving it before Shi Tuo Luo's eyes. Just a piece of jade. Are you trying to intimidate me, old monk? Shi Tuo Luo appeared somewhat incensed, whistling sharply as he commanded the 4 frenzied giant pythons. Young ones, overturn all the vessels upon the river and capture Zhou Tie for me. Attempting to seize my father-in-law? Not a chance. Huh. The 4 colossal pythons, blinded by bloodlust, rolled their 100-meter-long bodies over countless small boats. In an instant, over 100 vessels were capsized, sending thousands of soldiers tumbling into the turbulent waters below. Moreover, these 4 pythons, insatiable in their hunger for carnage, did not spare the unfortunate souls who fell into the river. With their long tongues, they incessantly dragged the drowning soldiers into their gaping maws. As if devouring humans were not enough, they grew even more frenzied, unleashing torrents of fire upon the flagship. Four surging flames erupted, akin to four fiery dragons, spewing forth from their serpentine mouths. Yet, in the next moment, the flames were extinguished by a deluge of water. The four giant pythons were taken aback, turning their gazes towards me. Away! Away! In the palm of my hand, two azure orbs of water had already materialized, their surfaces shimmering with blue lightning. This was the secret technique of the giant crocodile, merged with my thunderclap palm. The water orbs, imbued with lightning, soared forth, prompting the four pythons to hastily evade. The orb struck the river surface several hundred meters away, producing a thunderous roar. Witnessing this spectacle, Shi Tuo Luo was utterly astounded. The Thunder Palm. This is no spell from Mount Qingchen. Are you from Maoshan? Curse you. I can also perform Tai Chi. Would you like me to demonstrate? At that moment, Aunt Long's voice echoed in my mind. Fenger, do not be reckless. Be sure to avoid the flames from those serpents. They are already semi-immortal beings, and the fire they emit is more formidable than the 9 nether flames of the Ghost Gate, known as the true fire of Samadhi. True fire of Samadhi? Is it not akin to what Neza unleashes? Mentioning Neza caused Aunt Long to become agitated, as she exclaimed, just a few large snakes. How can they be compared to the third Prince Neza in the heavens? Moreover, it is the red boy who breathes the true fire of Samadhi, not Neza. Indeed, Feng, today you shall witness the might of our dragon clan. What? Quickly place the Xiantian jade in your mouth and lend your body for a moment. Fengya. With Aunt Long's current spiritual power, she can only sustain this for 5 minutes. We must act swiftly. All right, Aunt Long, let's charge together. This was my very first time fighting alongside Aunt Long, and I was naturally filled with excitement. As 4 colossal pythons writhed before me, I swiftly placed the Xiantian jade in my mouth. In the blink of an eye, I felt completely united with the entire Dadu River. The water flowed in accordance with my consciousness. When I commanded it to flow east, it obeyed. When I directed it west, it complied. Is this the power of the dragon clan? With a gentle wave of my hand, a water dragon soared into the sky. I waved. For colossal water dragons surged forth from the Dadu River, roaring as they charged towards 4 gigantic pythons. In an instant, the enormous serpents found themselves entirely encircled by the aquatic beasts. Despite being composed of water, the formidable presence of the dragons utterly subdued the ancient pythons, rendering them incapable of lifting their heads as they writhed helplessly in the water, emitting anguished cries. Chapter 79. Past and present for 100,000 years. These ethereal serpents have roamed, and this year, should I not reduce you to mere worms, I shall not bear the surname of dragon. Empowered by the divine aura of my dragon aunt, I momentarily lost control in my exuberance, transforming the entire Dadu River into a colossal dragon. The earth trembled, and the heavens roared as a magnificent dragon soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. The water dragons spiraled above, their furious roars echoing as they unleashed spheres of water infused with lightning. These orbs plummeted like cannonballs into the river, creating thunderous explosions, with towering waves transforming the crossing into a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Under the relentless assault of the water dragons, the 4 pythons bowed in submission, suddenly articulating in human speech, "Do not strike us again. We surrender. We capitulate." At that moment, my dragon aunt's voice emanated from my lips. The ethereal serpents complied. As I proclaimed, I am the princess of the dragon clan. Acknowledging your arduous cultivation, I shall spare your lives today. Return to your mountain abode and refrain from participating in the conflict among the 6 kings. Should I encounter you again, there shall be no mercy. Thank you, princess. Thank you, the pythons exclaimed. 3rd brother, 4th brother, let us depart. To the Dharma King, our apologies. We are no match for him, nor do we wish to be adversaries of the dragon clan. With that, the 4 giant pythons plunged into the Dadu River, retreating without a backward glance. Only Shachuola remained at the scene. With a roar, I waved my hand, and the colossal dragon appeared before him in an instant. Shachuola found himself bereft of his serpent, nearly crumbling under the immense power of the dragon. I concede, he pleaded, kneeling before me and bowing repeatedly. You can see, do you? Then show me some sincerity first. I responded coldly. Shachuola glanced at me, quickly understanding, and removed 4 serpent rings from his fingers, presenting them with both hands. Begone. Return to your vast grassland. I gestured, and a stream of water effortlessly swept the rings from his grasp, delivering them to me. I adorned my finger with the ring, which suddenly shrank, melding seamlessly with my digit. This exquisite piece was stunning. Through its center, the 4 emerald stones revealed faint images of 4 small serpents, eerily reminiscent of the dragon spirit within the Xiantian jade, moving as if alive. It became evident that Shachuola wielded this ring, coupled with incantations, to control the 4 massive pythons. Truly a treasure. I found myself entranced, toying with it as Dragon Ant solemnly advised. Changfeng, it is time for you to return. The demons in the water have been vanquished. The ensuing struggle among the 6 kings is beyond your control, for it is their destiny. Observing the Winged King and tens of thousands of soldiers crossing the river, I soared towards the damaged flagship. It is the young Celestial Master. The young Celestial Master has returned. We welcome the young Celestial Master. Tens of thousands of soldiers knelt in unison before me as I ascended from the water and landed firmly upon the flagship. At that moment, the thunderous sound of battle drums and the blaring of horns resonated from behind, signaling the approach of the Qing army's main force. At this juncture, both banks of the Dadu River were teeming with the Taiping army, numbering over 100,000. However, the banners of these Taiping soldiers bore slight variations. The Heavenly King, the Eastern King, the Northern King, the Southern King, the Western King, all the leaders of the Taiping army had arrived. Clearly, in the face of such overwhelming numbers, the 2,000 Qing troops tasked with blocking and pursuing them stood no chance. Alas, little Celestial Master, it is astonishing to witness your formidable presence, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. My fate, Zhou Tie, should not be so easily extinguished. The Winged King approached, respectfully inviting me to take a seat. I glanced at Fourth Miss, who looked at me with admiration. Little Celestial Master, what do you require? This crossing of the river is a significant achievement for you. Upon our return, I shall bestow upon you the title of National Master and, by the way, offer my daughter in marriage to you. Adoptive father. Fourth Miss blushed and lowered her gaze. I, meanwhile, lifted a jar of wine and poured a cup for the Winged King. Winged King, I can assist you no further today. To do so would defy the mandate of heaven. After crossing the Dadu River, success or failure rests solely upon your shoulders. What? Is little Celestial Master departing? Indeed, I shall await your favorable news a century later. A century later? The Winged King appeared somewhat bewildered. I raised my cup and clinked it with his, downing the contents in one gulp, then glanced at Fourth Mississippi, little Celestial Master. Please wait. Fourth Miss shyly presented me with a small box. This is our family heirloom, a token for you. Consider it a memento. If fate allows, may we meet again in the future. I find the small wooden box somewhat familiar, and suddenly it dawns on me that it was given to me by the elderly woman in the woods. Could it be that this venerable lady is the aged incarnation of the fourth sister, or perhaps a kin of hers? To my astonishment, as I cradle the wooden box, an overwhelming sensation of reincarnation envelopes me, as if traversing the cycles of life and death. Ah, the name of that old woman. What was it? Something like Han? I accepted the wooden box and plunged into the water. Immediately, a tempest erupted around me, and titanic waves surged. A formidable force yanked me back from the Dada River. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself seated beside a small ditch behind Shiatsi village. Shitalang was bloodied, wailing in the earthen pit beside me, while Zazuan brandished a black iron sword, standing guard over me. I glanced into the river, and everything seemed unchanged, save for the disarray upon the surface, as if trampled by countless small creatures. A few diminutive flags had fallen into the water, inscribed with the words, Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. All of this felt akin to a dream from the South Branch. Were it not for the 4 emerald rings adorning my fingers, I might have doubted the authenticity of the events that had just transpired. Indeed, there was a person named Shechuo, whom Aunt Long and I had jointly subdued to the point of begging for mercy. fellow traveler of the wind and dust, you have finally awoken. Zhang Jiawen opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. What is happening? I rushed over to support him. Zhang Jiawen, propped against the black iron sword, struggled to rise, gasping that Master Zhou possesses an overwhelming mental force. Even when Xiaopeng and I joined forces, we were no match for him. Were it not for the assistance of Zhou Tai Lang's pure yang blood, I would have long since perished. By heavens! Master Zhou, it turns out he has been orchestrating this mischief. So, he is indeed performing rituals? Precisely. However, the altar is located in a profoundly secretive place. One that is beyond my capacity to trace. As Zhang Jiawen spoke, a smile graced his face. Yet, during my confrontation with him, an overwhelming force suddenly surged into my body, causing Master Zhou's altar to explode. I sensed that he must have sustained significant injuries this time. I see. The force Zhang Jiawen mentioned must have originated from Ant Long. Thus, I gather my belongings and, accompanied by Xiaopeng and Zhou Tai Lang, returned to the vehicle. I noticed that Xiaopeng appeared somewhat exhausted. Engaging in a battle of wits with a master is indeed a perilous affair, and for an ordinary individual like him to assist Zhang Jiawen was already commendable. Brother Feng, where are we headed now? Xiaopeng inquired. I discreetly infused a trace of spiritual energy into Xiaopeng's body and replied, We are going to find your godfather. Chapter 80. The dead can speak. Xiaopeng's expression was rather complex, and after a long pause, he stammered, See, can I not go? After all, I have bowed thrice before him. I reached into Xiaopeng's backpack and discovered that the two ancient spirit children remained within. I then took out the Wuyong pestle from the canvas bag to fiddle with. In truth, Xiaopeng's presence was no longer of paramount importance. With these two ancient spirit children, I could ascertain Master Zhou's whereabouts. Thus, I presented the ancient spirit child. First reinserted the coffin nails into their craniums, then bound them with ropes. In a short while, the ancient spirit child suddenly opened its eyes, nearly causing the little chubby one to tumble from the pickup truck. It lives. The little being is alive. The chubby one cowered behind me and Zhang Jiawen. Zhang Jiawen chuckled, saying, What are you afraid of? It is bound, after all. But, the chubby one dared not meet its gaze, prompting me to instruct the driver to halt, allowing the chubby one to occupy the driver's seat. Zhang Jiawen, Shitailang, and I continued to observe the ancient spirit child. Shitailang, though foolish, possessed considerable courage. The ancient spirit child seemed to sense the pure yang energy emanating from Shitailang and dared not look at him. Meanwhile, I remained engrossed in the memories of the battle at the Dada River, relishing the experience. Zatsa, may I inquire, when I visited the Dada River earlier, did you accompany me? The Dada River? Zhang Jiawen suddenly brightened, animatedly recounting, Of course I was there. We parted ways at the mountain peak. Do you not recall? Later, you carried Shitailang to the riverbank, while I encountered Master Zhou and engaged him in combat. Then, these two ancient spirit children were also brought back by you? Indeed. Thankfully, the coffin nails in their heads were removed by you. Otherwise, the little Taoist would have been in dire straits. I see. No wonder. During my duel with Shechevo at the Dada River, I neither encountered Master Zhou nor heard his voice. It turns out Zhang Jiawen had set his sights on him. The Taoist from Longhu Mountain is indeed formidable. How old are you, that you dare to contest with Master Zhou? Zhang Jiawen, upon receiving my praise, instantly brightened with joy. A mere malevolent cultivator. Would I truly fear him? This fellow has been employing spells to assail me throughout, daring not to reveal his form. Otherwise, even if he possessed 10 heads, they would not withstand the strike of my black iron sword. That is well. By the way, how are your wounds? I handed him a century-old ginseng, which Zhang Jiawen seized eagerly, chewing it with the fervor of one savoring betel nut, all the while recounting his encounter with Master Zhou in their duel of magic. It was but a minor injury, ambushed by a blood corpse. I received a blow to the back. At that moment, Master Zhou unleashed a massive surge of crimson malevolence, and I was bravely countering it with the righteous energy of Mount Longhu, only to be blindsided by that scoundrel Zhou. Zhang Jiawen spat out the ginseng residue, visibly perturbed. That old rogue possesses an extensive array of knowledge. He not only practices Southeast Asian sorcery, but also commands the dead. I surmise he is likely affiliated with the Three Corpses sect and subsequently traveled abroad to learn the arts of voodoo and curses. Furthermore, this old man is versed in geomancy and formation crafting. You say he can lay formations? Indeed, had I not been ensnared within his array, I would not have suffered at the hands of the blood corpse. I retrieved the pistol given to me by Shan Mu Bai, reflecting on its utility. When the time comes, should I fail to breach Master Zhou's formation, I shall wield this against him. Hey, friend Fengshen, how do you plan to confront Master Zhou when we find him? Zhang Zhaoan inquired, a hint of concern in his tone. I pondered for a moment and replied, surely, Master Zhou's hiding place is fortified with allies. Soon, little Fatty and the driver will be waiting for us in the car. I will take Shirtaro and you with me. Although Shirtaro does not comprehend magic or martial arts, he possesses a substantial amount of vitality. Once the three of us stealthily approach, we shall first ascertain whether Master Zhou is present. If Master Zhou is indeed there, we will release the two ancient dolls. Deception is a valid tactic in battle. I plan to apply some subtle modifications to these puppets. If these two dolls can manage to hold off even one or two formidable opponents, we will have the opportunity to unite our efforts against Master Zhou. I am confident that together, we can vanquish him. Excellent. I shall follow the arrangements of my fellow Taoist. Now, it is time for me to showcase my extraordinary skills. Pay attention, my friend. At this moment, I shall compel these two little dolls to reveal Master Zhou's whereabouts. Oh, could it be that my dear wind dust has mastered the art of asking the dead for directions? Not at all. I produced two candies and offered them to Shirtaro. These sweets were procured from Shunchu Shue. Shirtaro, would you like some candy? Absolutely. Shirtaro exclaimed with a silly grin, reaching out eagerly. Seizing the moment, I delivered a swift punch to his nose. My apologies, but I require a bit of your blood. Shirtaro clutched his nose, howling in protest. Yet upon seeing the candies in my hand, he began to cry pitifully. I captured his nasal blood in a small vial, then dipped my fingertip into it, letting a drop fall onto the coffin nail atop the ancient doll's head. This coffin nail is a secret creation of Master Zhou. I surmise it is likely steeped in corpse water and refined through incantations, inherently a substance of extreme negativity. Moreover, the reason the ancient ghost child is capable of committing murder lies entirely in the overwhelming malevolence coursing through its being. Ironically, Shirtar, being of pure yang constitution and endowed with virtue, possesses blood that is far more potent than any concoction of chicken or black dog blood. Indeed, a single drop of his pure yang blood caused smoke to rise from the head of the ancient ghost child, accompanied by a piercing scream of agony. How amusing! How delightful! I too wish to partake in this. Observing the ghost child's torment, Shirtar mimicked my actions, allowing droplets of blood from his nose to fall upon the coffin nail atop the ghost child's head. In an instant, both figures writhed in excruciating pain, baring their teeth and howling in despair. Speak, where is Master Zhou's altar? Refusing to divulge, I placed a small vial upon the ghost child's head. Although these two little souls met their end in a manner no better than the girl who perished in the lake, perhaps even more tragically, they had undergone no refinement, retaining a semblance of humanity and thus a chance for salvation. In contrast, these ancient ghost children had long since been transformed into Master Zhou's instruments of death, devoid of any vestige of emotion. Hence, I resorted to such ruthless methods to extract a confession from them. Speak now, or your opportunity shall vanish. 5, 4, 3, 2. In the final moment, one of the ghost children raised its hand, crying out, I know. Master Zhou's altar is in the Batcave. He is there now. I can lead you to him. Very well. I shall spare your life. Take your place in the driver's seat and guide us. I shoved one of the ghost children into the driver's seat of the pickup truck, while the plump one, terrified, scrambled back into the vehicle's compartment. Even the driver was greatly startled, so I had no choice but to let the incompetent accompany him. After more than half an hour, we finally arrived at the foot of a rocky mountain. The Batcave is right here, exclaimed the ancient spirit child, pointing excitedly at the mountain summit. Chapter 81. Transforming by a shape upon alighting from the vehicle, I could only marvel at Master Zhou's impeccable choice of location. The rocky mountain housing the Bat Cave resembled a fierce tiger, directly facing the severed dragon vein of Xia village. Its average elevation towered over Xia village by several hundred meters. Master Zhou need not descend. He could simply sit at the entrance of the Bat Cave and behold the entirety of Xia village. With such an ominous star present, the village would hardly thrive. Brother Wind and Dust, it seems today promises yet another fierce battle. Please guard me while I take a moment to survey the Bat Cave, Zhang Jiawen declared as he let out a sharp whistle. Shortly thereafter, a sparrow soared towards him and perched upon his hand. Zhang Jiawen pricked his fingertip, applying a drop of blood onto the sparrow's eyelid, and then sat down on the ground, murmuring incantations. Moments later, the little bird took flight. As for Zhang Jiawen, he suddenly appeared more foolish than Zhou Tie. A smile adorned his face, yet he remained utterly motionless, resembling a sand sculpture in a park. I tugged at his ear, but he did not respond. I grabbed a handful of dirt, unzipped his pants, and scattered it inside. Yet still he showed no reaction. It was then that I realized this was a form of soul projection. If I were not mistaken, Zhang Jiawen had exchanged his soul with that of the sparrow. Utterly foolish. Indeed, in the next moment, Zhang Jiawen emitted the chirping of a sparrow. Foolish Zhang. Ha ha ha. Tears of laughter nearly streamed down my face as I swiftly drew the demon-slaying staff, standing guard beside the hefty sparrow weighing over 100 pounds. This Longhu Mountain is truly fascinating. Such magic exists. After a span of several minutes, I finally observed the sparrow that had flown away returning, perching itself upon Zhang Jiawen's shoulder. Moments later, Zhang Jiawen revived. What happened? Did you see Master Zhou? I inquired. Zhang Jiawen shook off his trousers, dislodging a considerable amount of mud, and bellowed, "Who is responsible for this mess?" He pointed at Shi Long. Bam! Zhou Tai received a punch to the nose, blood gushing forth immediately. Don't waste it. I hastily produced a small vial to collect Zhou Tai's blood. In agony, Zhou Tai howled, grasping Zhang Jiawen by the neck, nearly choking him unconscious. Enough, Zhou Tai. The person who stole your excavator is in the cave above. Let's confront him together. All right, let's take him down. Zhou Tai released Zhang Jiawen and sprinted up the mountain. Zhang Jiawen and I immediately pursued him. Along the way, Zhang Jiawen recounted. As soon as I flew into the Bat Cave, I was chased out by a swarm of trained bats. Fortunately, I escaped swiftly. So, you did not see Master Zhou? No, it was pitch dark inside. I couldn't see a thing. However, I can ascertain that those bats are entirely different from ordinary ones. They're evidently raised on human flesh. The moment they sense blood and flesh, they pounce immediately. Raised by humans? Are you certain? That is quite natural. Here at Longhu Mountain, we possess a secretive art of physiognomy that enables one to discern, through a person's gaze, whether they have ever consumed human flesh. Moreover, the atmosphere in the Bat Cave is heavily laden with the essence of death, as it has likely witnessed the demise of thousands. Thousands, you say? Thus, Master Zhou is indeed a murderous fiend? We must exercise caution. As they conversed, they suddenly heard Zhou Tai, who was ahead, exclaiming, "What a vast cave! Look, such a grand cave!" I pondered, how large could a cave possibly be? Yet, as I ascended the rocky hill, the sight before me left me utterly astounded. A mountain resembling a skull loomed majestically before us, with two dark caves serving as the eyes of the skull, while a row of white stones below appeared akin to its teeth. It dawned on me that behind this rocky hill lay another mountain, shrouded in a veil of black mist, hidden as if obscured by dark clouds, completely invisible from Xia village. Yet at this moment, the mountain suddenly revealed itself, seemingly anticipating our arrival. "Zatsa, is this the cave you observed earlier?" I inquired. Zhang Jiawen appeared utterly bewildered. "What is happening? The cave I saw was clearly just ahead. And this mountain. What is the meaning of this? It was clearly not here moments ago. Could it have emerged from the earth?" After a moment of contemplation, I exclaimed with excitement, "A formation. If I am not mistaken, this should be the art of shape-shifting within the realm of Chimen Duanjia." Shape-shifting? Indeed, This grand mountain is embraced by 4 smaller hills, possessing only an inlet for the wind, devoid of any outlet. Consequently, should a lake reside within, the accumulation of moisture would remain trapped, giving rise to mist and clouds. Subsequently, those who set the formation would harness the cadaverous energy emanating from the cave, allowing it to spill forth from the entrance. In areas where this energy gathers, the atmosphere becomes notably oppressive. With the weight of this energy, temperatures naturally decline, resulting in the formation of foreboding dark clouds. Zhang Jiawen seemed to grasp the situation. Thus, it becomes clear, over time with the air stagnant, various decaying gases within the mountain converge, gradually manifesting as toxic miasma. Once an individual enters this miasma, they are bound to lose their sanity. Hence, this explains the multitude of corpses found within the cave. Just as we were engaged in our spirited discourse, an elderly woodcutter called out from a distance, "Hey, young fellows, where are you headed?" "Good sir, we wish to explore the cave above." My words startled the old man greatly, prompting him to wave his hands urgently in dissuasion. "You must not go. You must not. This cave is also known as the Peace Cave. During the Taiping Rebellion, the Qing army pursued and slaughtered many here, discarding their bodies within." "Sir, we are not afraid of the dead," Zhang Jiawen declared, brandishing his mysterious iron sword. The old man set down his burden and approached us. "It is not merely a matter of fearing the dead. This place is exceedingly strange. Sometimes on a clear day, fog descends abruptly. Just last year, several outsiders ventured in to explore the cave and never emerged. Moreover, in our vicinity, countless souls have perished over the years. It is said that within lies the treasure of Zhou Tie, enticing many to seek fortune. Yet what becomes of them? One by one, they vanish without a trace. Even the officers from the local police station, upon venturing there, were driven into a frenzy, fleeing in terror. When inquired about their experience, they remained tight-lipped. Eventually, a formidable iron gate was erected and securely locked. However, over the years, rumors have circulated that treasure seekers have managed to breach the gate. If they choose to court death, what can the police do? I perceive you as mere children, and thus I offer you a word of caution. If it were adults, the elders would hardly concern themselves. Chapter 82. The apparition blocks the path. I found it peculiar that, on such a late night, an elderly man was chopping wood here. Despite the moon illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day, did he not fear this desolate place? Upon closer inspection of the old man's hands, I noticed they were delicate and pale, reminiscent of parchment. Examining his face revealed a pallid, ashen hue, nearly resembling that of a corpse. I discreetly activated my celestial sight and was startled to discover that his shoulders bore no warmth of life, only 3 wisps of green ghostly flames swaying in the breeze. Even more unsettling was the absence of a chin. His entire form seemed a mere skeletal frame wrapped in skin. Observing his nails, I noted their sharpness, embedded with fragments of coffins. Is this not the very essence of a vengeful spirit? According to Master San, a gaunt ghost with long nails, often containing fragments of wood or soil, typically represents an elderly man who was starved to death during the feudal era. The resentment of such souls rivals that of the modern spirits of aborted fetuses. In life, these men suffered abandonment by their offspring, leading to their entrapment within coffins or hastily dug graves where they slowly perished. Such graves, referred to as death pits or elder caves, witnessed their desperate struggles as they clawed at their confines, yearning for escape, yet ultimately succumbing to starvation. Once transformed into restless spirits, their vengeful rage is formidable, yet their desires remain minimal, merely a craving for sustenance. Consequently, malevolent practitioners can easily manipulate these forsaken souls, offering mere bowls of rice or water in exchange for their servitude. It is a tragic and sorrowful plight. Thus, when the unrefined individual reached for the Zhou Tai sword, I discreetly signaled him to desist. "Elder, since Master Zhou dispatched you to eliminate us, why do you hesitate to act, instead engaging us in conversation? I understand that woodcutters toil tirelessly, often returning home under the stars, yet such haunted locales are not frequented by them after dark. I can scarcely imagine them daring to approach, even during daylight hours. So, do you truly expect us to believe your ghostly tales? The old man suddenly erupted into laughter. In the blink of an eye, he revealed his true form. Goodness, this, this visage is more terrifying than what I beheld with my clairvoyant sight, exceeding it by at least tenfold. Before me stands a figure with deeply sunken eyes, an elongated tongue, cracked lips, and a distended abdomen that has succumbed to hunger, revealing a gaping wound. Countless white maggots writhe within this cavity. The air is thick with a nauseating stench of decay. It is evident that this elderly man was not only starved to death, but also afflicted by a dreadful illness, helplessly witnessing the rotting of his own abdomen, teeming with maggots, ultimately succumbing to solitude and agony. Oh, how my heart aches! The old man chuckled for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears. Upon discovering his true identity, my eyes welled with tears, and I could not help but weep alongside him. Dear old man, should you desire sustenance, I shall prepare a feast for you upon my return. If you wish, provide me with your name and birth details, and I shall erect a memorial for you, sparing you from serving that nefarious Master Zhou. Zhang Jiawen gazed at me in confusion, shaking my shoulder gently, whispering, Hey, my friend, are you bewitched? Why are you weeping for this old man? Brother, do you possess any spirit money? I inquired. He shook his head, hastily dismissing the notion, muttering, Why would I pretend to need that? At that moment, the old man abruptly rose, enveloped in a swirling mass of dark, ghostly energy. With a sinister chuckle, he declared, Little ones, the words I spoke are devoid of any falsehood. If you refuse to depart, if you seek your own demise, then I shall oblige. The old man's physique possessed the resilience of a coiled spring, as he abruptly ascended to a remarkable height, subsequently plummeting with the velocity of a projectile, aiming directly for Zhang Jiawen's cranium. Fortunately, Zhang Jiawen exhibited exceptional agility, gracefully evading the assault by swaying backward in a pendulum-like motion. The old man extended his arms, which elongated instantaneously, and his razor-sharp claws lunged towards Zhang Jiawen's neck. Retreating, Zhang Jiawen brandished his Xian iron sword, unhesitatingly cleaving at the old man's palms. Confronted with the shimmering blade, the old man brazenly met the attack head-on, intercepting the sword with his bare hands. A sharp report echoed as the Xian iron sword collided with the old man's palms. Hith, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Xian iron sword. Verily, your reputation precedes you. Alas, the old man was evidently cognizant of our origins, as he refrained from employing the spectral tactics typically used to assail humans, such as demonic possession. This stratagem, a common method of spectral homicide, was eschewed by the old man, likely due to his awareness that a demon attempting to possess a Taoist would be ensnared within the host's body, akin to a moth drawn to a flame, should the Taoist cultivation surpass that of the demon. Another tactic, spectral bewilderment, was similarly avoided, as its efficacy is limited to ordinary individuals. Any adept sorcerer can readily dispel such illusions. Consequently, the old man resorted to the most rudimentary form of assault, martial prowess. I surmise that this elderly gentleman must have been a military officer in his former life, as only soldiers wounded on the battlefield were typically abandoned. Not only do the soldiers disdain them, but even their own families are reluctant to welcome them back for their twilight years. To put it bluntly, they are merely a burden. Yet, such individuals, in their youth, were once valiant warriors who could take on 10 foes single-handedly. With this thought in mind, I redirected the thunder palm I had unleashed, curving it mid-air from the old man's back to Zhang Jiawen's black iron sword. Iron is a conductor. My force was precisely calibrated, intending to separate the two of them. Boom! A flash of lightning surged forth, causing both Zhang Jiawen and the old man to tumble backwards simultaneously. I spun around and caught the falling Zhang Jiawen in my arms. He was considerably shocked, his long hair standing on end. You have lost your mind," Zhang Jiawen stammered, his lips quivering, though I had never been electrocuted myself. I could imagine the exquisite torment he was experiencing at that moment. However, I had no time to explain. "Old man, if you possess any skills, come at me," I challenged. "But first, shall we establish some ground rules? Young lad, you certainly have some prowess. In my youth, I too was a gambler, wealthy beyond measure. Had it not been for the defeat of the Taiping army, I would not have found myself in such a desolate state, left to starve. If you wish to gamble, I shall oblige. Chapter 83. A Gamble with a Ghost Youngster. How do you intend to wager? The old man inquired. I glanced at the incapacitated Zhang Jiawen and then at the grinning Zhou Tie laying beside him. Elder, here is my proposal. Let us forego all magical weapons and spells, including the thunder palm I just used. Anything that falls under the category of magic or weaponry shall be excluded. Instead, let us determine our strengths in martial arts. In the realm of martial arts, one often ponders the hierarchy of skill. Youngster, you exhibit quite the audacity. Are you aware of the illustrious past of this old man? If my assumptions are correct, you must be a veteran of the military. Am I right? Ha ha ha. Not merely a soldier. I am the supreme instructor of 100,000 Taiping soldiers, directly under the command of the Heavenly King. Goodness, 100,000 Taiping soldiers. And you are their chief instructor? I never anticipated such grandeur. However, in the theater of war, morale is paramount, and I must intentionally suppress his pride. Old man, your title is certainly impressive. With another 700,000, you would be on par with the legendary Lin Chong. Ha! Do not even mention that coward Lin Chong. Had I been in his position, I would have dispatched Zhou Tai Wei with a single shot. I glanced at the old man's abdomen, from which numerous maggots incessantly crawled, and continued to jest. Elder, with such ferocity, why is there a gaping hole in your belly? You insolent brat, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? The elder misunderstood. I was merely expressing my curiosity. Speaking of wagers, one must consider the consequences of winning and losing. Should I be defeated, I shall promptly descend the mountain and erect a memorial for you, venerating you as an ancestor. You audacious lad, in light of your apparent filial piety, I shall acquiesce to your request. However, if you were to lose? The supreme instructor of 100,000 Taiping soldiers. Losing to a mere youth who has yet to fully mature? Ha! Do you even know who I am? Who are you? I am the one who will assist Wing King in crossing the river tonight. 100,000 Taiping soldiers would kneel before me, calling me the little celestial master. Moreover, the Winged King has proclaimed his desire to appoint me as the national master and intends to betroth his daughter to me. You speak nonsense. The old man, visibly agitated, bellowed. The Winged King, Zhou Tai, that traitor, were it not for his defection, the Heavenly King would not have faced such internal and external strife, ultimately succumbing to illness. How could the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom have met its demise? Why do you not inquire of the Heavenly King about how he treated the Winged King in the first place? Had the Winged King not fled, would he not have become the next Eastern King or Northern King? That is their just fate. So what? The little old man was greatly incensed, and the wound in his abdomen widened, even oozing a dark, blood-like substance. Clearly, even spirits can feel anger, and their temper is hardly less volatile than that of the living. Nevertheless, being the chief commander, the little old man quickly regained his composure. He chuckled. You rascal, deliberately provoking me to throw me off balance, are you? If memory serves, the Winged King has no daughter, does he? Youngster, your boast has betrayed you, hasn't it? How could you, the chief commander of 100,000 Taiping troops, be unaware that the Winged King has a beautiful adoptive daughter? Adoptive daughter? Indeed. You must be familiar with the fourth young lady. Yes? The fourth young lady? The old man finally understood. So that is the case. Chief Commander, what is it? Curious. Are we? Then let us engage. Once I have bested you, we shall meet the Heavenly King together. That one be necessary. Elder, please make your move. Youngster, prepare yourself. The little old man lunged at me, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks. To be frank, without the thunderclap palm, I lacked the utmost confidence in overcoming the old man. Thus, I was met with a few punches right from the outset, causing my nose to bleed profusely. Youngster, with your mere set of arm-extending fist, you stand no chance against my 7-killing fist. 7-killing fist? Ah, so it is the renowned secret technique of the Kongtong sect. Then allow me to demonstrate my Tai Chi fist. Tai Chi, by its very nature, counteracts aggression with gentleness, making it the perfect nemesis to the 7-killing fist. Now you understand. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. Only a top-tier 7 killing fist will falter against a top-tier Tai Chi fist. At the very least, I am a top-tier practitioner, while you are not. So, young one. Bam, bam. I endured 2 more kicks. How does that feel, lad? The blows sent my blood surging. Had it not been for the protection of 4 golden cores of the giant crocodile, my bladder might have been ruptured. Ha ha ha. Surrender now, or you may end up not even recognizing your own parents. Clutching my stomach, a sudden thought struck me. Old man, you are cheating. Cheating? What do you mean? Young one, pray tell, does the instructor of 100,000 Taiping soldiers have the ability to fly? The old man paused, then shook his head. Of course not. Then why do you flit about like a specter? Have you mistaken the situation? We are engaged in a martial arts exchange, and I haven't even employed the thunderclap palm. Yet you continue to dart about. If I could soar as you do, could you possibly land a blow on me? Well, that is precisely why I claim you are cheating. Should you win in such a manner, it would lack honor. The old man paused for a moment, circling around me twice before declaring, Boy, even without flight, I can still defeat you. Then let us see. Indeed, this time the elder became earnest, standing alongside me as we exchanged dozens of moves in one breath. Yet, wisdom comes with age. Although my master was a martial arts virtuoso, I was merely 6 years old, and my foundational skills paled in comparison to one who had lived for decades. Thus, I was once again knocked down. Ha ha ha. Boy, will you not kneel and concede defeat? The one who should kneel and admit defeat is you. Oh, how stubborn. This does not count. Imagine if you were a living being. The kick I just delivered would surely leave you wounded. How is it that you were sent flying without a scratch? At the very least, you should have groaned in pain, shouldn't you? If only your speed had lagged by 3 seconds, could you have evaded my punch? Therefore, our match is inherently unfair. Youngster, what exactly do you propose? Sensing the old man's vulnerability, I promptly replied, since we are destined to be worlds apart, and no matter how we fight, it would be unjust. Let us forego physical strikes. I will name a technique, and you shall counter it. Then you can propose a technique, and I shall respond in kind. What say you? A gentleman engages in discourse, not violence. This method of competition seems fair, does it not? Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed until tears streamed down his face. Boy, I have never engaged in such a contest before. You wish to compare martial arts knowledge, do you? Do not forget, I am the instructor, the commander of 100,000 soldiers of the Taiping army. You have chosen the wrong opponent if you seek to compare theoretical prowess. Then let us embark on this trial. Very well. Young man, you may begin, I said, gently rubbing my belly as I leisurely picked up a stick from the ground. If I were to employ the Dugun 9 swords of the carefree sect, I wonder how you would respond. Chapter 84. The possession of a Western woman, the carefree sect? I have not heard of it. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was a martial school from the esteemed works of the late Mr. Jean. If you had heard of it, that would indeed be a marvel. Whether or not you are familiar with it matters little, my esteemed elder, for you should observe my swordplay closely. This sword technique encompasses 360 variations, further divided into 8 distinct sword intents: the breaking sword style, the breaking blade style, the breaking chi style. The 9 swords united. Holding the stick, I demonstrated each move simply for the elder, while also imparting a set of sword formulas. Return to the maiden, approach the unfounded. Unfounded approaches the fellow. Fellow approaches the great abundance. From A to B, B to Gung, Gung to Gue. The elder watched in a daze, overwhelmed by the spectacle. In truth, I possessed no genuine mastery of the Dugun 9 swords. I merely waved the stick aimlessly, mimicking the descriptions from Mr. Jin's narrative. Nevertheless, the elder took my performance to heart. After I concluded my demonstration, he began to ponder deeply on how to counter it. Minutes later, he stood up, drenched in sweat. His face flushed as he declared, I concede. This sword technique of the little celestial master is truly extraordinary. I cannot find a way to counter it. You may kill or maim at your discretion. Very well, I replied, but I have yet to finish my previous statement. Should you find yourself at a loss, you must dutifully lead us to Master Zhou. The mountain is fraught with intricate formations. Without the guidance of an elder like yourself, we may find it impossible to enter the cave in a timely manner. Moreover, regarding the matter I promised you, regardless of whether you succeed or fail. I shall fulfill it." The old gentleman appeared somewhat befuddled, asking in a daze, "What matter? The arrangement for you to have a memorial tablet. Is this for real?" "Most assuredly. After all, the esteemed elder is a revered instructor of the 100,000 Taiping army and deserves such veneration." "Thank you, young master." The old man bowed to me, then laughed heartily towards the heavens, saying, "Once, someone calculated my fate, predicting that I would achieve great success in my youth, become embroiled in political strife in my middle age, and ultimately meet a tragic end. All of this has come to pass. Yet, that individual did not foresee that a century later, I would encounter a prodigious talent like you, young master, making this life worthwhile. Now, let us proceed to the Bat Cave, esteemed elder. Please follow me." As I reached down to assist Zhang Jiao to his feet, he cast me a peculiar glance. I remarked, "Brother Fengshan, are you a demon? How could you devise such a method? Why not claim you can master the 18 dragon-subduing palms while you're at it?" "The 18 dragon-subduing palms. Do I possess that skill?" The old man, overhearing my exchange with Zhang Jiao, became intrigued once more and floated back to inquire, "Young master, what other dragon-related techniques do you possess? How do they compare to this set of Dugun 9 swords?" Undoubtedly, the 18 dragon-subduing palms are superior. With a single strike, one can summon a dragon. Summon a dragon with a single strike? Is there truly such an extraordinary skill? Indeed, I shall demonstrate it to you another day. Splendid. The old man was as joyous as a child, flitting forward and backward, fearful that we might lag behind. Thus, under his guidance, we effortlessly dismantled several formations set by Master Zhou and arrived directly at the Bat Cave halfway up the mountain. It was then that we realized there were two Bat Caves, one representing life and the other death. The Cave of Life and the Cave of Death embodied the duality of yin and yang, arranged according to the positions in the principles of Qimen Duanjia and the 5 elements of the Bagua. Even for someone like me, who has studied Qimen Duanjia, it would require at least 2 hours to unravel such complexities. Perhaps Master Zhou never anticipated that we could best the instructors of the 100,000 Taiping army. Even if we could, it would be utterly impossible to subdue him, which is why he was comfortably enjoying tea with 2 young women in the cave. One of the ladies wore a blue floral qipao, her legs slender and fair. The other was even more striking, clad in a red bikini and boasting golden hair and blue eyes. What a refined taste Master Zhou possessed. As I entered the cave, I immediately concentrated my spiritual energy in my hands. This fellow, Zhou Pinliang, who dared to orchestrate such a grand scheme, was undoubtedly a formidable character. Sure enough, upon seeing us, he instantly executed a clever escape, enveloped by a cloud of black mist, and vanished from sight, leaving behind an ornate dragon chair draped with a blue robe. "Master? Where's Master?" The 2 young women were taken aback. The one in the qipao inquired, "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" Zhang Jiao circled the foreign girl, exclaiming in admiration, "Indeed, she is a foreign beauty, so fair. Having grown up, I have never encountered a woman so fair, although I have seen numerous ghostly apparitions of similar pallor. Do you fancy her? If so," before I could finish my thought, I noticed a peculiar glint in Shitaro's eyes. This fellow, could it be that he... "Hey, don't just gawk at the woman. Let's find that scoundrel Zhou." Just as Zhang Jiao and I were about to depart, the foreign lady suddenly adopted a seductive demeanor, deliberately swaying her hips and cooing, "Gentlemen, how do you find my appearance?" With that, she began to dance provocatively before us. Good heavens, she was already scantily clad, and in the blink of an eye, before Zhang Jiao and I could intervene, she stood before us in her entirety, utterly bare. "Well then, what say you, my worldly little brother?" Zhang Jiao feigned inquiry. How should I respond? I simply stared with wide eyes. I decided to pull up a small stool and sit down. After all, with all the masters absent and my parents away, what was there to fear? An opportunity for such a vivid lesson in biology should not be squandered. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Jiao could bear it no longer, his nose bleeding profusely. Shirtaro, more exaggerated still, began to join in the revelry, dancing and tossing his clothes to the ground. "Shirtaro, you rascal." I was initially entranced by the foreign lady's alluring dance, feeling somewhat dazed. Just then, I noticed a change in her expression. She cast a sultry, resentful gaze at Shurtaro. "Hey, handsome, come here." The foreign girl twisted and turned until she stood before Shurtaro, reaching out to grasp him. Intentionally, she circled behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist, poised to bite his neck from the rear. Oh no! Just as I prepared to intervene, the girl suddenly let out a chilling scream, her body convulsing as if struck by electricity. In the next moment, a crimson figure emerged directly from her form. Goodness, a malevolent spirit. Before Zhang Jiawen could react, the girl had abandoned Shurtaro and lunged towards him. I swiftly unleashed a talisman intended to exorcise spirits. Before the talisman could reach the malevolent figure, it ignited with a whoosh. Such potent malevolence. I was taken aback and hastily drew out the Vajra demon-slaying pestle. Beautiful lady, let's continue our dance. However, Shurtaro remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, chasing after the girl and encircling her waist from behind. The instant Shurtaro's hands made contact with her, she emitted another piercing scream. This cry abruptly jolted Zhang Jiawen from his myriad fantasies. Chapter 85. The Fierce Ones of Longhu Mountain Upon Awakening. Zhang Jiawen's first action was to grasp the Xian iron sword and thrust it towards the girl. Oh! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from her lips. As the sword met her arm, the blade suddenly blazed red, severing one of her hands, which fell to the ground. Damn! Zhang Jiawen, how could you bear to strike such a beautiful lady? I exclaimed loudly. Zhang Jiawen gazed at the Zhou Tie sword in his hand, suddenly realizing that his opponent was a living beauty, merely possessed by a malevolent spirit. Instantly filled with regret, he repeatedly apologized. "I am so sorry, sister. I thought you were a ghost." After a brief moment of hesitation, the foreign woman's expression shifted once more as she lunged at Zhang Jiawen. He discarded the Zhou Tie sword and swiftly formed hand seals, directing his energy to strike her forehead. With a resounding thud, the foreign woman was propelled backwards by his seal, crashing to the ground several meters away. A crimson aura erupted from her body, surging towards Zhang Jiawen. It appeared that this entity had targeted him with malevolence. As the evil spirit approached, Zhang Jiawen rolled to the side, quickly retrieving the Zhou Tie sword from the ground and thrusting it towards the shadowy figure. The spirit roared and engaged him in combat. Minutes later, Zhang Jiawen landed a blow with his sword, sending the malevolent force back into the woman's body. She slowly rose to her feet, concerned for her well-being. Zhang Jiawen immediately returned the sword to its sheath and formed another hand seal to counter the advancing figure. Strangely, this time, his seal seemed ineffective. He pressed his fingers against her forehead, yet it bore no effect. Growing anxious, Zhang Jiawen swiftly conjured a talisman to dispel the spirit. However, when the talisman adhered to her, it likewise elicited no response. "What is happening?" Zhang Jiawen questioned, gripping the demon-subduing staff tightly. I charged forward and aimed to strike the woman. Unlike the Zhou Tie sword, the staff resembled a dagger at the front but was not sharpened. Thus, this object is intended for piercing spirits, causing bodily harm akin to that of a sharpened stick. "Do you dare to kill me?" The foreign woman turned around, glaring at me with fury. In a moment of desperation, I swiftly recited a mantra of the 6 paths of the Vajra, while pressing the demon-subduing pestle against her. I then awaited the pestle to absorb the malevolent energy within her. Seeking death, with a sudden flick, she managed to send my pestle flying. I stood there, utterly bewildered, never having anticipated that despite her severed hand, she could wrest the pestle from my grasp. Even more perplexing was the fact that the pestle, like Zhang Jiawen's seal, had become ineffective. Furthermore, when I dispatched 2 talismans to exorcise her, she effortlessly caught them and tore them to shreds. "What is going on with her?" I inquired of Zhang Jiawen. He shook his head repeatedly. "You ask me? How would I know? Damn it, this is bizarre. What if we bind her with ropes?" "A splendid idea." Zhang Jiawen set down his backpack and quickly retrieved a rope meant for binding immortals, preparing to restrain the foreign woman. This binding rope is a commonly used Taoist artifact, though typically unaffordable for lesser practitioners. It is said to be quite expensive. However, for the son of the Grand Master of Longhu Mountain, such artifacts are at his fingertips. "Damn it!" the foreign woman suddenly cursed. leaping into the air and landing directly on Zhang Jiawen's neck. He could have evaded her, yet for some unknown reason, he stood there foolishly. Everything was over. The woman had employed the most renowned chokehold from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Game over. You foolish fool. As I berated him, I rushed forward to rescue him. To break the deadly lock, two conditions must be met. Either the person ensnared possesses strength exceeding that of their captor by more than tenfold, allowing them to forcibly remove the captor's leg, or a third party must intervene. The foreign woman was possessed, her malevolent power vastly surpassing that of Zhang Jiawen. Once ensnared, Zhang Jiawen had no recourse but to await his demise or seek the aid of a third party. Yet, just as I dashed forward, a woman clad in a qipao approached. She sauntered towards me with alluring grace. Soon, she drew near, and a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Suddenly, I felt an intense hunger pang, my stomach empty. Good heavens! Brother Wind and Dust, what are you doing? Hurry and save me, Zhang Jiawen wailed. But at that moment, I could scarcely think of rescuing him. My body had been weak for some time. Zhou Tai Lang, come here, save me, Zhang Jiawen cried out. To my dismay, Zhou Tai Lang was even more unreliable. He sat on a small stool, utterly engrossed, propping up his chin with one hand, lost in rapture, drooling as he watched, nodding in approval, exclaiming, "Beautiful, beautiful." Thus, I helplessly watched as Zhang Jiawen was bound by the foreign woman's ropes and dragged away from my sight. When I finally regained my senses and attempted to rescue him, a sudden dizziness overcame me, likely from intoxication. In my haze, I felt as though I had transformed into a helpless infant. Sleep now, my little darling. Sleep now, sleep now. Mother adores you. As that woman sang, I gradually succumbed to slumber, sinking into a deep and fragrant sleep. Upon awakening, I found myself sprawled within a concealed grotto. What on earth is happening? I hastily dashed outside, only to be met by the furious voice of Master Zhou echoing in the air. You seek death. You have ruined my woman. For heavenly kings, go, eliminate them. The four heavenly kings? Surely, they cannot be the winged kings? Moments later, a resounding crash reverberated, and an intense scent of blood wafted through the atmosphere. At that moment, Zhang Jiawen emerged from a nearby cavern, disheveled and without proper attire. Where's the foreign lady? I inquired. Zhang Jiawen, somewhat sheepish, scratched his head and replied, I took care of her. Took care of her? How so? Guess. Zhang Jiawen leaned closer and whispered a few words into my ear. I was utterly astonished. What a ruthless character. Zhang Jiawen defended his actions, saying, I had no choice. The little Taoist acted out of desperation. Do you know why the ghost-repelling talisman was ineffective against her? Why the spell couldn't vanquish her? It is because of the dual souls. What do you mean? It means that the foreign lady has a twin sister, who was likely slain by Master Zhou and transformed into a malevolent spirit. Once that spirit chooses to reside within the foreign lady's body, it essentially merges with her. Thus, to expel the malevolent spirit from her body, there is but one method, that is to sacrifice oneself. Chapter 86. Invoking the spirits, I immediately conjured dozens of vivid scenarios in my mind. Is it not said that in such circumstances, one is unable to relieve oneself? Could it be that one must first sacrifice oneself before indulging in such matters? That hardly seems correct. The foreign woman, utilizing a binding spell, drags Zhang Jiawen away with a singular intention, to siphon his vital energy. Of course, there are myriad methods through which spirits extract this energy. Some may bite at the neck, while others, possessing greater strength, require no physical contact at all. They merely need to seize the opportunity when their victim is unconscious or in slumber, gently drawing away the life force in close proximity. However, most spirits prefer the most comfortable positions for this extraction, often choosing to lie atop their human counterpart. When encountering a member of the opposite sex, they may even engage in a touch of romance, akin to lovers drawing energy through a kiss. Typically, this is how it is portrayed in film and television. Yet, in reality, there exists a more sophisticated method of absorption that is difficult to capture on screen. Thus, I have ample reason to suspect that the foreign woman employed this advanced technique to draw Zhang Jiawen's vital energy. This explains why he was met with such a peculiar fate. being doused with the essence of a young boy. How intriguing. How utterly fascinating. I find myself compelled to inquire of Zhang Jiawen about the sensation of having his energy extracted by the foreign woman. Yet, before I can pose my question, four armored generals emerge from the four passageways. Upon closer inspection, I notice that their appearances closely resemble characters from traditional Peking opera, each adorned with flags upon their shoulders. One flag bears the inscription Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, while the others proclaim Eastern King or Northern King. Eastern King, Northern King, Western King, Southern King. It appears that among the 6 demon kings, only King Wing, Zhou Tie, and King Tian, Hong Xiuquan, have not arrived. Young one, you have disrupted this master's good fortune. Do you recognize these 4 great kings? You are quite formidable. To summon the power of the Dragon Clan to aid King Wing in crossing the river, today, I shall enlighten you on the meaning of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and the essence of a demon king. Advance. What a display of might. The 4 great demon kings, with a flicker of their forms, approached me and Zhang Jiawen as if performing a theatrical act. Zhang Jiawen drew his Xian iron sword, poised to strike, when suddenly darkness enveloped his eyes and he collapsed to the ground. What on earth are you doing, Zhang Jiawen? Is your resolve so feeble? Ha ha ha. The Taoist from Longhu Mountain, bound by malevolent spirits, yet miraculously surviving. How curious. And you, Long Qingfeng, expect him to fight alongside you? What a pity, for I was just about to reveal your lineage to this Taoist from Longhu Mountain. It is indeed rare for you 2 adversaries to unite. At this moment, the 4 great demon kings had completely encircled me. One hand gripped the demon-subduing pestle, while the other quickly gathered spiritual energy, preparing for a powerful strike. I surmised that the 4 great demon kings were not corporeal. Even if they were, their bodies would not belong to them. I speculated that Master Zhou had undoubtedly employed some form of dark sorcery, allowing the souls of the 4 great demon kings to inhabit these 4 bloodied corpses. Even as mere spirits, as the 6 kings of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, their combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Wind, do not underestimate them. The voice of Aunt Long suddenly echoed in my ears. Aunt Long, I am aware. You possess little understanding. Were you truly aware, you would hasten to release Master L. Why? Because you're no match for them. Is that so? I swiftly drew forth numerous talismans for exorcising spirits, concealing the formidable power of Thunder Palm within them, and suddenly unleashed them with the force of a tempest upon the 4 great ghost kings. This is a spell of my own ingenious invention, which I have named Thunder Wedge. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans, infused with the essence of thunder, struck heavily against the 4 ghost kings. Strangely, upon contact, the talismans ignited spontaneously. Yet, the 4 ghost kings stood resolutely in place, their bodies crackling with sporadic blue lightning. Remarkably, they sustained no harm. Instead, their morale surged as they pounded their chests with their fists. Ignorant wretch, seeking death. Bang! The 4 ghost kings launched a simultaneous assault, eschewing weapons yet exhibiting remarkable agility. Despite their imposing stature, their fists were swift and ferocious. The East King employed the Hong Fist, the North King utilized Wing Chun, while the South King wielded the 8 trigrams linking palm. Most fearsome of all was the West King, who executed the mighty Vajra leg. These martial arts harmoniously blended strength and softness, encompassing both long-range assaults and close defenses. Their coordination seamless. I endeavored to unleash all the numerous boxing techniques my master had imparted to me, combined with Thunder Palm, yet I could barely hold my ground. Soon, I felt the strain overwhelming me. At that moment, the voice of the elder emanated from the demon-subduing staff. Little one, to think that one could single-handedly conquer the 4 heavenly kings is nothing short of a delusion. Do you comprehend what makes the Taiping army formidable? It is their martial prowess, you fool. Bam! Caught off guard, I felt the East King's fist strike my back, sending me flying. Wow! A mouthful of blood escaped my lips. Little one, are you courting death? Why not unleash your Du Gu 9 swords? The old man's words nearly sealed my fate. Cough! Cough! Had I not just been struck, causing my vitality to surge, I might have laughed aloud. Instructor L. It's not that I am unwilling, it's simply, I cannot fly. The Dugu 9 swords demand exceptional lightness of foot. Perhaps in water, I could attempt it. Little one, do not forget, you still have me. You? Can you contend with them? Of course not. But I can fly. Huh? Then you should hurry out. I will teach you the sword technique. You go. Huh? Futile. When faced with masters like the four Ghost Kings, there is simply no time for improvisation. Then what nonsense are you spouting? What I mean is, allow me to lend you my strength. How about I possess you? Possession will allow me to fly? My face lit up with joy. How'd I not thought of this? Without delay, I released Instructor L from the demon-subduing staff and recited the incantation for possession. In the realm where the waters flow endlessly, the convergence of three waters is summoned, invoking the Great Spirit alongside two lesser spirits and four minor ones to push the millstone. As the great wheel turns, the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper align, beckoning the spirits to possess the living. There are two forms of possession, one voluntary and the other compelled. Those who practice the Tao possess a protective spiritual force, rendering them less susceptible to such possession. To invoke a spirit, one must recite incantations. Thus, upon completing the incantation for possession, I suddenly felt my body lighten, and in an instant I took flight. With the legendary swordplay of the 9 swords of Dugu, I unleashed the breaking sword technique. A soft cry escaped my lips as I soared gracefully like a swallow, ascending into the air. Wielding the demon-subduing staff as my sword, I thrust forth several strikes. Chapter 87. The demon-subduing staff unleashes its might. The 4 great demon kings, having never encountered such a swordsmanship, found themselves struck by my relentless barrage of blows. Curiously, the demon-subduing staff could not penetrate the corporeal forms of the 4 great demon kings. Each time the blade made contact, a mysterious halo enveloped their bodies, akin to an impenetrable shield, safeguarding them. It was only later that I learned this was the legendary power of virtue. If a person accomplishes a great deed in life, upon passing, they transform into a spirit imbued with this virtue. The merit of such virtue ensures that in the underworld, whether faced with spectral messengers or the king of hell himself, they are treated with utmost care. Even when traversing the depths of the 18 layers of hell, it merely amounts to a symbolic journey. Should a vengeful spirit refuse to report to the underworld, the messengers shall not pursue them. Moreover, for the vengeful spirits endowed with virtue, various magical artifacts hold no sway over them. At the outset of their rebellion, the 4 kings sought peace for the realm, thus achieving a monumental legacy, and upon their demise, they naturally acquired virtue. This elucidates why the Vajra cannot penetrate their corporeal forms. Ergo, the sole individual capable of vanquishing the 4 infernal kings is the dragon matriarch. As a celestial being, she is unbound by the constraints of merit. Regrettably, in bestowing her mystical aid upon the winged king's crossing, her reservoir of celestial essence has been depleted, and she now slumbers within the jade of profound heaven, exceedingly feeble, and thus incapable of assisting me. What course of action shall we undertake, young one? These 4 esteemed gentlemen are imbued with merit, rendering your Vajra capable of inflicting only superficial wounds, whereas my own vitality wanes precipitously. I implore you, make haste and abscond. As Instructor Lu's words resonated, I perceived a diminution of my own capabilities, rendering flight impossible. It appears that possession is subject to certain preconditions and is not an act of unbridled volition. Young one, do you heed my words? Instructor Lu exclaimed with urgency. Forgive me, venerable sir. It is not from a lack of desire to flee, but rather, I cannot abandon Shi Taro and Zhang Jiaowen. They are my comrades, and were I to flee, they would undoubtedly fall into the clutches of Master Zhou, enduring a fate worse than death. Young one, I did not anticipate such profound loyalty within you. Abruptly, Instructor Lu's spectral form detached from my person, materializing before me. The 4 infernal kings, upon beholding Instructor Lu, were momentarily stunned. Instructor Lu, with unreserved audacity, delivered a forceful blow to the Eastern King, sending him hurtling backward several meters. Subsequently, he directed a kick towards the Northern King, compelling his retreat. Young one, hasten and join the assault. Merit-based protection possesses a finite threshold. Through relentless and sustained offensive maneuvers, merit can be exhausted. A threshold, you say? Then witness the might of my 72 whirlwind kicks. Young one, what martial art is this? It is a technique of my own invention. As I lay prostrate on the ground, I concentrated my energy in my legs and began to spin with great force. This move, conceived during my playful moments in the water, was highly praised by Master Wu, who referred to it as the nemesis of the golden bell shield and iron shirt technique. Dragon. This maneuver should only be employed against defensive masters and in situations where one faces multiple adversaries. It must not be revealed lightly. The energy it consumes is immense, and without assistance, one is courting disaster. Thus, as the dim-witted foe was about to succumb, I chose to endure the blows rather than unleash this technique, narrowly escaping being turned into a mere pawn by the four great ghost kings. Now, with the arrival of Coach LV, I finally found a moment of respite. The relentless onslaught I had maintained caused the four great ghost kings to falter. The might of Hungar, the finesse of Wing Chun, the undulating flow of Baghua's continuous palm strikes, and the overwhelming power of the iron leg all failed to materialize. It seemed that these four were brimming with strength, yet left with no outlet, forced to endure the tempest of my leg strikes. Bang! The first of the king's merits was shattered, producing a sound akin to a collapsing beam. I glanced down and saw that the halo surrounding him had vanished. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed a thunderbolt talisman, aimed directly at the head of the northern king, Wei Chongwei. Having been refined by Master Zhou, the four great ghost kings' faculties were significantly diminished compared to their former selves. At this moment, the northern king, now bereft of his merits, failed to comprehend the talisman's potency and foolishly struck out at it with a punch. Boom! The thunderous strike met the fist of the northern king, and in an instant, amidst flashes of lightning and roars of thunder, the northern king's colossal form was propelled into the air. Particularly, the metallic armor he donned was utterly obliterated, clattering to the ground in a cacophony of noise. Observing the northern king, he was instantly transformed into a figure with a frizzled hairdo, his face smeared with soot and smoke billowing from his nostrils. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched flesh. This spectacle left Instructor L in a state of astonishment. Impudent rascal. What kind of technique is this? Its power is astounding. Of course, it's the Thunder Palm. A creation of my own? No. This was taught to me by my master from Maoshan. Ha ha. So, the Taoists of Qingchang Mountain engage in such antics as well. Well, I cannot claim that. It feels disingenuous to pose as a Taoist from Qingchang Mountain. Yet, I cannot tarnish another's reputation, as it would be an immoral act. Ha ha ha. Ed, do not be deceived by this young lad. He is no mere Taoist from Qingchang Mountain. He is a prodigy born of the union between the Ghost Clan and the Dragon Clan. 6 years ago, the Chiman Execution Hall suffered great losses while enforcing the law. This debt has not been forgotten by the 24 halls of Chiman. Master Zhou's voice echoed from the shadows. As Instructor L was engaged in combat with the Eastern King, he suddenly turned, gazing at me with incredulity. I chuckled lightly, well, one who does not even dare to reveal his own name. Lurking in the shadows like a coward, do you, Instructor L, take his words to heart? By the way, Master Zhou, may I address you as Zhou Pinliang? Do you dare to acknowledge it? Why would I not? Excellent. In a hushed tone, I uttered the incantation of the Wuyang staff, then called out loudly, Zhou Pinliang. Master Zhou, unaware that his Wuyang staff had been pilfered by his adopted son, responded boisterously, Your grandfather is here, young one. What do you want? With that, I brandished the Wuyang staff and hurled it to the ground. Alas! In the darkness, Master Zhou's startled exclamation echoed. Subsequently, the object on the ground began to vibrate violently as if charged with electricity, then leapt and bounded into the shadows. Moments later, Master Zhou's anguished cries resounded. Don't come near me. Ah. Master Zhou, your intent to harm others has only brought calamity upon yourself. It is said that the Wuyang staff will not cease until its goal is achieved. Enjoy your fate. Long Qingfeng. With Master Zhou's control relinquished, I focused my efforts on the remaining 3 great ghost kings. Yet, at that moment, I suddenly realized that my spiritual energy was depleted. The 72 whirlwind kicks had already consumed the majority of my strength. I could no longer execute that move. In my moment of desperation, the woman in the chi pao, who once nourished me, reappeared, though she had transformed in appearance. The nine-tailed fox, Coach L exclaimed. Chapter 88, The Nine-Tailed Fox. Long, a mother misses you. I apologize. I cannot contain my emotions. The little girl willingly accepts her punishment. The chi pao-clad woman murmured to herself, her eyes suddenly turning a vivid green. And then a layer of white first sprouted rapidly across her body, unfurling 9 white tails like an elegant fan. No wonder the woman's appearance was so vastly different from the descriptions in those biological tomes. It turns out she was not a true woman, but rather a fox spirit, a fox that had attained a semblance of humanity. Yet, this very fox had once infiltrated the ranks of the 5 great sages, serving as my wet nurse. Intriguingly, over the span of 6 years, she could not restrain her emotions, longing for me day and night, ultimately defying the pact of the 5 families to seek me out. Perhaps she anticipated my intention to vanquish Master Zhou, for she had already embedded herself within his ranks. Nine-tailed fox, whose side do you intend to take? The East King asked, struggling to articulate through his stiffened throat. The nine-tailed fox bellowed, of course. I stand with my son. Great corpse, perish. With a flick of her long tail, she lunged at the East King like a specter, protected by his merits. The East King felt the fox's claws upon him as if they were scorching iron, causing him to recoil in agony, howling in distress. Nevertheless, the nine-tailed fox, being what she is, was soon enveloped in a swirl of crimson demonic energy. This formidable aura spread forth, startling the blood bats that lay hidden deep within their caverns, sending them into a frenzied flight towards us, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. In response, the nine-tailed fox extended her tail, transforming it into a colossal fan that shielded me. Then, with a fierce screech, she lunged at the East King, sinking her fangs into his neck. Now is the time, roared Instructor L, charging towards the East King. The East King was pinned down by the 2 claws of the nine-tailed fox, rendering him utterly immobile. The sharp teeth of the nine-tailed fox gradually pierced through the essence of virtue. Under its formidable biting force, 2 holes immediately appeared in the halo on the shoulder of the Eastern King, with cracks radiating outward like a shattered ice surface. Simultaneously, Master Lu launched his attack. He leapt into the air, executing a series of rapid kicks, descending upon the Eastern King with the force of a mountain. The Eastern King's body was ensnared by the nine-tailed fox, leaving him with no chance to retaliate as he was forcefully brought to his knees by Master Lu. Fine. Death, roared the Eastern King, preparing to rise, while the Southern and Western Kings also readied themselves to rush to his aid. Your adversary is me. I performed a swift roll, retrieving the dark iron sword discarded on the ground, grasping the demon-slaying staff in one hand and the dark iron sword in the other. I began to execute the art of simultaneous combat, repelling the Southern King with the sword while blocking the Western King's path with the staff. In an instant, the tide of battle shifted. Previously, Master Lu and I had been thoroughly suppressed by the 4 great ghost kings. But with the arrival of the nine-tailed fox and the demise of the Northern King, the scales of victory began to tilt in our favor. Though the Eastern King was fierce, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage under the combined assault of the nine-tailed fox and Master Lu. As for me, while it appeared I could still withstand the onslaught, I was in a state of profound distress. Shurtaro, those 2 have stolen your excavator. Gulme, let us join forces against him. I noticed Shurtaro sitting leisurely on a small stool and deliberately provoked him. Indeed, the excavator proved to be a formidable asset. Upon hearing that the 2 ghost kings had taken his excavator, Shurtaro's eyes suddenly turned red, enveloped in an aura of crimson energy. The Puryong body is truly remarkable. Regrettably, Shurtaro had not mastered any martial arts. He charged at me with his crude punches, only to be swiftly felled by a single kick from Shuang. He collapsed to the ground, wailing inconsolably, and as his cries echoed, he began to roll about in despair. Truly unreliable. In a moment of distraction, I felt a sharp kick from Shi Wang to my knee, and, as my body crumpled to the earth, I was met with a strike from Nan Wang that struck my back. My heart ached for these two ghostly kings, for they had once fallen valiantly in battle, deserving of respect unlike the loathsome Dong Wang and Bei Wang. Thus, my intent was solely to capture them. Lacking the will to kill, my offensive power naturally diminished. Coupled with the exhausting aftermath of the 72 whirlwind kicks, I found myself drained, leading to vulnerabilities in my defense. Seizing the opportunity, these two spectral kings swiftly brought me down. As I fell, the nine-tailed fox emitted a piercing cry of anguish. Suddenly, freed from restraint, Dong Wang unleashed a devastating punch aimed at the nine-tailed fox's chest. The creature's immense form was propelled several meters, crashing heavily against the rocky wall, blood gushing from its mouth. To show mercy to your foes is to be cruel to yourself. You have committed a grave error. The nine-tailed fox lamented, its body shrinking as it spoke. It became apparent that the combat prowess of the fox demon was directly proportional to its size. At its largest, it wielded its greatest strength, but upon sustaining injury, it would diminish until its fighting capability vanished entirely. My sincerest apologies. As I gazed upon the nine-tailed fox, its mouth dripping with blood, memories of the dozens of wet nurses surrounding me in my infancy resurfaced in my mind. How lively and warm those moments were. Forgive me. I was wrong. Enraged, I trembled and charged towards the Southern King and the Western King. At that moment, Master L had just taken a punch from the Eastern King, leaving his spirit wavering precariously. If he suffered 2 more blows, I feared he would be lost to the void. Ignorant child, this day, I shall feast upon your flesh and drink your blood. Southern King, Western King, let us unite. It is said that consuming this child's flesh grants eternal life. Then, the world shall be ours once more. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. We shall return. Ha ha ha. The Eastern King erupted into a chilling, maniacal laughter. Initially silent, the Southern and Western Kings, incited by his words, became frenzied. In that moment, I comprehended why Master Zhou sought to imprison the souls of these ghostly kings within the bodies of blood corpses, rather than directly refining their spirits. It was his intention to resurrect them, for only with corporeal forms could these ghostly kings have the opportunity to devour the flesh of others and drink their blood. Just like now, if these ghostly kings were to consume me, they would immediately be able to resurrect through the blood corpses, requiring no reincarnation whatsoever. Thus, a terrifying thought emerged in my mind. Why had I not seen the Heavenly King this evening? The Celestial Monarch? I dare not ponder further. The urgency of the situation weighs heavily upon me. I must vanquish the Eastern King and his cohorts. Otherwise, the inhabitants of Shiatsi village, and indeed the entire southwestern region, will surely suffer dire consequences. Chapter 89. The Demon King is mine. With this thought in mind, I concentrated all my strength into my legs, unleashing the formidable technique of 72 whirlwind kicks. I sought to suppress the Southern and Western Kings, thus providing the nine-tailed fox and Master L an opportunity to strike. Simultaneously, I gathered my spiritual energy in my hands and executed a thunderclap palm. The Eastern King had never anticipated that someone wielding such a lethal leg technique could simultaneously deliver a palm strike. Even more astonishing was the realization that my target was his vulnerable shoulder, a spot recently torn open by the nine-tailed fox. At that moment, the immense force of the thunderclap palm crashed into the cracks of merit on the Eastern King's body. Crack, crack, crack. With each powerful kick, the Eastern King's merit was utterly shattered. Observing this, the nine-tailed fox spat out several mouthfuls of blood, abandoning the Southern King to lunge at the Eastern King. Her razor-sharp claws swiftly sank into both of his shoulders, and in a brutal display, she bit off his head, tearing it away and casting it aside. The once mighty Eastern King thus fell, a headless corpse, collapsing to the ground without Master Zhou's control. You dare to harm my son. You are courting death. The nine-tailed fox lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and I, too, collapsed, utterly spent. Witnessing the demise of the Eastern King, the Southern and Western Kings grew frantic. Rushing towards Master L, and the nine-tailed fox. At that moment, a mysterious iron sword appeared before my eyes. Zazhazwin, that fellow, had finally recuperated and awakened from his stupor. As soon as he regained consciousness, he inquired, "Wind Dust, do you still have any ginseng?" "Indeed, indeed." I promptly crawled toward the canvas bag and retrieved 2 roots of ginseng, tossing one towards the nine-tailed fox and the other to Zazhazwin. The nine-tailed fox, a demon, could greatly enhance her cultivation by consuming ginseng. Upon witnessing the century-old ginseng I had thrown, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, and she coyly remarked, "Thank you. My son, once I've vanquished these 2 beasts, I shall treat you to a sumptuous feast. Thank you, dear mother. Good son, await patiently. My ultimate strike is yet to come." With that declaration, a crimson mist suddenly enveloped her. The nine-tailed fox's form began to expand significantly, indicating that this would likely be her final blow. Concurrently, Zazhazwin, having consumed the ginseng, regained considerable strength. He raised the mysterious iron sword, channeling his energy, and a vibrant blue flame materialized at his abdomen, subsequently transferring to the sword's blade. In an instant, the sword was engulfed in blue flames. "Zazhazwin, what kind of technique is this?" Zazhazwin coolly raised a finger and shook his head, declaring, "No, you rascal, do enlighten me." I pressed on with curiosity. Zazhazwin proudly proclaimed, "This is the secret art of Longhu Mountain, the Earth Store Inferno, a technique exclusively mastered by elders. In the entirety of Longhu Mountain, there are no more than 3 individuals capable of wielding the Earth Store Inferno." Goodness, at your level, are you already considered an elder at Longhu Mountain? Incorrect. I am merely at the level of an outer sect disciple. And you? Zhang Jiawen narcissistically touched his nose and coldly remarked, "Who do you think I am? I am the son of the sect leader." With that, he swung his long sword, sending a burst of ground-dwelling inferno towards the Southern King. Naturally, the Southern King did not dare to underestimate this attack and hastily evaded it. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jiawen lunged forward, piercing the Southern King's leg with his sword, while the nearby nine-tailed fox intercepted the oncoming Western King. In an instant of contact, both sides erupted into a frenzied battle. I swallowed a piece of ginseng and closed my eyes to regulate my breathing. Before long, I heard a piercing scream from the nine-tailed fox, a sound that jolted me awake. Upon opening my eyes, I saw the Western King had overpowered the nine-tailed fox, stepping on her head and raining down heavy punches upon her. With a sudden burst of energy, I sprang to my feet and employed the flying dragon plays with the pearl technique, instantly teleporting in front of the nine-tailed fox, taking the Western King's punch in her stead. The force of that blow nearly incapacitated me. The strength of several ghost kings was utterly terrifying. Gritting my teeth, I spun around, wrapping myself around the Western King's waist like a monkey, then flipped and mounted his neck. The nine-tailed fox seized the moment to rise, clamping her claws around the Western King's legs. The Western King, swinging his fists, relentlessly struck me in an attempt to dislodge me from his neck. But I was beyond caring for my own pain, tightly locking my legs around his head. The Western King continued to roar, his fist, the size of a rice bowl, made my bones creak with each impact. In such proximity, the arc of the fist's swing is limited and, consequently, the force exerted is significantly diminished. Wong of the West, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom has already perished. Why do you heed the deceitful words of others? Instead, why not venture outside to witness for yourself? Come into the demon-subduing staff. I shall lead you to experience what true peace, a prosperous era, truly is. I brandished the demon-subduing staff, thrusting it repeatedly into the neck of Wong of the West. Cracks soon appeared upon his neck. With a piercing sound, the tip of the staff penetrated an inch deep. I swiftly recited the 6 paths of the Vajra incantation. In an instant, the staff radiated a blinding brilliance. As the merits and soul of Wong of the West were visibly consumed by the staff, within moments, the bloodied corpse beneath me began to decay, startling me, and I hastily leaped off Wong of the West. His body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Tie's Zhou Tai sword had pierced through the merits of Wang of the South, embedding itself within his body. This fellow closed his eyes, muttering incantations. And soon the merits and soul of Wang of the South were also drawn into the Zhou Tai sword. Alas, holding the demon-subduing staff, I lay feebly on the ground. I had initially intended to devour both the soul and merits of Wang of the South, but to my dismay, I was a step too late, as Zhang Jiawen had already seized the opportunity. After consuming the merits and soul of Wang of the South, Zhang Jiawen approached with an air of indifference. Wind and dust. I trust one have not disappointed you? I replied weakly. I am beginning to question whether you truly fainted earlier or if you were merely feigning. Zhou Tai, with a look of grievance, exclaimed, "What? You dare to doubt that I was pretending? You are unaware of the predicament that woman has thrust upon me. Had I not summoned my wits in a moment of urgency, employing an unconventional method, you would likely find that I, Wengu, might have perished by now." A chuckle escapes me. Very well, I comprehend the situation. What is it that you understand? In any case, I am aware. So do assist me in rising. My entire body aches. I can only surmise that upon returning, I shall need to consume copious amounts of milk to recuperate. Yet, at that moment, Master Zhou suddenly appeared before us, disheveled and ghostly, limping as blood trickled ceaselessly from his ankle. Clearly, he had suffered greatly from the assault of the Wu Yang staff. That object, I suspect, remains lodged within him, for the Wu Yang staff is relentless in its pursuit of its target. Chapter 90. Sacrificing the body to the spirits, you. All of you shall perish. Master Zhou clutched his rear, trembling violently, and emitted a sudden, high-pitched noise. In an instant, thousands of bats surged forth from the cavern, the ground trembling beneath us. This is dire. The young man has activated the annihilation formation. We must retreat at once. Instructor LV anxiously supported me as we made our way outside. Zhou Wan and Zhou Tai assisted the nine-tailed fox. And just as we reached the cave's mouth, we were confronted by an abyss of unfathomable depth. In a moment of distraction, Zhou Tai fell directly into the chasm. Thankfully, the nine-tailed fox reacted swiftly, coiling her